After being driven to the brink of despair by a fiery youth, I found myself transported back to 1990. Just as I was grappling with this peculiar twist of fate, a sudden purchasing request emerged from an interdimensional chat group selling food to the realm of Don't Starve, providing cigarettes to the martial arts world, and investigating the cause of death for the Empress of the Ming dynasty. As I navigated this peculiar business, I was astounded to discover that my daughter had transformed into a top-tier socialite. Chapter 1. My daughter brings home a young delinquent, infuriating her father. The doorbell chimed, and Lin Chen, busy in the kitchen with a spatula and apron, felt a surge of joy as he hurried to answer the door. My precious daughter is back. However, upon opening the door, his expression soured and his brows knitted together. Standing outside was his daughter, Lin Xiao, accompanied by a scruffy young man with bleached hair, both of them intimately embracing each other. "Hey, is it safe for you to hang out with that delinquent below your apartment?" The young man arrogantly inquired, a cigarette dangling from his lips and tattoos sprawling across his neck. Xiao, tell me, who is this young man?" Lin Chen's voice trembled with rage, causing his blood pressure to soar and his eyes to redden. "Dad, he's my boyfriend. Today is my birthday, and I brought him to meet you." Xiao, you're still so young. How can you have a boyfriend? What's wrong with that? Weren't you and Mom only 18 when you had me? Why is it acceptable for you to indulge while I'm forbidden from living my life? Tell him to leave. I refuse to see this delinquent, and I will not permit you to be with him. Dad, you're so old-fashioned. I'm already pregnant with his child. Ugh. The betrayal from his own daughter made Lin Chen spit out a mouthful of blood. Dad, he faintly heard his daughter's desperate cry, but darkness enveloped him as he collapsed, his world spinning into oblivion. Surrounded by an endless void, Lin Chen felt detached from his own body. He called out his daughter's name in vain, met only with silence. It is said that before death, one's life flashes before their eyes like a film reel, akin to watching a movie called Life. At that moment, Lin Chen witnessed scenes from his 36 years of existence. Reflecting on his life, he realized it had been a mundane and haphazard journey. In high school, he had succumbed to gaming, striking his teacher in a fit of rage, dropping out, and rebelling against his father by running away to join a group of rebellious misfits. He spent his days fighting, chasing girls, smoking, and drinking, living a life devoid of purpose, as if he were a mere shell of a man. Those 2 years had appeared glamorous, with a girlfriend who seemed to embody true happiness, until one day, she announced her pregnancy. Lin Chen wished for her to terminate it, but lacking funds and stubbornly refusing to inform his family, he resigned himself to the reality of becoming a father at 19. 9 months later, in a cramped and dilapidated apartment, Su Weiner gave birth to their daughter, Lin Xiao, but tragically succumbed to complications during childbirth. Only then did Lin Chen inform both families and hastily manage the aftermath. Su Weiner's parents, devastated, threatened legal action, prompting Lin Chen's father to settle the matter with a significant portion of his life savings. The sudden loss of Su Weiner struck Lin Chen like a thunderbolt, forcing him to mature overnight. Leaving his daughter in the care of his family, he ventured into the city to work, striving to provide for her. He learned culinary skills, worked in factories, distributed flyers, sold goods on the street, delivered packages, opened a convenience store, and even dabbled in writing. Yet, after countless years, he remained unaccomplished, barely scraping by. Ultimately, on his daughter's birthday, she returned home with her delinquent boyfriend, triggering his fatal heart attack. As the film of his life concluded, it crystallized at 36. Upon reflection, he recognized that his life had been devoid of highlights. Watching himself succumb to anger and die, a bitter smile crept upon his lips. Alas, Lin Chen bore no resentment towards his daughter. He lamented his own inadequacies. By leaving her in the countryside after birth, he had unwittingly turned her into a neglected child, devoid of a vibrant childhood. He was unaware of the joys and struggles of her upbringing, her favorite meals, or her dreams. She knew nothing at all. He only remembered to send financial support monthly, rarely returning home, and their relationship had grown distant. Well, is what it is. Lin Chen surrendered to the darkness, awaiting death. Suddenly, the alarm on his phone rang, jolting him awake. He opened his eyes, filled with the serenity of acceptance before death, and surveyed his surroundings in confusion. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting patterns on the worn walls of the 15-square-meter apartment, adorned with posters left by previous tenants. This familiar yet strange environment sparked feelings of bewilderment and disbelief. It was familiar because he had lived here for over 2 years, yet it had been more than a decade since he last set foot in this place. The shrill alarm continued to pierce through his stupor, prompting Lin Chen to instinctively reach for his phone beneath his pillow of vintage Nokia 6120C. As he pressed the keys, the small screen illuminated, feeling awkward after years of using larger devices. The display revealed the date and time. May 16, 2008, 8:01 a.m. May 16, 2008. In his memory, this was the period when he had left his daughter in the countryside, entering the kitchen of the Dongfang Grand Hotel under his father's guidance, learning culinary skills from Chef Wang Fugui. As an apprentice, he started by handling menial tasks, earning a monthly salary of 600 yuan. Dissatisfied with the meager pay, he contemplated quitting after 2 months. Upon resigning, Chef Wang urged him to assist with food preparation, promoting him to a higher position with an increased wage of 1,000 yuan. With a modest raise, Lin Chen abandoned his thoughts of leaving and dedicated himself to the Dongfang Grand Hotel for another year. However, after a romantic entanglement with a waitress, he ultimately decided to migrate south to work in a factory. I remember it was around late February after the Lunar New Year when I started at the Dongfang Grand Hotel in March and began food preparation on May 3rd. Salary day was the 15th, and after my promotion, my 3 fellow apprentices insisted on treating me to a late-night meal. I overindulged and woke up late the next day, receiving a scolding from old Wang. Yes, that was the day. The haze of a hangover and the muddled memories left Lin Chen questioning whether he was dreaming or experiencing reality. Could it be that I had been reborn? Looking at the time on his phone, a thought flashed through his mind. His breath quickened as he leapt from bed and rushed to the bathroom. Gazing into the mirror, he saw a youthful, slender face, smooth skin, and thick, dark hair. Everything felt so wondrous. Taking a deep breath, he turned on the tap and splashed cold water on his face. In this new life, he vowed never to abandon his daughter again, ensuring they would not become strangers. He would work diligently to earn money, bringing his parents and daughter to the city for a better education. Chapter 2. How to make a fortune after rebirth, urgently awaiting advice. After freshening up, Lin Chen sat at the edge of his bed. Checking the time again, it was only 8:15 a.m., still early before his 9 a.m. shift. He opened his contacts and dialed his father's number. "Hello, Xiaoqing, what's the matter?" A middle-aged voice responded over the line. "Father, how is Xiao Xiao? Is everything all right at home?" Hearing the familiar voice, Lin Chen hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Rest assured, my dear, as your grandfather, I shall never treat her unfairly. Focus on your work," boomed Lin Daqiang's voice over the phone. Lin Chen promptly switched to speaker mode and moved the phone away. He pressed his lips together and murmured, "All right, I will strive to earn money. Is there anything else? If not, I shall hang up. It's a waste of phone credit." The two fell into silence, and after a moment, Lin Daqiang muttered and ended the call. The line went dead, and Lin Chen stared blankly at his phone screen. Huh. He exhaled a heavy sigh, retrieving a pack of Qianmen cigarettes from his pocket. Lighting one, he fell into deep contemplation. Speaking of which, how can I accumulate wealth? Working a job was out of the question. Laborers barely make ends meet and never amass significant fortunes. If I toiled like a beast in my previous life and continue to do so in this one, what was the point of my rebirth? Yet, aside from working, he truly had no other means to earn substantial money. Lottery tickets? He had never bought them before and couldn't recall winning numbers. Even if he did, it wouldn't matter. Stock trading? He had no experience and was utterly ignorant to market trends. Investing in real estate? No capital. One needed millions to even think about it. Buying Bitcoin? He had never purchased it and didn't know where to acquire it. Diligently studying to escape poverty? He had dropped out 4 years ago. What good would studying do? Plagiarizing songs or films to become a star and earn riches. Forget it, he had hardly listened to music or watched movies in his past life. So what could he possibly copy? Damn it, am I destined to toil endlessly in this life too? Then I would have wasted my rebirth. He instinctively scratched his head, his expression darkening. In online novels, protagonists reborn often thrive, surrounded by luxury and wealth. But novels are fiction. Reality is harsh. Lin Chen truly had no idea how to quickly amass wealth. Wait, novels? While I may not be able to copy other things, I can certainly plagiarize novels. Suddenly, a thought sparked in his mind, and his eyes lit up. He quickly opened his phone to investigate the current state of the web literature scene, which only solidified his resolve. At present, the web literature realm was still in its infancy. The later flourishing platforms, such as Yangon, Luzi, Zhonghuang, 18K, and Damao had yet to emerge. Only Tongyan remained dominant, and the VIP subscription model had only been in place for 4 years. In 2006, Ba Chang's Ghost Blows Out the Light exploded in popularity, igniting the tomb raiding genre, followed by a wave of imitators. In 2007, Z's Infinite Horror pioneered the infinite flow genre, and Yu Guan's return to Ming sparked a historical time travel craze. Now it was May 2008, and Wang Yu's Mortal Cultivation had just begun to gain traction. The pioneering Do, Pa, and Eternal Life genres, as well as the future hit trilogy Zhetian, were still absent. Wonderful. In his previous life, Lin Chen had dabbled in numerous professions. In 2020, persuaded by friends, he ventured into the web literature industry and began writing novels. Surprisingly, after years of reading novels, he quickly began to earn money upon entering the field. Newcomers typically started by imitating trends. He initially wrote wuxia fanfiction and earned his first payment. After that, he became unstoppable, following trends and writing various genres, and as the big names earned fortunes, he merely sought to share in their success. When quality was lacking, he compensated with quantity. While others wrote 4,000 words daily, he produced 8,000, 12,000, 16,000, or even 20,000 words. In his first year, he earned 86,000 in the second year, nearly 200,000 in the third year, around 300,000, and in the fourth year, about 400,000. Through relentless writing, Lin Chen soon purchased a house and car, bringing his parents and daughter to the city. It must be acknowledged that while writing web literature may not lead to immense wealth, it was far superior to laboring like a beast. Reborn at this juncture, fate has destined me to become a literary plagiarist. Now, back in 2008, many web literature conventions and genres from later years had yet to surface, presenting a unique opportunity for Lin Chen. Of course, he was not omniscient and could not recall every word of countless web novels, but he remembered their general plot lines. However, that was sufficient. He could craft narratives based on these outlines, and even if his work bore only a 6,070 resemblance to the originals, it would still be profitable. Consider this. Tudo earned tens of millions from Do Pa, with game adaptations bringing in 4 million, comic adaptations yielding 3 million, and wireless channels generating nearly 10 million, all from a single book earning close to 100 million. This was merely from Do Pa, not to mention Eternal Life and the Zhetian trilogy, which collectively generated billions. Lin Chen did not dare to dream of earning billions. Even 500,000 would satisfy him. With only 400 yuan to my name, I cannot quit my job. I must start by writing part-time. Once I earn my first payment, I could transition to full-time. After tallying his meager possessions, Lin Chen dismissed the idea of writing full-time. I will go to work with 3 hours of break time at noon. I can easily write 6,000 words with my typing speed. After work, at 8:30 p.m., I can write for another 4 hours, totaling 14,000 words a day. I'll draft the beginning, upload it upon completion, and strive to publish it as soon as possible to earn my first payment post-rebirth. Glancing at the time, Lin Chen hurriedly donned his work attire, grabbing his keys, phone, cigarettes, and wallet before leaving his rental apartment. His residence was located in an urban village, merely a 5-minute walk from the Dongfang Hotel, where he worked, often wearing his uniform directly to work. He had no desire to launder another set of clothes. Upon descending, he purchased 2 red bean buns from a local breakfast shop and devoured them. It must be said, prices in the early 2000s were remarkably low. Fist-sized buns cost only 50 cents, and a single yuan could fill one's belly. In the past, Lin Chen typically skipped breakfast, relying on the hotel's free employee meals breakfast at 10 a.m. and lunch at 4:30 p.m. After work, he would buy 2 bread rolls for dinner, and thus his day would pass. With a monthly rent of 120 yuan, smoking costing 60, phone bills at 30, and internet fees at 200, his apprentice salary barely sufficed. There was no money left to save. In his previous life, it was only after becoming a kitchen assistant that he could afford to send money home for his daughter's formula. Irregular eating habits over the years, combined with nights spent writing web novels, had led to a disrupted routine. Now in his 30s, Lin Chen was beset by various ailments. Otherwise, he would not have succumbed to a sudden death due to stress from his daughter. Given a second chance, he was determined not to repeat past mistakes. Beep, you have crossed over to the Hongwong world and have automatically joined the Multiverse Travelers Chat Group. At that moment, a cold mechanical voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Chapter 3. All my friends have transcended, yet I remain on Earth? What the? A chat group? Has my rebirth benefit arrived? Although the golden finger is late, it has finally arrived. Upon hearing that mechanical voice, Lin Chen couldn't help but narrow his eyes in shock. As a longtime bookworm, he was no stranger to the concept of a golden finger, especially having written online literature for several years. He quickly composed himself, glanced around. and returned to his rented apartment. He called Chef Wang to request a day off, and Chef Wang readily agreed. With the arrival of the golden finger, why would he even think of going to work? Wait, have I crossed over to the primordial world and automatically joined a chat group for transcenders? No, I have been reborn, not transported to the primordial world. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen suddenly realized something was amiss, his brows furrowing in contemplation. The distinction between rebirth and transcendence lies in one being a change of time, while the other denotes a shift in space. Rebirth merely alters time without changing the world, such as returning from the age of 36 to 18 or 20. Conversely, transcendence involves arriving in another realm, like moving from Earth to a martial arts world or a fantasy universe. Could it be that this is the primordial world after the Great Calamity, thus appearing indistinguishable from my previous life? With this thought in mind, Lin Chen picked up his antiquated mobile phone and logged onto the internet to investigate. However, it was evidently Earth, not the primordial world. After searching, Lin Chen found no anomalies. It was identical to his past Earth. I am clearly reborn, not transcended. Is the chat group still there? If so, please respond. ZZZZZ. After a crackling sound, a semi-transparent virtual screen popped up before Lin Chen. Duan Lang. Huh. A transcender chat group? What is this? Damao. Could it be that everyone here is a transcender? Changxi. Well, I crossed over to the Ming dynasty during the Hongwu period, so it seems reasonable to have a golden finger. Lin Chen squinted at the 3 messages that appeared on the screen. It seemed that this transcender chat group had only recently been established, and the members were likely all transcenders from Earth. This chat group was visible only to him in the bathroom mirror, and although he saw an empty reflection, he could clearly perceive the virtual screen before him, leading to an epiphany. Lin Chen, greetings, everyone. It seems we are all transcenders, but I have not transcended. Rather, I have been reborn from 2025 to 2008. With that thought, Lin Chen quickly responded. Sudama? Duan Lang? Changxi? Hearing this, everyone slowly typed a question mark. Lin Chen, I just recently experienced rebirth. I checked online with my phone, and it is undoubtedly the Earth of 2008. Yet the chat group indicates that I have crossed over to the primordial world and automatically joined. I asked the chat group, but it did not respond. Sitting on the edge of his bed, Lin Chen explained slowly. Duan Lang, well, regardless of whether you are a transcender or reborn, since we are compatriots from Earth, being in the same group is fate. Sudama, perhaps you joined the wrong group, or maybe you did transcend, just without realizing it. Changxi. 6. After hearing Lin Chen's explanation, everyone did not dwell on the matter further. Lin Chen, forget it. It doesn't matter whether it's rebirth or transcendence. Are we all transcenders from Earth? I wonder which worlds you all have entered. Might you introduce yourselves? Lin Chen inquired with curiosity. Duan Lang, sure, I'll go first. I died during the pandemic, having crossed over from 2020 to the television version of Famine, reborn as the infant Duan Lang, with my name now changed to Duan Lang. It has been 34 years since. After crossing, I relied on the precognition of a transcender to defeat Xiong Ba, kick Wu Ming, and slay Di Shitian, rapidly ascending to the pinnacle of power, founding the Diqian dynasty, and taking the era name of Xinwu, becoming the supreme ruler of the world. Moreover, I have collected numerous martial arts techniques, including Sword 23, Mahawuyang, Holy Heart Formula, 10,000 Swords Return to Origin, Xuanwu True Skills, Indestructible Golden Body, 3 points Return to Yuan Qi, Wind God Leg, and Heaven Frost Fist, among others. I have also gathered beauties such as Mingwei, Yirua, and Second Dream into my harem, and they have borne me many sons and daughters. After over 30 years of transcendence, I have finally reached the pinnacle of life. Haha. Duan Lang spoke with a hearty laugh. Lin Chen, wow, to hold dominion over the world while basking in the embrace of beautiful women. You are truly impressive. After Duan Lang finished, Lin Chen couldn't help but gasp in admiration. Sudamao, Brother Lang, that's incredible. Now it's my turn. I crossed over from 2022, having fallen from the balcony of the 26th floor after being caught cheating. Ahem, I traversed into the world of Qingman Sihiyuan. It is now February 1959, and I have taken over the body of Su Damao, who had just married Lu Xiao, but had not yet consummated the marriage. Yesterday was Su Damao's wedding day, and the original was drunkenly incapacitated by Shaju and Jia Dongxiu, allowing me to seize this great opportunity effortlessly, gaining a beautiful young bride. Haha. As Lin Chen read the lines appearing on the screen, he could almost envision a smug donkey face. Lin Chen, to acquire a wife without effort is quite a good deal. Haha. If this had happened before my transcendence, without a house, a car, or a bride price of 388,000, it would have been unthinkable. Lin Chen chuckled, teasingly. Sudamao. Indeed, the 60s were a better time. Marrying a wife didn't require spending money. Duan Lang, as the divine martial emperor with 3 palaces and 62 concubines, I shall simply smile and remain silent. Su Damao, ahem, I cannot compare to Brother Lang. In the 60s, one cannot frivolously engage in relationships, and I certainly do not wish to suffer the consequences. Changxi, please be mindful of your language. There are female compatriots in the group. Lin Chen, haha. Changxi, now it's my turn. I am Changxi, who died of congenital heart disease. I crossed over from 2024 to the 3rd year of the Han-Wu period of the Ming dynasty, becoming the eldest daughter of Chang Yechen, the future consort of the Crown Prince, and I am currently betrothed to Crown Prince Zhu Biao. I am destined to enter the palace, although I am only 15 now and will not officially marry until next year. At that moment, Lin Chen finally understood Changxi's true identity. Lin Chen, I see. Your name is quite rare. However, I did some research and found that historically, Empress Xiaokong was conferred the title of Crown Princess in the 4th year of Han-Wu and gave birth to the Crown Prince Zhu Xiong-ing in the 7th year, before passing away in the 11th year at the age of 24. Are you certain you wish to marry Zhu Biao? Opening his phone's Baidu, Lin Chen quickly found information on the Chang family and curiously inquired. Changxi, is that true? I am not very familiar with Ming dynasty history. Please do not deceive me. Upon hearing this, Changxi's face turned pale with fright. Chapter 4. Care for a smoke? Sorry, I can't afford it. Transdimensional Chat Group. Duan Lang. Although there are scant records of the Crown Princess Chang in Ming dynasty history, Lin Chen is not mistaken. Su Damao, while my grasp of history is poor, I recall that Chang passed away quite early, seemingly related to the Crown Prince's side consort, Lu. Duan Lang. Whether it is related to Lu is uncertain. History does not provide clear records, and this is merely a narrative from online novels. Su Damao. Those who benefit are often the ones suspected. Chang passed away in the 11th year of Han-Wu. Zhu Xionging died in the 15th year, and Crown Prince Zhu Biao perished in the 25th year, with the throne ultimately falling to Zhu Yunwen, the illegitimate son born of Lu. To say it has nothing to do with Lu would be unbelievable. Duan Lang. According to your reasoning, it is also possible that Zhu Yuanzhang secretly ordered her demise. As the Huaishi faction gained immense power, the crown princess from that faction, if she were to survive, would undoubtedly become empress or even empress dowager, raising concerns about political involvement by external relatives, which could have led Zhu Yuanzhang to covertly harm Chang. Su Damao, Brother Lang, your theory is indeed plausible, but unfortunately, history does not document who actually took action. Changxi, who among you is telling the truth? This is too frightening. My head is spinning. Observing the dialogue between Duan Lang and Su Damao, Changxi felt increasingly bewildered, uncertain whether it was Zhu Yuanzhang's malevolent hand or the meddling of the prince's concubine, Lu. She was nonetheless convinced, based on the remarks of others, that her impending marriage to the imperial palace would surely lead to her demise. Lin Chen reassured her, I understand your urgency, but do not fret. You have yet to wed into the palace. There is still time. If necessary, you could flee the central plains and seek refuge overseas. Survival is attainable. And should we take a step back, we have this chat group and our fellow members. There will always be a solution. Duan Lang concurred. That is indeed a valid point. With this chat group, anything is possible. Su Damao remarked, doesn't this chat group resemble the golden finger of a time traveler? The other two members offered their comfort, and Changxi expressed her understanding. I appreciate your support. I will contemplate this carefully. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to regain her composure. Her friends were right. She still had the opportunity to alter her fate. After her declaration, the group fell into a temporary silence, and Lin Chen decided to close the chat group. He began to ponder the potential benefits this chat group could provide him. Currently, 3 members resided within the group. One had traversed into a martial arts realm and, through years of endeavor, reached the pinnacle of success. Another had journeyed to the impoverished 1960s and inadvertently acquired a wife, an unexpected stroke of fortune. The last had entered a parallel historical world, soon to marry into the palace and bear 2 sons for the prince before meeting an untimely end. As for Lin Chen, he had not traversed to a primordial world, but had instead returned from 2025 to 2008, 17 years in the past. Presently, he had no time for distractions. He was solely focused on amassing wealth. Wait, novels of this chat group genre often feature red envelope exchanges. If there were a red envelope function, could I not request a few antiques from the members, thus achieving instant wealth? With this thought, Lin Chen reopened the chat group and meticulously explored its features. After a while, he finally grasped the general outline of the chat group's functionalities. Whether this group was newly established or always had such simplicity, it offered only rudimentary features. Aside from casual chatting, there was merely a trading function. Most critically, trading could only occur once per day. For instance, If Lin Chen traded with Duan Lang today, the others would be unable to trade until the following day. To make matters worse, daily trading opportunities could not be accumulated. As for the commonly featured functions in web literature, such as red envelopes, tasks, check-ins, live broadcasts, time travel, and marketplaces, none were present. Nevertheless, having a trading function was a boon. Even if limited to once per day. This was cross-world trading. With this capability, why would I even need a job? Once I secure my first pot of gold, I shall promptly resign. With this invigorating thought, Lin Chen felt a surge of motivation. Duan Lang interjected, by the way. Have you all noticed that our chat group's trading function permits only one transaction per day? Lin Chen, my good brother. I believe you have not traveled and remain on Earth, correct? Since there is a trading function, could you assist me in purchasing a pack of cigarettes? It has been over 30 years since I last smoked, and I long for a puff. At this moment, Duan Lang also recognized the trading function and promptly tagged Lin Chen. Sudama added, indeed, with a trading function, I need no longer worry about the looming famine over the next 3 years. Lin Chen, my brother, may I trade for some food? Upon hearing this, Sudamao's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Changxi inquired, Lin Chen, might I request your assistance in procuring a copy of the Ming history? I wish to discover how history depicts my demise. She, too, quickly grasped the situation. Lin Chen responded, everyone, please remain patient. We can only trade once per day. So let us proceed one at a time. Duan wishes to trade for cigarettes, Su for food, and Miss Chang for the Ming history. I am more than willing to trade with you all at any time. Today's trading opportunity shall be granted to Duan, as he was the first to propose it. Does anyone have any objections? Coming back to his senses, Lin Chen turned his gaze to the screen, and seeing the responses of the others, he could not help but feel delighted. Sudama replied, I have no objections. There is no urgency on my part, as I have yet to begin rationing my supplies. And my food stock is currently sufficient. Changxi echoed, I too have no objections. Let Duan proceed first. After a moment's contemplation, the two realized the wisdom in Lin Chen's words and nodded in agreement. Duan Lang exclaimed, haha, thank you both. Lin Chen, my brother, I would like some soft zhanghua. Please get me a pack. After expressing gratitude to Sudama and Changxi, he turned to Lin Chen. Lin Chen coughed. A pack of soft zhanghua costs at least 500 to 600 yuan. My entire fortune is only around 400. I cannot afford it. He had just received his salary of 600 yuan the previous day, but after spending over 60 on a midnight snack, 50 on internet fees at an internet CAF, and 18 on a pack of Daqiamin, he now had a total of only 4,826 yuan. Duan Lang responded, wait, brother, is your situation truly that dire? Sudama added, it does seem quite bleak. I've inherited over 1,000 from Sudama. Changxi remarked, I had a considerable sum before traversing. I still possess tens of thousands. You are truly in a pitiful state. The group members expressed their astonishment, their faces reflecting disbelief. Lin Chen awkwardly explained, cough. This is 2008. I am learning culinary skills in the kitchen of a hotel in a small county in Jiangnan, with a monthly salary of only 600. I only recently received my salary. Otherwise, I would have struggled to find 400. Duan Lang asked, do you smoke regularly? Lin Chen replied, I do. But I can only afford the 2 yuan a pack Daqiamin. I just bought a pack yesterday. Duan Lang exclaimed, Daqiamin is 2 yuan a pack. Isn't it 10 yuan? Oh, I almost forgot. This is 2008. Very well. I shall trade you a gold ingot for a pack of Daqiamin. Lin Chen responded. A gold ingot? You are quite generous. Duan Lang replied, it's a small matter. Let us proceed with the trade. Chapter 5. The first cross-dimensional trade, profits beyond imagination. Upon opening the trading function, Lin Chen was presented with a selection screen. Please select a trading partner. 1. Duan Lang. 2. Sudama. 3. Changxi. Selection. 1. Duan Lang. As he designated Duan Lang as the trading partner, the selection screen vanished, replaced by a page reminiscent of a camera interface. The page rotated with Lin Chen's gaze as he retrieved the pack of Daqiamin cigarettes he had purchased yesterday from the nightstand. His eyes fixed on the cigarette pack, and the screen instantaneously displayed a description. Product name, Daqiamin, soft, cigarettes, type, toasted tobacco cigarettes. Tar content 11, value, 2 yuan per pack, calculated according to current market prices. Would you like to select one Daqiamin, soft, cigarette pack as a trading item? Confirm? This level of detail is impressive. The value is calculated based on current prices. Isn't that akin to an appraisal technique? If I were to wander through an antique market and use this to assess antiques, could I not achieve sudden wealth by seizing opportunities? Lin Chen stroked his chin. Pondering this notion, he silently noted it and proceeded to select the item on the page. Subsequently, the camera-like interface disappeared, revealing 2 trading boxes. Both boxes were rectangular spaces. The lower box contained the trading item, one pack of Dachiamin cigarettes, while the upper box displayed Duan Lang's trading item, which was a resplendent gold ingot. Simultaneously, an explanatory item automatically popped up on the gold ingot. Product name, gold ingot, 10 taels, type, longevity character gold ingot, gold, purity 9889. Net weight 3,125 grams, value 60,625 yuan per piece, calculated according to current market prices. Today's international gold price is 194 yuan per gram. At the bottom of the entire trading box were two options: agree to trade, cancel trade. Notably, both parties must select agree to trade for the transaction to be completed. Either party could cancel the trade at any time if they deemed it unworthy. It appears quite similar to the trading methods in classic antique games. One must commend the chat group for its thoughtfulness, as it automatically provides descriptions of items placed by both trading parties, safeguarding members from being swindled. Opposite Lin Chen, Duan Lang's trading interface automatically displayed a warning from the chat group, indicating an imbalance in the value of the items exchanged, urging caution in the transaction. Ignoring the alert, Duan Lang decisively opted to agree to the trade. Almost simultaneously, Lin Chen made the same choice. Transaction successful. Subsequently, the trading box shimmered momentarily, and the items within both boxes swapped positions, causing the upper trading box to vanish, leaving only Lin Chen's box. However, the cigarettes that had been inside vanished, replaced by a 10-tael gold ingot. Simultaneously, Lin Chen received an automatic message in his mind. The trading box had infinite capacity, allowing items to be stored permanently until removed, at which point they could not be returned. Was this not akin to carrying a personal storage space? Without hesitation, Lin Chen extracted the gold ingot. Devoid of any dazzling effects, it simply materialized in his hand. Although referred to as an ingot, it was actually a small piece of horseshoe gold, hefty in weight, inscribed with characters such as pure gold, longevity, and 10 taels. In ancient times, 1 pound equated to 16 taels, and 1 tael was approximately 31.25 grams, making 10 taels equal to 312.5 grams. Lin Chen had previously wondered why 10 taels weighed only a bit over 300 grams instead of 500. A quick search on his phone clarified the matter. Astonishingly, it was worth over 60,000 yuan. Was he dreaming? Over 300 grams of gold, calculated at current market prices, amounted to more than 60,000 yuan. Given his current salary of 1,000 yuan per month, it would take him 60 months, or 5 years, to earn that sum. With the help of the Transcendent Trading Group, a single transaction had yielded what would otherwise take him 5 years to earn. As for the trading cost, the cigarettes, priced at a mere 2 yuan a pack, made for negligible expenses, translating to a pure profit exceeding 60,000 yuan. The profit margins were utterly staggering. Engaging in cross-industry trading was unbelievably lucrative. This feeling felt surreal, almost too good to be true. Lin Chen could not conceal his excitement. He had never imagined he could earn over 60,000 in a single day. Slapping himself across the face brought him back to reality, the stinging pain grounding him. He must not become complacent. This money must remain concealed and cannot withstand scrutiny. He needed a legitimate endeavor to match his newfound wealth. It seemed he would have to continue working as a ghostwriter for a while longer. After all, having lived over 30 years in his previous life, Lin Chen was not an inexperienced youth who would lose himself over a mere 60,000 yuan. Sitting on the edge of his bed, he suppressed his exhilaration and began to strategize. Firstly, he needed to sell the gold ingot to alleviate his financial constraints. Secondly, he could not quit his job just yet. He would continue working for a while longer. Utilizing his spare time to write, he aimed to quickly earn his first legitimate income. This way, he could justify his funds and spend them freely. Finally, he would consider trading with his group members. Oh, and he must buy 10 packs of soft Zhonghua cigarettes as a gesture of gratitude for Duan Lang's generous gift of the gold ingot. Resolute in his decision, Lin Chen changed out of his work attire, donned casual clothes, and left his rental apartment. Lin Chen's hometown was a small county named Xinyu in the western region of Jiangxi province, with a modest population of several 100,000 spread across 3,000 square kilometers. After a 10-minute walk from the urban village where his rental apartment was located, he arrived at a bustling commercial street and casually entered a nearby gold shop. 20 minutes later, the transaction was successfully completed, and the 10-tael gold ingot was exchanged for 578.125 yuan. Although the international gold price stood at 194 yuan per gram, the selling price at gold shops was typically much lower. The shopkeeper initially offered 170 yuan per gram, which Lin Chen refused, negotiating until he settled on 185 yuan per gram. He then ventured to another street known for antiques, where shops and vendors dealt in various collectibles. After browsing, He found that most stalls offered fakes, whereas the stores had a handful of genuine items, but the owners were not naive enough to allow for a lucky find. Sighing, Lin Chen dismissed the idea of striking it rich through serendipitous discoveries. He shook his head and abandoned that thought. Next, he purchased a set of historical texts, Ming Lu and Ming Shi, intended for Changxi, with the two sets of Ming Dynasty history books in hand. He entered a tobacco and alcohol specialty store to buy 10 packs of soft Zhonghua cigarettes and 10 packs of Daqiamin cigarettes, carrying several large bags. Lin Chen returned to his apartment. Chapter 6. The Ghost Rider begins, Level 3 of Combat Power. At Xingyue Internet CAF. Located in the urban village just below Lin Chen's rental apartment, the CAF was small, housing only 50 computers. The internet fees were inexpensive. With a membership costing 50 yuan for 20 additional hours, the member rate was 15 yuan per hour, and an overnight pass from 11 p.m. to 8 a.m. cost only 5 yuan for 9 hours. Having just received his salary yesterday, Lin Chen loaded 50 yuan onto his account, returned to his apartment to drop off the books and cigarettes, and then headed to the internet CAF. This time, he chose a computer in the corner, politely declining gaming invitations from friends with whom he usually played. After booting up the computer, he logged in, opened the built-in notepad, created a new file, and began typing. Combat Power, Level 3. Gazing at the testing stone tablet, he started writing at 9:30 a.m. and continued until noon, producing a remarkable 10,000 words in one sitting. Lin Chen could not recall the entirety of Do Pa Song Qiong, which comprised over 5 million words, so he wrote to the best of his ability. Fortunately, having written web fiction in his previous life, his writing skill, while not outstanding, was at least competent. With his proficient Wubi input method and prior typing experience, he achieved an astonishing typing speed of 500 words per hour. This new body was youthful, and Lin Chen believed that, with practice, his speed could improve further. He registered as an author on the website, adopting the pen name Old Wong Next Door, which was unique and available. Notably, the web fiction scene at this time did not yet employ the ad-supported free reading model of later years. Only a paid reading system existed. Under this system, approximately 200,000 words were available for free, after which readers needed to recharge points to access subsequent chapters, a process known in the industry as putting it on the shelves. After swiftly creating his author account, Lin Chen immediately established a new book, directly replicating the original title and synopsis, and uploaded the 10,000 words he had just written. Afterward, he left the internet CAF, stopped by a nearby fast food restaurant for takeout, and after lunch, continued to write and store additional chapters. After some time, he produced another 5,000 words of stored content, which he uploaded and saved. Refreshing the author dashboard, he was greeted with a notification that his novel had passed review and met the signing criteria. Following the instructions in the notification, he completed the contract signing process and added the editor's WeChat contact, Qingguang. After saving the stored content, he logged off, completing the process in one go. Taking a few steps, he arrived at a nearby printing shop to print the contract. Unfortunately, at this time, web fiction contracts could not be signed online. They required physical contracts to be mailed to the website's headquarters in Shanghai. Once the general manager signed and stamped the contract, it would be sent back, completing the signing process. If logistics moved quickly, it would take about a week. If slow, it could take 10 days to half a month. It wasn't until September 2021 that logistics companies ceased shipping due to the pandemic, prompting various web novel sites to adopt online signing. After printing 2 copies of the contract and signing his name, Lin Chen found a post office and mailed the contract. This entire process cost him over 30 yuan. It must be noted that in an era without online signing, the initial sunk costs of writing novels were quite substantial. Many individuals embark on the journey of writing books, often failing to recoup even the costs associated with sending out contracts, truly creating out of love. However, Lin Chen is not among them. Would a literary ghostwriter ever incur losses? Absolutely not. Returning to the internet CAF, he settled in front of a machine and resumed his writing. The atmosphere of the CAF was far from pleasant, shrouded in smoke and haze, yet Lin Chen remained unfazed, his fingers dancing rapidly across the keyboard. Suddenly, a message notification chimed. "Hey, Lin, aren't you working today? I didn't see you at lunch." Lin Chen squinted at the screen, recalling the identity of the sender after a moment's thought. "I'm off today, just at the CAF." The sender was Lu Yulin, a front desk receptionist who worked alongside him at the hotel. At 18, she was fair-skinned and beautiful, with a statuesque figure. Lin Chen, handsome in his own right, had put in a little effort, and soon they became a couple. However, he remembered that their relationship had been discovered by her parents, forcing them to part ways. "Are you gaming at the CAF again?" Lu Yulin quickly replied. Lin Chen responded, "Not gaming. I have important matters to attend to." I'll come find you after work. At Xingyue Internet CAF, right? Lin Chen cautioned. No, the place is filled with smoke. I'll come find you at work tomorrow. All right. Love you. Love you too. Closing the chat window, Lin Chen continued to write. At 1:30, someone tapped his shoulder, exclaiming in surprise, "Hey Lin, what are you up to?" Lin Chen looked up, furrowing his brow, and after a moment, he recognized his junior, Peng Dehai. Nowadays, many children from ordinary families opt to learn a trade after leaving school. The three treasures of the poor are car repair, hairdressing, and culinary skills. After apprenticing under Wang Fugui, Lin Chen had 3 junior apprentices, and Peng Dehai was one of them. At only 17, having graduated from middle school without entering high school, he had spent half a year idling before his family sent him to the Dongfang Grand Hotel to learn cooking. The other 2 apprentices shared similar circumstances. All around 17 or 18 years old, Lin Chen typically got along best with Peng Dehai. They would go online together after work, playing games and reading novels. However, after Lin Chen stopped working as a chef, they lost touch. Notably, it was last month, influenced by Peng Dehai, that Lin Chen began reading web novels, a habit that persisted for over a decade. Recalling this, Lin Chen offered Peng Dehai a cigarette, stating, "I'm attempting to write a novel." "No way, Lin. You can write novels too? That's incredible!" Peng Dehai exclaimed, astonished. "Just giving it a try. After all, I spend my free time online gaming, so why not write? Who knows, I might earn some money." Lin Chen had resolved to openly pursue ghostwriting as a career, certainly not hiding it from others. That makes sense. If you earn money, you could strike it rich. Peng Dehai nodded, agreeing wholeheartedly. "I'm not greedy for vast sums. Even making enough for cigarettes would suffice." Lin Chen humbly remarked, "Has your book been uploaded yet? What's the title? I want to check it out." Peng Dehai casually inquired while logging on to a nearby machine. "The author is Gubai Lao Wang. Just search for it on the Zhongdian website," Lin Chen replied. "Okay." Peng Dehai quickly found Lin Chen's version of Do Pua and began reading. "Wow, Lin, what you've written is impressive. What happens next?" He soon finished the first 10,000 words, his face alight with excitement and disbelief. "You'll have to wait for tomorrow's update to find out. Come on. Let me read ahead." "No way. Go play your games and don't disturb my writing." "All right then." Lin Chen's refusal left Peng Dehai no choice but to immerse himself in gaming. However, he committed Lin Chen's novel to memory, embarking on a daily quest for updates. "I have to get to work. Lin. Bye. See you." At 4 in the afternoon, Peng Dehai logged off and bid Lin Chen farewell as he left the CAF. Time flew by amidst their busy routines, and by nightfall, Lin Chen had penned nearly 20,000 words, accumulating a total of 25,000 words of manuscript. He uploaded all his work to the backend and set it for automatic updates, over 2,000 words per chapter, with 2 chapters daily. With 25,000 words, he had enough to sustain updates for 6 days. Before the official launch of the new book, he only needed to update 4,000 words daily, patiently awaiting the book's growth. If the results were sufficiently impressive, the editor would arrange for a promotional spot during the new book period. Stretching lazily, he ordered takeout. And after satisfying his hunger, he lit a cigarette, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He continued writing after dinner, working until 10 at night before logging off. Having updated 10,000 words, combined with the 35,000 words of manuscript, he had remarkably written over 40,000 words today. "I can't keep pushing myself like this, otherwise I'll end up with tendinitis," he thought, stepping out of the CAF and stretching his numb hands, exhaling a deep breath. Earning money is meant to enhance life. If one sacrifices their health for wealth, what joy remains in living? As the saying goes, the saddest fate is to die with unspent money. Chapter 7. The number you have dialed is not in service. After leaving the internet CAF, Lin Chen returned to his rental apartment and took a shower. Lying on his bed with nothing to do, he opened the chat group in his mind. At that moment, the chat log displayed 999 messages, with 3 group members engaged in lively conversation. Lin Chen skimmed through. Su Damao was relentlessly mocking Lu Xiaoa, claiming she couldn't do any household chores. Duan Lang was boasting about the luxurious life of an emperor, casually selecting from the 3,000 beauties in the harem. Changxi was flaunting the daily life of ancient noble ladies, which essentially boiled down to having everything served to them. No wonder everyone fantasized about traveling back in time to enjoy such privileges. "Good evening, everyone. I've been writing novels at the CAF all day, utterly exhausted." Lin Chen chimed in after reading the chat log. Sudama replied, "Writing a novel? What sort of novel? I didn't know you could write, Lin." Duan Lang added, "I get it now. Lin, you must have reincarnated back to 2008, planning to become a ghostwriter?" Changxi exclaimed, "No wonder we haven't seen you all day, Lin. I never expected you to start writing novels. But didn't Duan give you a gold ingot? Why do you need to write?" Seeing Lin Chen's appearance in the chat, the group members were astonished. their words filled with disbelief. Lin Chen responded, Duan is right. I do plan to become a ghostwriter. This way, I can earn a visible income and not be afraid to spend money. Moreover, while the gold ingot Duan gave me converted into over 50,000, once it's spent, it's gone. I can't rely on everyone else's generosity to survive. As for whether he could write a novel, he had done so for several years before his reincarnation. So his writing skills were adequate for the task. Duan, by the way, I bought 10 packs of Huazi cigarettes. I'll send them to you once the trading opportunity refreshes tomorrow, as a little token of my appreciation. Su, and you too. I wonder if you've seen the original series of Sihiyuan. It seems Su Damao can't have children. Do you know anything about that? Chang. I bought a copy of the Ming Shir today. I'll send them to you in a couple of days. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen provided some explanations and then tagged the three of them, addressing them directly. Duan Lang replied, Lin, you're thoughtful. The Dajianmin brand is indeed hard to find. It has a grassy taste. Huazi is the way to go. Duan immediately grasped Lin Chen's intent, appreciating that his friend didn't want to take advantage of him. Changxi responded eagerly, Great, thanks, Lin. Her joy was palpable as she expressed her gratitude. Sudama added, I know about that matter. The drama didn't explicitly state the reason for his infertility, but fan fiction has attributed various causes. However, I've absorbed the memories of the original character. And he didn't get involved with any widows in the countryside, nor was he injured by Shaju. It might just be congenital. I'll take a day off tomorrow to get checked at the hospital. If there's a cure, I'll treat it promptly. If not, then so be it. As a promising youth of the new century, I find myself indifferent to the prospect of having descendants. My sole concern is my own comfort. Regarding Lin Chen's remark about Su Damao's inability to procreate, Su Damao remains utterly unconcerned. Lin Chen chuckles, stating, Indeed, there's wisdom in your words. Grandchildren have their own fortune, and without them, I still enjoy my blessings. In my past life, it was my daughter who caused my demise. On her 17th birthday, she brought home a young man with dyed hair, claiming to be pregnant with his child, which quite literally took my breath away. Alas, what a wretched fate. As the topic of offspring arises, Lin Chen gazes up at the ceiling, a faint sorrow crossing his features. Duan Lang exclaims, Goodness, no wonder you were reborn, Brother Lin. Such a situation would overwhelm anyone. He then inquires, By the way, how old are you, Brother Lin, to have a 17-year-old daughter? Lin Chen replies, I was born in 88, making me 20 this year. My daughter is also 4 months old. Before my rebirth, in 2025, she was 17. He reflects on his youthful ignorance. Having failed to take proper precautions, leading to an early pregnancy with the mother of his child, who tragically died during childbirth. He sighs, recounting the origins of the child. Duan Lang remarks, Old Lin, you're impressive. I was born in 89, making me a year younger, but after my journey, I am now 34, with several children of my own. Sudama adds, Indeed, Old Lin is remarkable. Becoming a father at 20 is something unimaginable. I was born in 90, making me a year younger than Duan Lang and 2 years younger than you. Changxi interjects, So, by that logic, I am the youngest in our group? I was born in 05, while you 80s and 90s folks are practically antiques. Lin Chen gasps, So, Miss Chang is from 05, just 3 years older than my daughter. Duan Lang responds, Those born in 05 are indeed formidable. After the group shares their ages from their previous lives, a buzz of excitement fills the air. Duan Lang suddenly poses a thought-provoking question. Wait a moment. If Old Lin has been reborn to 2008, is it possible that younger versions of ourselves exist? Sudama responds, That's an excellent point, Duan Lang. It is indeed plausible. I would have been 18 in 2008, still in my senior year of high school. Changxi adds, Well, I would have only been 3, just starting kindergarten. Upon hearing Duan Lang's words, Lin Chen abruptly rises, realizing the potential truth behind them. After all, they had all traversed from Earth, and given the time they were reborn, it is entirely possible that their younger selves existed in 2008. Lin Chen proposes, Do you have phone numbers from that time? Share them with me, and I shall inquire. He believes confirming this matter is as simple as making a phone call. Sudamao states, In 2008, I was only 18 and did not have a mobile phone. However, my father had one. His number is 139. Old Lin. Please help me check. Duan Lang adds, After I entered university, my family provided me with a cell phone. My number is 155. I would appreciate your assistance, Old Lin. Changxi states, My father's number is 138. Thank you, Old Lin. The three eagerly provide their phone numbers, filled with anticipation. Lin Chen replies, All right, I will contact them. Please wait a moment. He takes out his phone and dials Duan Lang's number. However, the response is disheartening. The number you have dialed is not in service. Furrowing his brow, Lin Chen hangs up and dials the other two numbers, only to receive the same disheartening response. All three are invalid. How could this be? It's improbable for all three of them to have misremembered their numbers, Lin Chen ponders. Could it be that upon our crossing, our existence on Earth has ceased? Or perhaps I have not been reborn to Earth but rather transported to a parallel world. After several attempts, he concludes, all numbers remain invalid, leaving Lin Chen deep in thought. Chapter 8. Coach, no, Duan Lang, I wish to learn martial arts. Subsequently, Lin Chen informs the group about the invalid numbers, sparking a wave of astonishment. Damao exclaims, how can they be invalid? That is impossible. Duan Lang suggests, perhaps old Lin isn't reborn, but instead has crossed into a parallel world, which would explain our absence. Changxi concurs, that must be it. Upon learning that Lin Chen cannot contact his younger self, the three begin to speculate on the reasons behind this anomaly. Lin Chen proposes, how about this? Once my literary career is on track and I resign from my apprenticeship in the hotel kitchen, I will personally visit your hometowns. After some thought, he addresses the group. Damao responds, wouldn't that be too much trouble for you? If the phone lines are down, you may not find us there. Duan Lang advises, let us prepare for the worst, but still, thank you, old Lin, for your willingness to make the trip. Changxi adds, yes, thank you, old Lin. After some deliberation, the trio accepts Lin Chen's kind offer. Lin Chen reassures them, it's no trouble at all. We are all compatriots from Earth, even in this strange realm. I shall assist whenever possible. Should my journey yield no results, I shall consider it a vacation, as I also wish to explore the magnificent landscapes of Huaxia. Lin Chen chuckles at his own lightheartedness. Duan Lang agrees, old Lin is right. We should indeed support one another. Damao interjects, speaking of which, I am particularly eager to ask Duan Lang, may I learn your martial arts? Changxi chimes in, martial arts? Coach, no, master, I want to learn martial arts. Lin Chen responds, master, remember, wealth and nobility should not be forgotten. Lin Chen's interest is piqued by Damao's words. Duan Lang replies, you all wish to learn martial arts? Of course, that is feasible. However, martial arts are not easily mastered without suitable talent. One could train for a decade or more without achieving internal strength. Duan Lang smiles, not denying their aspirations. Lin Chen expresses his gratitude. Thank you, old Duan. Should I fail to learn, it is solely due to my lack of aptitude, and I shall not blame others. I owe you a debt of gratitude, and I shall repay you in kind. Damao agrees. Indeed, as old Lin says, if we fail to learn, it is our own limitation. Changxi confidently asserts, do you all lack confidence? I believe I am a rare talent in martial arts. Haha. Seeing Duan Lang's unwavering agreement, the three are filled with joy. Duan Lang states, haha, I think the same. We all come from Earth and should share our good fortune. As for martial arts, allow me to explain a few things. As Duan Lang elaborates, Lin Chen and the others gain profound insights into the cultivation of martial arts. In the world of Famine, countless martial arts manuals abound, with numerous powerful figures and sections. Martial artists are categorized by their strength, ascending from lower to higher tiers: postnatal realm, innate realm, master realm, and celestial realm. In the original work, the lowly members of the Tianxia society are mostly postnatal realm warriors, while the protagonists of the story, Feng and Yun, begin at the innate realm. Figures such as Wu Ming, the Sword Saint, Xiang Ba, and Zhu Wuxian are masters of martial arts, each with different focuses and varying combat abilities. Meanwhile, the elusive Emperor Shutian, having lived for over a millennium, resides in the celestial realm, possessing unparalleled strength. Since Duan Lang's arrival in this world, he has diligently practiced his family's martial arts from a young age, later infiltrated the Lingyun cave to acquire blood bodhi, and obtained the Xuanwu true art left behind by the formidable Wu Wudi, rapidly enhancing his prowess. He subsequently seized the opportunities of the protagonists Feng and Yun, defeating Xiong Ba and Wu Ming and achieving the status of a master. After spending over a decade in seclusion, he ultimately broke through to the celestial realm, slaying Emperor Shutian and vanquishing one of the four divine beasts, the divine dragon, to obtain the dragon essence. Upon consuming the dragon essence, Duan Lang reached the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Regrettably, the martial arts of the Fenglun world had reached their limits, preventing him from transcending to the next tier. Nonetheless, with Duan Lang's perfected celestial realm strength, he remains unrivaled, and his lifespan extends to an astonishing 2,000 years. Duan Lang concludes, once one breaks through to the innate realm, one begins to transcend the mundane. With a lifespan of 150 years, masters live for 300 years, while those in the celestial realm may live for 500. The reason I have transcended the boundaries of the celestial realm and attained a lifespan of 2,000 years is due to my consumption of dragon essence. Although dragon essence did not facilitate my breakthrough to the next level of the celestial realm, It extended my life by an additional 1,500 years. To be generous, I shall bestow upon each of you a blood bodhi, laying a solid foundation and saving substantial time in your endeavors. Furthermore, I will share the martial arts technique Xuan Wuchu skill with you. Your future achievements will depend on your own fortuitousness. At this point, Duan Lang pondered. Having decided to present his martial arts manual, he might as well be even more generous and produce the rare blood bodhi from the world of Fengyan. Lin Chen, Xuan Wuchu skill? Blood bodhi? Thank you, old Duan. You're truly impressive. Damao, Lang Gu is amazing. Thank you, Lang Gu. Wishing you 108 sons. Changxi, thank you, old Duan. Wishing you 108 sons as well. Upon hearing this, the three were filled with overwhelming joy. The Xuan Wuchu skill consists of 10 martial techniques and the Xuan Wu internal cultivation, a synthesis of the 10 strongest martial arts created by the invincible Wu Wudi. This technique is depicted in the murals of Lingyun Cave. And it is unexpected that it has been acquired by Duan Lang and is now shared with Lin Chen and the others. The internal cultivation of Xuan Wuchu skill is extraordinary, capable of cultivating to the celestial realm of martial arts. The 10 formidable martial techniques are astonishingly powerful, including No Two-Blade Technique, Heavenly Inquiry Spear Technique, Destiny Sword Path, Great Easy Halberd Manual, Tiger Howl Staff Collection, Mountain Sea Fist Classic, Xuan Wu Divine Palm, Fierce Strong Leg Technique, Round and Harmonious Golden Finger, and Armor Bone Dragon Claw. Encompassing various forms of martial arts, it is truly all-encompassing. Additionally, there are Lightness Techniques Swift Water Without Trace and Footwork Plum Blossom Leap, offering a comprehensive blend of offense and defense, akin to an advanced version of the Gene System's 9 manual. Duan Lang remarked, the martial arts manual belongs to the realm of knowledge. Sharing it with you incurs no loss on my part. As for the blood bodhi, there is an abundance of it in Lingyun Cave, and I seldom have use for it. However, due to the limitations of the chat group, I can only trade with each of you individually. Please bear with me for a couple of days. Duan Lang's words were a strategic move, casting a long line to catch a big fish. His martial arts cultivation had reached its limits, and he was in urgent need of a higher-level martial arts manual. Since joining the cross-world chat group, it was certain that members from other realms would eventually join. If someone from a cultivation world were to join, it would present an opportunity to acquire cultivation techniques. He was merely setting an example for mutual assistance and knowledge sharing, a good relationship for everyone involved. Thank you, esteemed sir. Lin Chen and the others naturally had no objections and expressed their gratitude enthusiastically. As the conversation flowed, time swiftly passed to the early hours of the next day at midnight. Just past midnight, the chat group's daily trading opportunity automatically refreshed. Duan Lang, everyone. The trading opportunity has refreshed. Who will be the first to come forward? At the very moment the trading opportunity refreshed, Duan Lang inquired. Damao, let old Lin go first. He is the eldest among us, and we should uphold the tradition of respecting our elders. Damao thought that a few days of delay would not matter, allowing Lin Chen to go first. After all, he would need to trade food with Lin Chen in the future, making it a favorable arrangement. Changxi, I don't mind. I'm not in a hurry for martial arts to save my life, so it's fine to let old Lin go first. Changxi tilted her head, contemplating that she was still waiting for Lin Chen's history of the Ming dynasty and did not want to compete with him. In unison, the two group members decided to give Lin Chen the first opportunity to learn martial arts. Lin Chen, thank you both for your kindness. I will not feign modesty. To save time, I will hand over 2 volumes of Ming history to old Duan, and during the next trade, you can pass them to Miss Chang to save a trading opportunity. As for old Su, since you mentioned you are not in a hurry to trade food, we can postpone that for the next transaction. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen unreservedly accepted the goodwill of the two. Damao, we have plenty of time ahead of us. No need to rush. Changxi, that works well. Old Lin, your approach is commendable. Duan Lang, as long as you have reached an agreement, old Lin, let us commence the trade. Lin Chen, all right. After their discussion, Lin Chen activated the trading function, selecting Duan Lang as the trading partner. He placed 10 soft Zhonghua cigarettes and the volumes Ming Shirlu and Ming History into the trading box. Compared to the first transaction, this one was smooth and efficient. Swiftly completed. After the trade concluded, Lin Chen received a radiant blood bodhi and a surge of profound memories. In the next moment, Lin Chen felt an overwhelming influx of martial knowledge and information filling his mind. The vast array of information flickered in his consciousness like scenes from a movie, creating a sense of disorientation. Fortunately, the knowledge imparted by the chat group was designed with consideration for the members' physical and mental capacities, preventing Lin Chen from suffering any mental turmoil from the sudden influx of information. Indeed, Xuan Wuchu's skill was not a physical manual, but rather Duan Lang's memories and insights from practicing this technique. This alleviated Lin Chen's concerns about comprehension and the fear of straying into madness. As long as he followed Duan Lang's cultivation insights and progressed step by step, he could enter the realm of martial arts. Lin Chen, Duan Lang, I appreciate your generous gift. The cigarettes are for you. And the 2 volumes of Ming history are for Miss Chang. I must not tarry any longer. I shall attempt to cultivate the martial arts now. Farewell. Suddenly receiving a surge of profound memories left Lin Chen feeling slightly dazed. He rubbed his temples and bid farewell in the chat group before closing it. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Lin Chen shut his eyes and began to digest the overwhelming memories. After a cursory review, he discovered the martial arts were exceedingly profound, capable of advancing to the celestial realm at the highest level. In terms of internal cultivation, it emphasized the principles of yin giving birth to yang, the dynamic flow of energy, the true essence concealed within the spirit, and the tranquility of the mind. With Duan Lang's cultivation memories, Lin Chen naturally grasped the foundational knowledge of human acupoints, meridians, and other martial arts concepts, saving him considerable effort. Truly, the martial arts created by Wu Wudi are remarkable. After taking a deep breath to regulate his emotions, Lin Chen calmed his excitement and cleared his mind of distractions. Subsequently, he silently practiced the Xuanwu internal cultivation and began his first attempt at cultivation through breath control and sensation of qi. This was the first and most crucial step in martial arts cultivation. If one could not sense the existence of qi, they would never cross the threshold of martial arts. Of course, in a martial arts world, one could receive assistance from elders to sense the qi within, planting the seeds for future cultivation. Once the qi was sensed, one would circulate it through the body, strengthening this energy and unblocking each meridian. This step was exceedingly lengthy, often requiring years. Some might take 3 to 5 years, while others might take 8 to 10. By unblocking the 12 primary meridians and the 8 extraordinary meridians, one could circulate the Great Zhou, reaching the perfected state of the acquired realm. Unblocking the Ren and Du meridians, as well as the key points of the Xianguan, would allow one to ascend to the innate realm, drawing in the spiritual energy of the world. The acquired internal force would transform into innate true energy, leading to a qualitative leap in strength. Naturally, Lin Chen was still far from these realms. He was earnestly working on sensing the Qi's existence. Time passed, and after what felt like an eternity, Lin Chen opened his eyes, revealing a look of disappointment. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was 2:30 in the morning. He had been meditating for 2.5 hours without any success in sensing the Qi's presence. Sitting still for over 2 hours had left his legs numb and his back aching. It appeared that relying solely on himself would not suffice to step into the realm of martial arts. External assistance, grant me your power. With a thought, Lin Chen retrieved the blood body from the trading box and swallowed it whole. It dissolved upon entry, and a warm current coursed through his abdomen. Instantly, all 12,960 pores on his body opened, and the cells within continuously reorganized and evolved. Every organ, every fiber of flesh, and every bone was undergoing an indescribable transformation. Simultaneously, a hazy energy began to cultivate within the lower dantian, 3 inches below the navel. Lin Chen, with utmost sincerity, began to silently cultivate the Xuanwu internal energy, channeling this nebulous essence through his meridians. With each full cycle within the meridians, the energy burgeoned, becoming more robust and concentrated. With every breath, it swelled, naturally expanding the width and density of the meridians. Only after traversing 108 cycles did the warmth emanating from the blood body dissipate. Upon introspection, Lin Chen discovered his dantian brimming with rich and pure internal power. According to Duan Lang's recollections, his internal strength was equivalent to that of an ordinary practitioner after 30 years of cultivation, having not only unblocked the 12 primary meridians but also a unique vessel, the Yangqiao meridian. There are no shortcuts in the practice of internal martial arts. It demands relentless effort, training through winter's chill and summer's heat, unwavering in pursuit of mastery. Yet, after consuming a single blood body, Lin Chen had instantly traversed the path that typically took an ordinary warrior 3 decades. Rising from his bed, he took a refreshing shower to cleanse himself of the sweat and grime expelled due to his newfound strength. Is this what martial prowess feels like? It is exhilarating. He could distinctly sense a significant transformation within his body, akin to a rebirth. As he clenched his fists, an immense power surged forth, resonating within him like the roar of tigers and leopards. With a mere exhalation, he could unleash a gust of energy that compressed the air into explosive force. His vision sharpened, akin to the clarity of a bright day, allowing him to see far beyond, while his ears attuned to the faintest whispers within the 6-story building. Disregarding his internal power, even his raw physical strength far surpassed that of ordinary humans. Chapter 10. A Time of Change, setting a modest goal. Truly, I am quite handsome. Lin Chen stood before the mirror, admiring his muscular physique and breaking into a joyful smile. Standing at 6 feet tall, with 8 well-defined abs, eyes like brilliant stars, and a chiseled jawline, he was undeniably striking, only slightly less so than the readers before their screens. Wiping himself dry with a towel, he donned his underwear and settled onto the bed, casually lighting a cigarette. Although my strength is formidable now, it remains inadequate against modern weaponry. Therefore, I must not let pride take hold. I must remain humble and discreet. I shall cultivate diligently, and when I reach the realm of celestial beings, I will no longer need to consume beef. Lin Chen recalled from Duan Lang's memories that upon attaining the celestial realm, one could achieve sustenance through the air and even soar through the skies. Unless nuclear weapons were employed, a practitioner of the celestial realm would be virtually invincible, positioned at the pinnacle of the food chain. In my newly reborn life, my initial desire was simply to earn more money, honor my parents, and nurture my daughter, wishing to escape the misfortunes of my past existence. Little did I anticipate awakening a golden finger, receiving gifts from the group member Duan Lang on the very first day, embarking on the martial path and undergoing a profound transformation. Fate is capricious, and the world is like a chess game. No one can predict what tomorrow holds. Lin Chen had not foreseen that what he believed to be an ordinary rebirth would lead him down an entirely different path. The journey of martial arts, when cultivated to its zenith, could rival the power of deities and demons. Setting a modest goal, I strived to ascend to the innate realm within a year. Having tasted the wonders and mysteries of martial arts, Lin Chen found his aspirations shifting. In this moment, the allure of fame and wealth became trivial to him, replaced by an ardent desire to scale the heights of martial mastery. Fetching his phone, Lin Chen noted the time, May 17, 2008, 5:21 a.m. Having nearly gone a whole night without sleep, he felt no fatigue, brimming with energy and vigor. No wonder those who practice martial arts seem to require little rest. The authors of these tales are not deceiving me. With this realization, Lin Chen gained a deeper understanding of the marvels of martial arts. Upon opening the chat group in his mind, he noticed that after his farewell message, there were no further records of conversation. It was expected. For Su Damao and Changxi were ordinary individuals unacquainted with cultivation. They could hardly stay awake all night. As for Duan Lang, despite his formidable strength, he would not foolishly engage in late-night chats when he could be enjoying the company of his wives. Amused by this thought, Lin Chen chuckled softly and closed the chat group. He had intended to practice 10 martial techniques, but upon surveying the cramped rental space, he abandoned the idea. He needed to earn money swiftly to purchase a spacious villa, where he could have ample room for training. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he commenced his internal practice as a substitute for sleep. Time flew, and soon dawn broke. By 6 a.m., Lin Chen rose, freshened up, and descended the stairs. At the breakfast shop downstairs, he purchased several buns and stepped into the neighboring Xingyue Internet CAF, booting up a computer to check the statistics of his newly published work. With 348 collections and 298 recommendation votes, yet no tips or total earnings, he discovered that although the contract had been sent, the website had yet to receive it, and the status of his work remained unchanged, preventing any tips for the time being. Nevertheless, for a new author to garner over 300 collections within a single day was indeed commendable. In his previous life, after 5 years of writing, he had only achieved such a feat after accumulating a considerable fan base. It could be said that this first book in his rebirth had enjoyed an extraordinarily fortunate start. To his surprise, the book he had stumbled upon was quite remarkable, deserving of the title Divine Tome. Why had he chosen to open this book at the 10,000-word mark? It was far too captivating. The status still hadn't changed. He wished to tip but was unable to. Would the author consider adding more chapters? How much would a tip increase the updates? All he hoped for was that the updates would not cease. Opening the review section, Lin Chen was astonished to find over 20 comments, most of which were positive or urging for more updates. Given such a splendid beginning, he resolved to add several more chapters. With this thought, Lin Chen accessed the backend and updated 5 chapters at once, totaling 10,000 words. At the end of the final chapter, he added a note from the author, as this is a new book by a new author. I humbly request the support of my esteemed readers. The contract has been sent and is soon to be signed. Subsequently, Lin Chen logged in and discovered several messages from the editor. Qingwang, I read your book. It's quite well written. Is this a debut work or a reincarnation from an established author? By the way, has the contract been sent? Please do not cease updates. Daily word counts should ideally exceed 4,000, but do not overextend yourself. I will expedite arrangements for new book recommendations. The editor was surprisingly amiable. Lin Chen was taken aback, recalling the cold demeanor of editors he had encountered in his previous life. Aside from brief exchanges during the book's release, discussions during the shelving phase, and occasional chats when requesting the completion of a work, they rarely engaged. Yet, this time, The editor had even read his book and cautioned him against excessive updates while ensuring he would not stop. Rest assured, the contract has been sent. And I have several tens of thousands of words in reserve. I guarantee there will be no interruptions, Lin Chen replied, tapping on the keyboard. Then, he opened a notepad, created a new chapter, and began to write, fingers flying over the keys in a flurry of activity. To his astonishment, Lin Chen realized that not only had his writing speed surged from 3,000 words per hour to 5,000, but his cognitive processing had also accelerated. As he completed one segment, the subsequent plot unfolded in his mind almost effortlessly, allowing him to write with fluidity and elegance. This sensation was akin to evolving from a poor student into an academic prodigy. Impressive. Lin Chen silently praised himself, continuing to write from 6 until 8:50, resulting in an astonishing 15,000 words. Following the usual protocol, he uploaded the newly written content, set the automatic update schedule, and logged off. Leaving the internet CAF, he walked for 5 minutes along a small road until he arrived at the rear entrance of the Dongfang Grand Hotel's kitchen. A number of colleagues clad in white chef uniforms were already gathered there, either sitting or standing, engaged in casual conversation and smoking. The head chef, Wang Fuguwei, was surrounded by a group, animatedly boasting. Xiao Lin has arrived. Why were you absent yesterday? Upon seeing Lin Chen come to work, Wang Fuguwei paused his monologue to inquire. Master, I was busy writing novels, Lin Chen replied. Peng Dehai squeezed out from the crowd. After exchanging a few playful glances with Lin Chen, spoke loudly. Wang Fuguwei raised an eyebrow, casting a puzzled look towards Lin Chen. Master, Dehai is right. I would like to give writing a try. Lin Chen nodded, distributing cigarettes to everyone present. Xiao Lin, you can write novels? Making excuses to go to the internet CAF while writing novels? Don't you have any self-awareness about your own capabilities? Xiao Lin, impressive. Taking a day off to write online, I'm truly amazed. Colleagues whispered among themselves, their faces reflecting disbelief. Since I'm free anyway, there is no harm in trying, Lin Chen replied softly without arguing with his colleagues. The truth will prove everything. You're all wrong. I've read Brother Lin's novel, and it's fantastic. Peng Dehai exclaimed, if you don't believe me, just see for yourselves. It's time. Let us get to work. Wang Fuguwei patted Lin Chen on the shoulder, saying little more to the group. Chapter 11. The Reality of Dissemination in the Agreement with Old Wang. The Dongfang Grand Hotel, one of the premier hotels in Sinew County, boasts 5 stories. The banquet halls on the first and second floors can accommodate over 80 tables, while the private rooms on the third to fifth floors total more than 60. Business is usually brisk, often fully booked with quick table turnovers. Consequently, the kitchen employs over 70 staff members. There are 8 cooking lines, with a standard line consisting of 3 individuals, a chef, a helper, and a plate handler. Additionally, there are 2 steaming lines, 2 cold dish lines for noodle lines, and 8 dishwashers, along with 2 chefs specializing in replacing cold cakes. In this era, small county towns have yet to adopt natural gas. The hotel kitchen still relies on coal stoves, necessitating dedicated personnel for cold cake replacement. The head chef typically does not cook, but oversees and manages operations. Among the 8 cooking lines, for specialized in local Gan cuisine, 2 in Hunan cuisine, and 2 in Cantonese cuisine. Lin Chen, apprenticed under Chef Wang Fuguwei, learned local Gan cuisine, initially assisting Wang Fuguwei's brother, Wang Fuqiang, as a plate handler, and later helping Xiao Wang with preparations. The kitchen operates under a division of labor. The cooking chefs focus solely on cooking, while the assistants handle slicing and cleaning duties. Each chef is responsible for a limited selection of dishes, while Lin Chen and Xiao Wang typically manage about a dozen simple dishes that do not require advanced knife skills. Thus, when the kitchen staff began their pre-meal preparations, Lin Chen sat on a small stool, engrossed in his phone. Had the work not been so easy, he would have left long ago. Opening the mobile web version of the author's backend, he glanced at the data. The results were impressive, with total collections surpassing 500. The comment section was filled with praise, alongside a few requests for updates, which Lin Chen casually ignored, deleting negative reviews and advertisements. Brother, if you're free, come help me peel garlic. Peng Dehai offered a cigarette and brought over a bucket of garlic. All right, since I have nothing better to do. Lin Chen replied, taking the cigarette and putting away his phone to assist with the garlic. How is your book performing? Not bad. It's my first time writing, so I'm not too sure. I read today's update of 10,000 words this morning. It's not enough for me. The secrets cannot be revealed. As they peeled garlic, they engaged in quiet conversation. Dehai, have you read Lin Chen's new book? Is it really that good? Ding Jifeng, who was chopping small chili peppers nearby, turned to inquire. Why would I lie to you? Just check for yourself. Peng Dehai responded excitedly. Search next door Old Wang on the novel end website. That S. Brother Lin's author name. Oh, I'll take a look. Ding Jifeng set down his work and quickly found Lin Chen's book. Soon, he became engrossed in the captivating storyline. Brother, I brought you another reader. No need to thank me, Peng Dehai said, raising an eyebrow at Lin Chen, wearing a proud expression. Wow, Lin Chen, no, Brother Lin, is this really your work? After a moment, Ding Jifeng suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed. The kitchen staff turned to see what was happening, curious about the commotion. What are you shouting for? Keep it down, or old Wang will hear you. You'll be in trouble. Peng Dehai scolded, lightly smacking Ding Jifeng's head. Then, with excitement, he asked, so, isn't my brother's novel incredible? It's simply divine. Brother Lin is amazing. Ding Jifeng looked at Lin Chen with admiration, giving a thumbs up. Is it true? Lin Chen's novel is that good? What is the author name? Next door old Wang? I need to check it out. I want to read it too. Several other apprentices, having overheard the conversation, also grabbed their phones. How inspiring. Brother Lin's writing is remarkable. It's got my blood boiling. 30 years in the East. 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate youth. This is exhilarating. Lin Chen's version of Do Pa had currently updated to 20,000 words, covering the plot where Nalin Yanran called off the engagement, showcasing the protagonist Xiaoyan's resistance and outburst, which thrilled the apprentices. Cheers of excitement echoed throughout the kitchen. Their faces flushed with enthusiasm, gazing at Lin Chen as if he were a deity. In this era, being an author is still regarded as a prestigious profession, synonymous with cultured individuals, bringing respect and admiration. Most of the apprentices had left school after junior high, lacking formal education, and spent their free time playing games or reading novels. To discover that their colleague Lin Chen's novel was so extraordinary filled them with excitement and deep respect. What is all this noise? Are you all not working? Hearing the commotion from the kitchen, Wang Fugui, who had been flirting with a waitress in the front hall, was startled, rushing to the kitchen, fearing a disturbance. After all, fights and trouble in the kitchen were common, and this was his greatest concern. Upon entering the kitchen, he saw the apprentices gathered around Lin Chen, eagerly inquiring about the plot. Noticing Wang's arrival, Lin Chen exchanged a glance with the crowd and replied, Master, it's nothing. We're just having some fun. I heard them talking about a novel plot. Shaolin, are they discussing your book? Wang Fugui's expression relaxed upon realizing there was no trouble. He had caught a few snippets of conversation and immediately asked. Yes, Lin Chen replied, pursing his lips without denying it. What is the title? I'd like to see it. Intrigued, Wang Fugui pulled out his phone. Master, just search for Next Door Old Wang on the Novel End website to find Brother Lin's novel. Before Lin Chen could respond, Ding Jifeng eagerly interjected. Next Door Old Wang? All right. I'll check it out. Wang Fugui nodded, instructing everyone, stop playing around. Get back to work. The news had quickly spread among the kitchen staff, with the chefs and assistants all inquiring about Lin Chen's novel. Thus, word of Lin Chen's writing rapidly circulated throughout the kitchen. Not only in the kitchen, but even the waitstaff in the front hall learned of it. Someone had shared it in the hotel employees group, though Lin Chen had not joined. Shaolin, come here for a moment. Before long, Wang Fugui returned, beckoning Lin Chen over. Lin Chen stood up and followed Wang into his office. Shaolin, I read your novel, and it's quite well written. Once seated, Wang Fugui offered a cigarette with a warm smile, saying, it seems you've made the right move. Lin Chen humbly replied, I'm unworthy of your praise, Master. I've only just begun, and the future remains uncertain. Last time you wanted to leave, I didn't let you go. This time, if you wish to leave, I cannot hold you back. Wang Fugui shook his head, saying, you have a promising future ahead. I cannot hinder your progress. Thank you, Master. I indeed plan to write full-time once my novel is on the right track. Lin Chen felt deeply moved. Old Wang's support was truly commendable. I recently delved into the intricacies of novel writing, and I discovered that earnings would not materialize until the 3rd month. Wang Fugui remarked, how about this? You work for 2 more months, and once you start earning, you can leave. All right, I shall heed your advice, Master. Thank you for your understanding. What is there to thank? You are my disciple. I would never wish you harm. It's settled then. You may return to your duties. Thank you, Master. I shall get back to work. After bowing to old Wang, Lin Chen exited the office. Chapter 12. The explosive success of the new book. Upon returning to the kitchen, Lin Chen was met with a flurry of inquiries from his colleagues. He offered a few casual explanations and assisted Peng Dehai in peeling a small basket of garlic. Time swiftly passed, and at 10 o'clock, all employees set aside their tasks to partake in lunch. Lin Chen filled a large bowl with rice and scooped 2 servings of vegetables before settling into a random spot to enjoy his meal. With half an hour allocated for lunch, he relished his food and savored his cigarette while engaging in light-hearted banter. After finishing his meal, Lin Chen extinguished his cigarette and strolled over to the reception desk, where he found Lu Yuan. Since their breakup in his past life, he had not seen her again. And now, as they reunited, he scrutinized her closely. The young lady was adorned in a delicate red qipao uniform, her long, straight legs accentuated by a pair of black high heels, standing at about 1.70 meters. Her lustrous black hair was elegantly styled, and her flawless complexion radiated an enchanting beauty that captivated the eye. Her petite, oval face, with skin smooth and fair, bore a hint of rosy charm. Her small, luscious lips and high, aristocratic nose resembled intricately carved white jade, while her features were exquisitely refined. Her brows arched gracefully, and her eyes sparkled like autumn waters, exuding an ethereal charm that seemed almost dreamlike. Chenggu. Upon seeing Lin Chen, Lu Yulin's face blossomed into a radiant smile as she hurriedly approached and linked her arm with his, calling sweetly, "Chenggu, have you eaten yet?" Lin Chen playfully flicked her nose and inquired softly, "I just finished. What about you?" "I just finished as well. Come, let us converse inside." With that, Lin Chen led Lu Yulin into the small dressing room behind a reception desk. After closing the door, he sat on a chair, drawing Lu Yulin into his embrace and kissing her. Lu Yulin closed her eyes, wrapping her arms around his neck, surrendering to his tenderness. "I missed you yesterday. Did you think of me?" After a moment, Lin Chen released her and whispered in her ear. "I did," Lu Yulin replied, her voice barely above a whisper. "I missed you too. Would you come to my place after work?" For Lu Yulin, it was merely a day's absence, but for Lin Chen, it had been over a decade since their parting. His youthful vigor stirred a desire within him. "All right, I will tell my parents I'm visiting a friend's house," Lu Yulin said, her cheeks tinged with pink. After a brief hesitation, she did not refuse. Lin Chen recalled that in his past life, she often used the excuse of visiting a friend to sneak into his rented apartment, where they indulged in unspeakable experiences. Were it not for such circumstances, Lin Chen would not have forsaken the comforts of hotel accommodation for the sake of renting a place. However, the truth eventually surfaced, leading to her parents' disapproval and their forced separation. Lu Yulin had wept inconsolably back then, and despite Lin Chen's reluctance, he was powerless against her parents' firm stance. They had even made her resign from her job, and thereafter, he never saw her again. "I will strive to achieve success swiftly, hoping to earn your parents' approval," Lin Chen declared earnestly, cradling her face in his hands. "My parents." Lu Yulin's brows knitted in contemplation, words unspoken. Given her family's background, they would likely disapprove of her marrying Lin Chen, especially considering he had a daughter. Yet, she was uncertain how to express this to him. "By the way, Chenggu, I heard from others that you're writing novels, and they're quite good." Lu Yulin attempted to change the subject, her heart sighing softly as she thought of him. "Indeed. Being a chef does not promise wealth, and I cannot remain in this profession forever. I must explore other avenues," Lin Chen replied. "Therefore, I took yesterday off to try my hand at writing." "What is the title? I would like to read it." Lu Yulin retrieved a silver Nokia 93 from her handbag and quietly inquired. "The author is named Next Door Old Wong. You can find it on the Zhangdian novel website," Lin Chen replied, glancing sideways. In his previous life, he had not paid attention. The 93 model was quite expensive, costing 4,000 to 5,000 yuan. It seemed that Lu Yulin came from a well-off family, yet he pondered why someone of her stature would work as a receptionist in a hotel. Next Door Old Wong? Found it. Lu Yulin soon located Lin Chen's book and saved it before closing her phone. "Chenggu, how is Xiao Xiao?" she asked, wrapping her arms around his neck softly. "I called home yesterday. Everything is well," Lin Chen responded, kissing her lips gently. After a moment of closeness, they reluctantly parted as it was time to return to work. Time flew, and soon it was 1:30 in the afternoon. After tidying up the cutting board and countertop, Lin Chen clocked out punctually. He waved off a few friends who invited him to surf the internet, leaning against the back door of the kitchen as he waited. In a few minutes, Lu Yulin emerged from the changing room, having swapped her qipao for a pink casual outfit. She naturally linked her arm with Lin Chen's, calling sweetly, "Chenggu, let us go." With his arm around her slender waist, Lin Chen escorted her back to his rented apartment in the urban village. "I will take a shower first." Setting her handbag down, Lu Yulin confidently walked into the bathroom. "Let us take a bath together," Lin Chen suggested, following her inside. Moments later, a whirlwind of passion ensued. In the dimly lit room, the curtains blocked out sunlight and prying eyes, and the air was infused with the fragrance of heather, while garments lay strewn across the floor. After their fervent encounter, Lin Chen reclined against the headboard, cigarette in mouth, his gaze vacant as he entered a contemplative state, where everything seemed dull and uninteresting. "Chenggu, during work, I asked several people, and they all praised your novels," Lu Yulin murmured, tracing circles on his chest. Her face flushed with satisfaction. "Do girls like reading male-oriented fantasy novels?" Lin Chen inquired, surprised as he exhaled a smoke ring. "I used to only enjoy romance novels and had no interest in battles," Lu Yulin replied with a laugh. "However, now that you have started writing, I will give male-oriented novels a try. No need to force yourself. I write to earn a living, and I do not expect you to read them. Lin Chen stated as he retrieved his phone and checked the data for his new book in the author backend. The figures had surged once again. The collection had astonishingly surpassed 1,000, and the number of recommendation votes had increased by over 400. Lin Gu, I am here to support you. Your writing is truly exceptional. Guess who I am? 100 new comments had appeared, predominantly from his colleagues at the restaurant. I never knew novels could be written this way. I have truly gained insight. Do not underestimate the youth. It is so exhilarating. Besides his colleagues, numerous readers had left comments, showering him with praise. The novel though has pioneered the trend of marriage annulment and the old grandpa genre, opening a new world for readers in 08. In summary, Lin Chen's work had achieved explosive success. What wonderful news. It seems my dopamine reached the remarkable heights it attained in my past life. The cascade of compliments in the comment section brought Lin Chen immense joy, causing his lips to involuntarily curl into a smile. Chapter 13. Bad news, a dead end. Good news. A cure. Noticing the smile on Lin Chen's face, Lu Yulin inquired curiously, Chenggu, what is it? Is your book performing well? I cannot say for certain, but the majority of comments are positive, so I assume the results should be satisfactory, Lin Chen replied, concealing the fact that his success had been nothing short of explosive. As long as he maintained his momentum, he could soon amass wealth. However, he maintained the facade of a novice in the realm of online literature, pretending to be oblivious to the reality of his achievements. Wait, can I give you a tip? I was prepared to support you, Lu Yulin remarked, perplexed as she pressed the gray tip button, which remained unresponsive. Lin Chen chuckled and replied, not yet. I need to sign a contract before tips can be given. Then hurry and sign the contract, Lu Yulin urged. Lin Chen responded, I have already signed it and sent the contract. I just need to wait a few more days to receive confirmation. Very well, I shall take a brief slumber, as fatigue has enveloped me. Lu Yulin set down her phone and soon fell into a deep sleep. Hee, rest well. I shall awaken you when the time comes. Lin Chen gently kissed her lips, a smile gracing his face. Exhaling a deep breath, Lin Chen could not help but reflect, now this is truly living. Having returned from a rebirth, it seemed that everything was shifting towards a brighter horizon, a transformation made possible by the chat group. The chat group. It suddenly struck Lin Chen that he had not accessed the chat group today. Understandably so, it was merely the second day of his rebirth, and he had yet to acclimate to its existence. With a thought, a familiar translucent virtual screen materialized before him. Changxi, old Lin, old Duan, old Su. What are you all up to? I am feeling quite bored. Su Damao. I took a leave today to visit the hospital for a checkup and received some unfortunate news. Congenital asthenospermia, with low chances of recovery. Duan Lang, no worries. Once you begin cultivating martial arts and break through to the innate realm, your body's flaws will automatically mend. Su Damao, does cultivation really have such benefits? Quite remarkable. Although I do not particularly desire offspring, the distinction between not wanting them and being unable to have them is significant. Changxi, congratulations, old Su. You may have a chance to escape the crisis of being childless. By the way, do you not need to attend court, review memorials, or manage state affairs, Mr. Duan? How is it that you have time to chat with us? Su Damao, I owe you my thanks. Duan Lang, haha, this is not a historical parallel world, but rather a realm of martial prowess. With my unparalleled strength, why should I concern myself with such trivial matters? If I were to handle these mundane tasks, then those officials I support would merely be idlers. Su Damao, Brother Lang is not wrong. If being an emperor means one cannot act freely, then what is the point of being an emperor? Changxi, well, I recall that Zhu Yuanzhang was perpetually busy. I assumed you were the same, but it seems I was narrow-minded. Duan Lang, haha, indeed, Zhu Yuanzhang was very diligent, but I do not share his fervor. I avoid matters I can delegate to my subordinates. Upon entering the chat group, Lin Chen observed the fervent exchange among the three members. Brothers, I bring good news. I have successfully cultivated martial arts. At first, I attempted to practice directly, but after sitting for half a day, I realized my efforts had been in vain, as I could not sense my qi. I had no choice but to consume the blood bodhi gifted by Brother Duan, which instantly opened all 12 meridians in one extraordinary channel, bestowing me with 30 years of internal energy, transforming me into a martial arts expert. Haha. However, after awakening in the morning and attending work, I inadvertently forgot about the chat group. Now, having finished work, I recalled this matter and wished to share my joy with everyone. As he extinguished his cigarette, Lin Chen typed in the group. Su Damao, 30 years of internal energy? Goodness, I am envious beyond measure. Changxi, old Su, no foul language in the group. Congratulations, old Lin. I genuinely envy you. The two were momentarily transformed into embodiments of jealousy, enveloped by a sour aura, fearing both their brother's hardships and his newfound luxury. Duan Lang, 30 years of internal energy. You say? That seems about right. When I consumed my first one, I was at a similar level. Blood body cannot be consumed excessively. The first increases internal energy by 30 years, the second by only 15, the third by 7.5, and the fourth does not enhance internal energy at all. Approximately 60 years of internal energy is needed to attempt to break through to the innate realm, though it is merely a chance. Old Lin, congratulations on taking your first step into the martial world. The journey ahead is indeed arduous, but now you have begun anew. Keep striving. Compared to the excitement of the two, Duan Lang's expression remained unchanged as he spoke calmly. Lin Chen, thank you all. Let us encourage one another. Damao, Changxi, you need not envy me. When Brother Duan trades you blood body and techniques, you shall soon catch up with me. Lin Chen smiled. Duan Lang, Old Lin speaks truth. It is merely a matter of waiting a few days. Damao, Old Lin, you are correct, in a few days. I shall become a martial arts expert and will take down the foolish Zhu and kick the flat-headed E. Haha. Changxi, I too wish to become a martial arts expert, to possess the strength to protect myself and avoid an early demise as recorded in history. Upon hearing this, the two felt a wave of relief. Lin Chen, Brother Duan, I wish to acquire 2 more blood body. May I inquire what price must be paid? Cultivation may hold myriad purposes, each unique to the individual. But for me, my reasons are twofold: to gain formidable strength and to dictate my own destiny. And to attain longevity, observing the ever-changing world. Attaining the innate realm grants one a lifespan of 150 years, a grandmaster 300 years, and a heavenly being 500 years, far surpassing the lifespan of any historical dynasty. Life is fleeting. And if one cannot ascend to the table of power to set the rules, they must abide by those established by others. Having been granted a second chance and a golden opportunity, Lin Chen is resolute in not allowing this life to be yet another mundane existence. Damao, Old Lin is right. I too desire the remaining 2 blood body. Changxi, I want them as well. The two's eyes brightened in unison, echoing their desires. Duan Lang, all 3 of you wish for the remaining blood body? As the supreme ruler of this world, I am not lacking in anything, what I desire. You cannot provide. Old Lin, being on Earth, the only thing of utility to me is the tobacco and alcohol from my past life. How about this? 100 huazi and 100 bottles of Moutai for a single blood body. Can you accept this, Old Lin? As for you two, I have yet to decide. Allow me some time to ponder. Seeing the eagerness of the 3 for the blood body, Duan Lang contemplated for a moment before speaking. Lin Chen, very well, thank you, esteemed one. Damao, no rush, Brother Lang, take your time. Changxi, same here. The 3 naturally had no objections. In the following days, Lin Chen's life became quite orderly. He consistently attended work, and after hours, he frequented internet cafes, diligently crafting and storing his manuscripts. With 3 hours of rest each at noon and night, he could produce over 30,000 words in 6 hours at a writing speed of 5,000 words per hour. Occasionally, he would take a break from writing and return to his shared apartment with his young girlfriend, Lu Yulin, to indulge in games meant for adults. After a week, he had amassed over 200,000 words in stored manuscripts, with an updated count of 60,000 words. The novel's performance soared. And even before the new book period recommendation, its collection had exceeded 5,000. In the review section, hundreds of favorable comments and requests for updates appeared daily. Notably, on the 5th day of publication, Lin Chen's signing contract finally arrived in the city, and the novel's status was updated to signed. That day, he received dozens of rewards, with the smallest being 100 points and the largest over 1,000, accumulating nearly 10,000 points, of which he would receive 50 after splitting the revenue. The next day, his girlfriend Lu Yulin learned of this and casually rewarded him with a leadership position worth 1,000 yuan, leaving Lin Chen unable to resist showering her with affection, nearly rendering her unable to rise from bed. On another note, the group members had also engaged in several transactions. Damao and Changxi each received the Xuanwu True Skill and a blood body from Duan Lang. Duan Lang also assisted Lin Chen in transferring Ming history and Ming real records to Changxi. This Sunday, Lin Chen's version of Dopa finally received its first recommendation during the new book period. The first recommendation, known as the popularity recommendation, is often referred to in the industry as the mosquito push due to its limited exposure. Without a recommendation, readers would typically have to search actively, as it would generally be hard to find. However, once a recommendation is obtained, even a mosquito push presents a significant opportunity for exposure. Thus, for most new books, this recommendation is crucial. The recommendation period uniformly begins on Sunday at 2 p.m. and lasts until the following Sunday at 1:59 p.m. at Xinghua Internet Cafe. After finishing work at noon, Lin Chen arrived, set up a computer, and awaited the results of the recommendation. Goodness, what have I discovered? A budding masterpiece. Do not underestimate the young and impoverished. It is simply exhilarating. Oh, how I lament why I had not discovered this book before it amassed 1,000,000 words. The agony of waiting for updates is unbearable. It is truly captivating. I find myself utterly engrossed, unable to extricate myself from its allure. Is there a reader group? I wish to join. After 2 p.m., the review section gradually became lively. Reader 2008-158-5762 tipped 100 coins. Reader 2007-165-5645 tipped 500 coins. And Reader 2007-658 for 612 tipped an impressive 1,000 coins, with notifications of tips popping up frequently. Lin Chen opened the Terminal Novel website, navigated to the new book rankings, and was astonished to discover his book ranked first in the fantasy category and 10th overall. The exposure from the new book list surpassed the popularity recommendations, and achieving the 10th position on the overall list drew in a surge of new readers. He continuously refreshed the back-end data, watching the numbers of collections, recommendation votes, tips, and comments rise by the moment. Lin Chen was nearly numb to it all. Indeed, as expected from Dopa, it was astonishingly formidable. He exhaled a long breath, lit a cigarette, and leaned back in his chair. After finishing a cigarette and extinguishing the butt, Lin Chen created a group named Dopa Book Club. He posted the group number in the review section and pinned the message, and before long, the group of 200 filled up. He had to go to the bar to purchase a point card, upgrade to a membership, and expand the book club to 2,000 members. Am I to understand that the author is the group leader? How delightful. The author is currently updating 6,000 words daily. Can they reach 10,000? With such a modest update, how do they manage to sleep? Is the author a brother or a sister? Perhaps a photo would be revealing. I await the grand explosion of updates in 3 years. With the group expanded to 2,000, more individuals rushed to join, and the volume of messages within the group became overwhelming. The neighbor, Old Wong, chimed in. Hello everyone, I am Old Wong, the author. My new book has just been recommended, and I hope for your support. As for the update frequency, during the new book period, I will provide 6,000 words daily. And after it goes live, I will ramp up to 10,000 at a minimum. All right, you all chat. I must return to writing. Please refrain from discussing politics or inappropriate content, lest the group be compromised. With that, Lin Chen paid little mind to the group's chatter, focusing instead on drafting and storing his manuscripts. Before heading to work at 4, he managed to write over 15,000 words, as was customary, uploading them to the backend and setting them for scheduled updates. Afterward, he logged off and departed. As he left the internet CAF en route to the hotel for work, Lin Chen's mind was inundated with notifications from the chat group. Curiosity piqued, he opened the chat interface. Changxi, Lin Chen, Big Brother Lin. Could you do me a favor? Lin Chen. Oh, what does Miss Chang need assistance with? Speak freely. Upon realizing it was a message from Changxi, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Her reaching out was intriguing. Changxi, ahem, it's a bit hard to say. I just got my period unexpectedly, and I'm not accustomed to using ancient-style sanitary products. Therefore, I would like to ask Big Brother Lin if you could buy me some sanitary napkins and hygiene products. If it's not too much trouble? After a brief wait, Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. Was it truly appropriate to have a man purchase sanitary napkins for her? Damao. This is a twist. Not only was Lin Chen bewildered, but the other 2 members of the group were equally speechless. Lin Chen, sure. What brand do you prefer? Just to clarify, it's 2008, not 2025, so I might not have access to your desired brands. Also, there are day use, night use, extra long, and extra thick options. Which ones do you need? Or perhaps panel liners? What hygiene products would you like? Toilet paper? Intimate care wash? Douches? He pondered, after all. It was merely a matter of buying sanitary napkins. He had often done so in his past life for girlfriends and daughters, as long as he felt comfortable. Any embarrassment would belong to others. Sudama. Wow, Old Lin, you seem quite knowledgeable about this. Duan Lang. I've learned something new. This is my first time hearing about it. Upon seeing Lin Chen's response, Su Damao and Duan Lang were enlightened. Changxi, ahem, I prefer whisper. Or Safi will do. As for the styles, just buy whatever you can find. For hygiene products, get whatever you think is necessary, just in case. Changxi's face turned crimson as she hurriedly spoke, suppressing her embarrassment. Lin Chen, all right, please wait a moment. I will purchase them for you immediately. Glancing at the time, it was 4 p.m., dinner was at 4:30, so he had half an hour to spare. With that, Lin Chen temporarily closed the chat group and headed to the nearby supermarket, expressionless as he approached the sanitary products aisle, gathering the various items Changxi needed. After checking out, he left the store. Oh, a jade pendant? This little girl is quite considerate. After transferring all the items to Changxi, Lin Chen received a jade pendant in return, raising his eyebrows in appreciation. Chapter 15. The Narrow-Minded Su Damao and Duan Lang's Conditions. Utilizing the chat group's identification function, Lin Chen examined the jade pendant's details. Item name: Ming Dynasty Hetian Jade Dragon Pendant. Parameters: length 71 mm, width 42 mm, weight 235 g. Value: 380,000 yuan. A value of 380,000? Lin Chen was no naive youth fresh to society. He understood the depths of the antique trade. Antiquities are not as liquid as gold. Gold can be sold at any time, while antiques present complications. If one cannot prove its provenance, hastily selling it could lead to significant trouble. An antique may be valued at millions, but that does not guarantee its actual worth. It merely reflects what someone is willing to pay. It's either a game of hot potato or a means of laundering money. Ordinary people who get involved risk losing everything. Those who understand know better. For now, he decided to keep it. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen did not retrieve the jade pendant, leaving it in the transaction box. His sideline as a ghostwriter was on the right track. A few $100,000 was trivial, and he would earn it soon enough. There was no need to risk it for this $38,000. It was not worth it. Changxi, thank you, Big Brother Lin. After switching to modern sanitary napkins, I feel much more comfortable. This jade pendant was a war trophy seized by my father during battles, but alas, my family is filled with warriors, and no one appreciates it, so it has remained in storage. I present it to you, Big Brother Lin, as a token of gratitude for your assistance and to help improve your living conditions. Upon reopening the chat group, Lin Chen was met with a torrent of gratitude from Changxi. Lin Chen, no need for thanks. My novel is performing exceptionally well, and soon I shall earn legitimate money that will suffice to alleviate my financial situation. Lin Chen replied nonchalantly, not dwelling on the matter. Changxi, yes, thank you. Big Brother Lin, I will likely need your help again in the future. Lin Chen had only purchased one set of hygiene products, enough for Changxi for 3 months. But she would require more in the future. Su Damao, Old Lin, has your novel been published? Duan Lang, not so quickly. It's only been less than 10 days. It should take at least a month to go live. Hearing Lin Chen mention the success of his novel, the group members were curious. Lin Chen, it just received its first round of new book recommendations today. It's still early for publication. Su Damao, I recall you mentioned that the first book you copied was Dopa, right? Duan Lang, given Dopa's achievements, Old Lin could indeed achieve financial freedom. Changxi, is it truly so extraordinary that one could attain financial freedom from a single book? Su Damao, I wouldn't dare say more. But several 100,000 to nearly 1 million is certainly attainable. Consider what nearly 1 million meant in 2008. Changxi, I see, that explains a lot. However, I seldom read novels in my past life, so I had no idea writing novels could be so lucrative. Lin Chen, nearly 1 million? That's quite an exaggeration. I would be satisfied with 500,000. Duan Lang, with your current prowess, Old Lin, earning 1 million should be relatively easy, provided you're willing to go abroad. Lin Chen, forget it. A life on the edge isn't suited for me. I'm just an ordinary person without such grand ambitions. Lin Chen was well aware of Duan Lang's suggestion. It was merely to go abroad as a mercenary. He had no desire to venture out as a mercenary. It was unnecessary. With a golden finger chat group at his disposal and a respectable career on the surface, he could effortlessly ascend to the pinnacle of life without taking unnecessary risks. Duan Lang remarked, well, everyone has their own aspirations. It is impossible to force someone. Su Damao pondered, I have been contemplating whether to send the Liu family away sooner and if I should leave the mainland with Liu Shaoyi for Hong Kong. Changxi asked, Old Su, why do you wish to leave the mainland? Duan Lang replied, judging by your response, you have never seen a Sihiyuan? To which Changxi admitted, no, I only learned about it during your introductions. Lin Chen explained, it's because Old Su's wife is the daughter of a wealthy capitalist. When the winds of change blow in a few years, they will be held accountable. Reflecting on the fact that in 2008, Qingman Sihiyuan had not yet aired. It first premiered in 2015, Lin Chen, who had not seen the series in his past life but had read hundreds of fan novels, was well versed in the plot. Su Damao concurred, Old Lin is right. This era is not conducive to capitalist survival, thus I must leave. He presented 2 options, to follow the Liu family to Hong Kong for a prosperous venture, claiming that amassing a fortune would be no challenge, or to bide his time, waiting for the winds of change before sending the Liu family away and marrying another wife, ready to embrace the new era. Lying in a room prepared by the rural officials, Su Damao lit a cigarette and asked, "What do you think I should choose?" Duan Lang criticized him sharply. "Are you really considering waiting a few years to marry Changxi? That is a foolish notion. It is only 1959, and we are 20 years away from reform. Do you wish to squander those years? It would be far wiser to leave early, venture to Hong Kong, and once you have wealth, attracting beautiful women will be effortless." Even Changxi, despite being a woman, agreed. "I think Duan Lang's point is valid. Wasting over 20 years for one woman is unwarranted. How many 20-year spans do we have in life? Is Qin Jingru truly so captivating that you cannot let go?" Lin Chen supported their sentiments, stating, "Duan Lang and Changxi are correct. I have nothing further to add." Su Damao conceded, "You all present valid arguments. It seems I have been narrow-minded. However, leaving is not so immediate. I must wait until Lu Xiaoyi is pregnant with my child. Though she may seem inept, she is infatuated with me and obedient. I cannot let such a good woman slip away. Securing her with a child is prudent." As for Qin Jingru, he admitted, she is not particularly beautiful. But she is the second wife of Su Dama in the original story. After a moment of contemplation, Su Dama reluctantly accepted that the group's advice was sound. Staying was futile, and leaving sooner was preferable. Lin Chen inquired, "Speaking of children, have you resolved your issues?" Su Dama replied, "Not yet. Last time Lang Ge mentioned needing to break through to the innate realm." Duan Lang continued, "Regarding the two remaining blood bodhi you wanted, I have made my decision. Old Su and Changxi, your worlds do not have what I need. You should trade with old Lin. My terms remain the same, 100 yuan and 100 bottles of Mauta for one blood bodhi." Lin Chen noted, "I am not in a hurry. My internal strength has just surged for 30 years and is not yet smooth. I will let it settle for a while." Su Damao agreed, "All right. I will discuss it with old Lin." Changxi added, "I have no objections." In the chat group, Su Dama requested, "Old Lin, no, Lin Ge. Help a brother out and buy me 200 yuan and 200 bottles of Mautai. I would be immensely grateful." Upon realizing that breaking through the innate realm could rectify his infertility, Su Damao's motivation to cultivate martial arts surged. Changxi chimed in, "Lin Ge. I also need 200 yuan and 200 bottles of Mautai. Feel free to name your price." Fortunately, as the daughter of Chang Yechen, she had control over her family's finances after his death and could freely allocate resources. Like Su Damao, she was eager to enhance her strength, not wanting to meet the same tragic fate recorded in history. Lin Chen replied, "Of course, I can assist with your purchases. I inquired about the price of Mauta during my last cigarette purchase. It is 585 yuan per bottle, so for 200, the total would be about 235,000 yuan. When I sold gold ingots previously, it was at 185 yuan per gram, meaning I would require at least 1270 grams of gold for that amount." He continued, "Aside from gold, other antiques and curiosities are not convenient to liquidate. If you wish to trade, I will need gold first to finance your purchases." By this time, Lin Chen had returned to his hotel, finishing lunch and sitting on a small stool, awaiting the call to action. After some contemplation, he responded to the request from the group. Changxi remarked, 1,270 grams of gold? That's a trivial amount, merely 40 taels. She then asked, "Wait, Lin Good, why is it inconvenient to sell anything other than gold?" For Changxi, 40 taels of gold was indeed a minor concern, considering her family's wealth. Duan Lang interjected, "You are all falling into a misconception, thinking antiques are valuable. In truth, their worth is artificially inflated. A specific group needs them to hold value. Rather than them being intrinsically valuable, they are often used for money laundering or bribery, understand?" Su Damao expressed surprise. "Is there such a perspective? I was planning to stockpile antiques on the mainland, waiting for the winds of change to sell them for a fortune." Lin Chen affirmed, "Duan Lang is correct. I was unaware of this until I researched while writing novels in my previous life, uncovering the intricacies involved. Antiques can be deemed valuable or worthless at will, but gold is consistently valuable." With Duan Lang's explanation, there was no need for Lin Chen to elaborate further. Changxi remarked, "So, the jade pendant I gifted to Lin Gu is essentially worthless? I feel quite embarrassed." Lin Chen assured her, "It's no matter. I didn't spend much on those sanitary items. I never intended to sell the jade pendant, as it is a Ming dynasty piece that I plan to keep as a family heirloom." Changxi suggested, "In that case, I will give Lin Gu 50 taels of gold as compensation for your loss." Lin Chen replied, "Really, it's unnecessary. You need not feel indebted." She insisted, "For me, whether it is 40 or 50 taels makes little difference. Lin Gu, you must accept it. Otherwise, I will feel guilty." Lin Chen conceded, "Since you insist, I shall accept it without further protest." Seeing Changxi's determination, he refrained from declining any longer. Su Damao added, "If Chang Mei gives 50, I will match that with 50 as well. We cannot let Lin Gu work for nothing." The gold I have here usually consists of small and large yellow croakers. The small ones weigh about 1 tael, while the large ones weigh 10 taels. 50 taels would require 5 large yellow croakers. However, I don't have that much money at hand, but my wife, Lu Xiao, brought a box of gold as her dowry, and I plan to sneak a few pieces out tomorrow. Given Su Damao's wealth, he wouldn't be able to part with 50 taels of gold. But he is fortunate to have married the daughter of a capitalist. In the original story, when the wind began to rise, Su Damao stole a few small yellow croakers from Lu Xiao's dowry to present to Deputy Factory Director Li as a means to elevate his status. Su Damao thought, if I can steal, why can't I? Changxi, stealing your wife's dowry? Old Su, that's quite bold of you. Duan Lang, laughs Lin Chen, chuckles hearing this. The three burst into laughter. Su Damao, everyone, please don't laugh. I have no other choice. The value of yellow croakers is substantial and on my salary. I could never earn 50 taels in a lifetime. The official gold price is 34 yuan per gram, while the black market price is double that. At 68 yuan per gram, 5 large yellow croakers weigh 625 grams, amounting to over 12,000 yuan. My monthly salary for working in film is only 5 yuan, meaning I would need over 350 months to earn that amount, requiring 30 years of relentless work without food or drink. Seeing the others chuckle, Su Damao helplessly clarified. Changxi, it's shocking when you do the math. It seems that for ordinary people, earning a fortune is a daunting task. Regardless of the era, Duan Lang, haven't we always been this way for thousands of years? If ordinary people at the bottom were allowed to amass wealth, what would the officials eat and drink? The policy of keeping the masses ignorant, with 33 taels of silver, is one to consider. Su Damao, Brother Lang, your words seem a bit out of place. You are the emperor of the wind and cloud world. You are the greatest beneficiary. And don't the officials listen to you? Duan Lang, haha, that may be, but in my past life, I was just an ordinary person. This is merely a reflection of my feelings. Lin Chen, hey, let's avoid speaking in ways that could undermine unity. It could lead to trouble. Lin Chen felt helpless. As all 3 group members had traversed into this world without issues, he still had to survive and couldn't afford to speak carelessly. The reasons are understood by those who know. Su Damao, all right, let us refrain from such discussions and keep it brief. At this moment, I am still in the countryside showing films and want to return to the city for another couple of days. Once I return, I will seek an opportunity to acquire the gold and send it to you immediately, old Lin. Changxi, since today's trading opportunity is past, I will bring 50 taels of gold to you tomorrow, Brother Lin. Lin Chen, no problem. After concluding their discussions, Lin Chen closed the chat group and focused on his work. Chapter 17, completing the transaction and making a small profit in the following days. Lin Chen received the gold sent by Su Damao and Changxi. During his lunch breaks, he visited several different gold shops to sell 100 taels of gold. Over the course of a few days, he managed to exchange it for 78 million yuan. In 2008, this was no small sum. In the county town of Xinyu, where Lin Chen lived, the housing prices were around 2,000 yuan per square meter, meaning a 100 square meter apartment only cost about 200,000 yuan. With nearly 600,000 yuan, he could buy 2 or 3 apartments. In Lin Chen's memory, housing prices in the county town began to soar around 2010, reaching over 3,000 yuan. By 2014 and 2015, they fell back to around 2,800 yuan. In 2017, the market warmed up again, climbing from over 3,000 to over 5,000 yuan, maintaining that level for several years without decline. By the time Lin Chen purchased a house in his previous life in 2021, prices had reached around 5,800 yuan. However, that was the last flourish of the real estate industry, as prices began to slide in the following 2 years. By the time Lin Chen was reborn, prices had dropped to 4,500 yuan, and he regretted not purchasing sooner. If he had waited a few more years, he wouldn't have wasted over 100,000 yuan. I must earn a fortune quickly, buy a house before 2009, and bring my parents and Xiao out of the city. Looking at the boxes of soft Zhonghua cigarettes and Mouta liquor in his rented room, Lin Chen made a resolution. In order to buy these cigarettes and liquor, he had spent several consecutive days not writing, scouring every large and small supermarket in the county town. Fortunately, after several days of running around, he finally gathered 400 packs of soft Zhonghua and 400 bottles of Mouta. After deducting 67 million yuan for the goods, Lin Chen still had 62 million yuan in hand, having made an 110,000 yuan profit from this transaction. The profit from this cross-industry trade was indeed astonishing. But it had to remain discreet. I must be cautious. Once Dopor is published, I will have a legitimate source of income. Fortunately, Lin Chen had previously saved a considerable amount of manuscripts, so he wouldn't suffer from any interruptions in his novel due to lack of writing time. It is worth mentioning that after several days of build-up, the performance of Dopa had skyrocketed, achieving remarkable success. The total word count had reached 90,000, and the plot had entered the right trajectory, with over 10,000 collections and more than 20,000 recommendation votes. The monthly votes exceeded 1,000, and the total amount of rewards surpassed 500,000 coins. The ranking on the new book list had also climbed to third place. Simultaneously, at 2 p.m. on Friday, a notification was received from the backend regarding a recommendation for promotion, indicating that next week it would receive a recommendation called Category Strong Push. First, I should send the cigarettes and mount to Duan Lang to avoid any awkwardness with Lin. Once this wave of tasks is finished, I will start writing diligently tonight and also find time to accompany Lin more. Having not spent time with my girlfriend Lu Yulin for several days, she was quite upset, so Lin Chen knew he needed to appease her. With that thought, he no longer hesitated and opened the chat group in his mind. Lin Chen, Duan Lang, Big Brother Duan, I've been running around the county town for days and finally managed to gather 400 packs of Huazi and 400 bottles of Maodai. I'll send them to you now. As for the subsequent transactions, you all can discuss among yourselves. I won't interfere. After tagging Duan Lang and making his statement, he opened the trading function, selecting Duan Lang as the trading partner. He placed the cigarettes and Maodai in the trade box and clicked the Agree to Trade button. After a moment of waiting, the other party also agreed to the trade, and the transaction was officially completed. Duan Lang, I have successfully received the goods sent by Old Lin. Over the next couple of days, I will gradually trade the blood booty with Old Su and Miss Chang. After receiving the goods, Duan Lang mentioned it in the group, also providing reassurance to Su Damao and Changxi. Su Damao, thank you for your hard work, Old Lin. And thanks to Brother Lang. Changxi, thank you, Brother Lin. And thank you, Big Brother Duan. Upon hearing this, both expressed their gratitude. Lin Chen, no need for thanks. I made a small profit of 110,000 yuan as well. Lin Chen smiled and replied. It must be said that the atmosphere in the chat group was quite harmonious. Everyone coexisted peacefully, with no schemes or rivalry. Su Damao, Old Lin, you've worked hard. This money is well-deserved. Changxi, indeed, we can't let Brother Lin work for nothing. Both understood the situation and wouldn't quibble over a small amount of money. Duan Lang, that said, 400 packs of Huazi and 400 bottles of Maodai will last me quite a while. Once I finish the last wave of transactions with Old Lin, I won't need Huazi or Maodai for a while. He instructed the attendants to store the cigarettes and liquor in the inner treasury, hinting at something unspoken. Though he didn't say it outright, the group members understood his implied message. Should anyone wish to trade with him again, he wouldn't require cigarettes or liquor next time. Su Damao, logically speaking, mere cigarettes and liquor cannot be compared to the precious martial arts manuals. I know this is Brother Lang looking out for everyone. With the 3 blood booty and Xuan Wu Tru skill provided by Brother Lang, I am already immensely grateful and do not dare to wish for more. Su Damao understood Duan Lang's meaning instantly, realizing that Duan Lang was wary of the group members becoming greedy and exploiting the transaction for profit. Lin Chen, Old Su is right. This is Brother Lang's consideration for everyone. Such kindness should not go unappreciated, and there will surely be a reward in the future. Changxi, we are not greedy people. We can never fully repay Big Brother Duan's kindness. Both Lin Chen and Changxi understood Duan Lang's underlying message and readily voiced their agreement. Duan Lang, it's settled then. Today I help you. And tomorrow you help me. We support each other. Duan Lang spoke directly, getting straight to the point. Changxi, it has been about 10 days since we joined this chat group, right? Have we been just the 4 of us all along? When will new members join? The topic of trading was put on hold. Changxi sighed. Su Damao, has it really only been 10 days? Time flies. As for new members, who knows when they will arrive? Duan Lang, this group is rather rudimentary, lacking in everything, and there is no group leader or management. Upon hearing this, the other 2 expressed their agreement, and they began to complain. Lin Chen, to be precise, it has been 16 days. Today is May 31st, and it has been over half a month since my rebirth. Lin Chen always remembered the time and date clearly. The day he joined the chat group was also the day of his rebirth. He recalled the chat group informing him that he had traversed to the primordial world. But there was no further explanation. Lin Chen speculated that perhaps the current features of the chat group were not fully developed, and he wondered if he would eventually receive a true answer. Duan Lang, the mighty Emperor Lang, can still live for nearly 2,000 years. So I have ample time to await the arrival of new members, haha. Su Damao, sorry to interrupt. Changxi, yikes, that is terrifying. Lin Chen, Duan. Speaking like that will easily get you into trouble, I must say. Duan Lang. Haha, my current achievements are all earned through my own hard work, punch by punch. Damao, Lin Chen, Changxi, impressive, great one. After a brief period of casual conversation, it was time to get to work. Lin Chen closed the chat group and stepped out of his home. Chapter 18. New members join the group, updates and compensation, ding. Li Ku has joined the chat. Ding. Group members have reached 5. A new version has been discovered, automatic download in progress. Progress bar, 121,417, that evening. Lin Chen sat in meditation, practicing his inner power in lieu of sleep, when several notifications suddenly popped into his mind. A newcomer in the group? An update to the chat group version? Upon seeing the progress bar and recalling the previous notifications, Lin Chen was taken aback. Glancing at the time on his phone, it read June 1st, 2008, 001. A thought crossed his mind. Could it be that every new month brings a new member to the group? Or is it merely a coincidence? After a brief wait, the chat group update progress bar finally filled to completion. The refreshed chat group interface automatically popped up before Lin Chen's eyes. Finally updated. Lin Chen murmured to himself, eagerly searching for the differences between the new and old versions. He finally found them. Following the version update, 2 new features had been added, one for member profile attributes and another for task functionality. Lin Chen clicked on his avatar in the member list, and a small window appeared. Member, Lin Chen race, human, strength level, first level, location information, primordial great thousand world. The information on the small window puzzled Lin Chen. Why does the location still show the primordial world when he is clearly reborn? It felt rather foolish. Ding. Member Lin Chen's location information is incorrect, but before Lin Chen could take another look, the small window suddenly flickered a few times and disappeared, replaced by an error notification. The error notification came too suddenly, catching Lin Chen off guard. Ding. Error corrected. Member Lin Chen is compensated, and his group privileges have been upgraded to administrator. Ding. Member Lin Chen receives a special lottery chance as compensation. Click this link to participate. Soon, the erroneous location information was corrected, and Lin Chen was compensated. Not only did he become the sole administrator of the group, but he also received a special lottery opportunity. Not bad. Compensation is better than none. Seeing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile wryly as he silently accepted the chat group's compensation. Without further hesitation, he clicked on the link in the notification. A large wheel appeared on the interface, reminiscent of the lottery pages from his previous life. The wheel held numerous rewards: Panga's essence, primordial purple chi, innate spiritual treasures, innate spiritual roots, 9-turn mysterious arts, innate divine abilities, and more. Wow. Lin Chen couldn't help but gasp, his eyes sparkling with excitement. If he could randomly draw one of those rewards, wouldn't that make him an immortal instantly? Ding. Administrator Lin Chen, are you sure you want to proceed with the special lottery? Yes. Hurry up and draw, Lin Chen declared decisively. As soon as he spoke, the large wheel began to spin wildly. May the 3 pure ones, the Buddha, and the Jade Emperor, bless me to win. I am not greedy. Even an innate divine ability would suffice. The wheel spun so fast that the rewards were indiscernible. Lin Chen clasped his hands together, fervently praying to the myriad deities. Our people's threshold for belief is quite flexible. When in need, we seek divine intervention. When not needed, we dismiss superstition. Ding. Congratulations, Administrator Lin Chen. You have received a personal space. After the wheel spun for a while, a beam of light scattered and entered Lin Chen's body. Simultaneously, a piece of information flashed through his mind, and he instinctively understood the details about the personal space. The personal space is a cube with dimensions of 10 meters, with a volume of 1,000 cubic meters, capable of storing inanimate objects at will. However, it is noteworthy that it lacks the ability to collect items from a distance. Lin Chen must physically touch the items to store them. After obtaining the personal space, it attached itself to Lin Chen's body, functioning like a naturally grown organ. Lin Chen could manipulate it with ease. This was quite satisfactory, certainly better than having nothing. He played around with putting things from his room in and out of the space for a while, then decided to stop, clicking on his avatar again. Another small window popped up. Administrator, Lin Chen race, human, strength level, first level, location information, serial number 009-52702, Earth-O? The location information has changed? Unlike before, this time the location information displayed a variation. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened as he looked at the small window. Earth actually has a serial number? Does this imply that there are numerous parallel Earths within the myriad worlds? In other words, he had not been reborn to the year 2008 of his original world, but had traversed to a parallel Earth? Yet, why does this parallel world mirror the circumstances of his previous life so closely? Lin Chen's background remains the same, and the global landscape is virtually identical, almost indistinguishable from his past life. If it weren't for the update of the group member profile attributes feature today, he would not have realized that this was no longer the world he lived in before. No wonder the 3 group members' calls could not connect. It turns out he was no longer in his original world. He had truly traversed. However, for him, traversing and rebirth bore little difference. At that moment, Lin Chen finally understood. All the previous confusions were resolved in an instant. Opening the chat group, the members were already engaged in conversation. Duan Lang, Li Ke. I am Duan Lang from the world of Fengyan. Welcome to the group. Su Damao, welcome newcomer. I am Su Damao from the world of Sihiyuan. We are all Earth traversers, so there is no need for the newcomer to feel shy. Changxi, I am Changxi from the Ming dynasty's Hangwu era. Newcomer. Come forth, don't be shy. With a new member joining the group, the 3 veteran members were quite excited. It was not easy. Finally, a newcomer had arrived. Li Ke, a chat group for traversers across the realms? So, everyone here is from Earth? Have I found my organization? Hello everyone, I am Li Ake, who has traversed to the world of the deer and the cauldron. Yes, I am Ake, one of Wei Xiaobao's 7 wives. However, my timeline here is still early. The plot of the deer and the cauldron has not yet begun, and I am currently practicing in the mountains with Master Jiao Nan. Seeing the veterans so warmly welcoming, the new member Li Ke finally spoke up. Duan Lang, so you are Ake from the deer and the cauldron. Welcome. Su Damao, if I recall correctly, Ake is the daughter of Li Ziqing and Qin Yuan, right? Mistakenly thought by Master Jiao Nan to be the daughter of Wu Sengui and Qin Yuan. She was abducted as a child and trained to become an assassin to kill Wu Sengui. Upon hearing the new member's introduction, both Duan Lang and Su Damao finally realized. Changxi, wait, everyone, look. Brother Lin has actually become an administrator. What is going on? At that moment, Changxi inadvertently noticed that behind Lin Chen's avatar in the member list, an administrator badge had appeared. Chapter 19, Administrator Privileges, Task Features in the Chat Group. Duan Lang, Lin Chen, Old Lin, come out and explain how you managed to become an administrator. Su Damao, I woke up to find the sky has fallen. We agreed to all be members together, and you secretly became an administrator, Old Lin. How could you betray us? Upon hearing Changxi, both Duan Lang and Su Damao hurriedly looked at the member list. To their astonishment, Lin Chen's avatar indeed bore the administrator badge. Li Ke, is Lin Chen another member's name? From what everyone is saying, he wasn't an administrator before and suddenly became one. New member Li Ke was still trying to grasp the situation, but from the conversation among the 3 senior members, she was able to discern some clues. Lin Chen, ahem. Do you all remember that I mentioned something before? The chat group indicated that I had traversed to the Hongwang world. Just now. The chat group updated automatically because the number of members reached 5, adding a member information feature. When I checked my information, it displayed my location as the vast world of Hongwang. However, shortly thereafter, the chat group issued an error message, finally realizing the mistake. It subsequently corrected my location information and compensated me by promoting my privileges to administrator and granting me a chance to draw a prize. As Lin Chen opened the group chat, he happened to see the outcry from the senior members and immediately began to explain. Su Damao, what is this? Such good fortune exists? How come I didn't encounter this? Changxi, if that is the case, then it makes sense. The chat group's own error and subsequent compensation to Brother Lin is entirely reasonable. Duan Lang, I see. So what privileges does an administrator have? Old Lin, tell us. And what did you draw? Li Ke, newcomer Li Ke, greeting Administrator Brother Lin. Please take care of me. Upon hearing Lin Chen's explanation, the senior members finally accepted his account. Lin Chen, you all have so many questions, how can I answer them all? Let us take them one at a time. Let's start with the draw. There were originally many good prizes, such as Panga's Essence, Primordial Purple Energy, Innate Spiritual Treasures, and 9 turns Mystical Arts, which made my mouth water. Unfortunately, I was very lucky and ended up drawing a personal space measuring 10 meters in length, width, and height, with a total volume of 1,000 cubic meters. It cannot hold living beings or collect items through thought. I can only store things I physically touch. The administrator privileges consist of 2. One is the ability to everyone, and the other is to mute members. There are no other privileges. I cannot invite new members or kick out old members. However, from what I gather, as the number of members in the chat group increases, the features will gradually expand, and the administrator privileges will enhance accordingly. Li Ke, welcome, newcomer. No need to be polite. We are all fellow Earthlings. Let us coexist peacefully and look out for each other. Lin Chen, after a thorough search, finally explained the 2 administrator privileges to everyone. Su Damao, wow, a personal space. That is incredible. Doesn't it mean you can carry many things? But compared to Pangu's Essence and Primordial Purple Energy, it seems rather lackluster. Upon hearing this, Su Damao immediately felt envy and jealousy. Duan Lang, Having something is better than nothing. We don't even have that. However, old Su has a point. The personal space is indeed quite mediocre among all the rewards. For some reason, Duan Lang felt inexplicably relieved. He was both worried about his brother suffering and envious of his brother driving a luxury car. Lin Chen suddenly becoming an administrator had initially troubled him. But upon hearing that Lin Chen's luck was not particularly good in the draw, and that the administrator privileges were rather ordinary, he felt a sense of balance return. Such is human nature. Changxi, haha, I implore Brother Lin, please do not mute me. As long as we can continue to chat happily in the group. There is nothing wrong with you being an administrator. Changxi seemed to have no strong feelings about Lin Chen becoming an administrator and playfully joked. Liku, thank you. Brother Lin, the newcomer is trembling with fear. Being unfamiliar with the senior members, she dared not speak freely. Lin Chen, I am still the same. There has been no change. By the way, you can check my information. The last column of location information is particularly interesting. Upon receiving the administrator title, Lin Chen noticed no changes. The two privileges were also quite ordinary. Upon hearing this, the members clicked on Lin Chen's information and saw his location details. Su Damao, serial number 0095270 Earth? What does that mean? Could it be there are many Earths? Duan Lang, it seems so. No wonder when old Lin called us last time, it was a non-existent number. It appears old Lin did not reincarnate to the original Earth, but rather traversed to a parallel world. Changxi, does Earth also have serial numbers? Given its sequence number, the number of Earths must be in the billions. Liku, I've learned something new. After reading Lin Chen's location details, the members began to discuss. Lin Chen, in any case, I don't feel any different. Reincarnation and traversal seem to be no different. As for the serial number displayed in the location information, I take it lightly. With my current strength, I am not qualified to explore such profound questions. Lin Chen, this time, the chat group has updated 2 features. Besides the member information, there is also a task feature, which I wonder if everyone has noticed. All members can publish tasks and accept tasks. However, it is important to note that publishing a task requires preparing corresponding rewards. After you submit a task, it needs my approval before it can be officially published for other members to accept. This way, everyone can traverse to the world of the member who submitted the task. The chat group has an automatic protection feature, ensuring that members cannot harm each other. You can rest assured about this. Skipping the previous topic, Lin Chen spoke about another function updated in the chat group, the task feature. Duan Lang, does submitting a task require administrator approval? Old Lin, you would intentionally hold us back, would you? Lin Chen, what are you saying, Duan? If I hadn't become an administrator, the chat group would require its own review. It doesn't care about personal feelings. If there is even the slightest inconsistency, it will reject the task application. But I am different. As long as the tasks submitted aren't too absurd, I won't deliberately hold them back from approval. Sudama, so? It seems that with you becoming an administrator, it's actually beneficial for us. Changxi, hooray. Liku, indeed, that is quite good. Upon hearing Lin Chen's explanation, the members cheered. The assurance that they could not harm each other guaranteed their safety. Duan Lang, wait, I just thought of a great idea. I could randomly publish a task, inviting everyone to come play in my world. How about it? Is anyone interested? Also, old Lin, can I publish this task? Opening the task feature, Duan Lang carefully examined it. He noted that as long as members accepted the task he published, they could traverse to his world. In an instant, a thought sprang to Duan Lang's mind. Chapter 20, First Offline Activity, Preparations. Going to play in Duan Lang's world? Subsequently, everyone began to ponder silently. Lin Chen, of course you can, Duan Lang. Just submit the task, and I will approve it on my end. There is no problem. However, you should plan it well. If you need my assistance, just let me know. Speaking of which, this should be our chat group as first offline activity, right? Duan Lang, plan it well. Don't mess it up. Lin Chen was certainly not going to refuse Duan Lang's invitation to explore the world of Fengyun. He was also eager to broaden his horizons. As long as Duan Lang organized the activity task well, Lin Chen was prepared to approve it at the earliest opportunity. Duan Lang, sounds good. As long as old Lin has no objections, then I'm fine with it. What does everyone think? Are you interested in coming over to play? Lin Chen, if everyone agrees, let us discuss this matter in further detail, said Duan Lang with a smile upon seeing Lin Chen's consent. Damao, may I first inquire about the duration? Does the flow of time differ across worlds? I apologize, but as you all know, in my current era, I cannot simply vanish for several days without it causing significant issues. The prospect of visiting the Fengyun world greatly excites Damao. Yet he resolves to clarify the situation before making any decisions. Changxi, I am indifferent, as long as it is not for 10 days or half a month. 3 to 5 days would be fine. However, I have another question. Should I prepare anything for this interdimensional journey? I certainly cannot miss out on this opportunity. Li Ke, it is rather inconvenient for me to leave. Master Jianan is quite strict. Nevertheless, considering it is our group's first offline gathering, I cannot afford to be absent. I suppose I will have to concoct an excuse to sneak away. Li Ke spoke with a hint of frustration. Duan Lang, since everyone seems pressed for time, let us settle on a duration of 1 day and 1 night. I trust there will be no objections to a single day's commitment. After the group expressed their thoughts, Duan Lang contemplated before asking. Damao 1 day and 1 night. That works for me. I often disappear for 10 days or half a month while screening films in the countryside, so vanishing for a day is no issue. Changxi, yeah, I am also in agreement. Let it be 1 day and 1 night. Li Ke, for a single day, I can tell Master Jianan that I need to go to the city to purchase some items, so I can be away for a day or 2. The members of the group unanimously supported Duan Lang's proposal. Duan Lang, then it is settled. Lin Chen, here's my thought. Old Lin, please assist in procuring some modern earthly foods, beverages, and spirits. It has likely been a long time since everyone has savored the delicacies of their past lives after crossing over. I shall also prepare some regional specialties from the Famine world to entertain our fellow group members. Lin Chen, no problem. I will prepare everything in advance. Duan Lang, I will submit the task now. Old Lin, please review it. Lin Chen, all right. Upon accessing the task function, Lin Chen indeed found a new task application in the back end. Task name, First Offline Gathering of Group Members. Task applicant, Duan Lang. Task description. Since we have the opportunity for an offline meetup, how could we possibly miss it? Task requirements, none. All group members may undertake this task. Task duration, 24 hours. Currently, the flow of time is consistent across all members' worlds. There will be no situation where one world experiences a day while another passes only a second. So please plan your time judiciously. Task reward, 100 taels of gold. Task location, Famine world. Should the task application submitted by group member Duan Lang be approved? After reviewing the task details, Lin Chen did not immediately approve the application. After some contemplation, he opened the chat interface. Lin Chen, everyone. I have reviewed the task application submitted by Duan Dalao and have decided not to approve it for now. Please prepare yourselves first. Once everyone is ready to depart, I will approve the task application, allowing us all to venture into Duan Dalao's world simultaneously. Not only do the group members need to prepare, but Lin Chen himself must also do so. He must find Old Wang to request leave and assist Duan Lang in procuring a selection of food, beverages, and spirits. Duan Lang, it was my oversight. Old Lin is right. We should hold off on approving the application for now. Damao, I will go apply for leave to screen films in the countryside now. Changxi, I also need to arrange matters for my departure. Alas, I am only 15 years old, and managing this vast family estate is no small feat. Li Ke, I will consult my master, seeking permission to descend the mountain for a while. The group members all concurred that preparations must be made in advance. Lin Chen, very well, let us proceed as such. I shall take my leave. After chatting in the group for much of the day, Lin Chen noticed that daylight had already broken as he closed the chat group. Glancing at his phone, he saw that it was June 1st, 2008, at 7:12 a.m. He opened his contacts and dialed Master Wang Fugui's number. Hello, Shaolin. Calling so early, is there something on your mind? Master, I would like to request 2 days off today and tomorrow to return to the countryside and visit my daughter. You are asking for leave on the very first day of June? Very well, I approve. Thank you, Master. No need for thanks, just hang up. In the kitchen. There are 2 days off each month that may be adjusted at any time, provided one seeks permission from the head chef. Lin Chen had already utilized his leave during the first half of the previous month, so he could only request a day of personal leave upon his rebirth. After terminating the call with Old Wang, he also informed Lu Yulin of his plans. After tidying his room, he left his rental apartment. Subsequently, he purchased several buns from a breakfast shop before entering the adjacent internet CAF. It was still early, so he decided to draft some articles. He continued typing until 9 a.m., at which point he left the CAF. First, he rented a van and drove to the wholesale market to begin his shopping spree. He spent over 30,000 on various snacks, beverages, side dishes, tobacco, alcohol, and fruits. He instructed the shopkeepers to load the goods into the van, filling the backseat to the brim. After leaving the wholesale market, Lin Chen took a drive around the outskirts of the city. When the road was clear, he quickly stored all the items from the van into his spatial storage. He then returned the now empty van to the rental service. It was just past 10 a.m., and he still had time to return to his hometown. After considering the time, Lin Chen decided to make a trip back to the countryside. Since his rebirth, he had not seen his parents or daughter, and they had only communicated by phone. Now, returning would allow him to have lunch with them before heading back to the city. Once back in the city, he could seize the opportunity to write more. hoping to stockpile additional drafts. That evening, he would submit the task proposed by Duan Lang and spend a day in the Fengyun world without affecting his work schedule the day after tomorrow. Excellent. It was a delightful decision. With this in mind, Lin Chen took a taxi to the urban-rural bus station and boarded the bus back to his hometown. Chapter 21. Returning to the countryside, a beautiful daughter sitting on the bus, Lin Chen gazed out at the rapidly retreating scenery, lost in thought. His hometown, known as Linxia Village, is over 40 li from the county town, and the bus takes half an hour to arrive. The village is quite small, with only about 200 households, totaling around 700 to 800 people. Most villagers share the surname Lin, descendants of a common ancestor. However, the atmosphere in the village is rather unpleasant. They disdain the poor, fear the wealthy, envy those with possessions, mock the less fortunate, and resent the strong. The saying poverty breeds malice rings true here. Lin Chen had seldom spent time in his hometown over his 2 lifetimes, primarily due to his aversion to this prevailing mindset. He found it difficult to connect with the villagers, having few genuine friends. He recalls that in a few years, most villagers moved to the city to buy homes, leading to the village's gradual decline. In his previous life, whenever he returned, the village was left with only the elderly, weak, and women and children, with hardly anyone remaining. Sigh. I should buy a house in the city as soon as possible and bring my parents and daughter to live there. It is best to avoid the troublesome affairs of the village altogether. As the bus swayed, it finally halted in a neighboring village. This was Lin Chen's stop, and he would need to walk for over 10 minutes to reach his home. Those getting off at Zhang Village, please disembark quickly. The driver's loud voice snapped Lin Chen back to reality. He quickly stood up and exited the bus from the rear door, just in time to test the lightness of his steps from the skill-swift water. No trace in Xuanwu true skill, Lin Chen moved as if flying, each step covering several meters. Passers-by occasionally caught a glimpse of a fleeting shadow, completely unaware of his presence. In a minute, Lin Chen stood before his family's door, 2 cans of milk powder in hand. The house is an old-style red brick and blue tile residence, with 3 main rooms, occupying over 180 square meters. It was built in 1986 by his grandfather and has been home to the family for over 20 years. Lin Chen remembers that in his previous life, it wasn't until 2010 that his father finally demolished the old house and constructed a 3-story building. Xiaochen, you are back on leave? His mother, Chen Xiaoyan, emerged from the kitchen carrying dishes and rushed to greet him upon seeing Lin Chen's figure. Mom, I'm on leave today to visit you and Dad, as well as Xiao Xiao. As Lin Chen gazed upon his youthful mother, his eyes grew slightly moist. He quickly inquired, by the way, where is Xiao Xiao? Xiao Xiao is sleeping in the room. You, my child, should have told me you were coming back sooner, Chen Xiaoyan replied, lightly patting Lin Chen's arm with a hint of reproach. Oh, Mom, there's no need to go to such trouble. I can make do with a little something. Lin Chen entered the house, casually placing the infant formula on the living room shelf. He then proceeded to his room, casually asking, is Dad out working? Your father has gone to the neighboring Li village to help someone build a new house. He won't be back for lunch. Came Chen Xiaoyan's voice from the kitchen as she deftly prepared the midday meal. Lin Chen's father, Lin Daqiang, was a carpenter who once made a living crafting furniture and coffins. However, with the rise of the construction industry in recent years, traditional crafts had gradually faded, prompting him to switch careers and become a construction worker. Oh, Lin Chen acknowledged, stepping into his room. On the old wooden bed, covered with a bamboo mat and a woolen blanket, lay a small bundle. Lin Chen approached the bedside quietly, gazing at the little one, his heart melting, and a smile breaking across his face. The child, nearly 5 months old, had inherited Lin Chen's good looks, resembling a delicate doll, and was fast asleep with eyes closed. After watching for a while, he quietly exited the room, gently closing the door behind him. Mom, how long has Xiao Xiao been asleep? He asked as he entered the kitchen to assist his mother. She fell asleep around 9 this morning. She should be waking up soon. You know how children are. They need plenty of sleep. It's a bit better now. She doesn't fuss much at night. But you wouldn't know, I had to wake up several times each night before. Mom, I'm sorry. It's my fault for making you both suffer. Lin Chen felt a wave of guilt wash over him, realizing that his recklessness and youthful ignorance had caused his parents distress. In his previous life, he had achieved little, leaving his parents to worry for him into their old age without enjoying a moment of peace. In response to his mother's complaints, Lin Chen lowered his head in silence. He refrained from sharing that he was writing novels and would soon earn a substantial income. Speaking of it now would be futile and unconvincing. Once he earned money, he could buy a house in the city and bring them there. Your second uncle's Lin, who has been skipping school every day and was recently persuaded to drop out, his mother continued, sharing gossip. Lin Chen nodded in acknowledgement. He recalled that his cousin Lin, who had also been expelled from school and had spent 2 months learning culinary skills with him at the Dongfang Hotel. Lin, whose uncle had intervened, allowing him to enroll in a county school under the guise of a student athlete. The young man turned his life around, diligently practicing sports, eventually gaining admission to a prestigious high school and later to a second-tier sports university in another province, becoming the first college student in the Lin family. Moreover, the handsome Lin, who managed to secure a girlfriend while in college, who happened to be the granddaughter of the university's dean. With her assistance, he was able to remain at the school as a teacher, finally breaking free from the constraints of a rural upbringing. Reflecting on this, Lin Chen expressed to his mother, "Mom, I'm going to visit my second uncle's house. Call me when it's time for dinner. Don't go. Your second aunt has been blaming you, saying you." As the older brother set a poor example, leading Lin Hu astray, Chen Xiaoyan admonished, holding Lin Chen back. "You know how your second aunt is sharp-tongued and bitter. Visiting would only bring you trouble." "All right, then I want to go," Lin Chen conceded after recalling the truth in her words. Just then, the sound of a baby crying echoed from the room. Xiao Xiao had awakened. Chen Xiaoyan immediately sprang into action, rushing to the room to bring the little one out. Upon checking the diaper, she found it soaked and in need of changing. "Mom, let me wash it," Lin Chen offered, taking the used diaper to clean. Their family did not have the means for disposable diapers, so they used traditional cloth ones that could be reused, primarily to save money. "Mom, you go prepare the meal." "I'll hold her," Lin Chen said, carefully taking his daughter into his arms after the diaper change. "Well, your own daughter has been held by her grandfather as many times as you have," his mother teased, and Lin Chen smiled ruefully. "My dear daughter, do you recognize your father?" he gently asked while cradling the little one. The baby raised her chubby hands to reach for Lin Chen's nose. Blowing bubbles as she did so, Lin Chen kissed her, filled with joy. In this life, he vowed never to let anyone take advantage of his daughter again. After enjoying lunch and chatting with his mother for a while, Lin Chen spent some time with his daughter before embarking on his journey back to the city. Upon returning to his rental apartment, he planned to take a shower and change clothes before heading to the internet CAF to write. Just then, he received a call from his girlfriend, Lu Yulin. "Chengge, have you returned? Or are you still in the countryside?" "I'm back. I just arrived home and am about to take a shower. It's so hot. I'm drenched in sweat. Do you want me to come over?" "Yes, please come. Then I'll head over now. Hurry." After hanging up, Lin Chen glanced at the time. It was 1:40 p.m. He decided against showering, lighting a cigarette instead and sitting down to wait. Before long, there was a knock at the door. Lin Chen rose to open it and found Lu Yulin standing there. Looking charming, he scooped her up into his arms and closed the door behind them. "Chengge, is Xiao Xiao well behaved?" "She is very good. Let us take a bath together." "Don't tear it. I can do it myself." "Hurry, I'm feeling very hot." After a playful exchange, the two lay down on the bed. Lin, I've always wanted to ask, what attracted you to me?" "I don't have money or talent." After exhaling a puff of smoke, Lin Chen posed the question that had been lingering in his mind. "Does liking someone need a reason?" Lu Yulin countered. "Doesn't he it? I believe there must be a special reason." Lin Chen shook his head, admitting to himself that he was drawn to Lu Yulin's beauty. However, he could not fathom what she saw in him. "If I had to find a reason, it would be that you're handsome. I noticed you at first glance." Lu Yulin replied softly after a moment's thought. "Is that reason sufficient?" "All right," Lin Chen conceded, rendered speechless. It turned out she was also a member of the looks-based association. Let us not seek lofty reasons. When people first meet, they notice appearances first, followed by character, personality, and talent. Love, after all, begins with looks, deepens with talent, and endures through character. Lin, how do you truly feel? Are you really willing to be a stepmother to Xiao Xiao?" After a brief silence, Lin Chen inquired. "I'm not sure. Let us talk about the future when it comes," Lu Yulin replied, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. She had no objections but knew she would face parental disapproval. "That's all right. I want to force you." Lin Chen understood that his young girlfriend was also uncertain. However, even if they parted ways, he felt it would not be in vain, as he had secured her innocence. He was well aware that being a father while seeking a wife would pose challenges. In his previous life, he was never short of female companionship and often changed partners. All thanks to his handsome appearance. Being good-looking truly had its advantages. However, while casual relationships were possible, marriage was another matter entirely. Many women were willing to spend time with him, even financially supporting him, but none were inclined to marry him, especially since he had a daughter. "Well, I haven't made up my mind yet. Let me think it over, all right?" Lu Yulin said, wrapping her arms around his. She hadn't given it much thought, choosing to enjoy each day as it came. Who could predict what the future held? "All right, let us do this one more time," Lin Chen suggested, rolling over. "Ouch. Chengge, be gentle." Lu Yulin also reveled in the moment. Time flew by, and the joyous hours were fleeting. By 4 p.m., after bidding farewell to Lu Yulin, Lin Chen turned and headed to the internet CAF. Upon logging in, Lin Chen accessed the back end of the novel website. As soon as he entered, notifications flooded his headphones. He glanced at them, responded to a few messages from fellow authors, and then checked the reader group. Finally, he came across several messages from the editor, Qingguang, Old Wan. The real follow count has surpassed 5,000, with a follow ratio of 31. Don't let it collapse. You have the potential for 10,000 subscriptions. Let me share an insider tip. Achieving 10,000 subscriptions could lead to signing a major author contract. You have a great chance to become my first major author. My future sustenance depends on you, so give it your all. Oh, I almost forgot to add you to the official group. I'll send you an invitation. Be sure to join. Following the messages was an invitation link to join the group. After reading, Lin Chen furrowed his brow. 10,000 subscriptions for a major author contract? Is such a title so easily obtained? Alas, it was 2008, not 2025. But he quickly realized he had misremembered the timeline. In 2025, one would need at least 70 or 80,000 subscriptions to have a chance at signing a major author contract. However, in 2008, 10,000 subscriptions were indeed impressive, with even some high-quality works signing contracts with that number. With this thought, Lin Chen glanced at the new book data in the author backend. As of now, it had been the 17th day since the book was published, with over 100,000 words updated. The total number of collections was 150,000, with more than 50,000 recommendation votes, over 3,000 monthly votes, and total rewards exceeding 500,000 points. The overall ranking of the new book had reached first place. On June 1st, a Sunday, at 2 p.m., it was featured in the category's strong recommendations, significantly increasing exposure and improving various metrics compared to the previous day. With 500,000 words in reserve and a complete outline, there was no risk of the subsequent plot collapsing, which reassured Qingguang. After replying to the editor, Lin Chen followed the invitation link and joined a group named Fantasy Authors. Scanning through the member list, he recognized many renowned authors from the future. Newbie in the group, please take care of me. He silently changed the group name to just starting out and made a brief comment before setting the group to receive messages without notifications. Subsequently, he closed the dialog box, opened a notepad, and began typing to store his manuscript. Writing can enrich a life. He worked diligently until nightfall, ordered takeout from a nearby fast food restaurant, and continued writing after finishing his meal. From 4 p.m. to 10 p.m., Lin Chen penned 30,000 words before finally stopping. As per routine, he uploaded the manuscript for safekeeping, awaiting a significant update after it goes live. Upon returning to his rental apartment, Lin Chen first took a shower and changed clothes, then lay down on his bed and lit a cigarette. He opened the chat group in his mind. Everyone, are you all ready? If ready, press 1. Duan Lang, 1 Sudama, 1 Changxi, 1 Li Ke, 1 Soon. All group members responded. Lin Chen announced, since everyone is prepared, I will proceed with the activity application submitted by Brother Duan. Seeing this, he opened the task feature, located the task application from Duan Lang, and selected Agree. Ding. Group member Duan Lang has posted a task. First offline gathering activity for members. Go accept the task. The next moment, a prompt appeared before all group members. Chapter 23. Journey to the World of Wind and Cloud. A grand gathering opening the task feature. There was only one task listed. Clicking on it revealed the task details. Task name, first offline gathering activity for members. Task publisher, Duan Lang. Task introduction. Since we have the opportunity for an offline meetup, how could we possibly miss it? Task requirements, none. All members can accept this task. Task duration, 24 hours. All members in the world share the same flow of time, ensuring there won't be situations where one world experiences a day while another only a second passes. Please arrange your time wisely. Task reward, 200 taels of gold. Task location, World of Wind and Cloud. After accepting this task, click this link to enter the World of Wind and Cloud. Sudama, Brother Lang, I'm in. Changxi, coming. Li Ke, I'll be there shortly. Lin Chen, I'm here too. One by one, the members clicked the link to enter the World of Wind and Cloud, and Lin Chen followed suit. World of Wind and Cloud, capital Chang'an. After Duan Lang established the Great Qian dynasty, he named the Era Divine Marshal and made Chang'an the capital. After years of construction, the once dilapidated city of Chang'an had undergone a magnificent transformation, showcasing its solemnity and grandeur. The towering city gates stood majestically, the walls were sturdy and imposing, exuding an air of historical gravitas. The wide, straight streets were paved with smooth blue stone, orderly and dignified, reflecting the stature of a national capital. The imperial city, with its vermilion walls and golden tiles, featured grand eaves and brackets, epitomizing royal majesty and solemnity. Under the night sky, the imperial garden was brightly lit. Duan Lang stood with his hands clasped behind him, dismissing the attending eunuchs and palace maids, awaiting the arrival of the group members. A flash of light signaled Lin Chen's arrival. "You are Lin Chen, old Lin?" Noticing the newcomer's attire, Duan Lang quickly surmised. "Yes, it is I. Hello, brother Duan." Lin Chen smiled, taking in Duan Lang, who was adorned in a magnificent dragon robe that radiated imperial authority. He bowed respectfully and greeted, "Indeed, it's you, old Lin. Welcome." Duan Lang returned the gesture with a smile, his words tinged with a Manan accent. Just then, 3 more figures descended in succession. Su Damao in a gray cotton coat, Changxi in a light yellow palace outfit with a hairpin, and Li Ku in a white dress. "I am Su Damao. You must be Brother Lang? And you are old Lin?" Su Damao quickly deduced their identities upon seeing them. Lin Chen immediately recognized the strong Beijing accent in his speech. "I am Changxi, greetings to all." Changxi appeared dignified and elegant, bowing gracefully. Her voice soft and sweet, embodying the charm of a Jiangnan woman. "Hello everyone, I am Li Ku." Li Ku's youthful visage radiated beauty, and she bowed with a sword in hand. Coming from northeast China, her accent was unmistakable, which Lin Chen quickly picked up on. "Hello, I am Lin Chen." Lin Chen waved at everyone with a smile. Brother Lin is quite handsome. Both Changxi and Li Ku's eyes lit up simultaneously with a shared thought. "Haha. I am Duan Lang. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Feel free to call me Old Duan." As the host, Duan Lang clasped his hands together in greeting, stating, "This offline meeting finally allows us all to get acquainted. We must not overlook the ceremonial aspect. Hello, Brother Lang. Hello, Old Lin. Greetings, Brother Duan. Greetings, Brother Lin." Everyone returned the greetings in unison. After a round of pleasantries, the initial awkwardness of their first meeting quickly dissipated, and they became more familiar with each other. "Haha, let us not just stand here talking. I am all set up. Don't be shy, come and sit with us." Subsequently, Duan Lang led everyone to a pavilion beside the imperial garden, where they took their seats. The table was laden with various exquisite pastries, fruits, and beverages. "Old Lin, I'll have you take charge of the purchasing," Duan Lang whispered to Lin Chen, who sat nearby. "Oh, I almost forgot. I brought a lot with me. I got everything I could find." Lin Chen waved his hand, producing all the items he had previously purchased from his spatial storage. Soon, the ground was piled high with large boxes and bags filled with drinks, alcohol, snacks, and fruits. "Thank you, Old Lin. I will surely repay you for this after the event." Duan Lang patted Lin Chen on the shoulder and quietly said, "Come, everyone. Let us open the boxes and see what good things Old Lin has brought us." Duan Lang then encouraged everyone to enjoy the delights of their former world. Coke. The Coke I've been dreaming of. Sudama eagerly opened a box of Coke, took a big gulp, burped contentedly, and exclaimed, "What a familiar taste. Just like I remember. In the 60s, the average person couldn't even drink Coke. Spicy strips, how I have longed for you." After several attempts to recreate the authentic flavor post-transmigration, I have yet to succeed. As Changxi opened a bag, to her surprise, it contained spicy strips. She immediately cheered and began to devour them. And there were potato chips, my favorite. Li Ku also embraced a large bag of chips, indulging with exuberance and delight. Seeing everyone in high spirits, Lin Chen smiled. "Old Lin, I raise a glass to you," Duan Lang declared, opening a bottle of beer and gesturing towards Lin Chen. "Let us drink together. Old Su, you too. Ladies, would you care to join?" Lin Chen also opened a bottle of beer and inquired of the others. "All right, let us toast together to celebrate our ability to enjoy the delicacies from our previous lives after our journey." Su Damao tossed aside a bottle of cola, jubilantly opening a beer. "I've never drunk alcohol in my life, but I am curious to know what it tastes like." Changxi's eyes sparkled with excitement. "When it comes to drinking, I am not afraid of you all." Li Ku boldly raised her bottle. "Come, let us drink." The 5 raised their bottles, clinking them together before taking hearty swigs. "Ah, how refreshing. I haven't had beer in over 30 years, Duan Lang exclaimed, finishing a bottle in one go and tossing the empty one aside with a hearty laugh. "Ugh, this beer tastes terrible, so bitter." Changxi grimaced after taking a small sip, her face instantly flushing bright red. She immediately made a face of distaste and refused to drink any more. "Haha, little sister. You need more practice," Li Ku remarked, finishing a bottle just like Duan Lang, showcasing the boldness typical of a northeastern girl. "We aren't even sure who is the older sister and who is the younger sister," Changxi said, her eyes slightly glazed, shaking Li Ku's arm while tilting her head. "One gulp? Your drinking capacity is too poor. If you're not the little sister, who will be?" Li Ku, noticing her state, helped Changxi lean back against a chair, mumbling to herself. Chapter 24, Guidance in Martial Arts, progressing rapidly in the world of Famine. Within the royal palace's imperial garden, the dawn broke, and the spring breeze caressed their faces. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Chen and the others had spent the night drinking and reminiscing. They shared their struggles and hardships post-transmigration, moving others to empathy. For instance, Duan Lang, despite now being an emperor basking in glory, had once faced a downfall. Becoming an orphan after his adoptive father lost in a duel against Nieren Wang and fell into Lingyun Cave. Had it not been for his foresight from his previous life, he would have shared the same tragic fate as the original protagonist, being taken away by Xiang Ba to become a servant of the underworld society, embarking on a woeful existence. Similarly, Su Damao had traversed into the peculiar world of the Four Courtyards, where even a so-called stick could not be killed by the Zhanqian sword. Initially, he had to tread cautiously, following the life trajectory of the original owner. Fearful of any misstep that might lead to being reported and imprisoned, enduring hardships like eating copper peanuts, Changxi faced her own trials. Having transmigrated to the Hanwu period of the Ming dynasty, becoming the eldest daughter of Chang Yechen, betrothed to the crown prince Xu Biao, with a wedding to the palace looming the following year, while the future crown princess appeared to have a life of grandeur, her fate was tragically sealed with an early demise. Lika's situation was equally precarious, mistakenly believed by her adoptive master, the Nunzio Nan, to be the daughter of the notorious traitor Wu Sangue, who trained her as an assassin, imparting only basic martial skills without any internal power. Among all the group members, Lin Chen's circumstances were somewhat better. Despite being a transmigrant, he had crossed into a parallel world, akin to a rebirth, even without the advantages of the chat group. His foresight allowed him to lead a life free from want, if not affluent. As the night passed, Duan Lang, now quite inebriated, bore a flushed face. Yet he focused his internal energy, swiftly dispelling the effects of the alcohol. Rising to his feet, he laughed heartily. Haha, before I knew it, dawn has arrived. I am truly overjoyed today. Hey, Brother Lang, how did you become sober so quickly? Su Damao, swaying drunkenly, was oblivious to how much he had consumed. Did I not teach you that internal energy can dispel the effects of alcohol? Duan Lang responded, puzzled. So that is how it works. The others quickly focused their internal energy to banish the lingering effects of the alcohol, their clarity returning. Although Li Ku had not learned the Xuanwu true skill taught by Duan Lang, her capacity for alcohol was commendable, rendering her unperturbed. Su Damao chuckled, finally grasping the concept. From now on, I can drink without fear of inebriation. Old Su, that's quite the ambition for you, Changxi teased, shaking her head. Lin Chen smiled and inquired. It's dawn now, old Duan. What are the plans for today? We can't possibly drink again, can we? I'm not keen on that. Changxi made a face, recalling her previous experience. Little sister, your tolerance is lacking. You should sit at the children's table at future feasts. Li Ku patted her shoulder, jesting. I was hoping to take you all out to explore, but time is too tight. Only one day remains, and you must return tonight. Noticing the expectant gazes from the group, Duan Lang pondered for a moment before suggesting, how about this? Let us head to the training ground, and I will guide you in martial arts. What do you say? The prospect of martial arts instruction sparked excitement among the group. This is fantastic. If Brother Lang is willing to teach us, that would be wonderful. Although Duan Lang had imparted martial skills to Lin Chen and the others, their practice had solely relied on self-exploration, leading to slow progress. If the martial artist Duan Lang was willing to offer guidance, it would greatly enhance their learning experience and help them avoid unnecessary detours. They could always play later, but opportunities for martial arts instruction were rare. With that, they proceeded to the royal palace's training ground. Given that it was a high martial arts world, the training ground was expansive, lined with various weapons such as swords, spears, and halberds. Who wishes to go first? Duan Lang asked, surveying the group. I shall go first. As you all know, my identity does not please Jiunan. She has taught me no internal skills, only the basics of martial arts. The straightforward Li Ku stepped forward, bowing with her sword. Please excuse my inadequacy. With that, she began to demonstrate her martial skills, showcasing the scattered yet foundational sword techniques of the Iron Sword sect, the palm techniques of the Laozan sect, and the bone dislocation technique. While these skills were rather ordinary, Li Ku had honed them over a decade, mastering them proficiently, though lacking internal power diminished their impact. Lin Chen observed from the side, constantly analyzing in his mind how he would defeat her should they face off, or rather, how many moves it would take to win. After his mental rehearsal, he concluded that he could defeat Li Ku in at most 10 moves, which was due to his lack of combat experience and unfamiliarity with martial techniques. Otherwise, he could have finished her off with a single strike. Everyone, I apologize for my lack of skill. Li Ku concluded her demonstration, standing at attention without appearing out of breath. Your martial skills require no further practice. I will teach you the Xuanwu true skill and provide you with a blood bodhi. Duan Lang shook his head, stating, everyone deserves the same treatment, and you are no exception. Is that true? Thank you, great one. Li Ku's eyes widened in surprise. Brother Lang is indeed benevolent. We all receive his generous gifts. Damao, Lin Chen, and the others nodded in agreement. Focus, Duan Lang commanded, pointing to Li Ke's forehead, channeling the Xuan Wutru skill into her through mental transmission. Open your mouth. Sit and refine the energy. He then called out again, prompting Li Ke to involuntarily open her mouth as Duan Lang fed her a blood bodhi. After consuming the blood bodhi, Li Ke radiated a wave of warmth, settling down to refine the potent energy within her body. Old Lin, it's your turn. Attack me. Duan Lang instructed, allowing Li Ke to meditate. All right, please guide me, Great One. Lin Chen stepped forward without hesitation, forming a fist with his fingers. Employing the Mountain and Sea Fist manual from the Xuan Wutru skill to launch an attack at Duan Lang. Good move. Everyone, pay attention, Duan Lang responded calmly. Instructing Su Dama and Changxi beside him, before performing the same technique to counter Lin Chen's assault. He suppressed his own strength, matching Lin Chen's internal power level. Feeding Lin Chen moves and counters. The two exchanged blows, employing various techniques, finger strikes, claw techniques, leg maneuvers, and light-footed movements, creating a vivid spectacle. Their movements were as swift as phantoms, leaving spectators dazzled and bewildered. In a fierce clash, they exchanged 500 strikes in an instant. Under Duan Lang's diligent guidance, Lin Chen's martial skills gradually evolved from clumsiness to proficiency, rapidly enhancing his practical experience. Even the onlookers, Su Dama and Changxi, gained significant insight. Stop, Lin Chen called out, leaping out of the ring, drenched in sweat and panting heavily. His internal energy was depleted, leaving him weak and unable to continue. Haha, old Lin. Take a break first. Su, it's your turn, Duan Lang said calmly, waving his hand. Chapter 25. An unexpected gift. A surge in power time flew, and dusk approached. Unbeknownst to them, another day had passed. The group members were preparing to part ways. Duan Lang summarized a day's worth of gains, comparable to a decade of hard training for Lin Chen and the others. He not only guided them personally, but also brought in a batch of death row inmates from the dungeon for Lin Chen and the others to practice against. As he put it, training without bloodshed was tantamount to wasted effort. Without the courage to kill, fear would precede battle, and one could hardly unleash their full potential against an enemy. In a narrow encounter, the brave would prevail. Thank you, Langu, I am eternally grateful. Su Damao expressed sincerely. I will always remember your guidance, Duan Lao. Thank you for your teachings. I will repay you in the next life, Li Ke added. Under the night sky, Su Dama and the others, transformed by their experience, bid farewell to Duan Lang. It's nothing to me. We help each other to go further. Duan Lang waved dismissively. Langu, I'll take my leave first. Farewell, everyone. Su Dama activated the task feature, clicking on the link for this mission. In a flash, he vanished from the wind and cloud world, returning to the four-quadrant courtyard world. Duan Lao, I'm heading back too. Goodbye. Changxi and Li Ke followed suit, departing one after the other. On the martial arts stage, only Lin Chen and Duan Lang remained. Old Duan, did you call me to stay a bit longer for something? Lin Chen asked, puzzled. He had intended to return early but had received a secret message from Duan Lang urging him to delay his departure. Haha, old Lin. You brought me a batch of earth delicacies, and I haven't had the chance to repay you yet. Duan Lang flipped his hand, producing 2 blood bodhi seeds and handing them to Lin Chen. You haven't asked me for the remaining 2. I guessed you might be short on resources. I only spent a little over 30,000 on that batch. These 2 blood bodhi seeds are far too generous. Lin Chen declined, waving his hand. Old Duan, you are too polite. This is of little use to me, akin to roadside weeds. Duan Lang rolled his eyes, unfazed. Just take them. Refine the medicinal power before heading back. I'll protect you. I truly feel guilty. I owe you too much and can never repay it in this lifetime. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen accepted the blood bodhi seeds, expressing his gratitude. Old Lin, there is no need to feel guilty. To be frank, I'm considering myself as well. I've reached the limit of martial arts in the wind and cloud world and see no path forward, Duan Lang said, standing with his hands behind his back. Fortunately, the arrival of the chat group has illuminated a glimmer of hope. I understand. If I ever have the opportunity to acquire higher-level cultivation techniques, I will share them with you without hesitation, Lin Chen responded, realizing the implication of Duan Lang's words. Good brother. Duan Lang patted his shoulder, choosing not to elaborate further. Both understood each other's sentiments without needing words. Lin Chen nodded, consuming the 2 blood bodhi seeds, sitting cross-legged to begin refining. With a powerful surge of medicinal energy, his meridians opened, and his internal power gradually intensified. Once the medicinal effects faded, Lin Chen exhaled a breath of turbid air and rose. His internal power had reached a formidable level, equivalent to someone who had diligently practiced for over 52 years. Among the 8 extraordinary meridians, only the Ren and Du meridians remained unconnected, while the rest were nearly all open. From here on, it's up to your diligence. I can't assist you further, Duan Lang said, finally speaking after standing guard beside Lin Chen. It's fine. Earth is a harmonious society, and I rarely encounter danger. My current martial skills are sufficient, Lin Chen replied. Although he couldn't break through to the innate realm, he was already quite satisfied. With over 50 years of internal power, he would be considered a top-tier expert in a low martial world. That's true. Well, time is running short. So I won't keep you any longer. Hearing this, Duan Lang nodded in agreement. Old Duan, goodbye. Lin Chen waved, bidding farewell to Duan Lang as he departed the wind and cloud world. Returning to Earth, he found himself enveloped in darkness. He was back in the rental apartment where he had entered at 10:30 p.m. on June 2nd. He pressed the switch on the wall, and light dispelled the darkness, illuminating the room. Checking his phone, he noticed several missed calls from Lu Yulin. He set the phone down and walked into the bathroom. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, his originally handsome face now bore an added air of authority, and his gentle eyes had taken on a sharper intensity, radiating brilliance. Lin Chen rubbed his face vigorously, silently cultivating to temper his aura. After a while, his piercing gaze softened, nearly indistinguishable from normal. He turned on the faucet, taking a cold shower before returning to his room, bare-skinned. Sitting on the edge of his bed, he lit a cigarette, squinting his eyes as he reflected on the gains from his journey to the wind and cloud world. First, he had received 2 blood bodhi seeds from Duan Lang, saving him over 20 years of arduous training, elevating his internal power to over 50 years. Secondly, under Duan Lang's guidance, he had honed his martial skills to a high level of proficiency, rapidly increasing his practical experience, and even faced bloodshed, building his courage. Lastly, he had met with group members offline for the first time, deepening their bonds and dispelling any sense of estrangement. My gains are substantial, and others have also benefited, each with their own rewards. It's a win-win. Lin Chen cherished the equitable atmosphere of the chat group, devoid of scheming and distrust among members. For instance, Duan Lang had gone to great lengths to organize this offline gathering. Not only did it not harm the interests of other group members, but it also selflessly facilitated their growth. His only desire was to gain access to higher-level cultivation techniques in the future. As for Duan Lang's particular focus on Lin Chen, it stemmed from Lin Chen becoming an administrator, hoping Lin Chen would lend him a helping hand in the future. Would Lin Chen refuse? Certainly not, as their aspirations aligned closely. Having practiced the Xuanwu true art imparted by Duan Lang, Lin Chen would eventually reach the pinnacle of martial arts, necessitating higher-level cultivation techniques himself. This was a mutually beneficial collaboration. Suddenly, he noticed movement in the chat group within his mind. Upon opening the chat group, a prompt appeared. Ding. You have completed the member's first offline gathering task and received 25 taels of gold. Ding dong. In the next moment, 5 golden ingots appeared out of thin air, each weighing 5 taels, totaling 25 taels. Oh, I almost forgot that old Duan set 100 taels of gold as the task reward when submitting the event. With 4 group members participating, each received 25 taels. Seeing the gold that had fallen into his lap, Lin Chen pondered for a moment before realizing the value. 25 taels of gold was roughly 781 grams, worth over 140,000. He toyed with the ingots a couple of times before casually tossing them into his spatial pocket. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Lin Chen extinguished the cigarette butt. Hey, Lin, why did you call me? He then dialed Lu Yulin's number. Chen Ge. I planned to find you after my shift at noon, but I couldn't reach you. Where were you during the day? Lu Yulin's voice, deliberately lowered, came through the receiver. I had some matters to attend to and lost track of time. Lin Chen offered a casual excuse to deflect her inquiry. Oh. Will you be working tomorrow? Tomorrow, I must return to work. My 2 days of leave are now concluded. Until we meet again, farewell. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen sat cross-legged on his bed and began his cultivation. Chapter 26. Finally online. Explosive results. Time swiftly passed, and 20 days went by in the blink of an eye. During this period, everything remained calm and undisturbed. In the chat group, members casually engaged in banter while quietly developing their own endeavors. Lin Chen diligently worked each day, spending his evenings at the internet typing out manuscripts, occasionally playing poker with his girlfriend, Lu Yulin. On June 20th, Lin Chen took a half-day leave, had an early lunch, and made his way to the internet It was a Friday, the day DOPA was officially launched, since its release on May 16th. Lin Chen's version of DOPA had been live for 35 days and had accumulated 150,000 words. Up to this point, it had undergone 3 rounds of new book recommendations, this week advancing to the Sanjiang Pavilion's recommendations, with its performance skyrocketing, marking it as this year's most unexpected success. The backend showed a total of 510,000 collections, with genuine reads exceeding 20,000, a total of 150,000 recommendation votes, over 7,000 monthly votes, and total rewards surpassing 1 million coins, maintaining the top position on the new book list for half a month. The emergence of retreating marriage and elderly companion genres sparked a wave of imitation within the industry, with numerous works like Sword Breaking the Sky and Fist Breaking the Sky springing up like mushrooms after rain, yet none matched the success of Lin Chen's Do Pe. Lin Chen remained indifferent, allowing others to follow suit. Once he powered on, he began composing a chapter, his launch statement. Title: Launched, let the battle commence. The text began with the customary plea for support from readers, followed by, now, regarding the updates post-launch, on the first day, I will release 100 chapters, totaling 200,000 words. Following the launch, I guarantee a minimum daily update of 10,000 words, with additional updates based on performance. The rules for additional updates are as follows. These rules are valid only for June 1. Based on the current 7,000 monthly votes, for every additional 2,000 monthly votes, there will be one extra chapter. 2. The expected first subscription is 20,000. For every 1,000 subscriptions over this, there will be an additional chapter the next day. 3. A chapter for every donation from the Lord, 10 chapters for Silver Lords, 100 chapters for Golden Lords, with no upper limit. 4. After launch, for every 1,000 increase in subscriptions, an additional chapter will be added. In addition to the 200,000 words released on the first day, I have 1 million words of stored manuscripts, and I hope to update them all this month. Just waiting for you to claim them. Brothers, I aim to vie for the top position in the monthly vote rankings for June. Please lend me your support. If no one aids my aspirations, I shall forge my own path to the peak. The moment of divine retribution is upon us. Charge. After meticulously checking for typos, Lin Chen confidently published his battle-ready launch statement. This fervent declaration instantly stirred waves within the online literature community. Fans were invigorated, fellow authors were incensed, and website editors were astounded. Lin Chen glanced at the comment section and reader group. His ambition to claim the top monthly vote was met with enthusiastic support. Especially after revealing his million-word manuscript, excitement surged among readers, who eagerly proclaimed their intent to exhaust his entire stockpile, leaving him with not a single chapter remaining. In my past life, I lacked the ability to compete. Having been reborn as a literary scribe, I yearned for victory. Lighting a cigarette, Lin Chen gazed at the rolling data in the author backend, silently reflecting. At that moment, a notification sound interrupted Lin Chen's thoughts. Upon checking, it was a message from editor Qingguang. Qingguang, I read your launch statement. I was so fired up I felt like jumping up and throwing punches. You have 1 million words of stored manuscripts? That is utterly outrageous. Are you planning to finish updating it all in a month? Next door Wang, I want to vie for the top monthly vote. Qingguang, since you wish to compete, I won't hold you back. I will do my utmost to apply for recommendations post-launch. Just focus on your updates. Next door Wang, thank you for your support, Qingguang. I'll give it my all. Qingguang, that's the spirit. Only with such confidence can one pen a thrilling masterpiece. By the way, I've applied for a launch splash promotion starting tomorrow at dawn. Next door Wang, that's excellent news. With the splash promotion, the first subscription results will surely be impressive. Qingguang, with 20,000 reads, based on the 0:7 ratio. The first subscription should be at least 14,000. Let us see if we can aim for 20,000. Next door Wang, let fate decide. After chatting for a while, it was noon, and Lin Chen closed the chat window. Refreshing the author backend, the option to upload chapters appeared right on time. Lin Chen opened his collection, extracted his manuscripts, and began copying and pasting them into the author backend, uploading chapters. Each chapter contained 2,000 words, and he updated 100 chapters in one go, completing the first day launch update of 200,000 words. It all boiled down to this moment, whether it would be a feast or mere husks. After uploading the chapters, Lin Chen murmured to himself. Subsequently, he continually refreshed the author backend to check the subscription data. In the first minute, the first chapter garnered 1,837 subscriptions, with other chapters around 1,000 each, averaging 1,387. Half an hour later, the first chapter reached 3,797, with others approximately 3,500, averaging 3,672. After an hour, the first chapter hit 5,073, the other chapters roughly 4,700, averaging 4,843. Phew. If the first day's performance is calculated as 4 times that of the first hour, it should reach the anticipated 20,000 first subscriptions. After reviewing the first hour's results, Lin Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. Generally, the subscription performance on the first day tends to be about 4 to 6 times the first hour's count. With a minimum of 4 times, Lin Chen's expectations had been met. If it could reach 6 times, that would be even more impressive. It's 2008. And a first subscription of 20,000 would solidify Lin Chen's position as the newcomer king this year, with invitations from major publishers beckoning. Securing a contract with them could guarantee a minimum earning of 1 million per year. Such is the allure of online literature, where an annual income of 1 million is not merely a dream. Lin Chen lit a cigarette, reveling in his thoughts. Ding! A message from the editor arrived. Qingguang, congratulations. The first hour's subscriptions exceeded 5,000. The first day's 20,000 is secured. Next door Wang, congratulations to you too. Qingguang, could you send me a screenshot of the subscriptions in the back end? I'll post an update to attract more authors, haha. Next door Wang, no problem, here you go. Qingguang, thanks. When you come to the annual meeting in Shanghai, I'll treat you to a meal. Next door Wang, sounds good. Lin Chen sent over a screenshot of the back end and chatted a bit more with the editor. Soon, he saw the editor's post. Qingguang, congratulations to the fantasy genre author, Next door Wang, for achieving an explosive first hour with over 5,000 subscriptions. Quickly, a flurry of likes and comments from fellow authors flooded in, causing Lin Chen to smile. This explosive news spread like wildfire throughout the online literature community, causing quite a stir. Chapter 27, The Commotion, Arrival of a Cousin. Dragon Space, abbreviated as Dragon Space, is a well-established forum for online authors, hosting numerous sections where writers discuss their craft, exchange experiences, and brainstorm creative ideas. Doupo's first subscription results are in, over 5,000 in the first hour. At 1:12 p.m., this post instantly became the top trending topic in the Dragon Space online literature section. According to the poster, Doupo had over 50,000 collections before its launch, with over 20,000 genuine reads and a monthly vote ranking of 8th with more than 7,000 votes. After its launch, its first hour performance surpassed 5,000, with the first day subscription results projected to reach 20,000, breaking the record for first subscriptions in the online literature sphere. The evidence was undeniable. The replies quickly piled up to nearly 100, filled with envious and jealous comments. By 2:21 p.m., Doupo suddenly acquired a badge for surpassing 10,000 first subscriptions. This was the first book to achieve such a feat since the establishment of the Endpoint Novel Network. Someone shared a screenshot of the badge in Dragon Space, leading to a cacophony of exclamations from online authors. Lin Chen was indifferent to the commotion within the industry, though he had anticipated it long ago. At that moment, he received a call from his cousin, Lin Hu. As expected, just as he remembered from his past life, Lin Hu wanted to learn culinary skills with him. Wait for me at the bus station. I will come to pick you up shortly. After hanging up, Lin Chen left the internet CAF and took a taxi to the urban-rural bus station. This year, his 15-year-old cousin was still quite naive and rather short. In Lin Chen's memories, he later grew to a height of 188 centimeters, becoming more mature. Get in, Xiaohu. Upon arriving at the station, Lin Chen waved to Lin Hu from the taxi. Brother, Lin Hu called shyly as he approached, carrying a bag and hopping into the vehicle. We can discuss it more when we get back, Lin Chen replied, patting him on the shoulder before addressing the driver. Sir, let's head back. All right, the driver responded succinctly, turning the vehicle toward the urban village. Upon reaching the Dongfang Grand Hotel, Lin Chen paid for the round trip and stepped out with Lin Hu. Xiaohu, have you truly thought this through? Are you ready to learn culinary arts with me? Lin Chen inquired as they walked back to the rental apartment. I'm not sure. I just want to learn something. I can't stand being at home anymore, Lin Hu complained. My mom is so annoying, nagging me every day until my ears feel raw. It's up to you. If you want to learn, I'll take you to find my master this afternoon. He will take you in. Lin Chen nodded noncommittally. By the way, I should mention beforehand that I won't be staying here long. I will resign soon. What? Brother? You're quitting your job? Where are you going? Lin Hu was momentarily confused. You'll find out later. First, let us drop off your luggage at my place. Lin Chen offered no further explanation. Once you officially start working tomorrow, you'll stay in the hotel dormitory. Lin Hu asked in surprise, Brother? I don't want to stay in the dormitory. Can't I stay with you? It's not convenient for me. My girlfriend comes over regularly, Lin Chen said, giving him a stern look. Ah, brother, have you found another sister-in-law? Lin Hu exclaimed in astonishment. Then I won't disturb you. I'll just stay in the dormitory. Let us hurry up. You talk too much, Lin Chen said, giving him a light pat on the shoulder as he quickened his pace. Back at the rental apartment, Lin Chen tossed Lin Hu's luggage inside before taking him to the internet CAF. He spent money to open a temporary card for Lin Hu, and they settled in a corner. Ignoring what Lin Hu was playing, Lin Chen opened a note-taking application and continued to draft his manuscript. "Brother, what are you writing?" The sound of typing caught Lin Hu's attention, and he leaned over curiously. "I'm writing a novel. Didn't I tell you I was going to quit my job for this?" Lin Chen replied without hesitation. "You're writing a novel? Brother, you can write novels?" Lin Hu's eyes widened in shock. "I can do many things. What is so surprising about that?" Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively. "What kind of novel are you writing?" "Let me see." Lin Hu was brimming with curiosity. Lin Chen responded, "Search for the old one next door." "No way. You wrote Battle Through the Heavens?" Lin Hu's eyes grew even wider. "Have you read it?" This time, it was Lin Chen who was surprised. "Of course. I've been reading it since it was published. It's so captivating that I can't sleep if I don't read it for a day." Lin Hu replied honestly, "I used to skip class frequently just to go to the internet CAF in town to read Battle Through the Heavens." Hearing this, Lin Chen was taken aback. If he recalled correctly, his cousin had been expelled from the town school for frequently skipping class and fighting. How was it that in this rebirth, his cousin skipped class to read the novel he wrote? It was truly baffling. What is Jiannan Academy? Did Xiaoyan go to school there? Lin Hu asked curiously, noticing Lin Chen's silence. At this moment, Lin Chen had written over 140,000 words. Where the protagonist, Xiaoyan, had gone to Jiannan Academy for further studies, breaking through to the doling level and actively participating in various activities and experiences, deepening his relationships with Sun Er and others. The currently updated chapters had only reached 350,000 words, with the protagonist still at the Dome Master level. And the plot had only developed to the protagonist training in the Tagore Desert. Thus, Lin Hu looked utterly puzzled by Lin Chen's storyline. "Go read your book. Don't worry about the upcoming plot." Lin Chen snapped back to reality and glared at him. "Oh," Lin Hu said, shrinking back. He had always been intimidated by Lin Chen. After all, Lin Chen was serious when he scolded him. Lin Chen ignored him and continued typing. Seeing his older cousin so absorbed in his writing, Lin Hu felt quite bored. He opened the website for the final chapter novels and gazed at the performance metrics of Lin Chen's book, envious to the point of reddening his eyes. Based on Lin Hu's years of reading experience, he estimated that his brother's book could earn at least $1 million. Though he had long known that writing novels could be lucrative, it felt distant from him. However, upon discovering that Battle Through the Heavens was written by his own cousin and that the book was performing exceptionally well, Lin Hu realized for the first time that the adage about knowledge being wealth was indeed true. His brother, despite only being in his second year of high school, could write novels and earn substantial money. Meanwhile, he had been expelled from school in his second year of junior high. What would his future hold? Lin Hu felt a deep sense of confusion about life for the first time. "Brother, do you think I could make money writing novels?" he asked after a while. "Huh? You? Writing novels?" Lin Chen looked up at him, astonished. "Writing a novel isn't easy. It requires a wealth of knowledge and extensive reading. Do you possess those?" After a moment's contemplation, Lin Chen earnestly advised, "At your age, the most important thing is to focus on your studies. But I've been expelled from school." "What good is that?" Lin Hu's tone was disheartened. "Don't worry. Have you forgotten about your uncle? He will help you." Lin Chen reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. "My uncle? He is just a small lawyer. What can he do for me?" Lin Hu was puzzled. "You underestimate a lawyer's network. Finding you a school in the county will be a breeze for him," Lin Chen explained. "Don't overthink it. Since you're here in the city, enjoy yourself for a few days, then focus on your studies. Of course, if you still want to learn culinary skills with me, I can help you find a master." Pausing, he added, "Working a couple of months during the summer isn't bad either. It's good to experience the hardships of labor beforehand." In his previous life, Lin Hu had also worked in a hotel for 2 months before returning to school. "Okay, I'll think about it," Lin Hu replied. Chapter 28. Arranging for my cousin, being benevolent and righteous by 4 in the afternoon. Lin Chen logged off and prepared to go to work. He had taken a half-day leave earlier to set up his novel and would resume his usual work schedule in the afternoon. "Xiaohu, are you coming with me to the hotel or to my rental apartment?" As they exited the internet CAF, Lin Chen asked, "By the way, do you have money with you?" "I do. I asked my mom for 100 yuan, Lin Hu replied. "Brother, I'm following your lead. I'll work for 2 months during the summer. Then let us go," Lin Chen said. He had intended to give him some money, but upon hearing that Lin Hu had brought money, he decided against it. After a short walk, they arrived at the back door of the hotel kitchen, where Lin Chen found his boastful master, Wang Fuguwei. "Master, I need to discuss something with you," Lin Chen said, handing him a cigarette and speaking in a low voice. "Oh, what is it?" "Go ahead," Wang Fuguwei said, glancing at Lin Hu, who was following Lin Chen with a thoughtful expression. "Do we need more staff in the kitchen?" This is my cousin Lin Hu. He wants to work here for 2 months during the summer. Lin Chen pulled Lin Hu closer and instructed, address him as Master Wang. Hello, Master Wang. Lin Hu obediently greeted. Working in the summer? Isn't it still early for summer vacation? Wang Fuguwei did not agree or refuse, but asked with curiosity. Cough. He has been skipping classes every day and was expelled from school, Lin Chen explained in a low voice. However, his uncle has connections and will help him find a new school in the second half of the year. Is he not a troublemaker? I don't want someone like that. Wang Fuguwei expressed his concerns. Don't worry, he just skipped class to play online. He is not that kind of person. Lin Chen assured him, thumping his chest. If you don't trust him, do you not trust me? All right, for your sake, I will accept it. I will head to work this afternoon. Please go to my office later and find 2 work uniforms for him. After giving Lin Chen a serious glance, Wang Fuguwei nodded and inquired, by the way, is he staying in the dormitory or renting a place outside? Let him stay in the dormitory. It's more convenient for me. Lin Chen replied, he doesn't have the money to rent a place. All right, after work, take him to the dormitory. I will speak to the boss about it. Wang Fuguwei waved his hand dismissively and added, by the way, the apprentice's salary is uniformly 600. Okay, thank you, master. Lin Chen expressed his gratitude and patted Lin Hu on the back. Thank you, master. Lin Hu, somewhat belatedly, echoed the sentiment. Is dinner ready? Who is on duty today? I'm starving, Wang Fuguwei exclaimed, patting Lin Chen on the shoulder as he strode into the kitchen, calling out loudly. Brother Lin, is this your younger brother? Brother Lin. How did today's shift go? Brother Lin, where have you gotten to in the storyline? After old Wang left, a group of colleagues who were involved in loading and preparing ingredients gathered around. Lin Chen smiled and exchanged a few words, introducing his cousin to them. Dinner is ready. You little rascals, come in. After a while, old Wang's voice echoed from the kitchen. Come on, let us grab a bite first. After we eat, I'll find you some work clothes. The crowd rushed into the kitchen, and Lin Chen led Lin Hu inside as well. After lunch, Lin Chen went to the chef's office to fetch 2 clean work uniforms for his cousin. These 2 uniforms are yours. Remember this number. You must wash them twice a week, and don't mix them up. Pointing to the red stitch number 078 on the collar, Lin Chen instructed Lin Hu. Twice a week? Do I wash them myself? Lin Hu asked, taking the uniforms and changing out of his clothes. The restaurant sends them to the laundry. They're cleaned on Tuesdays and Fridays. Just take them off the night before, Lin Chen explained. You'll know when the time comes. Oh, after starting work. Wang Fuguwei assigned Lin Hu a position and instructed Lin Chen to teach him the tasks. At 8:30, after work, Lin Chen took his cousin to the hotel dormitory and picked out a bed for him. Notably, the hotel dormitory was not located within the hotel itself, but rather in a separate rented house owned by the hotel proprietor. Several places were 2-bedroom apartments furnished with metal bunk beds. Each room housed 2 or 3 single employees, including chefs specializing in Hunan and Cantonese cuisine. After selecting a bed, Lin Chen took Lin Hu back to the rented house to collect his luggage and then escorted him to the dormitory. If you need anything, just call me. The dormitory isn't far from where I live, Lin Chen advised before leaving. When you're out, don't provoke anyone, but don't let anyone bully you either. Do you understand? I understand, brother, Lin Hu nodded. And no smoking or chewing betel nut, or your mother will scold me to death, Lin Chen cautioned. I won't misbehave, don't worry, brother, Lin Hu assured obediently. All right, I'm leaving. You should rest now. After patting his shoulder, Lin Chen departed the dormitory. Thus, Lin Hu officially began his summer job in the kitchen of the Dongfang Grand Hotel. Hello, uncle, it's Xiao Chen. While walking, Lin Chen pondered briefly before calling his second uncle. Xiao Chen, I heard from your aunt that Xiao Hu went to the city to find you. Yes. He said he wanted to learn cooking at the hotel. I spoke to my master, and Xiao Hu started working this afternoon. He earns 600 a month. And I just arranged a dormitory for him. I thought I'd inform you so you and Aunt won't worry. Thank you, Xiao Chen. That little rascal is quite troublesome. The school called home frequently in the past few months, and each time I went, the teachers scolded me like a child. It drives me crazy. Haha, Xiao Hu is still young and doesn't understand. Listening to his uncle's complaints, Lin Chen chuckled awkwardly. Uncle, it's good for Xiao Hu to face some hardships. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen added, however, there is something I'm unsure whether to say. Whatever it is, Xiao Chen, you can speak freely. I won't blame you. I think Xiao Hu is still quite young, and if there is an opportunity, it would be better for him to continue his studies. What do you think, uncle? He has been expelled from school. What is the point of continuing? I have no way to help. I remember Xiao Hu's uncle is a lawyer. He might have connections to help him find a school in the city. Uncle, why not ask him? Oh, my brother-in-law? All right, I'll find a chance to ask him. Thank you, Xiao Chen, for considering Xiao Hu. Your aunt tends to talk a lot. so don't mind her. Uncle, you're being too polite. We're family. Xiaohu is my brother. And I don't want to see him waste his potential. It's tough to get by without an education. Exactly, education is important. After a casual chat, Lin Chen hung up the phone, having fulfilled his duty as Lin Hu's older cousin. How Lin Hu's life unfolds in the future is now in his own hands. Chapter 29. Su Damao prepared to leave, pulling Sha Zhuzhu. After finishing his shower, Lin Chen glanced at his phone and saw it was already 9:30. It was quite late, and he didn't feel like going to the internet CAF to write. Lying on his bed, he opened the chat group in his mind. The chat records showed 999 messages, and he wondered what they had been discussing. Lin Chen, brothers, my new book finally launched at noon today. It's time to start making money. A quick glance at the chat revealed it was filled with trivial conversations, which Lin Chen chose to ignore. Su Damao, 666. It's not easy, old Lin. It's been over a month since your book was released, right? Duan Lang, not bad, not bad. Old Lin finally has a respectable income on paper. Changxi, congratulations, brother Lin. How is the performance? Li Ku, brother Lin, you clearly have talent and resources. Yet you live so cautiously, it's truly difficult. Since Lin Chen hadn't been online during the day, the group members had just learned that his new book launched today at noon. Lin Chen, to be precise, it's been 35 days since the book was released. And I've been reborn for 35 days. The performance is all right. From noon to now, there have been 17,830 subscriptions for the first chapter. And the first day subscriptions are expected to exceed 20,000. Taking out his phone, Lin Chen logged into the author's backend and saw the latest data. Su Damao, is 20,000 subscriptions a good or bad result? Duan Lang, don't talk about 20,000. Even 10,000 is impressive, especially considering this is 2008, not 2025. Changxi, I don't quite understand. Just tell me how much money can be made. Li Ku, I don't get it. Several group members aren't from the online literature scene, so they have no concrete concept of this performance. Lin Chen, how to put it? Income isn't solely dependent on performance. There are many factors like update frequency, channels, and rewards. Generally speaking, the more updates, the higher the payment. If the initial subscriptions reach 20,000 and you don't falter in writing, updating at least 10,000 words daily, earning 500 to 600,000 a month is quite achievable. If the sales through wireless channels are good and there are plenty of reader rewards, a monthly income of 100,000 is also possible. Based on daily updates of 10,000 words, Dopa has over 5 million words. After updating for nearly 2 years, I wouldn't dare to say much, but it should easily earn over 10 million. The online literature scene in 2008 is vastly different from that in 2025. In his past life, when Lin Chen entered the industry, novel royalties included subscriptions from the website, as well as various paid and free channels. Some books might have average subscription performance on the site, earning only 8,000 to 10,000 a month. However, on other channels, they could perform exceptionally well, making tens of thousands monthly. In 2008 was the peak of wireless channels, with numerous books earning a monthly income of over 100,000. Su Damao, wow, to earn at least 10 million from writing a book. I'm so envious. Duan Lang, not bad. Once you receive your first month's payment, old Lin, you'll be able to buy a house and a car in broad daylight. Changxi, I didn't realize writing novels could be so lucrative. I've learned something new. Li Ku, brother Lin, you're amazing. After Lin Chen's explanations, the group members finally grasped some of the intricacies of writing novels. Lin Chen, old Duan is right. I plan to resign once I receive my payment, buy a house, and bring my parents and daughter to the city. Lighting a cigarette, Lin Chen gazed out at the night sky, exhaling a plume of smoke. The deep-rooted connection the Chinese people have with their land is a legacy etched into their very bones over millennia. Without a home of one's own in the city, one feels like a rootless weed adrift. No matter how splendid a rented dwelling may be, it is never truly one's own, always subject to the whims of the landlord. Hence, it is no wonder that the real estate industry continues to thrive unceasingly for years to come. Su Damao remarked, I envy you, old Lin, for your career is on the right path while I am forced to reduce the food rations for residents. It seems I too must depart. And while time still permits, I must hasten to leave with the Liu family. He spoke with a heavy heart. Duan Lang advised, Old Su, it's best to leave sooner rather than later. Delay may bring unforeseen changes. Changxi added, Indeed, old Su, do not linger. Li Ku chimed in. If it were me, I would have left already. Lin Chen concurred. You are all correct. There is no reason to hesitate. It is best to depart promptly. Upon hearing this, the group members began to urge Su Damao. Very well. I shall request leave from the factory tomorrow morning and inform my frugal father-in-law about the impending danger, so we can arrange for our departure, Su Damao decided. However, before I go, I intend to lend a hand to Shaju. lest he meet the same fate as in the original story, being hoodwinked by Ping Tuyi into assisting the Jia family. The signs are already evident. Not long ago, after the neighborhood committee issued a notice to reduce rations, Ping Tuyi persuaded Shaju to deliver meals to the Jia family, and without a second thought, Shaju agreed. Were it not for the fact that Shaju grew up alongside the original character, I would have left him to his own devices, letting him assist the Jia family, only to marry the widow Qin in midlife and be driven out in his later years, ultimately meeting a tragic end beneath a bridge, devoured by wild dogs. Since the group members also suggested leaving, Sudama resolved to act without further hesitation. Before departing, he contemplated helping Shaju. Duan Lang questioned, "Oh, you wish to assist Shaju? Is he truly worth the effort? Do you think he is so foolish? Helping him might not even earn you his gratitude." Upon hearing Sudama mention Shaju, Duan Lang frowned. Changxi interjected, "Who are Shaju, the Jia family, Ping Tuyi, and widow Qin? I have not seen this drama and do not understand your discussion, therefore I shall refrain from participating." Liku echoed, "I too am unfamiliar and do not comprehend." Both female group members appeared bewildered, lacking any understanding of the context. Lin Chen stated, "While I have not seen the original drama, I have perused hundreds of fan novels. It is quite simple to confront Ping Tuyi. One need only check the post office to see if He Daqing's living expenses sent to Shaju and He Yushui have been embezzled by Ping Tuyi. If Ping Tuyi truly is as depicted in the novels, having misappropriated these funds, he will not escape unscathed. Being exiled to the northwest to eat sand would be the lightest punishment. Once Ping Tuyi is dealt with, the Jia family will pose no threat. As long as Shaju marries a wife, he will not assist them. As for finding a wife for Shaju, you need not concern yourself, old Su. Simply inform He Daqing. And as his father, he will undoubtedly take care of it." In his previous life, Lin Chen had read extensively, particularly enjoying fan novels centered on courtyard stories, which had once dominated various platforms to an absurd extent. He had initially dismissed them, but, after trying one, discovered their charm, leading to an insatiable appetite for them. Ultimately reading hundreds. Sudama exclaimed, "I share the same sentiment. Old Lin, you have spoken directly to my heart. Allow me to do a good deed for Shaju before I depart." He greatly approved of Lin Chen's method, having had the same thought. Duan Lang encouraged, "Since old Su has made up his mind, then go ahead, just ensure it does not hinder your departure." Changxi added, "Old Su, remember to update the group once it is accomplished. I wish to know how things unfold." Lika chimed in, "I am eager to know." Sudama replied, "Certainly. Everyone, await my good news." Chapter 30. The manuscript fee is revealed. Monthly earnings of 800,000. Time flew by, and over 10 days passed swiftly. After Damao announced his intention to leave, he remained mysteriously silent, while the other group members continued their daily banter in the chat. Notably, on July 1st, Lin Chen anticipated the arrival of new members, yet to his surprise, not a single person joined throughout the day. During these days, Lin Chen maintained his routine, working during the day and writing in the evenings. The performance of his novel, Do Pu, Sword, emerging as the year's biggest dark horse in the online literature sphere. On its first day of release, the subscription numbers were astounding: 24,973 for the first chapter, 22,873 for the latest chapter, with an average subscription of 23,843, far exceeding Lin Chen's expectations. Moreover, he garnered a golden leader, 3 silver leaders, and 25 leaders in tips, alongside countless other contributions beneath that tier. Leaders earn 1,000 yuan, silver leaders 10,000 yuan, and golden leaders 100,000 yuan, with the author receiving half. On the first day, he achieved over 10,000 initial subscriptions, earning a 2-star honor and 3 golden badges. Lin Chen kept his promise and increased his updates as agreed, much to the delight of his readers. The more he updated, the more excited the readers became. Consequently, their tips and subscriptions surged, creating a snowball effect. From June 20th to the end of the month, he updated a remarkable 830,000 words in just 11 days, astonishing the entire online literature community, earning him the title of a walking writing machine. Furthermore, he claimed the top spot in monthly ticket rankings and overall sales, surpassing numerous established authors, leading the online literature scene to label it the Black June. He continued to receive accolades, with badges like Boutique Channel, 10,000 followers, Call to Arms, daily updates of 10,000 words, and stars adoring the moon. His badge wall lit up with 11 badges, nearly blinding his contemporaries in the online literature realm. On July 3rd, Lin Chen went to work as usual. At 9:58 a.m., he took out his phone, eagerly awaiting the display of last month's manuscript fee on the author backend. "Don't crowd, who stepped on my foot? Clear the way, it's suffocating," he exclaimed, as a throng of onlookers gathered, led by Chef Wang Fuguei, all wearing expressions of excitement and anticipation. "Step back, will you? What else with the crowd?" Wang Fuguei shouted, causing the crowd to ease up slightly. "Shaolin, how do you feel? You're about to see your manuscript fee. Are you excited? Nervous?" After his outburst, Wang Fuguei handed Lin Chen a cigarette, his own excitement palpable. "It's all right, just a tad nervous," Lin Chen replied, taking the cigarette and lighting it. He had estimated his manuscript fee. Last month he had updated 830,000 words, with a total subscription of 16,876,548 times and a total tip amount of 18,768,000 coins. Calculating at 0.042 yuan per subscription, the subscription fee came to about 708,000 yuan, with tips split evenly yielding approximately 938,000 yuan, plus a 10,000 yuan bonus for ranking first in monthly tickets. In total, he estimated his earnings for June to be around 810,000 yuan. Thus, Lin Chen felt relatively calm and collected. As time ticked by, the onlookers felt as if they were living through an eternity, experiencing an unusual slowness in the passage of time. "It's time, Shaolin, refresh the page," Wang Fuguei urged, his eyes glued to the clock. As the second hand reached 10 o'clock, he quickly shouted. Lin Chen refreshed the web page, and sure enough, the back end displayed the manuscript fee for June. All works, June 2008 manuscript fee, 81,654,851 yuan. Gasp. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, their gazes filled with disbelief. "Shaolin, am I seeing things? Is that 80,000 or 810,000? Wang Fuguei's face went blank as he rubbed his eyes, convinced he was dreaming. "Master, it's not 80,000, it's 810,000. Lin Hu exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement, shouting, "Bro, you are incredible. Shaolin, no, Lin Gu is amazing. Lin Gu is amazing." Wang Hu's enthusiasm sparked the crowd back to life, as they erupted in cheers, each one expressing their exhilaration. In an instant, the entire kitchen staff erupted in excitement. Can you imagine what it means to earn 800,000 a month in 2008? It's simply unfathomable. All right. Shaolin has truly made it, Wang Fuguei exclaimed, realizing the significance of the news, as he joyfully patted Lin Chen on the shoulder. "Master, lend me some money. I'll go buy a few packs of cigarettes so we can all celebrate together." Lin Chen chuckled and replied to Wang Fuguei, though he had money, it was not meant to be flaunted. The 810,000 in manuscript fees wouldn't be deposited into his account until the 12th, leaving him without access to it for now. The colleagues in the kitchen were quite amiable, and he deemed it worthwhile to spend a little to bring joy to everyone. "How much do you need? I'll accompany you to the bank. Come on, let us talk on the way." Without hesitation, Wang Fuguei grabbed Lin Chen and led him out of the kitchen. "You all carry on with your meal. Shaolin and I will be right back." He called out to the others as they left. "Brother Lin is so generous. Our Lin Yi is unparalleled in righteousness." The kitchen staff cheered in unison after hearing their banter. Once outside the kitchen, Wang Fuguei slowed his pace and offered Lin Chen a cigarette. "Shaolin, are you planning to leave after your manuscript fees come through?" "Yes, I hadn't anticipated such a sum. I initially intended to stay until the end of August, and I feel I have let Master down. It's all right, I had anticipated this. With such an outstanding apprentice, I can hold my head high when speaking to others." Wang Fuguei said, "You flatter me, Master. I feel I have only scratched the surface of culinary arts and am truly sorry for not fully embodying your teachings. Whenever you have the opportunity, come back to visit me and share a good cigarette. That would bring me great satisfaction. I will certainly make it a point to return." "That's good to hear." "Oh, we've arrived at the bank." As they chatted, they reached the nearby bank. Without asking, Wang Fuguei withdrew 5,000 yuan and handed it to Lin Chen. "Master, you don't need to give me this much. Take it. Just don't forget to buy some candies for the front desk manager and the shift leaders, and treat the brothers in the kitchen to a late-night snack. To part on good terms. All right, I will heed your advice and repay you as soon as I receive my manuscript fee. I am not worried. With such a generous manuscript fee, I trust you will repay me," Wang Fuguei laughed, firmly placing the 5,000 yuan into Lin Chen's hands before leaving with a flourish. Watching Wang Fuguei's departing figure, Lin Chen remained lost in thought. His master had truly treated him well. After a moment, he regained his composure and entered the nearby supermarket. He purchased a plethora of candies and snacks, along with a few packs of soft cigarettes, before heading home. Upon returning to the kitchen, he opened the cigarette packs and distributed one to each staff member, while the Andes received candies and snacks. He then made his way to the front desk to share cigarettes and candies with the manager and shift leaders. The remaining candies and snacks were given to Lu Yulin for her to share with the waitstaff she was close to. Master, this is my token of respect for you. Lin Chen then entered the head chef's office and handed Wang Fugui a pack of cigarettes. All right, it seems you are quite considerate. I shall not refuse. Wang Fugui regarded him with appreciation and accepted without hesitation. Chapter 31. Lu Yulin's decision. After finishing work at noon, Lu Yulin approached Lin Chen, who took her back to his rented apartment. They did not converse much, following their usual routine of showering and playing cards. After a round of cards, they lay on the bed, resting. Chen Ge, I heard them say you plan to leave by mid-month? Lu Yulin gently caressed Lin Chen's chest, her voice soft. Yes. The book has performed well, and I intend to pursue writing full-time, Lin Chen replied. I have already informed old Wang that I can leave at any time. What about us? Are we really going to end things? Lu Yulin sat up, her gaze fixed intently upon him. How could that be? As long as you don't bring up breaking up, we can continue as usual. Lin Chen would never initiate a breakup. He was too foolish. I plan to tell my parents about us. What do you think, Chen Ge? Lu Yulin hesitated for a moment, seemingly resolute. Are you truly ready? Will you marry me and become Xiao Xiao's stepmother? Lin Chen gently cupped her face with both hands, astonished by her question. Yes, I've made my decision. I will treat Xiao Xiao as my own, loving and cherishing her. Lin Chen's success in writing gave Lu Yulin the courage to inform her parents. All right. I will do my utmost to gain your parents' approval, Lin Chen nodded earnestly. For himself, the notion of marriage held little significance. He had never intended to marry so soon. Yet, in the growth of Lu Yulin's daughter, he could offer fatherly love and material comforts, but he could not provide maternal affection. Since Lu Yulin had already made her decision, he would embrace her as a mother figure for his daughter. Lu Yulin, with unwavering determination, declared, if they do not agree, I will go on a hunger strike to show them. What nonsense. Parents love their children and think long-term. It's only natural they would object. Given that I still have a daughter. Lin Chen embraced her tenderly, speaking softly, but you cannot act so recklessly. Strive to persuade them and seek their blessing. Empathizing with her, he too was a father with a daughter. If his daughter were to declare she wished to be a stepmother, he would vehemently oppose it. In his previous life, when his daughter brought home a boy with a dubious background, it nearly drove him to despair. Very well. I will do my best to convince them. Lu Yulin pondered and reluctantly accepted Lin Chen's suggestion. She loved this man and sincerely wished to marry him, stepmotherhood notwithstanding. Initially drawn to his looks, she gradually fell for his sense of responsibility, character, and talent, becoming utterly captivated. Promise me you won't do anything rash. Whatever happens, we will face it together. I understand. You are truly wonderful, Chen Ge. Love me fiercely. All right, I'm coming. They played another round of cards, after which Lu Yulin fell into a deep sleep. Lin Chen lit a cigarette afterward, reflecting on the vibrancy of youth, coupled with his martial arts training. He felt invigorated even after several rounds of cards. In his previous life, upon reaching 30, he sensed his vitality waning. His energy diminished year after year. Gradually, he engaged less in leisure and focused more on his daughter's education. Unfortunately, she attended a rural elementary school with a poor foundation. By the time he purchased a home and brought her to the city for middle school, she was already struggling to keep up with her peers. Despite Lin Chen's diligent efforts to teach her, her performance in the entrance examination was dismal, and she failed to gain admission to high school. Ultimately, he had no choice but to send her to a local vocational school. After just half a year at the technical school on her birthday, she brought home a boy with a questionable reputation, which led to Lin Chen's untimely demise. Ah, the tragedy. Reflecting on his past, Lin Chen sighed softly. Fortunately, he had a second chance. He could remedy his past mistakes. Opening the chat group, he was surprised to find it bustling with activity. After more than half a month, Damao finally concluded matters concerning Xiaozhu. Damao, brothers, I have great news. I have boarded the ship leaving the mainland and will arrive in Hong Kong in half a month. Additionally, Xiaozhu's situation has been resolved successfully, and I will provide a detailed report to everyone. After I decided to leave, I first sought out my budget-friendly father-in-law, Lu Banqing, and spoke with him for quite some time before persuading him to leave with me. He assured me he would arrange for our departure soon, packaging our assets from the mainland, which would take about half a month. After receiving his promise, I left the Lu family and went to inform my parents. Initially, they were reluctant to leave, and I had to exert great effort to convince them. Consequently, I, along with my wife, parents, and younger sister Su Xiaoling, a family of 5, will leave with Lu Banqing. Having resolved this matter, I made a trip to the post office, where it turned out that Ping Tiao had indeed embezzled the living expenses sent by He Daqing. I informed Xiaozhu, advising him to report this to the police station and file a complaint against the post office for not receiving the funds owed to him. The subsequent proceedings were straightforward. The police station took this case seriously, and Ping Tiao was arrested on the spot. No matter how he tried to argue, he could not erase the truth of his embezzlement. The old deaf man, accompanied by an elderly woman, implored Shaju to write a letter of understanding. In secret, they compensated Shaju with a sum of money, and he consented to write the letter, yet it proved to be futile. A few days ago, the police station and the neighborhood committee arrived in the courtyard to announce the verdict regarding Ping Ti. Due to his illegal appropriation of someone else's property, a significant amount. Not only was he required to return all the appropriated items to Shaju, but he also had to purchase a copper peanut. You should have seen the terrified faces of the beasts in the courtyard. The old deaf man was so frightened he nearly collapsed. They should have considered whether a mere letter of understanding would hold any weight. This was a criminal case of considerable gravity. Subsequently, Shaju took my advice and sought out a woman who had fled from famine at the neighborhood committee, and the next day they acquired their marriage certificate. This satisfactorily resolved the matter. Coincidentally, Lu Banqing also sent word to me, indicating he would soon be departing. Last night, at 2:30, our family, along with the Lu family, boarded a vehicle headed for Jimin, then took a ship to Xiangjiang. On the vessel bound for Xiangjiang, the Su family temporarily resided in a modest cabin. According to Lu Banqing, this journey would take half a month to reach its destination. The others were somewhat seasick, appearing listless. Su Damao, possessing over 50 years of internal strength and robust physical constitution, was unaffected. He hardly slept the previous night, only awakening at noon. Upon waking, Su Damao proudly recounted the events to his companions. Duan Lang, without your help, old Su, Shaju might have remained trapped in despair. It seems fortune has favored the He family. Changxi, upon reaching Xiangjiang, old Su, you shall embark on a new chapter of life. Li Ku, I've heard that Xiangjiang can be quite chaotic these days, but thankfully, the issues appear manageable. The group refrained from interjecting until Su Damao concluded, at which point they all expressed their sentiments. Lin Chen, old Su, this segment you've shared could easily fill hundreds of chapters in a fanfiction. After quietly absorbing Su Damao's narrative, Lin Chen sighed. Chapter 32. Changxi's sudden idea in the chat group. Su Damao stated, Old Lin, the kind of fanfiction you mentioned, I have read many, and my assessment is that they pale in comparison to a proper defense. These matters, which could easily be resolved, are unnecessarily prolonged by the protagonist's entanglements with the beasts in the courtyard. It's all rather trivial. Look at old Su. With just a few deft moves, he dealt with Ping Tuyi decisively, sending him off to consume peanuts, while the old deaf man was left in shock. Once those two notorious figures, akin to imposing eagles, were resolved, the other minor beasts posed no further threat. Su Damao resonated with Lin Chen's critique. Duan Lang, indeed. It is you, old Su, who executed this splendidly. Changxi, when you strike, it is with a thunderous force. Li Ku, one decisive blow prevents 100 retaliatory ones. The group unanimously concurred. Lin Chen, yes, old Su, you make a valid point. However, from the perspective of web novel authors, I can understand why many choose to write in such a manner. Ultimately, the appeal of courtyard fan fiction lies in the conflicts, contradictions, and struggles between the protagonists and the characters within the courtyard. If, like you, old Su, the greatest obstacle is resolved in just a few moves, there would be little left to narrate, and the tale might conclude in a mere 300,000 words. More words equate to more profit in the realm of novels. If a story ends at 300,000 words, there is hardly any money to be earned. Thus, web authors find themselves compelled to prolong the narrative with drawn-out conflicts to inflate word counts. It's merely a matter of financial survival, with differing perspectives. Lin Chen empathized with Su Damao's frustrations while also recognizing the author's predicaments. Of course, skilled authors adeptly navigate such contradictions, striking a balance between the two. Yet, it is also true that exceptional authors often disdain writing fan fiction purely for profit. Lin Chen, having emerged from a background of writing fan fiction himself, held no contempt for those who engaged in it. Su Damao, old Lin, your points are indeed reasonable. I recall having read several compelling courtyard stories in my past life, where the protagonists swiftly resolved conflicts, leading to narratives primarily focused on their careers. Yet, for reasons unknown, once the protagonists settled the courtyard disputes, my interest in the subsequent plot dwindled. Hearing you articulate this notion, I realize you are correct. The essence of courtyard stories lies in the intricate domestic affairs. Without these elements, readers lose their motivation to continue. Upon hearing Lin Chen's insights, Su Damao experienced a moment of clarity. Duan Lang, truly, you are a professional. Old Lin's explanation makes it abundantly clear. Each profession harbors its own secrets, and for the uninitiated, the divide between fields is as vast as a mountain. Writing a novel may seem simple, yet when faced with the task, it could very well induce a headache. Like Su Damao, Duan Lang felt enlightened after Lin Chen's elucidation. Liku, Duan, you jest. Do you really need to write a novel yourself? As an emperor, whatever genre you desire, a decree will summon someone to write it, delivering it directly to your royal desk. Su Damao, Sister Ko is right. As an emperor, your word is law, and there are plenty eager to curry favor with you. So there is no need for Lang to exert himself. Lin Chen, haha. After hearing Duan's remarks, everyone burst into laughter. The idea of an emperor personally writing a novel is absurd. Duan Lang. I merely spoke my thoughts. It was a moment of inspiration. In my previous life, I genuinely contemplated writing a novel, but I never put pen to paper. Noticing the disbelief among the group, Duan Lang clarified. Lin Chen, indeed. Writing a novel is neither particularly difficult nor especially easy. In my past life, I stumbled through it for over a year before gradually discovering the nuances. Truly entering the field. After 4 or 5 years of writing, I could finally claim I made a living from web literature. With this rebirth, leveraging the writing experience accumulated in my previous life, I was able to swiftly alter my fate through my writing. I almost forgot to mention. This morning at 10 o'clock, the author backend released the payment for manuscript fees. The total for June amounts to 810,000. Speaking of writing, Lin Chen felt a surge of emotion. Duan Lang, 810,000? Impressive, old Lin. Su Damao, remarkable, indeed. Changxi, brother Lin, you are formidable. Liku, brother Lin, you are incredible. Upon hearing this, the group erupted in applause for Lin Chen. Lin Chen, I merely scrape by, managing to support my family. It pales in comparison to others. The 4 of them had traversed to another world, each thriving in their own right. Su Damao lived off the wealth of others. Duan Lang was an emperor, and Changxi stood as the future princess consort. Only Liku seemed to struggle a bit. Yet her unparalleled martial skills rendered monetary concerns trivial. As for Lin Chen, despite his rebirth, he remained on Earth. Even with profound martial abilities, he dared not reveal them. Su Damao, damn that false humility, drag him out and beat him. Duan Lang, bring him forth, he shall face punishment. Liku, brother Lin, you are too modest. Changxi, Lin Chen's words are rather pretentious. Everyone found it hard to bear. Changxi, let us cease the jesting. I have been contemplating something recently, yet I've not mustered the resolve. Would you all assist me in considering it? After a bout of playful banter, Changxi's demeanor shifted, her expression earnest. Duan Lang, speak. Su Damao, speak. Liku, speak. Lin Chen, speak. Intrigued by her seriousness, the group encouraged her. Changxi, here is the matter. I previously entrusted Brother Lin to procure 2 volumes of the Ming history. I have finally completed reading both books. An idea dawned on me. What if I approached old Zhu and openly disclosed my identity as a time traveler? What do you think the consequences would be? Taking a moment to gather her thoughts, Changxi began to articulate her reflections on the recent developments. Having thoroughly read Ming history and Ming Shirlu, she gained a clear understanding and appreciation for the Ming dynasty. Unbeknownst to her, she discovered an affinity for this era. No marriages, no reparations, no vassalage, no tributes. The emperor safeguarding the borders, the monarch sacrificing for the realm. Such a resolute Ming dynasty stands as a testament to unwavering spirit. Having traversed into the Ming era and destined to become the future princess consort, Changxi felt compelled to consider the implications for herself and the Chang family. Throughout history, Changxi became the consort of Zhu Biao and met her demise in the 11th year of the Hongwu era. Her elder brother, Chang Mao, inherited his title in the 3rd year of Hongwu, only to be stripped of it in the 20th year, passing away in the 24th year. The second brother, Chang Sheng, also inherited his title in the 21st year, yet changed his title from Duke of Zheng to Duke of Kaigua, only to be executed in the 26th year due to his involvement in the Lan Yu incident. The third brother, Changsen, had an unknown lifespan, suspected to have perished as a consequence of the same incident. The Chang family faced a tragic fate, leading to their downfall. Changxi, unwilling to see her family meet such a sorrowful end, resolved to alter their destiny. After much contemplation, she deemed confronting Zhu Yuanzhang to be the best course of action. Chapter 33. The Fool Was Indeed Myself? In the chat group, Duan Lang expressed disbelief, questioning whether she was intoxicated or if he had misread the situation. The notion of confronting Zhu Yuanzhang was, to him, an absurd idea. He stated, having been an emperor for several years, I have come to understand that maintaining the stability of imperial power is paramount. Everything else pales in comparison. An emperor would not hesitate to sacrifice his own sons or the lives of countless subjects for the sake of this stability. Once seated upon the dragon throne, the emperor transforms from a mere human into a heartless machine. My daily interactions in this group are an attempt to retain a semblance of humanity amidst the coldness of power. Upon hearing Duan Lang's impassioned speech, it was evident he strongly opposed Changxi's unconventional idea. Su Damao interjected, I must respectfully disagree, Brother Lang. If an emperor lacks emotions, how is he any different from a beast? I greatly appreciate your kindness, but let us address this matter directly. Unlike other emperors, Zhu Yuanzhang was undeniably a living person, not merely a power-hungry machine. In the 15th year of Hongwu, the death of his grandson, Zhu Xiong-ing, left him devastated, and the subsequent passing of Empress Ma turned his hair white overnight. By the 25th year, when Crown Prince Zhu Biao died, Zhu Yuanzhang nearly went mad. This clearly illustrates that the emperors of the Zhu family possess emotions, unlike their counterparts. Listening to Duan Lang's resolute words, Su Damao expressed his differing viewpoint. Lin Chen thoughtfully chimed in, I tend to agree with Duan Lang. Perhaps, Brother Su, your perception has been influenced by modern online narratives that portray the emperors of the Zhu family too favorably, leading to a distorted understanding. Historical accounts of emperors are often vague and one-sided. The true nature of Ming Taizu remains unknown to anyone beyond those directly involved. Were I in Lady Chang's position, I would never wager my family's safety to test an emperor's benevolence. I prefer to have everything under my control rather than relying on others. After observing the heated debate between Duan Lang and Su Damao, Lin Chen took a moment to reflect before speaking. Li Ku interjected, honestly, I believe you needn't argue so fervently. If our dear sister wishes to confront Zhu Yuanzhang, then let her do so. Should he turn against her, so what? With our chat group supporting her, she has nothing to fear. With Duan's formidable strength, even if the Ming dynasty were thrown into chaos, what could Zhu Yuanzhang do to us? Therefore, let us not be so agitated. As friends, we should respect Lady Chang's decision. As discussions about history often energize men, they became animated, passionately debating without restraint. Yet, the intricacies of a woman's thoughts are far more delicate. Li Ku refrained from joining the fray, quickly grasping the underlying essence of the situation. Changxi was not alone. With her chat group by her side, she had nothing to fear even in perilous circumstances. Upon hearing Li Ku's perspective, Duan Lang, Su Damao, and Lin Chen found themselves in a rather awkward position, wishing to retreat from the situation. Realizing they had unwittingly become the jesters in this scenario was disconcerting. Changxi smiled gently, acknowledging, Sister Ku is correct. It is indeed my confidence in having the support of my friends that emboldens me. Otherwise, I would surely have slipped away from the Chang residence to hide in obscurity. Once everyone had expressed their thoughts, Changxi smiled silently, her lips curving in amusement. Su Damao remarked, Oh, the sun is quite fierce today. Duan Lang added, It's raining. I need to head home to collect my laundry. Lin Chen chimed in, I must also go to work. In unison, the three attempted to divert from the awkwardness of the moment. Changxi said, I apologize. I should have communicated more clearly earlier. Let us not dwell on this, but rather discuss the matter at hand. What are your thoughts on my proposal? With her keen intellect, she quickly discerned the discomfort among her peers and sought to alleviate it. Duan Lang replied, Well, if that is the case, I have no objections. It is worth trying. Su Damao cautioned, Sister Chang, please be careful. If the situation turns dire, just let us know in the group, and we will come to your aid immediately. Li Ku added, Yes, pay attention to your safety. Reach out if you need anything. Lin Chen echoed, Just call out if you need help. After a lighthearted exchange, the group continued to express their concern for Changxi. Rest assured, she reassured them, I would never gamble with my life or that of my kin. I intend not only to reveal my identity as a time traveler, but also to disclose the existence of this chat group and all of you to Emperor Zhu. This will serve as an intangible deterrent. I believe once he learns of your presence, he would not wish to see us traverse through time. Changxi felt the warmth of her friend's concern and was deeply moved. Duan Lang remarked, That much is true. As long as Zhu Yuanzhang remains sensible, he would not harm you in the least. In fact, he would likely seek to cultivate your favor. Su Damao concurred, Brother Lang is right. For Ming Taizu Zhu Yuanzhang, your arrival could indeed present a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Li Ku lamented, It is a pity our chat group lacks a live streaming feature. I would love to witness the spectacle of our sister facing Zhu Yuanzhang in person. Lin Chen added, Indeed, a lackluster chat group. Only by increasing the number of members can we enhance its functionalities. Yet, as the administrator, I have no idea when new members will join. Just days prior, on July 1st, Lin Chen had anticipated new arrivals but was disappointed to find none. Changxi concluded, If we cannot live stream, there is little to be done. Please await my good news. I shall take my leave now. Duan Lang bid farewell, goodbye. Su Damao added, Brother Lang, do not leave. I am quite bored and wish to chat a bit longer. Li Ku quipped, I am still here, haha, and I will keep you company for a little while. Lin Chen, checking the time, realized it was already 4 p.m. He greeted his friends and exited the chat group, gently waking Lu Yulin, who had been peacefully sleeping beside him. Once she had freshened up, they departed together for work at the Oriental Grand Hotel. Chapter 34. The Inquiry of Parents. In the evening, Lin Chen received a call from his father. "Hello, Dad," he said, stepping out through the kitchen's back door to take the call. "Xiao Chen, I just got home from work. Your uncle mentioned you've been making quite a bit of money writing novels." Lin Chen surmised that his cousin Lin, who must have spilled the beans. "Yes, I didn't mention it to you or Mom earlier to avoid any misunderstandings," Lin Chen replied. "This morning at 10 a.m., I received last month's royalties, totaling 810,000. I intended to surprise you." "How much?" 810,000. "My goodness." His mother's astonished voice came over the line. "Xiao Chen, you didn't acquire this money through illegal means, did you?" His father took over the call, concern evident in his voice. "You must be careful. Don't take any foolish risks." Upon learning of their son's substantial earnings, their first instinct was not joy but worry. "Rest assured, Mom and Dad, I earn my money honestly." Without resorting to theft or robbery, Lin Chen asserted, "I write novels, and readers willingly pay for subscriptions. It is a fair and just transaction." His parents, lacking in education and understanding of such matters, required Lin Chen to patiently explain. His father, with a tone of earnestness, remarked, "Your mother and I may not comprehend this, but you should be cautious. Xiao Chen, you should have seen your second aunt's expression. It was quite something." His mother interjected. Her insinuation was clear. She wants you to help her son Xiaohu make a fortune. How ridiculous. "Xiao Chen, you heard your mother. Now that you've earned a substantial sum, the villagers treat you differently." Before his mother could finish, his father seized the phone, saying, "They might want to borrow money from you. Don't lend them anything. Lending is easy, but collecting debts is arduous." Lin Chen quietly listened to his parents back and forth, refraining from interjecting until they had finished. "I understand, and I won't lend them anything. I will buy a house in the county soon and bring you both and Xiao to the city. If you don't come to the city, your mother and I will remain in the countryside. You must listen to me. I have grown up and can earn a good living. It's time for you to enjoy life." With that, Lin Chen hung up before his parents could say anything further. The elderly were accustomed to rural life and were resistant to moving to the city. Had it not been for Lin Hu's call to boast, he would have preferred not to inform his parents so soon. After receiving his writing fee, he planned to buy 2 houses, bringing his parents over directly. As for why 2 houses, Lin Chen had learned from his previous life. Living with his parents and enduring their constant chatter could be quite bothersome. Moreover, he often brought women home, making it inconvenient to live together. Better to live separately, each enjoying their own lives. "You can't keep a secret, can you? You told Mom and Dad too quickly," he teased Lin Hu, giving him a playful pat on the shoulder. "Hey, brother, I'm just happy for you. I informed Dad right after my shift ended," Lin Hu sheepishly replied. "Next time, if you divulge my affairs again, I will break your legs," Lin Chen warned menacingly. "Understood, brother. I won't do it again," Lin Hu nodded vigorously. "Wise up and refrain from speaking carelessly," Lin Chen advised, returning to his duties. As the clock struck 8 in the evening, the bustling activities of the hotel finally subsided. After tidying up his work area, he approached the head chef's office. "Chef, could you please inform the kitchen staff that I will treat everyone to a late-night snack after work?" Upon seeing Wang Fugue, Lin Chen asked, "By the way, should we invite the front desk manager and supervisors as well?" "All right, I will inform them. But there's no need to invite the front desk staff. Let's just keep it to our kitchen team," Wang Fugue replied, rising from his chair. "You handed out cigarettes and candy to them this morning. You've already done your part." "Understood. I will heed your advice." Lin Chen nodded in agreement. He suggested inviting the front desk staff out of respect for the chef, but since Wang Fugue declined, he did not press the matter further. "Everyone, gather around and listen to me," Wang Fugue called to the kitchen staff, clapping his hands to gain their attention. "Xiaolin has made a bit of money, and he will treat everyone to a late-night snack. Assemble at the back door after your shifts," Wang Fugue continued. "Although Xiaolin has not been with us for long, his character is evident to all of you. You have benefited from his hospitality, so refrain from speaking carelessly outside, lest you bring trouble to Xiaolin. Anyone who does so will find me," Wang Fugue, unyielding. "Is that clear? In these times, safety is paramount. With rampant theft and even kidnappings occurring frequently, Wang Fugue was concerned that outsiders might learn of Lin Chen's newfound wealth and cause him trouble. "Understood, old Wang. We will keep it confidential," the kitchen staff assured. "Long live Brother Lin." They cheered, igniting a wave of excitement in the kitchen. "Xiaolin, as soon as your shift ends, secure a good table and order the dishes. I will tally the number of attendees and contact you shortly," Wang Fugue instructed. "All right. I will head to the front desk and bring Lin with me," Lin Chen replied, nodding before making his way to the front. Upon reaching the front desk manager, He handed over a cigarette and explained the situation. The manager readily agreed to let Lu Yulin leave half an hour early. Finding Lu Yulin, Lin Chen said, Lin. Change your clothes. I've spoken to the manager, and you're leaving early for a late-night snack. Okay, Lu Yulin responded without hesitation, informing her colleagues before heading to the small room to change. Before long, Lin Chen returned to their rental apartment with a changed Lu Yulin. As he too needed to change clothes, they took a taxi to Baiju Road, known for its late-night food scene. The streets were lined with eateries, filled with tables and chairs, bustling with customers. Lin Chen chose a familiar place and ordered enough dishes for 7 tables, based on the number Wang Fugue had mentioned. After placing the order, he called Wang Fugue to relay the address and restaurant name. Shortly thereafter, Wang Fugue and the kitchen staff arrived, prompting Lin Chen to signal the restaurant to begin serving the food. Xiaolin, I raise a toast to you. Just remember us poor brothers when you achieve great success in the future, one colleague said. Xiaolin has made it big. I can only imagine how comfortable your future will be. Let us drink to that. Another added. Brother Lin, I greatly admire cultured individuals, especially those like you who can earn a fortune through writing. I drink to you. That night, Lin Chen lost count of how much he drank. Chapter 35, Lu Yulin's departure. The following morning, Lin Chen awoke groggily from sleep. Rubbing his throbbing head, he was hit by the overwhelming scent of alcohol and sweat. Checking his phone, he saw it was already 8:30 in the morning. He recalled that last night, the older colleagues had left one by one, and Lu Yulin had also departed early, leaving behind a group of younger staff who continued drinking until past 1 in the morning. After settling the bill in a drunken haze, he took a taxi back with Lin Hu. After dropping Lin Hu off at his dormitory, Lin Chen returned to his rental apartment, too exhausted to shower, and collapsed onto his bed. Alcohol is truly a troublesome indulgence, he lamented, feeling the headache creeping in. Sitting cross-legged, he began to circulate his internal energy, quickly dispelling the effects of the alcohol and regaining clarity of mind. After a refreshing shower and changing into his work attire, he headed downstairs to the hotel for his shift. Xiaolin, I plan to have Ping Dehai take over your station. Please teach him this week, and stand guard for your last shift. Wang Fugue called out as Lin Chen entered the kitchen. Sure, no problem. He's my junior, and I will teach him promptly, Lin Chen responded without hesitation. Since he was about to leave, it made sense for Wang Fugue to arrange a familiar face to take over. All right, it's settled then. You can trust me, chef. From that day forward, Lin Chen's work became significantly lighter. He spent an hour instructing his junior, Ping Dehai, on all the tasks required for the position. For the next few days, he merely supervised, wandering around instead of working. Brother, sister-in-law didn't come to work today, Lin Hu whispered as he approached Lin Chen during his stroll. What? She didn't come to work? How do you know? Lin Chen asked, furrowing his brow in confusion. I just heard the staff in the dishwashing area mention it while I was moving dishes, Lin Hu replied. Brother, why don't you call sister-in-law and ask? All right. I will call her, Lin Chen nodded, stepping out the back door of the kitchen. He took out his phone and dialed Lu Yulin's number. The response on the other end was, the number you have dialed is currently busy. Please try again later. A sense of foreboding washed over Lin Chen. He tried calling several more times, only to receive the same response. Could it be that her parents had intervened and ended her job, just as they did in his previous life? Lin Chen clenched his fists, a flicker of unwillingness gleaming in his eyes. Turning around, I made my way to the front hall, seeking out the front hall manager. Xiaolin, I anticipated your arrival. Lu Yulin will no longer be coming to work. Before Lin Chen could speak, Manager Li from the front hall interjected. Brotherly, what exactly is happening with her? Lin Chen produced a cigarette, offering one to Li, persistently inquiring. Late last night, around 11, I received a call from Lu Yulin's father, Manager Li explained. He didn't elaborate, merely stating that Lu Yulin would no longer be coming to work and that she wouldn't be collecting her wages. Even though I had anticipated this news, the confirmation sent a chill through Lin Chen's heart. It was the same as in my previous life. Once she decided to leave, she seemed to evaporate from existence. Xiaolin, take it easy. Our establishment has more than one beautiful woman. Sensing Lin Chen's distress, Manager Li patted him on the shoulder, offering words of comfort. You earn well and are quite handsome. You need not worry about finding companionship. It's all right, brotherly. I'm merely a bit disheartened. It's not to the point of despair. Lin Chen shook his head, knowing he was not the type to be driven to extremes over a woman. After all, he had experienced this in his previous life. Following Lu Yulin's departure, he had never lacked for female company. Yet, knowing something and confronting it were two entirely different matters. In his past life, he had owned nothing, and he could understand Lu Yulin's parents' disapproval. However, in this life, having worked so diligently, he was taken aback that their disapproval persisted. Understanding your perspective is key. There are plenty of fish in the sea, Manager Li said with an encouraging smile. By the way, do you know where Lu Yulin's family resides? Does the shop have her ID information? Lin Chen pondered, feeling a twinge of regret. No, as you know, we don't check IDs at our shop. Nor do we keep backups. Manager Li shook his head. Next time, I will suggest to the boss to retain copies of IDs. All right, thank you, Brother Li. Lin Chen nodded in appreciation. After bidding farewell to Manager Li, he returned to the kitchen, resuming his work without a trace of emotion. When his shift ended at noon, he ventured to an internet CAF. Upon logging in, he immediately sent a message to Lu Yulin, seeking her out. Unfortunately, his messages fell into silence. With a resigned smile, Lin Chen lit a cigarette, feeling a wave of dejection wash over him. Yet, he quickly came to terms with it. As a mature man, he understood the nature of sacrifice. Women are as fleeting as smoke. As long as I possess ample wealth, there will always be young ladies vying for my attention. Closing the chat window, he took a deep breath, resolving to return to his writing. The meager compensation of 810,000 for his work offered him a modicum of solace. In his mind, a singular thought resonated. Write, earn. As he became engrossed in his writing, a sudden flurry of notifications interrupted him from the group chat. He saved and uploaded his recent work, closed the writing software, and opened the chat for traversers. Changxi, everyone, I have safely returned from the palace, without incident. Haha. Duan Lang? Oh, you're back? What was the outcome of your confrontation with old Zhu? Do elaborate. Sudama, I'm seated and ready, eagerly awaiting Chang's tale. Li Ku, little sister, what happened? Do share. Lin Chen, waiting with bated breath, noticing the time in the bottom right corner of his computer. It was 2:30 in the afternoon. The flow of time among group members was consistent, indicating that Changxi had visited the palace in the morning and returned successfully by afternoon. Changxi, hee. I took Ming History Ming real records into the palace this morning to meet Empress Ma. I spared no idle chatter and directly handed the 2 books to her. She was utterly astonished after perusing a few pages and immediately summoned old Zhu and young Zhu to the palace. Zhu Yuanzhang's face turned ashen as he inquired about my origins and the source of the books. I boldly revealed that I hailed from the future, 650 years ahead, and mentioned the existence of the chat group. Upon hearing this, the Zhu family appeared bewildered, nearly petrified. However, old Zhu quickly regained his composure, taking the 2 books and young Zhu with him. Meanwhile, Empress Ma was exceedingly warm towards me, inquiring about matters of the future, which I gladly shared. The subsequent events were straightforward. I enjoyed a meal prepared by Empress Ma herself in the palace with the Zhu family. After dining, she began to probe my intentions, and I understood her concern that I might reconsider my engagement. I assured her of my commitment to marry young Zhu and assist the Zhu family in establishing a Ming dynasty even more glorious than history recorded. After conversing with Empress Ma for a while, I departed the palace and returned to the Chang residence. As for what transpired afterward, I was indifferent. The Zhu father and son would handle it. Chapter 36, The Timeline of Deer and Cauldron in the Chat Group. Su Damao, I told you. Old Zhu is wise and will not mistreat you, Chang. Duan Lang, this aligns with the behavior of a competent emperor. Acknowledging your presence clearly outweighs the disadvantages. Li Ku, little sister, are you truly content to marry Zhu Biao? If I were in your position, I would find it unacceptable. Lin Chen, it is foreseeable that the 4 major cases of Hongwu will be expedited. With old Zhu's ruthlessness, blood will surely flow. As Changxi concluded her tale, the group members began to converse animatedly. Changxi, alas, I was born with a congenital heart condition in my past life, weak in constitution, and only lived until 19. I have never tasted the sweetness of love. Though I occasionally fantasized, I knew well that a Prince Charming exists only in fairy tales. However, I consider myself rational and have seriously contemplated marrying Zhu Biao. If we disregard emotions and instead focus on benefits, marrying Zhu Biao would amount to a political alliance. Since I have traversed here and carry the Chang family's karma, I must not bring trouble to them. Thus, marrying Zhu Biao holds no drawbacks. At this point, a maturity beyond her years surfaced on Changxi's youthful face. Duan Lang. Indeed, the past cannot be recalled. Living well in the present is what truly matters. Sudama, Chang, your considerations are quite mature. Ascending to the heights of royalty is a dream for many women. And marrying into the royal family is not without its merits. Lin Chen, as long as the Zhu family harbors no ulterior motives, marrying Zhu Biao poses no issue. Typically, men are more rational, and the 3 male group members understood Changxi's concerns and thoughts. In their eyes, Changxi's journey to the Ming dynasty and her marriage into royalty represented the best course of action. As for love, that was but a child's fantasy, something adults seldom ponder. Li Ku, I cannot be as carefree as you, little sister. I have always harbored dreams and fantasies about love. If I cannot marry someone I love, I would rather remain single for life or become a nun, choosing quality over quantity. Unlike Changxi, who bore the burdens of family. Li Ku possessed no such encumbrances in her new life, and their personalities were starkly different. The seemingly boisterous young woman from the northeast, Li Ku, still retained the innocence of a child, while the gentle and delicate Changxi demonstrated the decisiveness and poise of an adult. Changxi, well, Sister Ku, it appears there is no one in Deer and Cauldron who could match you. You might as well prepare for a life of solitude. Li Ku, no matter. I am already mentally prepared. There is nothing wrong with keeping company with ancient lights and the Buddha, if ever I desire a man. Surely I could seek assistance from my fellow group members. Changxi, Duan Lang, 6 Su Damao, 6 Lin Chen. Everyone was taken aback by Li Ku's astonishing declaration. Breaking into a cold sweat. Li Ku, haha, did I frighten everyone? I merely jest. I had no intention of pursuing such an extreme course of action. Seeing this, Li Ku couldn't help but burst into laughter. Changxi, truly, you are the fierce young woman from the northeast. Sister Ku, you are remarkable. Duan Lang, terrifying. You caught me off guard. Su Damao, truly fierce. I humbly bow to you. Lin Chen, impressive. The group wiped the sweat from their brows, momentarily speechless. Li Ku, enough of the jokes. Let us return to serious matters. Lin Chen, Brother Lin, could you help me investigate when the events of Deer and Cauldron take place? I feel they are about to commence. After a playful exchange that startled everyone, Li Ku turned solemn, tagging Lin Chen with her inquiry. Lin Chen, oh, what is the current time on your end? I can look it up online, Lin Chen replied. Li Ku responded. It is currently the winter of the 6th year of Changxi, and the new year is fast approaching. Lin Chen said, please hold on a moment. He then opened a webpage to search for the timeline of the story of the Deer and the Cauldron. Lin Chen continued, I found it. The original work does not specify an exact timeline, but some netizens have deduced a timeline based on the plot, which spans quite a range. To summarize for your reference, it begins in the 6th year of Changxi when Wei Xiaobao meets Mao Shiba in Yangzhou. The two travel to the capital, and by chance, Wei Xiaobao enters the palace and meets Changxi. In the 8th year of Changxi, Wei Xiaobao helps design a plan to capture Ao Bai and gradually becomes a trusted confidant of Changxi. In the 9th year, he is sent to the Qingyang Temple on Wutai Mountain to secretly protect Xuanji, during which he experiences a series of events. It is also at this time that Wei Xiaobao inadvertently encounters Ake and Aki, vowing to marry Ake and diligently pursuing her. In the 13th year of Changxi, Wei Xiaobao is appointed as a special envoy to Yunnan to investigate the actions of Prince Wu Sangue. The following year, he escorts Princess Jining to Yunnan for her wedding. In the 16th year of Changxi, Wei Xiaobao becomes the incense master of the Qingmu Hall of the Heaven and Earth Society. In the 20th year, Wei Xiaobao participates in the campaign against the 3 feudatories, achieving military merit. By the 21st year, Changxi discovers Wei Xiaobao's affiliation with the Heaven and Earth Society, forcing him to go into hiding with his wife and children. Li Ku noted, if it is indeed the 6th year of Changxi, then the story of the Deer and the Cauldron should have begun, and Wei Xiaobao has already gone to the capital. After a thorough search, Lin Chen finally obtained the timeline of the Deer and the Cauldron that Li Ku needed. Li Ku exclaimed, oh, I'll jot this down. Thank you, Brother Lin. She quickly fetched paper and pen to write down the information Lin Chen shared in the group. Duan Lang remarked, modern society is so convenient. Whatever information you need is just a search away, allowing us to know the world without stepping outside. Sudama agreed, indeed. The convenience of modern society is unimaginable for those who have never experienced it. Changxi added, if I remember correctly, Sister Ku's master, the nun Jiunan, is the last princess of the Ming dynasty, Princess Changping. Observing the dialogue between Lin Chen and Li Ku, the group members expressed their amazement. Lin Chen responded, the nun Jiunan, whose given name is Zhu Meiwei, is indeed the last princess of the Ming dynasty, but her title is not Princess Changping. It is Princess Kuanqing. Changping was a title conferred on her by the Manchus after the fall of the Ming. He then advised Changxi as the first crown princess of the Ming dynasty. You should refer to her as Princess Kuanqing, not by the Manchu title. Changxi replied, ahem, I didn't know that Changping was a title given by the Manchus. My apologies. Duan Lang chimed in, don't feel bad. This is the first time I've heard that too. It's enlightening. Li Ku added, I'm also learning something new today. Seeing Lin Chen's correction, Changxi, Duan Lang, and Li Ku were all quite surprised. Sudama remarked, it seems that Jean Bowie has ulterior motives. Wait a moment, I just thought of something. Do you think I could meet the living Jean Bowie when I arrive in Hong Kong? I remember he died in 2018 in my past life. But it is only 1959 now, so he should still be alive. At this point, Su Damao's mind suddenly sparked with curiosity. Chapter 37, The Request of Nun Jiunan. Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily taken aback, not expecting this angle. Su Dama continued, while sitting on the large ship these past few days, I have also contemplated what my future holds. Although Liu Banqing is my benefactor, he has a son, and I cannot always rely on him. I started to ponder what I should do after arriving in Hong Kong. I must earn a living. Then, old Lin inspired me. I could become a literary ghostwriter, haha. I could even write songs, adapt TV shows, and movies, developing comprehensively. If old Lin could support me with various resources from the future, establishing an entertainment empire would be a piece of cake. Lin Chen, old Lin, could you lend a hand? Before anyone could respond, Damao continued. Lin Chen, I have no objections, but how does this relate to Jean? Of course, I would not refuse cross-industry collaboration. Damao explained. Since we were just discussing the timeline of The Deer in the Cauldron, and I plan to be a literary ghostwriter, I must understand the entertainment landscape in Hong Kong. And Jean Bowie immediately came to mind. Lin Chen replied, well, there is quite a gap between the two. Duan Lang remarked, in 1959. It seems old Jean had not yet put down his pen, had he? Lin Chen checked and said, oh, I found it. Since 1955. He began publishing The Book and the Sword. In 1956 to 57, he published The Blood Sword, and from 1957-59, The Legend of the Condor Heroes. In 1959, he started writing Fox Volant of the Snowy Mountain, and from 1959 to 61, he wrote The Return of the Condor Heroes. During this time, he also created The Legend of the Flying Fox, The White Horse Laughs in the West Wind, and The Sword of the Double-Headed Eagle, after 1961. He wrote The Heaven Sword and the Dragon Saber, began The Deer in the Cauldron in 1967, and finished The Sword of the Maiden in 1970 before retiring. After checking Jin's information, Lin Chen conveniently shared it in the group. Changxi suggested, Old Sue, since you are in 1959, I strongly recommend you intercept Jean Bowie's later works. Duan Lang laughed. Haha, that sounds feasible. Damao replied, well, that is not necessary. There are plenty of classic works in the future, no need to copy his. Lin Chen agreed. Old Sue is right. Every writer has a unique style and voice that can be easily recognized. After considering Changxi's suggestion, Damao declined. And Lin Chen expressed his agreement. Lika suddenly panicked. Oh no. I finally managed to jot down the timeline of The Deer in the Cauldron, but Nun Nan has discovered it. She questioned me about the little note I wrote. How should I respond? I'm waiting online, and it's quite urgent. Having been silent, Lika suddenly interjected, her tone revealing a sense of urgency. Lin Chen had helped her search for the timeline of The Deer in the Cauldron, and fearing she might forget, she took notes. However, she did not expect that she would be caught by Nun Nan before the ink dried. Changxi remarked, Sister Ke, you are incredibly unlucky. Duan Lang reassured her. What are you worried about? With your strength, can Nun Nan defeat you? Damao added, if it comes to it, just fight her. There is nothing to fear. Lin Chen concurred, it is indeed unfortunate. During the last gathering in the Wind and Cloud world, Duan Lang also gave Li Ku a blood bodhi and passed on the Xuanwu true skill, with 30 years of internal power and martial arts surpassing that of the Deer and the Cauldron world. Claiming to be the best in the world is no exaggeration. Therefore, the group members were not at all concerned about her predicament. Lika sighed. You are all speaking from a place of comfort. Fine, I'll just be upfront and tell Nun in my background. Seeing that the others were not in a hurry, Li Ku felt somewhat speechless. Remembering Changxi's previous approach, she decided to copy the assignment. Changxi encouraged. You're going to be honest with Princess Kunqing? I fully support you, Sister Ke. Duan Lang added, being upfront. That could work. It would be best to incite a rebellion with Nun Nan. Damao chimed in. If we're crossing into the Qing dynasty, we might as well rebel, right? Lin Chen offered, I can provide various resources and technical support for the anti-Qing efforts. As soon as Duan Lang finished speaking, Damao and Lin Chen's eyes lit up in agreement. Li Ku responded, after I come clean, Nun Nan is eager to meet everyone. It won't take long, perhaps half an hour at most. What do you all think? Should I invite you all to join me? After a moment of waiting, Lika said, slightly pleading. It seemed her conversation with Nun Nan had gone relatively well. Duan Lang remarked, she wants to see us? Does that mean she doesn't trust your words? Is she looking for proof? He added, I'm fine with that. I can go anytime. Damao noted. I can understand. Nun Nan has experienced the fall of her nation and family, so she is not easily convinced. He also expressed his willingness to go. Changxi concluded, very well, let me meet the last princess of the Ming dynasty. The group members pondered briefly and unanimously acquiesced to Li Ku's request. Lin Chen remarked, I have no objections and can come over at any time. Li Ku responded, please submit the task application and I will approve it on my end. Glancing at the clock, it was 3:30 p.m. and there was ample time. Hence, Lin Chen accepted without hesitation. Li Ku replied, great, thank you, Brother Lin. I will apply right away. After a short while, Lin Chen indeed noticed a new task application in the back end. The task submitted by Li Ke closely resembled the one previously requested by Duan Lang. It was merely to arrange a meeting. Lin Chen did not approve it immediately. Instead, he shut down his computer and departed. After leaving the internet CAF, he returned to his rented apartment. Once he secured the doors and windows, he proceeded to approve Li Ke's task application. "Everyone, I have approved Li Ke's task application. You may proceed," he announced, tagging everyone in the group. Li Ke expressed her gratitude sincerely. "Thank you all. I truly appreciate it." Changxi replied, "Sister Ke, you are too kind. We are good sisters, after all. And it is our duty." Duan Lang chimed in, "I'm on my way." Damao added, "I'm coming too." Lin Chen stated, "I will join as well." The group members eagerly clicked the link to enter the Dear Ding world. Lin Chen secured the doors and windows once more before traversing away from Earth. In the Dear Ding world, at Mount Hua, the character Jiunan Shirtai, originally the daughter of the Ming dynasty's Emperor Chongzhen, found herself amidst turmoil. As the rebel army breached the capital, Emperor Chongzhen, fearing for his family's dignity, resolved to end their lives. The 15-year-old Princess Kuanxing was grievously injured by her father, collapsing unconscious on the ground. Following the fall of the Ming dynasty, she was rescued by several eunuchs and taken to her maternal home. Eventually, she renounced her former life, taking on the title Jiunan and training in martial arts under Master Cheng Qizhu and Taoist Mu Sang. With only one arm, she became a formidable figure in the martial world, unmatched except by the elusive Yuan Qingxi. Years later, Jiunan Shirtai arrived at Mount Hua, accompanied by her young disciple A Ku and an abandoned infant A Qi. The vastness of the Mount Hua range, beyond the Yunnu peak of the Huashan sect, provided ample space for her to establish a nunnery on the slopes of Lianhua Peak, where she chose to live in seclusion with her two young disciples. One day, Jiunan Shirtai noticed that her disciple A Ku was acting somewhat suspiciously. She stealthily followed her and discovered A Ku scribbling something secretive. Without hesitation, Jiunan Shirtai seized the paper from A Ku's grasp. A glance at the writing made her furrow her brow in confusion. The characters on the page were familiar, yet their combination eluded her understanding. The years listed, Kangxi years 6, 8, and 9, puzzled her. Furthermore, repeated mentions of Wei Xiaobao raised questions about which hero from the martial world he referred to. A Ku, will you not explain this to your master? Confronted by her master, Li Ke felt helpless. After consulting with the group members, she decided to copy Changxi's assignment. "Master, forgive me." With those words, Li Ke transformed her fingers into claws, employing the Xuanwutru Arch Dragon Claw technique at Jiunan Shirtai. The fierce claw wind caused Jiunan Shirtai's expression to darken, her demeanor turning serious as she prepared to defend herself. Li Ke's form moved like a phantom, her claws striking swiftly, causing pain to Jiunan Shirtai's face. Despite her preparedness, Jiunan Shirtai was unprepared for Li Ke's rapid movements. She barely managed to raise her sword to block, only for Li Ke's claw to grip the blade. This seemingly delicate hand, with a gentle exertion, twisted the sharp sword into a spiral. Seizing the opportunity while Jiunan Shirtai lost her weapon, Li Ke deftly tapped her finger, swiftly sealing her master's acupoint. Jiunan Shirtai was utterly astonished. Her disciple had concealed such prowess. Had she not stumbled upon this revelation today, she would have remained oblivious. "Master, I am not your disciple A Ke, but a time traveler from 350 years hence." Ignoring Jiunan Shirtai's disapproving expression, Li Ke stood calmly and recounted her origins. This revelation stirred a tempest in Jiunan Shirtai's heart, leaving her in a state of disbelief. The notion of time travelers from the future opened a portal to a new realm of possibilities. "A Ke, no, Li Ke. How do you intend to deal with this humble nun?" After a moment of fluctuating emotions, Jiunan Shirtai asked solemnly, having prepared herself for the worst. "Master, I harbor a certain fondness for the Ming dynasty, though it is not overwhelming." Li Ke observed Jiunan Shirtai's expression and continued with a light smile. Compared to the Qing dynasty, with its forced shaves and pigtails, the Ming is far superior. We in the future have ranked over 400 emperors from the past 2,000 years of Huaxia based on their achievements. And the Ming's founding emperor, Zhu Yuanzhang, ranks 4th, with the Yongle Emperor Zhu Di in 6th. The fact that 2 emperors from the Zhu lineage made the list is remarkable, second only to the Han dynasty, which boasts 3. Therefore, Master, you need not worry about my intentions towards you. After all, you are the last princess of the Ming dynasty, and I hold you in a measure of respect. With that, Li Ke released Jiunan Shirtai's acupoint. Jiunan Shirtai remained silent, feeling honored and proud that the deeds of the Ming's 2 previous emperors had not been forgotten by posterity. The legacy of Zhu Yuanzhang and Zhu Di lived on in the hearts of the people. It is fortunate for the descendants of the Zhu family. I shall refer to you as Miss Li, if that is agreeable. After a prolonged silence, Jiunan Shirtai finally spoke. "That is perfectly fine. We do not adhere to formalities in our time, Master. You may call me by name," Li Ke replied nonchalantly. Miss Li, I have a humble request. May I meet the group members you mentioned? Jiao Shirtai's eyes conveyed earnestness as she spoke softly. You wish to meet them? I can inquire to see if they are willing. Lika hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. After receiving a clear response from the group, she conveyed the good news to Jiao Shirtai. Thank you, Miss Li. I am immensely grateful, Jiao Shirtai expressed with a Buddhist gesture. Her palm raised to her chest. Master, you are too kind. Oh, they have arrived, Liku announced just as a flash of light appeared before them. As the light faded, Duan Lang, Changxi, Su Damao, and Lin Chen stepped forward. Chapter 38, Persuading Su Damao, Encouraging Jiao Shirtai. In the Deer Ding world at Mount Hua, Lin Chen and the others materialized before Li Ku and her master. Brother Lang, Old Lin, Sister Chong, Sister Li. It has been a while, greeted Duan Lang. Indeed, it has been far too long. The group exchanged pleasantries before turning their gaze to Jiao Shirtai. She appeared to be in her 40s, with sorrowful phoenix eyes, weathered features, yet exuding an elegant and noble aura. As they assessed Jiao Shirtai, she too was appraising them. The one in a white chef's attire, paired with black trousers and short hair, must be the administrator Lin Chen. The one radiating imperial presence in a dragon robe, exuding authority without ire, could only be Duan Lang. The tall figure in a Zhongshan suit, sporting a long face and a distinctive mustache, was undoubtedly Su Damao. Last but not least, the elegantly adorned woman, embodying grace and nobility, was none other than the Empress Dowager of the Ming dynasty, Empress Changxi. Master, allow me to introduce you. This is Brother Lin, this is the esteemed Duan. This is Brother Su, and this is the young lady from the Chang family. Li Ku stepped forward to make the introductions. Esteemed group members, this is Jiao Shirtai, the 13th descendant of the founding emperor of the Ming, Princess Zhu of the Chongzhen era, here to meet Empress Changxi. Honored to meet you, Mr. Lin, Mr. Duan. Mr. Su, Jiao Shirtai greeted respectfully. The venerable Jiao Shirtai first bowed respectfully to Changxi, then greeted the other three individuals. At this moment, she finally believed Lika's words. Do not address me as Empress Changxi. I am not yet wed to a Biao. You may call me Xiao Yu or Miss Chang. Upon hearing this designation, Changxi felt a peculiar sensation. Her cheeks slightly flushed. Greetings, Shirtai. The others, too, refrained from arrogance and returned the courtesies. Etiquette must not be neglected. As juniors, how could we overstep? Jiao Shirtai maintained a demeanor of respect, showing no disdain for Changxi's youth. You may converse. I shall accompany Old Lin outside for a stroll. Noticing their polite exchanges, Su Damao called out and led Lin Chen aside. Their purpose for coming was solely to support Li Ku, with no other intentions. Old Su, is there something on your mind? Lin Chen inquired, offering a cigarette. Hey, Old Lin, with all the money you make, you're still smoking a $2 cigarette? Su Damao teased as he accepted the smoke. I'm not picky. As long as it's tobacco, I'll smoke it, Lin Chen waved dismissively. Well, as we discussed in the group, I was hoping you could assist me with some resources from the future. I intend to follow in your footsteps as a literary plagiarist. Su Damao got straight to the point. Ah, I recall this matter. I had promised you before. Lin Chen nodded, puzzled. Is there anything else? Indeed, Old Lin. You did promise me. Su Damao continued. Now that we have the opportunity to meet offline, I thought since you've been writing novels for many years and are somewhat of an insider, I would like to ask for your advice on my first steps. Should I start by copying a few novels to gain fame? Or should I begin with songs? Or perhaps adapt television dramas or films? In my opinion, Old Su, you should start by copying novels, Lin Chen suggested thoughtfully. Songs or screenplays won't yield much profit if you lack a reputation. Begin by writing a few novels to establish your name. The subsequent endeavors will become significantly easier, as the status of a literary figure has always surpassed that of a celebrity. In the eyes of high society, stars are merely entertainers of the lowest class. This was a familiar trope Lin Chen had observed in the web literature of his previous life. Very well then, I'll heed your advice. My entertainment empire will commence with novel adaptations, Su Damao exclaimed, suddenly enlightened and wholeheartedly in agreement. Lin Chen smiled. Once you arrive in Xiangjiang, you can investigate the market and see the remuneration of other writers to better understand your position. All right, I will follow your guidance, Su Damao nodded and pondered. Which novel should I begin with? I recommend Justin. Jin Bao Yi pioneered the classic wuxia genre, so you can create a new realm of xinxia and launch a dimensional assault on it. At this moment, Duan Lang, who had been listening to their conversation, interjected. Copy Jusien? Are you trying to incite a riot among readers? I'm afraid they might come crashing through my windows at midnight. Su Damao mused hesitantly. What about Ren Sheng Chong Hen Shui Chong Dong? Duan Lang suggested another title. Brother Lang, are you trying to get me killed with that suggestion? Su Damao replied, exasperated. Whether it's Shu Xian or Ren Sheng Chong Hen Shui Chong Dong, Both are tales of torment that can make one's scalp tingle. But it's fine. Readers won't mind, Duan Lang chortled, patting Su Damao's shoulder mischievously. Brother Lang, stop messing with me. This is serious business, Su Dama said, his expression long and somber. Actually, what old Duan mentioned about Zhu Xian is indeed viable. Although it can be a bit tormenting, it's only mild compared to Rin Sheng Chong Hen Shui Chong Dong, Lin Chen remarked. Moreover, while it belongs to the Xinxiao genre, it's not too far-fetched. Starting with Zhu Xian will help the audience in Xiangjiang acclimate to the Xinxiao theme, and later, you can introduce more outrageous elements like primordial chaos or fantasy. You could even pioneer genres such as time travel, divorce, interstellar, cultivation, primordial chaos, and martial arts. Old Su. Just think, if you become the founding ancestor of these genres, it would be incredibly cool. Upon hearing this, Su Damao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Old Lin makes a compelling point. I can indeed adapt various online literature genres from my previous life, providing a shock to the readers in Xiangjiang. He stroked his chin. Thoughtfully agreeing, I will follow old Lin's advice. It's settled then. Ignoring the wisdom of elders leads to immediate regret. Duan Lang feigned disappointment, having failed to mislead Su Damao. Brother Lang, stop playing with me. I can't handle this, Su Damao replied, bemused. Being idle is still being idle. Why don't you fall for it, old Su? Duan Lang laughed, and Lin Chen joined in the mirth. As they discussed matters of rebellion, they would take their time. Half an hour swiftly passed. Duan Lang smiled, and gestured towards Changxi and the others. The group, possessing profound internal strength, were keenly aware of the conversation between Changxi, Li Ku, and Jiao Nanshirtai. Lin Chen and the others listened intently, as Changxi passionately encouraged Jiao Nanshirtai to rebel under the banner of the princess of the Ming dynasty. Shirtai, consider this, with Sister Ku and our friends here. Toppling the Manchu oppressors would be a trivial matter. Seeing Jiao Nanshirtai still hesitant, Changxi earnestly persuaded her. Time's up, we must leave. As half an hour had quickly elapsed, Lin Chen called out and departed from that world. Upon returning to Earth, it was precisely 4 p.m. Lin Chen exited his rental room, preparing to head to work. On the way to the hotel, he opened the chat group, only to find Li Ku and Changxi still conversing. Li Ku, don't worry, little sister. I will definitely persuade her. Changxi, okay. I'll inform the old Zhu family, striving to secure Jiao Nanshirtai's imperial decree or authorization, allowing you to rebel with legitimacy. Li Ku, that would be splendid. With old Zhu's decree, I'm sure followers will flock to us. Changxi, rest assured, it's merely an imperial decree. It's a small matter. In no time, they exchanged hundreds of messages. The other group members remained silent, quietly observing. As Lin Chen walked, engrossed in the chat history, he reached the hotel and closed the chat group. Chapter 39. Receiving payment, resigning, and buying a house. Time flew by, and a week had passed. It was now July 11th. That morning, as Lin Chen awoke, he discovered a text message on his phone. July 11th, 2008, 8:01. Your account ending in 139 has received a transfer of 72,509, 507 yuan, balance 85, 558, 757 yuan. Postal Bank, wow, so soon, my payment has arrived? Lin Chen was momentarily bewildered by the content of the text. Oh, I forgot, today is Friday, and it arrived early. Consulting the calendar, he recalled the tradition of the terminal website. Typically, payments for the previous month's work are distributed on the 12th, but if a holiday occurs, payments are made earlier. Since tomorrow is Saturday and the terminal website does not operate on weekends, payments are dispersed one day in advance. How astonishing. The total payment from my first year in my previous life was not even this much. I never expected to return and pay over 90,000 in taxes in just 1 month. It is worth mentioning that the amount received had already been taxed automatically. The tax on the payment was 112, with the remainder being over 90,000. Impressive. The terminal is quite reliable. Unlike the mess in my previous life that often delayed payments. Signed to himself, Lin Chen quickly dressed and freshened up in the bathroom. Afterward, he locked the door and went downstairs to have breakfast at a nearby eatery before heading to the bank. The bank was not yet open. So Lin Chen found an ATM, inserted his bank card, and entered his PIN. The screen brightly displayed his balance, 85, 558, 757 yuan, consistent with the text message. Lin Chen pressed a few buttons, opting to withdraw 5,000 yuan. With a clatter, the ancient machine dispensed 50 vibrant red banknotes. After confirming the amount was correct, Lin Chen swiftly pocketed the cash and returned to his rental. Master, I received my payment this morning, and I plan to stop working starting today. Is that all right? On the way, he called his employer, Wang Fuguwei. On the 12th, it was said that the payment would be issued, yet it arrived today. It appears they dispersed it in advance due to the holiday. Today is Friday, and the weekend follows. Ah, in that case, you need not report to work today. I shall inform the boss to have the finance department settle your wages. Thank you, master. I will come by shortly to return the money I borrowed and also to return the work uniform to the store. Very well, it is settled then. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen changed out of his work attire and donned his own clothes. With the work uniform in hand, he descended to the internet CAF. The hour was still early, and he began typing up his manuscript. By 9:30, he had written 5,000 words in an hour. Upon uploading the manuscript to the backend for safekeeping, he logged off and departed. Upon arriving at the kitchen of the Dongfeng Grand Hotel, Lin Hu and his colleagues gathered around. Brother, are you not working today? One asked. Lin Gu, don't forget about us brothers in the future, another chimed in. Lin Gu is about to live a good life. We are envious beyond measure. Lin Chen handed out cigarettes to everyone in a circle, responding to a few remarks. Shaolin is here. Please take a seat. I will finish my meal shortly. Upon entering the head chef's office, he found Wang Fuguwei enjoying breakfast. Master, take your time. I'm in no hurry. Lin Chen set his work uniform aside and placed the 5,000 yuan he had withdrawn that morning on the table. Wang Fuguwei hastened his pace, finishing his breakfast in a few bites and wiping his mouth. He counted the 5,000 yuan on the table and casually stowed it into his pocket. Next, he retrieved a notebook from the drawer and flipped it open. Shaolin, last month you took a day off, and this month you worked for 10 days. In total, that amounts to 1 month and 9 days of wages, which is 1,003. Wang Fuguwei pushed the notebook towards Lin Chen and remarked, take a look at the attendance record. I am not mistaken, am I? Indeed. It totals 1 month and 9 days. Lin Chen glanced over it without much concern. It was merely a little over 1,000 yuan. He could earn that in a mere 200 words and hardly paid it any mind. Here, I spoke with the boss this morning and settled with finance. This is 1,003. Please confirm. Seeing no objections from Lin Chen, Wang Fuguwei retrieved a stack of money from the drawer and slid it across the table. Good. The amount is correct. Lin Chen counted it and casually pocketed it. Thank you, master. He pulled out a cigarette and offered one to Wang Fuguwei while lighting one for himself. Now that you are not working, Shaolin, what are your plans for the future? Wang Fuguwei inquired amidst the clouds of smoke. I intend to buy a house first and bring my parents and daughter to the city. Lin Chen exhaled a smoke ring and replied, speaking of purchasing a house. Do you have any recommendations, master? It then struck him that in 2008, there were no real estate agencies in the new Yushin County. And even residential complexes were few and far between. Recommendations? There are few new developments in the county, but a few housing complexes for government employees have just been completed. You might want to inquire about those. Wang Fuguwei pondered for a moment and continued. By the way, the Jinsijia garden where I live was just opened 2 years ago. And it seems there are still many vacant units. Jinsijia garden? A government employee complex? Lin Chen frowned. Those complexes were dilapidated in later years. They lacked property management, security, greenery, and sanitation. However, considering it was 2008, many upscale complexes of the future were still barren land, leaving Lin Chen with little choice. All right, thank you, master. I will explore around in the coming days. With that thought, Lin Chen replied, if I do not find a suitable place, I will become your neighbor, master. Haha. That would be delightful. Our complex is quite nice. Wang Fuguwei grinned, nodding enthusiastically. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, Lin Chen took his leave from the hotel. Subsequently, he wandered around the county for a few days, searching for an appropriate housing complex. After careful consideration, he ultimately arrived at the railway workers' housing complex located in the county center, near the train station. The entire complex was divided into 4 villages, and he had his eye on Buildings 7 and 12 in Railway Village 4. This complex had just been completed at the end of 2007. With units allocated to Railway Bureau employees via a lottery. The location was ideal, adjacent to the county railway primary school and kindergarten, with the railway middle school just a mile further, making it convenient for his daughter's education. The landscaping was decent, with numerous ornamental trees planted throughout the area. The amenities were satisfactory as well, with a cinema, activity center, sports center, supermarkets, and a vegetable market nearby. Lin Chen identified 2 new apartments. Room 201 in Building 7 and Room 302 in Building 12. Both units were south-facing with 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, each covering an area of 109 square meters, with a public area ratio of 13, resulting in an indoor area of 94.8 square meters. They featured simple renovations, with whitewashed walls, suspended ceilings, and tiled floors. Additionally, each unit came with a basement, 3 meters wide and 4 meters deep, totaling 12 square meters. At a price of 188 yuan per square meter, the total for both units was 476,984 yuan, amounting to less than 500,000. After personally inspecting the apartments, Lin Chen promptly decided to acquire both units. He made several trips to the housing authority and finally obtained the property ownership certificates. Lin Chen did not intend to live with his parents. While it was manageable to be distant, cohabitation would lead to disaster. He found his parents' discontent with him irksome, and he grew weary of their incessant nagging, leading to mutual disdain. The generational gap was not easily bridged. It was better for everyone to live separately, allowing for peace and tranquility. Chapter 40. Bringing his parents and daughter to the city at the end of July. Lin Chen drove his newly purchased Honda on the road back to his rural hometown. After securing his new home, he spent several days acquiring furniture, appliances, and living essentials to fill the empty spaces of his new residence. He also purchased a car for convenience, with a total cost of 230,000 yuan. Over the past half-month, his expenditures had been extravagant, reducing his initial sum of over 800,000 yuan to merely 66,000. Lin Chen remained unperturbed, knowing he would receive another payment soon. Moreover, he possessed a Ming Dynasty jade pendant valued at 380,000 yuan and 5 gold ingots worth 140,000 yuan. After half an hour's journey, Lin Chen returned to Linxia village. Xiaochen is back. Oh, you bought a car. It looks magnificent. I had heard you made a fortune. And it appears to be true. That car must be worth at least 100,000, right? As Lin Chen drove into the village, he attracted a crowd of onlookers. I haven't made a fortune. That is merely a rumor. I'm just scraping by. This car belongs to a friend. Lin Chen slowed his speed, casually responding to the villagers while distributing cigarettes. After parking the car in front of his house, his father, Lin Daqiang, emerged upon hearing the commotion, followed closely by his mother, Chen Xiaoyan, who cradled Lin Xiaoxiao in her arms. Xiaochen is back. Have you eaten breakfast? I'll go boil a few eggs for you. In Jiangxi province, treating honored guests typically involves boiling eggs, and Chen Xiaoyan approached him with that intent. Mom, I've already eaten. Don't trouble yourself. Lin Chen handed his father a cigarette, while he took his daughter from his mother, gently declining her offer. Xiaochen, did you really buy a house in the city? Are you planning to bring your mother and me over? Lin Daqiang inquired, holding the unlit cigarette. Yes. I purchased it in the middle of the month, and I have the ownership documents now. In the following days, I also bought furniture and appliances. Lin Chen replied while playfully interacting with his daughter. Never mind, your mother and I will stay here. We can still grow some grains and vegetables. Lin Daqiang shook his head, stubbornly refusing. If we go to the city, everything costs money. It wouldn't be worth it. Indeed, Xiaochen. You should just live in the house you bought. Strive to find a wife next. Chen Xiaoyan chimed in agreement. I bought 2 units, one for you and one for me. All fully paid. Lin Chen sighed helplessly and urged, if you don't come to the city with me, wouldn't my purchases be in vain? What? Are you burning money? You actually bought 2 houses outright? Lin Daqiang stood up, utterly astonished. Xiaochen, can you return them? Chen Xiaoyan asked, visibly worried. One house costs over 20,000, 2 would cost 40 to 50,000. It was important to note that their family earned less than 50,000 a year. It would take over a decade of hard work to accumulate such a sum. Enough. Trust me, gather your belongings. The new house is nearly furnished. There is no need to bring pots and pans. Just a few clothes will suffice. Lin Chen declared resolutely. There is no room for refusal. Unless you deny me as your son, I shall not return. Upon hearing these words, Lin Daqiang and Chen Xiaoyan's expressions shifted, and they fell into silence. For 30 years, they had witnessed the reverence of a father by his son, and the respect of a son for his father. Their son had matured, and they had aged as well. After a prolonged silence, Lin Daqiang turned to Chen Xiaoyan and said, let us pack our things and move to the city to enjoy life with our son. With the decision made, the subsequent tasks became straightforward. The chickens, ducks, and geese raised at home were slaughtered for meat, while the younger ones were given to their second uncle to rear. The family's land was also entrusted to him for cultivation. They washed and aired out the clothes and bedding, ensuring everything was secure from mice. This bustling activity continued until evening, when Lin Chen announced, parents, it's time to go. Locking the door, he opened the driver's side and beckoned his parents to join him in the car. Lin Daqiang gazed longingly at their old house, feeling a twinge of reluctance after 2 decades of residence. Once his parents settled in the car, Lin Chen started the engine and drove towards the county town. Dad, Mom, I've purchased a property in Railway Village 4, right beside the train station. It was originally allocated to employees by the Railway Bureau. Noticing their subdued expressions during the drive, Lin Chen initiated a conversation, retrieving the property deeds from his space and presenting them to them. Some individuals not from our New Yu County sold the houses assigned to them. I bought 2 units. One is room 201 in building 7, and the other is room 302 in building 12. They are only 50 meters apart. Which one would you prefer to live in? Lin Daqiang and Chen Xiaolian cautiously examined the deeds, their faces lighting up with joy. Their son had truly grown up, managing to earn in a month what they had struggled to earn in a lifetime. They could not help but acknowledge the passage of time. Xiaoqin, why did you buy 2 units? Are you not planning to live with us? Chen Xiaolian asked, reluctantly putting down the property deed, her expression filled with confusion. Lin Daqiang shared her bewilderment. I'm still young and plan to find a girlfriend. It wouldn't be convenient to live together, Lin Chen replied, having prepared this explanation in advance. That makes sense. You can't live with us, Chen Xiaolian realized. If you bring a girl home at night, it would indeed be awkward. You can choose either unit. Both have the same layout, so there is not much difference. Lin Chen did not respond directly, but shifted the conversation. You decide, dear. Chen Xiaolian entrusted the choice to Lin Daqiang. Let's go with room 201 in building 7. It's on a lower floor, making it easier for us as we age. Lin Daqiang deliberated for a moment before reaching a decision and returning the property deed to Lin Chen. All right, you two can reside in building 7. While I will stay in building 12, Lin Chen replied, putting away the deeds. I won't be cooking much, so you can expect meals from Mom. And I'll take care of Xiao Xiao. That's wonderful. I love your cooking, Mom, Lin Chen smiled. There's a vegetable market right next to the neighborhood, making it convenient for grocery shopping. Plus, the community is in the town center, with easy access to public transportation. By the way, Dad, what do you think about using some money to open a supermarket so you won't be bored? Lin Chen suggested. Open a supermarket? No way. Your mother and I have never done business. Lin Daqiang shook his head, expressing his refusal. You need not worry about us. We are still young and capable of finding work. That's fine, but Dad, please don't work at construction sites. It's too dangerous, Lin Chen urged. Think it over and let me know if you decide on something else. All right, I'll consider it, Lin Daqiang conceded, appreciating his son's good intentions. As the night deepened, the July heat lingered. After returning to the city, Lin Chen took his parents out for a sumptuous dinner. After bringing their belongings into the new home in Building 7, he returned to the other unit in Building 12. After refreshing himself with a shower, Lin Chen turned on the air conditioning and sank into the sofa in the living room, relishing a moment of respite. After a while, he retrieved his newly purchased laptop from the study. In the past half-month, due to the house purchase, he had scarcely any time to write. Fortunately, he had prepared a substantial amount of drafts beforehand, preventing his novel from going on hiatus. Now that the housing situation was settled and his parents were in the city, Lin Chen finally felt a weight lift off his shoulders. He began to write. With a focused mind and a surge of creativity, ideas flowed effortlessly, and the plot unfolded vividly in his mind. The rhythmic tapping of the keyboard echoed in the room as characters rapidly populated the screen, reminiscent of a beautiful symphony. After 3 hours of continuous writing, nearing 20,000 words, Lin Chen finally paused as the clock struck 10. Phew, that essay wrapped. He saved his work and shut down the laptop, stretching his wrist and fingers. A satisfying crack resonated through his body as he took a moment to unwind. Lighting a cigarette, Lin Chen leisurely stepped onto the balcony, gazing at the night sky of the city through the transparent glass. It had been a while since he checked on the group chat, and he wondered how everyone was faring. With a flick of his thoughts, he opened the chat in his mind. Lin Chen, hello everyone. It's been a while. How have you all been? After half a month. Not much had happened in the group, and Lin Chen had only glanced at the messages without paying much attention. Duan Lang. Well, look who it is. Our esteemed administrator, old Lin. Where have you been these past weeks? If it weren't for your avatar still being active, we would have thought you were in trouble. Lin Chen's return sparked a wave of playful banter from Duan Lang. Su Damao. I have ample reason to suspect that old Lin has been indulging in romantic pleasures and has been unable to extricate himself. Changxi. Suga makes a valid point. Lin Gu, tell us, have you forsaken your friends for the sake of beauty? Li Ke, with Lin Gu's handsome looks. I can only imagine he is surrounded by admirers. It's hard to fathom the beauty of the woman he is enamored with. Not only Duan Lang, but other group members also joined in, teasing Lin Chen with playful sarcasm. Lin Chen, defamation. This is blatant slander. Do you all truly perceive me, Lin Chen, as such a person? I am deeply hurt. How could you conspire against me? Let us sever ties and delete each other's contact information. You go your way, and I shall go mine. Lin Chen smiled slightly, enjoying the light-hearted exchange. Duan Lang, there is no need to cut ties. Have you secretly made a fortune, old Lin? Su Damao. I'm thinking, it should be nearing August over there, right? Did old Lin go to the capital for the Olympic opening ceremony? Changxi, what? Lin Gu went to the capital for the Olympics? Li Ke, what? Lin Gu has become an Olympic champion? Do you all know what it means to make a mountain out of a molehill? This is it. Lin Chen, fortunately, there aren't many people in the group right now. If there were more members, would this turn into Lin Chen becoming the president of the United States? You call this rumor mongering? Truly outrageous. Seeing the absurdity of their banter, Lin Chen was left speechless. Duan Lang. What? Old Lin. You've become the president of the United States? Su Damao. Old Lin has become the president? Wow, that is impressive. Changxi, huh? Lin dug a huge pit and successfully buried himself. Li Ku, I can't stop laughing. Lin Chen, this is too much. Noticing the absurdity of their antics, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, realizing they were at it again. Duan Lang. All right, enough with the jesting. Speak up. Lao Lin, what have you been up to lately? With a playful grin fading from his face, Duan Lang inquired earnestly. Lin Chen, well, as I mentioned before, I plan to resign after receiving my first month's payment and then purchase a new apartment to bring my parents to the city. On the 11th of this month, I received my payment and have been busy house hunting since. After much effort over the following days, I finally settled everything and have now brought my parents and daughter to the city. After the light-hearted banter, Lin Chen recounted his recent endeavors. Duan Lang, I see. That explains your absence online for several days. I thought you had gone missing. Sudama, that's great. Now your parents won't have to suffer losses from farming. Changxi, suffer losses from farming? It's merely a matter of profit margins. How could one possibly incur losses? Li Ku, I came across a video once where someone claimed to have lost 3,000 after a year of farming. That video was subsequently taken down for being detrimental to unity. Duan Lang, being merely taken down is fortunate. Some people have been detained for 10 to 15 days over such matters. Lin Chen, ahem, let us refrain from discussing anything detrimental to unity. How has everyone been lately? Is everyone doing well? Noticing the shift to a sensitive topic, Lin Chen's expression darkened, prompting him to hastily redirect the conversation. Duan Lang, all right, let us drop that. What has been happening recently? Things have remained quite stable on my end. Seeing Lin Chen's mood shift, Duan Lang chose not to delve into politics, instead responding in line with Lin Chen's topic. Su Damao, I just arrived in Xiangjiang yesterday and am staying in a small villa that was pre-purchased by Lu Banqing's son. However, living under someone else's roof feels uncomfortable. Even if Lu Banqing himself is kind, his son and daughter-in-law have not been very welcoming. I was about to approach you, Lao Lin, to negotiate for some novel manuscripts. I need to make a fortune quickly, buy my own place, and escape this dreadful existence of relying on others' goodwill. As he spoke of his recent circumstances, Su Damao's expression was one of profound distress. Changxi, nothing much has happened on my end. Zhu Xiaoxi gets beaten up daily by old Zhu. I've heard he has been quite severely punished. Additionally, it's rumored that old Zhu has executed a number of officials under the pretext of corruption. Poor officials of the Hangul era. Going to work is akin to facing the gallows. Let us observe a moment of silence for them. Changxi remarked with a smile. Li Ku, things are fine here. Ever since my last conversation with Chong Laomei, Jinan Shirtai has decided to rebel. After receiving the imperial decree from the great ancestor emperor, she left Mount Hua that very day to seek out the Tian Di Hui and the descendants of Zheng Qinggong, rallying them to raise the banner and take up arms. I have no desire to accompany her on her wanderings, so I've remained on Mount Hua. Once everyone had shared their updates, Li Ku took over the conversation. Chapter 42, The Transaction with Su Damao Lin Chen. I see, it appears everyone is faring quite well. After reading the group members' accounts, Lin Chen gained a general understanding of their current situations. The original plot of the world of Fengdun had concluded, and Duan Lang, having traversed into this realm, had reached the pinnacle of his life, indulging in leisure without a care. Furthermore, after consuming the dragon essence, his lifespan had soared to 2,000 years, rivaling half of China's history, inciting envy among many. Changxi, having traversed to the Hanwu period of the Ming dynasty, remained largely unchanged. Perhaps Zhu Yuanzhang was still quietly orchestrating his plans after Changxi's revelations. Su Damao, having arrived in Xiangjiang and living under his father-in-law Lu Banqing's roof, was enduring a life of dependency. Li Ku, having traversed into the realm of the deer and the cauldron, successfully persuaded Jianan Shirtai to rebel, and upon obtaining the imperial decree from Zhu Yuanzhang, took the first step towards uprising, uniting all righteous individuals across the land. Su Damao, Lin Chen, Lao Lin. Let us set aside these topics and assist a brother in need. We previously agreed that I would follow the path of literary imitation upon arriving in Xiangjiang. You will provide me with the novels from later times. I have truly had enough of living under someone else's roof and relying on others' goodwill. Su Damao spoke with impatience. Noticing Su Damao addressing serious matters, the others fell silent, allowing them to converse without interruption. Lin Chen, certainly, I have no issue with that. I can assist you in printing the novel manuscripts at any time. In fact, I even purchased a printer for this purpose. However, let us be clear, as brothers, we must keep accounts straight. I provide you with the novels, and what do you offer in return? Surely, you don't expect to take advantage of me? Perceiving Su Damao's anxious expression, Lin Chen decided to be forthright, asking directly. Su Dama, you're right, Lao Lin. We should indeed keep our accounts clear. I currently lack anything of substantial value to offer you, so I can only ask for credit until I earn some money to repay you. Is that acceptable, Lao Lin? Please give me a straightforward answer. After a moment's contemplation, Su Dama replied. Lin Chen, of course, that's perfectly fine. I was merely jesting. I wouldn't really abandon you like that. You mentioned wanting to transcribe Zhu Xian, correct? If that is confirmed, I will begin printing the manuscript for Zhu Xian right away. Regarding the credit issue, as long as Su Damao remains rational, Lin Chen is not concerned about him reneging on the agreement. Su Damao, excellent. Thank you, Lao Lin. Let us proceed with transcribing Zhu Xian. Hearing this, Su Damao was elated, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Lin Chen, then it's settled. I'll begin printing the manuscripts now, so please bear with me for a moment. With that, Lin Chen disregarded the chatter in the group, setting aside the chat for the time being. He picked up the laptop from the coffee table and entered the study, connecting it to the printer and powering them both on. After a series of self-starting sounds, the printer's green light illuminated. The first task was to print a test page, ensuring that both colors and text were clear and correct. The printer was functioning well and ready to print. With a snap of his fingers, Lin Chen opened the browser on his laptop and began searching for Zhu Xian format download. The web page displayed numerous search results, and he casually clicked on one of the links. In no time, the formatted file of Zhu Xian was downloaded to his computer. He opened the editing file, converting the document into traditional Chinese characters for Hong Kong and Macau, adjusting the font size to the smallest to avoid wasting paper. To ensure the manuscript was organized and easy for Su Damao to identify, Lin Chen thoughtfully added page numbers to each page. After setting the printer to double-sided printing, it began to automatically print with rhythmic clicks. When purchasing the printer, Lin Chen also bought 10 packs of A4 paper, each pack containing 500 sheets, totaling 5,000 sheets. More than sufficient. While waiting for the printing to finish, Lin Chen opened the official novel website and found the authentic version of Zhu Xian. Without hesitation, he subscribed to it entirely, spending 53 yuan, and tipped a generous amount of 1,000 yuan as a patron. As a web novelist himself, he could not take advantage of others without compensation. He had to pay for the content. After completing the copyright payment, Lin Chen lit a cigarette and quietly awaited the completion of the printing process. To maximize paper usage, he set all fonts to size 5 song typeface, single-line spacing, and minimal margins, ensuring a very tight layout. This way, one side of an A4 sheet could accommodate approximately 2,000 to 2,300 words, while double-sided it could hold 4,000 to 4,600 words. With a novel totaling 2 million words, around 300 sheets would be needed, and the printer could produce 15 pages per minute, equating to about 5 sheets. Thus, the entire novel would take approximately 45 to 50 minutes to print. Starting from 10:15 p.m., the printing continued until 11 p.m. When the incessant clicking of the printer finally ceased, Lin Chen picked up the printed documents, a thick stack, and began to meticulously check for any typographical errors or omissions. Finding none, he declared it a success. After confirming everything was in order, Lin Chen snapped his fingers. He reopened the chat group, activated the trading function, and designated Su Damao as the transaction partner. Placing the freshly printed manuscript into the transaction box, he clicked to agree to the trade. Simultaneously, the ever-patient Su Damao also clicked to confirm, completing the transaction as the manuscript vanished. Su Damao, Lin Chen, Old Lin, I have received the manuscript. There is no need for excessive gratitude, just watch my future performance. Lin Chen, understood. Soon, Lin Chen saw Su Damao's message. After a few casual exchanges, Su Damao logged off. The night had deepened, and others remained silent. Lin Chen closed the chat group, his mind returning to reality. He powered down the computer and printer, then turned off the study lights. After soaking some water in the bathroom, he entered the bedroom, sitting cross-legged on the bed, preparing to meditate in lieu of sleep. That being said, the progress of his daily meditation was quite disheartening, utterly incomparable to the effects of medicinal substances. Previously, after consuming 3 blood bodhi seeds, his internal strength surged rapidly, akin to riding a rocket. With those 3 seeds, he swiftly transformed from an ordinary person into a martial arts master, possessing over 50 years of internal energy. However, in his regular practice, progress was nearly imperceptible. It took a year of arduous effort to accumulate merely a year's worth of internal energy. No worries, I am still young, and I am 8 years away from achieving 60 years of internal strength. Even if there are no extraordinary encounters ahead, I can still advance to the innate realm before turning 30. There is no need to rush in cultivation, one must tread steadily. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen cleared his mind of distractions and instantly plunged into deep meditation. Uncertain how much time had passed, after circulating his internal energy through 3 cycles, Lin Chen suddenly heard a familiar voice. Mom, I just got home. What more do you want? I didn't go looking for Chen Ge. I said I didn't go, so why are you trying to drive me to my death? We agreed that I would sever ties with Chen Ge, and you wouldn't trouble him. Are you planning to go back on your word? The intermittent voice came from room 501 above, and its owner was none other than the long-absent Lu Yulin, whose words Lin Chen heard distinctly. Chapter 43. Reunion with Lu Yulin. Lin Chen exhaled a breath of frustration, his gaze becoming obscured and enigmatic, a flicker of excitement crossing his face. Did Lu Yulin sever ties with me under her parents' pressure? From her words, he gradually discerned the sequence of events. Once the voices above faded away, Lin Chen slowly rose to his feet. He stepped out of his room, descended the stairs, and approached the door of room 501. Gently knocking on the door, he called out, "Who is it?" Lin, it's me, Lin Chen. Chen Ge. Oh, how I've missed you." In the next moment, the door swung open, and a graceful figure leaped into Lin Chen's embrace. Lin, I've missed you too." Lin Chen lowered his head, effortlessly finding Lu Yulin's lips, sharing a tender kiss. The two, reunited after a long separation, embraced tightly, wishing to meld into one another. "Chen Ge, let us go inside. We can't linger in the hallway." After catching her breath, Lu Yulin softly suggested. "All right." Lifting Lu Yulin, Lin Chen stepped into the room, closing the door behind them. The layout of room 501 was similar to that of room 302 downstairs, with minimal differences, merely lacking some furnishings. "Chen Ge, the bathroom is over here." After a long absence, the two wasted no time and got straight to the point. A playful round of cards ensued until they paused to catch their breath. "Chen Ge, how did you find me? I thought I would never see you again." With a blush adorning her cheeks, Lu Yulin nestled against Lin Chen, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "If I said it was fate, would you believe me?" Lin Chen lit a post-coital cigarette, leisurely exhaling a smoke ring. "Chen Ge, I believe." Lu Yulin replied without hesitation, her faith unwavering. "On the 11th. After receiving my manuscript payment, I left the Dongfang Grand Hotel, searching for a new place. After a few days, I finally chose the railway community." Gently kissing her, Lin Chen continued, "Then, I purchased the 302 downstairs and the 201 of Building 7. During the day, I moved my parents in Xiaoxiao over. They are in Building 7 while I reside in Building 12. Today marks my first official day of settling in. Just moments ago, in a daze, I heard your voice and followed it to room 501. Upon opening the door, I found you. I knew I hadn't misheard. Lin, do you think this is our destiny?" Initially, after Lu Yulin's sudden disappearance, Lin Chen thought he would never see her again. Just like in a previous life, she vanished completely and never re-entered his life. To his astonishment, after purchasing a home in the railway community, he encountered Lu Yulin. It was truly a moment of unexpected fortune. Indeed, it is fate. We are destined to be together, and no one can tear us apart. Tears of joy streamed down Lu Yulin's face as she murmured, "Oh, Chen Ge, I missed you so much, but I was afraid to seek you out." "Don't cry. Tell me what happened." Lin Chen gently wiped the tears from her face, his heart aching as he inquired, "Do you remember that night of the 3rd? After we had our late-night snack, I called my parents back in the provincial capital and revealed your existence, declaring that I would only marry you." As Lu Yulin recounted the events, Lin Chen finally grasped the full story, including Lu Yulin's family situation. Lu Yulin's father, Lu Wenyuan, was a deputy-level leader in the railway department, while her mother, Song Shuiyan, also worked in the railway sector. Lu Wenyuan was once an ordinary employee, and both parents worked primarily in Sinyu. As their only child, Lu Yulin grew up and studied in Sinyu. A few years ago, Lu Wenyuan was promoted and transferred to the provincial capital's railway department. He intended to transfer Lu Yulin to study in the provincial capital, but she was unwilling to go. Due to their busy work schedules, Lu Wenyuan and his wife were lax in their supervision, causing Lu Yulin's academic performance to plummet. As a result, after finishing middle school, Lu Yulin began working as a hostess at the Dongfang Grand Hotel. On the night of July 3rd, after returning home from dinner, Lu Yulin called her parents in the provincial capital, revealing her relationship with Lin Chen and stating that she would only marry him. Upon learning that their daughter intended to marry a man with a child, Lu Wenyuan and his wife were infuriated and rushed back from the provincial capital to Sinyu County that very night. They not only forced Lu Yulin to resign from her job, but also compelled her to sever all ties with Lin Chen, even threatening to cause trouble for him. In a bid to protect her beloved from trouble, Lu Yulin reluctantly yielded, cutting off all communication with Lin Chen, and refrained from responding to his messages. To prevent their daughter from repeating past mistakes, Lu Wenyuan arranged for Song Shuiyun to retire early, handing over her position to Lu Yulin. Thus, the age-old societal norms of social standing, class distinctions, and vested interest remained unchanged after millennia. It was entirely normal for Lu Yuan and his wife to disapprove of Lin Chen. During this time, they called me daily to monitor my actions, fearing I might seek you out. It was exhausting. At this point, Lu Yulin complained, I never expected that you would actually come looking for me. They couldn't stop us. You silly girl, didn't I tell you that we would face everything together? Why did you leave without a word? Lin Chen gently patted her backside, reproaching her. Do you have any idea how heartbroken I was during that time? This clarified why Lu Yulin had vanished so suddenly and why there had been no further contact. Not only was Lu Yuan's threat a driving force, but it also forced Lu Yulin to submit and sever ties with Lin Chen willingly. While Lin Chen didn't believe a deputy-level leader in the railway department could pose a significant threat, Lu Yulin was unaware of that. Her profound affection stirred a whirlwind of emotions within Lin Chen, filling him with sentiment. Of course, Lin Chen also recognized the potential influence of a deputy-level leader. While Lu Yuan might not cause trouble directly, his extensive network of connections certainly could. This is a centuries-old bureaucratic system. The common people do not battle with the officials. I cannot be so selfish. If I inadvertently bring you unnecessary trouble, I would regret it for a lifetime. Lu Yulin wrapped her arms around Lin Chen's neck, softly saying, Isn't there a saying? To love someone is to wish for their happiness. Lin, you are truly remarkable. Lin Chen was deeply moved, responding tenderly. Chenggu, love me. With a flirtatious glance, Lu Yulin conveyed unspoken sentiments. With Lin Chen unable to resist, he turned and embraced her. After another round of cards, a weary and sleepy Lu Yulin soon drifted into a deep slumber. Lin Chen, however, was full of spirit, showing no signs of drowsiness. He lit a cigarette, squinting slightly as he pondered how to approach Lu Yulin. Lin Chen could not ignore Lu Yulin's feelings for him. Clearly, the fact that he had a daughter was met with strong opposition from her parents. Gaining their consent and changing their minds would be a formidable challenge. Yet, no matter how difficult it might be, Lin Chen was determined to overcome it. It seemed he could not afford to remain complacent. He needed to strive for improvement. Only by becoming a more admirable person could he persuade Lu Yulin's parents to accept him as a suitable match for their daughter. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Lin Chen's gaze gradually turned resolute. The following day, Lin Chen was stirred awake by the sound of his phone ringing. Instantly, he opened his eyes. Hello, Mom. What is going on? He glanced at his phone and saw that it was his mother calling. The previous day, he had bought her a new phone and set up a new SIM card. Xiao Chen, where are you? I opened the door, but didn't see you. Are you up this early? His mother's voice came through the line, causing Lin Chen's expression to change slightly. His mother had come to his place while he was still at Lu Yulin's home upstairs. Oh, I got up early and stepped out. I'll be back shortly. He quickly fabricated a white lie. I was wondering why I didn't see you. Hurry back, his mother said before hanging up. The older generation often did this, claiming it was to save on phone bills. Yulin, wake up, Lin Chen called out. After a night of tossing and turning, Lin Chen was unfazed. But Lu Yulin was fast asleep. Chenggu, what is up? Lu Yulin's languorous voice emerged from under the covers, sounding groggy. My mom is here. I need to head back. You can keep sleeping. Lin Chen was still undecided about whether to take Lu Yulin to meet his parents. What? Your mother is here? Lu Yulin instantly became alert, her sleepiness vanishing as she emerged from the blankets, her eyes wide open. Yes, she just called. She's downstairs, Lin Chen said, gently pinching her nose. I'm getting up now. I'll freshen up and dress beautifully to meet your mother, Lu Yulin replied, her voice betraying her nervousness as she prepared to get out of bed. Yulin, are you truly ready to meet my family? Lin Chen grasped her hand seriously, asking. If we meet, you will be recognized as my wife. Yes, I've made up my mind. Chenggu, I will marry no one but you, Lu Yulin said, her bright eyes fixed on Lin Chen, brimming with determination. Having been forced apart from him by her parents, she once thought she would never see her beloved again. But with Lin Chen purchasing a home in the same neighborhood, fate seemed to conspire to bring them back together. This only strengthened Lu Yulin's resolve to find a true soulmate, to grow old together without parting. Lin Chen embraced her tightly, feeling deeply moved. Yulin, I love you. His actions spoke louder than words as he leaned down to kiss her. Her lips were cool at first, but quickly warmed against his. After a tender moment, Lin Chen released her. Lu Yulin swiftly got out of bed, changed into a beautiful outfit, and headed to the bathroom to wash up and apply light makeup. How do I look, Chenggu? Will my appearance please your mother? After finishing her makeup, Lu Yulin twirled in front of Lin Chen, her voice tinged with nervous anticipation. Lin Chen examined her closely. She wore a soft pink casual outfit, resembling a flower blooming in early spring. Her eyes sparkled like clear springs, bright and pure. Her fair skin glowed with a delicate hue, and her playful smile revealed a charming dimple, exuding youthful vitality like the warm sun of spring. You look stunning. As if a fairy has descended from the heavens, my mother will undoubtedly be delighted, Lin Chen praised sincerely, holding her delicate hand. Really? I fear my mother-in-law might not like me. Lu Yulin blushed, feeling shy. Do not worry, I am here for you. Sensing her anxiety, Lin Chen held her hand tightly. Together, they descended the stairs. As they opened the door to room 302, they were greeted by the sound of his mother, Chen Xiaoyan, approaching. Xiaochen, you're back. And who is this? Upon seeing the beautiful girl beside her son, her eyes lit up with surprise. Mom, this is my girlfriend Lu Yulin. Yulin, this is my mother. Lin Chen introduced them quickly. Hello, Auntie. I'm Lu Yulin, Lu Yulin greeted. Oh, what a lovely child, truly beautiful, like a fairy from a painting, Chen Xiaoyan exclaimed. Stepping forward to take Lu Yulin's hand, beaming with joy. This rascal has found such a beautiful girlfriend and kept it well hidden. Thank you, Auntie. But I'm not as great as you say, Lu Yulin said modestly, feeling a wave of relief as she spoke. Can I call you Yulin? Of course, Auntie. Lu Yulin replied. As Chen Xiaoyan engaged in light conversation with Lu Yulin, Lin Chen felt like an outsider. Noticing the absence of his father and daughter, he presumed they had not come here. The floor was spotless, and the dirty clothes on the sofa had been washed and hung out to dry on the balcony. How wonderful it is to have my mother around, Lin Chen thought as he stepped onto the balcony, lighting a cigarette and checking his phone. He logged in to respond to messages and then opened the author dashboard to view his novel statistics. The data showed a healthy upward trend, and he noticed a few negative reviews in the comments section. Lin Chen had grown accustomed to this and chose not to engage, opting instead to permanently silence and delete the negative comments in one sweep. Arguing with detractors was a waste of time and would dampen his spirits. Everyone has different tastes and preferences. 1,000 people can have 1,000 interpretations of Hamlet. Even the finest works will have their critics. Xiaochen, come and keep Yulin company. I'm going to buy groceries so we can all sit down for a nice meal together, Chen Xiaoyan announced cheerfully after finishing her chat with Lu Yulin. Okay. Lin Chen extinguished his cigarette and walked over. Quickly bring Xiao Xiao over here. I need to tell you, our son has brought home a girlfriend, Chen Xiaoyan instructed Lin Chen as she changed her shoes and prepared to leave. Deftly dialing Lin Daqiang's number. Yulin, please don't mind. My mother is just like this, full of energy, Lin Chen said with a helpless smile. Pulling Lu Yulin onto the sofa. Not at all. Auntie is very kind to me. She even shared many amusing stories about your childhood, Lu Yulin replied. Her smile as bright as a crescent moon. I'm relieved I didn't embarrass myself in front of my in-laws on my first visit, Lu Yulin said playfully. If you're a ugly daughter-in-law, what hope is there for the rest of the women in the world? Lin Chen teased. Just look at your mother's expression. She must be over the moon. After enjoying a lavish lunch together, Lin Daqiang and his wife warmly accepted and approved of Lu Yulin. After the meal, the couple discreetly took Lin Xiaoxiao away, leaving the young couple some time and space to themselves. Chen Ge, from now on, I will be the recognized daughter-in-law of the Lin family. I ask for your guidance in the years to come. With only Lin Chen and Lu Yulin left in the room, Lu Yulin stood before him, her charming smile captivating. In the years ahead, whether through storms or serenity, it will be you, Lin Chen replied, wrapping his arms around her waist with a grin. Chen Ge, I'm so glad to have you, Lu Yulin said, leaning against him and inhaling his comforting scent, her heart at peace. As they embraced, neither spoke, simply enjoying the warmth of the moment. After a while, Lin Chen noticed that Lu Yulin had fallen asleep, stirring a pang of tenderness within him. Though working on the railway was a secure job, it was undeniably demanding. Each shift could stretch nearly 10 hours without respite, leaving little room for rest. Fortunately, after completing a shift, he could enjoy a couple of days of well-deserved relaxation. The pay was decent, ensuring a stable income, a true iron rice bowl. If not for her parents being railway workers, Lu Yulin would never have gained entry. Indeed, having connections in high places facilitates one's ascent to power. Lin Chen carefully carried Lu Yulin into the bedroom, laid her down on the bed, and tucked her in gently. He quietly closed the door behind him and retreated to the study to commence his work. In the world of a traditional courtyard, in the bustling city of Hong Kong. At the witching hour, Damao abruptly opened his eyes, disengaging from the chat group and returning to reality. He glanced at the sleeping Lu Xiaoyi beside him and silently slipped out of bed, donning his coat before heading to the adjacent study. There, he retrieved the manuscript of Zhu Xian sent by Lin Chen. Sitting at the desk, he switched on the lamp, took out paper and pen, and began to transcribe the manuscript. Title: Zhu Xian author, MOGUL synopsis. In this world, there are no deities. However, since ancient times, humanity has whimsically adopted pseudonyms. Damao embarked on his journey as a literary scribe. By the light of the desk lamp, he meticulously copied each character and word. thanks to his martial prowess. Su Damao's physical condition far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, even though his handwriting could not match the speed of typing. He managed to write 3,000 words in an hour. From the deep hours of the night until dawn, he transcribed for 6 hours, completing nearly 20,000 words. Just as he set down his pen, he heard Lu Xiaoyi calling out, "Damao, I'm in the study," he responded hurriedly, concealing the original manuscript of Zhu Xian. Fortunately, he hadn't removed all the pages at once. He took out one sheet at a time, leaving the rest stored in the chat group as transaction box. Otherwise, hiding over 300 sheets of manuscript would have proven quite a challenge. "Damao, what are you doing in the study?" Lu Xiaoyi inquired curiously as she entered. "Xiaoyi, I suddenly had a burst of inspiration and stayed up late writing the first 20,000 words of a novel," Su Damao replied, waving the manuscript with pride. "Writing a novel? You must be joking." Lu Xiaoyi shot him a skeptical glance. "Whether I'm joking or not, you'll see for yourself," he said, stroking his beard and handing her the manuscript. "All right, I'm eager to see what kind of novel you can write," Lu Xiaoyi said as she took the manuscript and settled down to read. The vast and majestic land of the divine continent, the transcendent realm of cultivation. A Navi protagonist, and a beautiful junior sister, all of these elements instantly captivated Lu Xiaoyi, offering her a refreshing experience. "What happens next, Damao? What is the rest of the story?" she asked, her expression a blend of confusion and urgency as she finished the last page. "The subsequent plot is still in my mind," he replied. "So what do you think of this story?" Observing her expression, Su Damao felt reassured and asked with delight. "It's fantastic, Damao. How are you so talented? I adore you," Lu Xiaoyi squealed, leaping into Su Damao's arms and planting a kiss on his cheek. "Ahem. Am I interrupting something?" A voice drifted in from the doorway. It was Lu Banqing. "Dad." The two hastily stood up. "Xiaoyi, be mindful of your image. You're no longer a child." Lu Banqing shook his head, exasperated. "Dad, Damao wrote a novel and it's amazing. You have to take a look." Lu Xiaoyi insisted, handing over the manuscript. "Oh, Damao can write novels? Let me see," Lu Banqing said, momentarily taken aback as he accepted the manuscript and began to read. Initially, he intended to call Su Damao over to discuss arranging a job for him. For although the Lu family was affluent, they could not afford to support idleness. This is quite well written. Lu Banqing became engrossed, just like his daughter. "Damao, the story you penned is intriguing. How many more words can you write while maintaining this quality?" After reading the first 20,000 words of Zhu Xian, Lu Banqing's demeanor softened significantly as he asked amiably, "Rest assured, Dad, I have a clear vision for the continuation, and I can probably write over 1,000,000 words." Su Damao replied, not fully grasping Lu Banqing's intentions. "Once this is complete, I have many more ideas." "That is wonderful. How do you plan to handle this manuscript?" Lu Banqing nodded, his tone increasingly agreeable. "I haven't thought it through yet. Do you have any suggestions, Dad?" Su Damao tossed the question back. "I do have an idea. Consider this," Lu Banqing said after a moment as contemplation. "I plan to establish a newspaper to publish your novel. What do you think? A newspaper? What will its primary focus be? News, entertainment, economic issues, or political commentary?" Su Damao inquired, furrowing his brow. "Moreover, how will my remuneration for the novel be calculated?" "We'll focus on entertainment, steering clear of news and economics, primarily serializing your novel while also accepting submissions from others. As for your remuneration, we'll offer the market's highest rate of 10 yuan per 1,000 characters, along with 20% equity in the newspaper. How does that sound?" Having spent some time in Hong Kong, Lu Banqing had conducted his research thoroughly. "Thank you, Dad. Let us proceed as you suggest. I have no objections." Su Damao replied with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, though it felt slightly shameful to live off his wife's success. He couldn't deny the allure of such an opportunity. "All right, it's settled then. I'll work swiftly to set up the newspaper, Damao. Strive to write more pieces," Lu Banqing said, patting his shoulder with satisfaction. "Let us aim for a resounding success and a prosperous opening." Chapter 46, The Wealthy Lu Banqing on Earth. In a desolate mountain area on the outskirts of the city, Lin Chen stood in a clearing, practicing various martial arts techniques from Xuanwu true skill. Using his palm as a blade, he executed the unparalleled blade technique, the blade energy surging as if to tear through the void, wielding a wooden staff. He performed the Wenyangan technique, the spear striking like a dragon, its energy soaring into the sky. He invoked the heavenly mandate sword art. The sword shadows flickering as if wielding the power of life and death. Employing the Grady halberd technique, the halberd's might resonated with the force of creation. Executing the tiger roar staff technique, the staff danced like a tiger, roaring through the forest, practicing the mountain sea fist scripture. The winds of his fists howled as if the mountains and seas were collapsing, unleashing the Xuanwu divine palm. The palm force was heavy, like the Xuanwu descending to earth. kicking with the fierce strong leg technique, the leg shadows whirled, fierce and unyielding, executing the rounding gold finger technique, the golden light dazzling, the finger force piercing through all. And utilizing the dragon claw technique, the claw marks were sharp, as if capable of rending the heavens and earth. With the lightness of footwork akin to water without trace. His figure moved like lightning, employing the plum blossom step, unpredictable and showcasing the depth of his martial arts prowess. After completing the 10 unparalleled martial techniques, Lin Chen stood firm. Sweat poured from his brow, his body radiated heat, and the intensity in his eyes gradually subsided. He exhaled a breath of stale air, releasing a long wave of breath that flew several feet before dissipating. Embarking on the path of martial arts, there is no retreat, only death awaits. To cultivate martial arts, one must first cultivate the heart. To cultivate the heart, one must first cultivate courage. Do not belittle oneself due to stature. Only through self-improvement can one reach the pinnacle. A martial artist stands alone, shaking the heavens and earth with a single punch. This was the essence written in Xuanwu true skill. A testament to overwhelming ambition and formidable spirit. Lin Chen wholeheartedly agreed. A warrior should possess the courage to fear neither heaven nor earth. To have the audacity to strip the emperor of his authority. If one cowers in fear, apprehensive of wolves and tigers, then what is the point of practicing martial arts? Better to return to the village and tend to the fields. One must remember, my fate lies in my own hands, not in the hands of fate. After stretching his limbs, he felt much better. Having practiced all the martial techniques, Lin Chen strolled to a nearby stream and jumped in to wash off. As the saying goes, practice daily yields results. A day without practice leads to 10 days of stagnation. Previously, due to inconvenient circumstances, he had neglected his training, and it had been difficult to engage in martial arts for 10 days or more. Now that he had resigned from his job, devoted himself to writing full-time, purchased a home, and settled his family in the city, everything had stabilized. Whenever he had free time, he would drive to the outskirts, seeking a secluded wilderness to rehearse his martial techniques. Despite possessing formidable physical attributes, his capabilities could only manifest at 30 to 40%, merely a punching bag. Only through mastering each technique and ingraining it into his muscle memory could he fully unleash his power. After washing away the sweat from his body, Lin Chen donned his clothes and drove back to the city. On the journey, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to open the chat group. As soon as he did, he was greeted by Su Damao's excited messages. Brothers, Su Damao wrote, after days of preparation, my father-in-law and I have finally opened the Reader newspaper. My father-in-law invested 500,000 Hong Kong dollars to purchase a spacious office of over 500 square meters in Central. He personally serves as the general manager and has hired a team of professionals, including editors, salespeople, and finance personnel. The inaugural issue has already been printed, featuring a 30,000-word excerpt from the novel Juxian, with an initial print run of 100,000 copies, all distributed for free to create buzz and ensure a successful launch. Su Damao was certainly living up to the saying, a thin camel is bigger than a horse. Despite hastily leaving the mainland, he had left behind significant real estate. Yet, when it came to establishing a newspaper, he boldly invested 500,000 without a flicker of hesitation. It was April 1959, a time when clerks in Hong Kong earned only 300 Hong Kong dollars a month, with the average income being even lower. Lin Chen remarked, indeed, Su Damao, you are the epitome of extravagance, investing $500,000 to start a newspaper and distributing 100,000 copies for free. Truly remarkable. After a brief search, he noted that historically, the founder of the Ming Pound newspaper, Jean, established it on May 20th, 1959. With an investment of 80,000 from himself and 20,000 from his partner, totaling only 100,000. The initial daily sales were around 1,000 copies. Lin Chen couldn't help but express his astonishment, realizing that capitalists were indeed a force to be reckoned with. Duan Lang commented, hey, Su, doesn't this make you dependent on your father-in-law? Changxi added, this also suggests that marrying the right woman can save you at least 20 years of hard work. Haha. Li Ku chimed in, Su Gu, you'd better cling tightly to your father-in-law's leg. There's no shame in living off him. The group members teased Su Damao, who responded, I may lack many virtues, but I have a thick skin. Haha. Living off someone isn't a problem, as long as I'm not embarrassed. The embarrassment falls on others. Lin Chen agreed, that's a valid point. Most people would struggle to find such an opportunity. It requires exceptional talent. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen nodded in agreement. Duan Lang teased, you're not referring to Pan Lu Deng Xiaoxian, are you? Lin Chen laughed, haha, you know exactly what I mean. That is precisely it. Changxi asked, what does Pan Lu Deng Xiaoxian mean? Li Ku replied, I don't get it. Su Damao admitted, I haven't heard of it either. Duan Lang suggested, old Lin, why don't you explain it to this group of novices? While Duan Lang seemed to grasp Lin Chen's meaning, the others remained puzzled. Lin Chen cleared his throat. Well, that might not be appropriate. There are 2 young ladies in the group. Changxi responded. Are you implying something slightly risky? I want to hear more. Li Ku teased. Are you more excited now? Sudama chuckled. Though 3 of them were confused, they did not refuse. Duan Lang shrugged. See? They don't mind, so why should you, old Lin? Lin Chen relented. All right, I'll explain the term. I can't recall where I heard it, but it refers to the expectations women have of their partners or the essential qualities they desire. Pan signifies that a man should possess looks akin to Panin, a handsome and charming figure. Lu implies that a man should have the physical prowess of a donkey. No further explanation needed. Ding denotes that a man should be wealthy. Like Ding Tong from the Western Han Dynasty, Shao emphasizes the need for a man to be considerate and empathetic. Ancien indicates that a man should have ample free time to provide emotional support and companionship, rather than being consumed by work. In summary, most women desire a partner who is not only handsome, but also possesses impressive physical attributes, boundless wealth, and the ability to be attentive and available. However, it is rare for men to fulfill all 5 criteria. It remains a beautiful expectation from women. Seeing that everyone was intrigued, Lin Chen elaborated. Duan Lang remarked. Old Lin's explanation is spot on. While the term may not be elegant, it captures the essence of what many women hope for in a partner. Unfortunately, men who meet all 5 criteria are exceedingly rare. Changxi agreed. That makes perfect sense. It resonates with the thoughts of many women. Li Ku added. Though the wording may be rough, the sentiment is accurate. The 2 female members nodded in agreement, affirming Lin Chen's insights. Sudama mused. That is quite astute. Your 5 points perfectly encapsulate the psyche of most women. Reflecting on my own situation, I may have the height of 180 centimeters, but I certainly don't possess wealth or looks. The only reason I won the heart of Lu Xiao was my silver tongue, which charmed her into falling for me, ultimately making me the son-in-law of Lu Banqing. According to your 5 criteria, I only fulfill the last 2. However, Duan Lang, you seem to meet all 5. Su Damao's realization dawned upon him as he grasped the meaning behind Pan Lu Deng Xiao Xian. Duan Lang laughed. Indeed, I do meet all 5 conditions. Therefore, I maintain that those with power and influence can have their pick of women. To put it bluntly, for prominent figures, women are merely playthings. Sudama chuckled lightly. Not taking offense, Lin Chen interjected. Duan, be careful with your words. You might encounter some radical feminists. Fortunately, the 2 ladies in the group were quite reasonable and not extreme. Sudama remarked, ultimately, this is a result of indulgence. For thousands of years in our culture, we have not seen such absurdities. Only when people are well-fed and given elevated status do they start to act out. Duan Lang nodded in agreement. I resonate with what you said, Su. There's a saying by Chao Gong. When a person is hungry, their only thought is to fill their stomach. But once they are satiated, a multitude of thoughts emerge. Humans are inherently greedy. Changxi countered, I disagree with your perspective. A minority of confused individuals does not represent all women. I have heard of radical feminists in my previous life, and while I am a woman, I disdain associating with them and do not endorse their views. They are completely misguided. Li Ku chimed in, the sister is right. Don't generalize about everyone. Every group has its good and bad members. It's unfair to judge them all the same. Upon hearing Duan Lang and Su Damao's opinions, Changxi and Li Ku expressed their discontent. Lin Chen interjected, let us change the subject. Enough of this discussion. Observing the escalating debate, he quickly called for a halt. Changxi agreed. All right, let us talk about something lighter. Recently, Zhu Xiaoxi has been mercilessly beaten by old Zhu, and the news has spread throughout the capital. Per Xiaoxi. What a tragic fate. It's been a daily occurrence. With Lin Chen's interruption, Changxi refrained from continuing her previous topic. Sudama exclaimed, goodness. Zhu Xiaoxi has indeed suffered an unfair beating. Duan Lang added, poor Yongle Emperor. He must be questioning what he did wrong to deserve this. Li Ku, I find myself suddenly curious. Will Zhu Xiaoxi ascend to the throne in the future? Wouldn't that spell the end of the Yongle era? The members of the group jovially shifted the topic, following Changxi as Li to discuss Zhu Di's misfortunes. Lin Chen, haha, I checked the records. It is now the 3rd year of Hongwu, and Zhu Di is merely 10 years old, having just been conferred the title of Prince of Yan. As for whether Zhu Di will eventually become emperor, it remains uncertain, hinging on old Zhu's intentions and Ah Biao's health. If Ah Biao meets an untimely demise as history suggests, old Zhu may very well appoint Zhu Di as the crown prince, passing the throne to him. After reviewing Zhu Di's history, Lin Chen chuckled. Sudama, old Zhu handing the throne to Zhu Di? That seems rather implausible, doesn't it? What a joke. Duan Lang, don't dismiss it outright. There is indeed a possibility. After all, historically, Zhu Di performed admirably, and for the sake of the Ming dynasty. It is quite conceivable that old Zhu, after Zhu Biao's passing, would bestow the throne upon Zhu Di. Changxi, a Biao won't die young. I certainly do not wish to become a widow. Li Ke, TSK, you haven't even married into the family yet, and already you are fiercely protective of your husband? Su Damao, Lang Gu has a point. Old Zhu has seen the history presented by Sister Chang and is aware of future events. He would never pass the throne to that good-for-nothing Zhu Yunwen. Lin Chen, indeed. There is a saying in later generations that had Zhu Di not succeeded in the Jingnan campaign, the Ming dynasty might have perished under Zhu Yunwen's rule. Changxi, rest assured, we will never see that useless Zhu Yunwen again. Recently, old Zhu executed a number of officials, and the L family was among those wiped out. Historically, the crown prince's consort, Lady L, has already met her end. Duan Lang, incredible. Lady L became the crown princess after the death of the Chang family because she represented the interests of the prominent families from the Yuan dynasty and all scholars. Old Zhu had no choice but to compromise. Su Damao, so does this imply that old Zhu has turned his blade against the gentry and scholars of Jiangnan? Wouldn't that provoke widespread rebellion? Nonetheless, I must say, well done. Lin Chen, it's fine. During the early Ming period, military strength was formidable, and the Huaishi nobles were at their zenith. Scholars were not as arrogant as they would later become in the middle and later periods of the Ming dynasty and could only keep their heads down. Changxi, Brother Lin is right. Currently, scholars indeed lack status. They are not foolish enough to test whether old Zhu's blade is sharp with their own families at stake. Duan Lang, therefore. I previously mentioned that the deaths of Crown Princess Chang and the Crown Prince Zhu Xionging could very well be the result of an implicit signal from old Zhu to take action. Su Damao, one can only say that those who engage in politics have dark hearts. They can even turn against their own daughter-in-law and grandson. Li Ke, but this is merely your speculation. As the conversation about old Zhu and Zhu Di unfolded, the group members engaged enthusiastically, sharing their thoughts. Changxi, by the way, I would like to request Brother Lin's assistance. Lin Chen, I suddenly realized that in our future, high-yield crops like sweet potatoes, and corn have yet to appear during the early Ming period. Could you help me procure a batch of seeds? At this moment, Changxi's mind sparked with inspiration, and she exclaimed excitedly. Chapter 48, Cross-Border Trade Again. In the chat group, Duan Lang? Oh, what prompted Sister Chang to suddenly think of grains? To be honest, sweet potatoes and potatoes are indeed excellent. If we had these, we could feed more people. Even the so-called Famine Era of the Qing dynasty was merely a sweet potato era. After the fall of the Ming dynasty, the Manchus rampaged across the Central Plains, committing unspeakable atrocities against the Han people. According to incomplete statistics, the population of the Central Plains plummeted from 51 million during the third year of the Tianqi era to merely 19 million during the Xuanji era of the Qing dynasty, with over 30 million Han lives extinguished. Yet, by the Qianlong era, the total population reached an astonishing 400 million, all thanks to the introduction of sweet potatoes and potatoes. These two crops had initially entered the Central Plains during the Wanli era of the Ming dynasty, but the Ming emperor neglected them, allowing the Qing to reap the benefits and earn the title of the Kangqian era. Lin Chen, dear Lin, I suddenly thought that my world could also import high-yield crops like sweet potatoes and potatoes. Could you procure a batch for me as well? Grains are a necessity in any era and any world. They can even be classified as strategic resources. Not even the 21st century is an exception. In ancient times, it goes without saying that since the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, there has never been a time without a grain shortage. If any emperor could ensure that the common people had enough to eat, they would undoubtedly be revered as a sage ruler throughout history. The common folk would spontaneously erect temples in their honor, bowing and praying daily, with incense burning for a millennium. Even during historically renowned periods of prosperity, such as the Wenjing and Jingguan reigns, and the Kaiyuan era, there were often instances of the populace suffering from hunger and cold. These prosperous times were merely advantageous for the ruling class and officials, with little regard for the ordinary people. Why is this so? Because the native crops like wheat and rice in the Central Plains yield very little per acre, leaving the common folk unable to fill their bellies. The Book of the later Han records that during the Qin and Han dynasties, the wheat yield in the north was about 120 jin per acre, while rice in the south yielded about 100 jin. The petition for rent exemption notes that during the Sui and Tang dynasties, millet in the north yielded about 105 jin per acre, and rice in the south yielded about 157 jin. The response to the Edict on 10 Matters mentions that during the Song and Yuan dynasties, wheat in the north yielded about 110 jin, and rice in the south yielded about 220 jin. The Daily Knowledge record indicates that during the Ming and Qing dynasties, wheat in the north yielded about 155 jin, while rice in the south yielded about 305 jin. But what about sweet potatoes, and corn? In modern agricultural practices, The average yield of sweet potatoes can reach up to 6,000 gene per acre, with high-yield varieties exceeding 10,000 gene. Potatoes average around 6,000 gene per acre. And with advanced cultivation techniques, high-yield potato varieties can achieve yields of 8,000 to 10,000 gene per acre. Corn yields are lower, generally around 1,600 to 1,800 gene in southern regions, about 1,000 gene in high-altitude areas, while in the north, large-scale planting can yield up to 2,500 to 3,000 gene per acre. Besides these three crops, native rice in the Central Plains has been cultivated and hybridized over the years to reach a maximum yield of 2,400 gene per acre. Sudama. Oh, Sister Chang's idea is quite good. If we procure a batch of sweet potatoes and other seeds from Old Lin, at least the common people will have enough to eat. Lang Gu is quick on the uptake, immediately grasping the crux of the matter. If Lang Gu promotes these high-yield crops, wouldn't he, the common folk, elevate him to the status of an eternal emperor? Haha. Sudama suddenly patted his head, realizing that this is a common trope in web literature. In historical web novels, protagonists, aided by a special ability, introduce various high-yield crops and gain immense prestige, even becoming akin to the divine farmer of their time. Achieving this would mean that even an emperor would dare not act against the protagonist, instead treating him with great respect, bestowing titles, and even marriages. Li Ku, Sister Chang, your mind is quite sharp. How did you think of asking Brother Lin to procure seeds? However, aside from sweet potatoes, and corn, what about hybrid rice? Why not ask Brother Lin for that as well? After reading Changxi's words, Li Ku was greatly astonished that Changxi could come up with such a strategy. Changxi, Sister Ku, you seem to misunderstand. The seeds of hybrid rice cannot be saved. They can only be planted for one season and will deteriorate by the second. Rather than that, I might as well procure seeds for sweet potatoes, and corn. In the early Ming period, having these three high-yield crops would be sufficient. Changxi replied with pride. Lin Chen, Changxi, you want me to procure a batch of grains? No problem. How much do you need? Duan Lang. Do you also want a batch? No problem. Just let me know the quantity. However, I have only about 50,000 left, if you both need too much. I fear I won't be able to afford it. Although I received last month's payment on the 11th, combined with my previous balance, I have a total of 850,000 on hand. During this period, he purchased 2 houses, a car, and various furniture and appliances, spending money as if it were water, leaving him with only 660,000 yuan. He then gave his parents 10,000 yuan for living expenses, leaving him with just over 50,000 yuan. It was still only late July, and he had yet to receive his payment for the month, which had not yet been deposited. Sudama said, but, Old Lin, didn't you have 810,000 yuan in manuscript fees last month? Did you spend it all? Duan Lang remarked, your spending speed is astonishing. Have you taken a mistress? Changxi added, a mistress? Haha. Li Ku quipped, Confucius once said, food and desire are inherent to human nature. Although I don't condone it, I understand, haha. As they saw Lin Chen once again reduced to a state of financial embarrassment, the group began to tease him. Lin Chen quickly defended himself. This is slander. I had to pay over 90,000 yuan in taxes on that 810,000 yuan in manuscript fees, so I only received 725,000 yuan. I bought 2 houses and a car. Surely that costs money. Duan Lang replied, all right, no more jokes. Since you have limited funds, let me have 1,000 gene of each seed. With 1,000 gene, I could multiply it exponentially, and in a few years, it would spread across the world. Oh, and I should pay you first, Old Lin. Here you go. After some light-hearted banter, Duan Lang considered and sent a figure, realizing Lin Chen was short on cash. He took out 100 taels of gold from his private stash. Opening the trading function, he initiated a transaction with Lin Chen, placing the 100 taels of gold inside. Lin Chen gasped, 100 taels of gold? Old Duan, isn't that a bit excessive? The transaction window popped up automatically, revealing Duan Lang's offering of 100 taels of gold, causing Lin Chen to take a sharp breath. 1 tael is 31.25 grams, so 100 taels equate to 125 grams, valued at 185 yuan per gram, making the total worth approximately 578,125 yuan. Yet, the 3 types of high-yield crops, even at 1,000 gene each, wouldn't cost more than 10,000 yuan. Duan Lang was indeed generous. He continued, compared to high-yield crops like sweet potatoes, 100 taels of gold is nothing. My investment of 100 taels of gold will yield a reputation far exceeding 1 million taels of gold. You'll profit, and I won't lose. Seeing Lin Chen hesitating to agree to the trade, Duan Lang elaborated. Lin Chen replied, "Since you put it that way, I shall not be rude." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen pondered for a moment before agreeing to the transaction. In the next instant, the 100 taels of gold were in his possession. Changxi had chimed in, "Well then, I'll also pay you 100 taels of gold tomorrow, as I need 1,000 gene of each seed too, with trading opportunities limited to once a day." She would have to wait until tomorrow. Lin Chen agreed, thinking to himself how swiftly this could turn into a profit of over 1 million. Affirming that cross-industry trade was indeed highly lucrative. Chapter 49, Trading High-Yield Crop Seeds. After a light chat with the group, Lin Chen closed the chat window. Returning to the railway community, he parked his car in the corridor of the complex. Back then, communities hadn't yet constructed dedicated parking lots. Any available space sufficed. And no one cared. Upon arriving home, he noticed Lu Yulin still asleep, completely unaware that Lin Chen had gone out. He didn't disturb her and instead entered his study. Opening his computer, he conducted some research. To purchase seeds, he could only go to an agricultural supply company. Glancing at the search results, Lin Chen rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Each type of seed amounted to 1,000 gene, totaling 2,000 gene for 2 people, and with 3 types of crops, that made 6,000 gene. It appeared he would need to visit the agricultural supply company tomorrow and also rent a warehouse for temporary storage. The secret of his personal space must not be revealed, not even to those closest to him. Lin Chen resolved that he would not disclose the secret of the chat group to anyone. Once one more person knew, it would no longer be a secret. Checking the time, he noted it was just past 5 p.m. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, his mother called. "Son, remember to cook some rice." "How's Lin?" "She is still asleep." "Let her sleep. Don't wake her. I'll come over to cook." "All right, I'll start cooking now." After hanging up, Lin Chen closed his computer, rose, and headed to the kitchen. Before long, his mother arrived with various groceries, swiftly preparing the meal. After dinner, his father also brought little Xiao Xiao over, and Lin Chen eagerly took her from him. He roused Lu Yulin, and the family sat down to eat together. After dinner, his parents hurriedly left with their granddaughter. "Sorry, Chengge, I was so tired I slept all afternoon and didn't have time to spend with you," Lu Yulin said, leaning against Lin Chen on the sofa, a hint of apology in her voice. "It's fine. I know you work hard. How could I blame you?" Lin Chen smiled, wrapping his arm around Lu Yulin's slender waist. "How about I quit my job and stay home to accompany you in Xiao Xiao?" Lu Yulin's eyes glistened with emotion. "Quit? That might not be wise. It's a stable job, one your mother helped you secure," Lin Chen replied, taken aback. "If your parents find out, it will only complicate our relationship." "True, it's a pity we haven't reached the legal marriage age. Otherwise, we could get our certificate tomorrow," Lu Yulin lamented. "Then we could live together openly." "Don't worry. You work 1 day and can rest for 2. So you can spend 20 days with me each month," Lin Chen reassured her. "Besides, you're in 501, and I'm in 302. That's not much different from living together. Moreover, if love is enduring, does it truly matter if we are together every day?" He thought to himself that if Lu Yulin were to quit her stable job, her father would likely be furious enough to break his legs. "All right, I'll listen to you. We'll keep our relationship secret from my parents." After contemplating, Lu Yulin dismissed the idea of quitting, stealthily entering the city, stealing as we please. "Hey, saying it like that makes it sound like we're having an affair," Lin Chen teased. "If you think of it from another perspective, isn't it more exciting?" "Chengge, you're so naughty. Do you like that?" "I like it." "Chengge, love me. Wait, I'll carry you to the room." As the saying goes, when one is well fed, desires arise. When one is cold and hungry, thievery takes root. Young people are full of vigor, and it is indeed challenging to maintain restraint when embracing one another. Before long, the two entered the room to play cards, and that night was filled with romance. The next day, Lu Yulin's friend called, and they agreed to go shopping together. Lin Chen also left home, driving out. First, he visited several gold shops, exchanging the 100 taels of gold for cash. At a rate of 186 yuan per gram, he received a total of 581, 250 yuan. Next, he found an abandoned and secluded warehouse on the outskirts of the county and rented it. The warehouse spanned 500 square meters, merely a dilapidated factory, with a monthly rent of 200 yuan. Lin Chen signed a lease agreement with the landlord, paying a deposit and obtaining the keys. Subsequently, he drove to the agricultural supply company and began purchasing supplies extensively. Sweet potatoes are generally propagated using tubers or sprouts, and Lin Chen opted for seed potatoes priced at 21 yuan per gene. Potato seeds cost 13 yuan per gene, and corn seeds were sold by the bag. Lin Chen purchased Einong 2008 seeds at 15 yuan per bag, with each bag weighing 5 gene. For the 3 types of crops, Lin Chen deliberately purchased 3,000 gene of each, exceeding his original plan by 1,000 20,000 Jin, totaling 19,200 yuan. In less than 20,000 yuan, everything was secured. Lin Chen hired a small truck to transport the seeds to the temporarily rented warehouse. After the truck driver left, he waved his hand, transferring all the seeds into his personal space, leaving the warehouse empty once more. Locking the warehouse door, he drove away, spending 6,000 yuan to rent the warehouse and just under 20,000 yuan on seeds. He had spent less than 30,000 yuan in total. This batch of seeds could be exchanged for 200 taels of gold, worth 162,500 yuan at today's gold price. After deducting the 25,200 yuan cost, he would net a profit of 137,300 yuan. This is what one would call exorbitant profit. Lin Chen, Duan Lang, Changxi, I have procured the seeds for sweet potatoes, corn, and potatoes. I purchased 3,000 jin of each, allocating 1,500 jin to each of you. I feared that the seeds might not adapt well to the new environment, so I prepared an additional 500 jin for you. No need for thanks. Today, we have another trading opportunity. Who among you two wishes to trade first? On his way home, Lin Chen opened the chat group and tagged Duan Lang and Changxi. Since it was Duan Daola who provided the funds first, let him proceed. I am in no hurry. Before Duan Lang could respond, Changxi had already replied. Duan Lang, in that case, I shall not be polite. Thank you, Changmei. Lin Chen, let us proceed with the trade. Seeing their agreement on the sequence, Lin Chen activated the trading function, selecting Duan Lang as the trading partner. He placed 1,500 jin of sweet potato seeds, 1,500 jin of corn seeds, and 1,500 jin of potato seeds into the trading box. Subsequently, he clicked Agree to Trade. Before long, Duan Lang also agreed to the trade, and the seeds vanished, signaling the completion of the transaction. Duan Lang, I have received the seeds, thank you, Lin. Upon receiving the seeds, Duan Lang promptly ordered his men to store them in the warehouse. He intended to find a secluded spot to personally cultivate them. Once the sweet potatoes, and corn matured, he would let the actual yield speak for itself. By then, the people of the tumultuous world would come to believe that such high-yield crops truly existed. Chapter 50, monthly income of 3 million. The following day, after the trading opportunities refreshed, Lin Chen completed his transaction with Changxi, exchanging 1,500 jin each of the 3 high-yield grains for 100 taels of gold from her. Lin Chen reflected on the passage of time since he joined the chat group of interdimensional travelers. A month and a half had already transpired. Initially, with a mere $2 package of Daqianmen cigarettes, he had exchanged it for 10 taels of gold from Duan Lang to express his gratitude. He later gifted Duan Lang 10 packs of soft Zhonghua cigarettes. After securing his first bucket of gold, Lin Chen engaged in 10 additional transactions with fellow group members. In total, he acquired 335 taels of gold, 3 blood bodhi seeds, a volume of Xuanwu True Art, and a Ming Dynasty Hetian Jade Dragon Pattern Pendant. The mere 300 taels of gold alone was valued at nearly 2 million. Additionally, the top-tier martial arts manuals from the high martial world held immeasurable worth. It cannot be denied that cross-dimensional trade is exceedingly lucrative. Although cross-dimensional trade is highly profitable, the money earned cannot be displayed openly. Fortunately, I still maintain a legitimate career as a ghostwriter, allowing me to spend the earnings without arousing suspicion. In the living room, Lin Chen sat on the sofa with his laptop, continuously refreshing the author's back-end, eagerly awaiting the arrival of last month's manuscript payment. Chengge, I'm so nervous. Did your manuscript payment really reach nearly 1 million last month? Today is August 3rd, and Lu Yulin, on her day off, sat beside Lin Chen, clinging to his arm. It should be close. Even if there is some discrepancy, it won't be by much. Lin Chen had estimated that in July he had updated less frequently, writing only around 30,000 words in total for the month. However, in June, he had produced a substantial amount, with 83,000 words in just 11 days after the book was launched. With the increased word count, subscriptions naturally soared. Although the word count for July could not match that of June, the total subscriptions on the back end ultimately exceeded expectations, reaching an astounding 21,584,231, with tips totaling over 5 million points. Based on a subscription rate of 0.042 yuan, the estimated subscription earnings were approximately 9.06 million. With tips nearing 30,000 yuan and a bonus of 10,000 yuan for being first in the monthly ticket leaderboard. Altogether, the total manuscript payment for July is projected to be around 950,000, quite close to 1 million. Even if it's only 500,000, that would be a remarkable fortune for my family. Lin Daqiang, hearing their conversation, remarked with astonishment. Indeed, earning tens of thousands in a single month is something your father and I could have never imagined in the past. Chun Xiaoyan added, holding Lin Xiaoxiao nearby. Knowing that their son would see last month's payment by 10 a.m., the couple chose to remain home, eagerly awaiting the news. Father, Mother, Lin, everything will turn out well. Lin Chen nodded reassuringly. This is just the beginning. You must get accustomed to it. The subscription fees for novels are modest. Selling copyrights is far more lucrative. As the family chatted, moments ticked by, quickly leading to the hour of 10. Lin Chen refreshed the webpage, where the manuscript payment for July was displayed. All works. July 2008 manuscript payment. 29 for 156, 215 yuan. Huh? 294 million? No, that's 200,000 more than expected. The moment Lin Chen saw this figure, he was utterly stunned. Hiss. Lin Daqiang and Lu Yulin gasped in unison, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Chin good too. 94 million. That is not what you estimated at all. Lu Yulin exclaimed, jumping up, her voice brimming with shock. Xiaochen, how could there be such a discrepancy? Could there have been a miscalculation? Lin Daqiang trembled, his tone filled with anxiety. Yes, Xiaochen, this is quite the difference. Qin Xiaoyan added, equally anxious. Let us hold on. I'll refresh the page again. Lin Chen refreshed the web page once more, but the total payment remained unchanged. Don't panic. I'll inquire with the editor. Oh, it's Sunday. The editor is off. I'll call instead. Against the anxious gazes of his family, Lin Chen initially intended to message the editor for clarification. However, upon checking the date, he opted to take out his phone and dial the editor, Qing Guang. Since June's payment had been received, the editor had provided his phone number for easy communication. After a brief wait, a youthful voice answered, Hello, who is this? Hello, Editor Qing Guang. I am Wang Lao Wang. My real name is Lin Chen. Lin Chen introduced himself. Hello, Wang Lao Wang. This is your first time calling. It's an honor. The voice on the phone brimmed with delight as it greeted Lin Chen warmly. Editor Qing Guang. There is no need for formality. Just call me Lin Chen. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lin Chen got to the point. I just checked last month's manuscript payment and noticed it doesn't align with my estimate, so I wanted to inquire. Payment discrepancy? What do you mean? Is it less? Qing Guang's voice immediately turned tense, asking repeatedly. Not exactly. I estimated around 940,000. But the back end shows nearly 3 million. Lin Chen explained, I'm unsure if the additional 2 million is due to a system error or some other reason. Do you know? What? The manuscript payment exceeded by over 200 million? Please hold on. I need to ask the chief editor. I'll call you back shortly. Clearly. Qing Guang was equally baffled by the situation and, after reassuring Lin Chen, hung up the phone. The editor, too, needed to consult with the company's higher-ups. After the call, Lin Chen turned to his concerned family, explaining, Xiaochen, we can't take money that isn't. It could lead to trouble. His father, Lin Daqiang, worried that his son might be tempted to take what he shouldn't, cautioned him. Yes, what belongs to us should not be lessened. And what isn't should not be taken, Qin Xiaoyan advised. Indeed, Qin Gu, uncle and aunt are correct. We have a bright future ahead. And we mustn't break the law, Lu Yulin added, her face filled with concern. Rest assured, I understand. I want to act recklessly, Lin Chen assured them. Let us wait for the editor's call. After several minutes of anticipation, the phone rang. Hello, Editor Qing Guang, have you found the reason? Lin Chen asked directly as soon as the call connected. Haha, I found it. This is fantastic news. The additional 2 million in manuscript payment comes from wireless channel revenue sharing. Qing Guang's tone was filled with excitement and envy as he exclaimed, Congratulations, Wang Lao Wang. The mobile payment sector has exploded. Oh, so it's the revenue sharing from the mobile payment channels? That explains everything. Lin Chen suddenly realized, nearly forgetting that in his previous life, Dopa had also achieved tremendous success through wireless channels, igniting a frenzy in the web literature sphere. Having been reborn, he momentarily overlooked this crucial point. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the editor, he hung up the phone. Mom, Dad, Lin, rest assured. The additional 2 million is from the channel manuscript fee, Lin Chen explained, facing several curious expressions. What does channel manuscript fee mean? Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Lin Daqiang and his wife, along with Lu Yulin, were all perplexed. In simple terms, my book can not only be found on the terminal website but also on other websites or platforms, which we refer to as channels, Lin Chen patiently elucidated. The most significant aspect is the mobile platform's client, also known as the wireless channel. You see, nowadays, smartphones can access the internet through web pages. Just by opening any web page, one can find the function to read novels. He took out his phone, opened a web page, and casually browsed a mobile portal site. Scrolling down the page, he pointed out the embedded novel advertisements, explaining that by clicking on them, one could read the novels. These platforms are the channels. Similar to the terminal website, where the initial chapters are free to read, but subsequent ones require payment. However, unlike the terminal website, the prices on channels are higher. Reading a chapter on the terminal website costs 0.1 yuan, while on channels, it can be 0.5 or even 1 yuan. After demonstrating with his phone, Lin Chen and his wife, along with Lu Yulin, finally comprehended the situation. So, the additional 2 million is your rightful income, Xiaochen? Chun Xiaoyan asked, her concern alleviated. That's right, this is my share from the platform, a legitimate income, Lin Chen affirmed with a nod. Brother Chun, the manuscript fees from mobile payment platforms are actually higher than those from our site? Lu Yulin inquired, still puzzled. More than double. That's nothing. We authors still receive a relatively small portion, with platforms and websites taking the lion's share, Lin Chen clarified. I previously inquired about the profit-sharing ratios of channels and learned some insider information. The distribution is as follows. The mobile payment platform takes 60 of the total manuscript fee. The terminal website takes 25, and the remaining 15 is what we authors receive as channel manuscript fees. In other words, last month, I received approximately 13 million from wireless channel manuscript fees. The mobile platform took 8 million, the terminal website took 35 million, and I kept the remaining 2 million. Since the rise of mobile payments, online novels have entered a period of rapid development. The emergence of wireless reading platforms has also brought substantial manuscript income to web authors. Wow, you authors only receive 15. That's outrageous. Lu Yulin couldn't help but exclaim, quietly expressing her indignation on behalf of her beloved. Getting 15 is already quite decent. To put it bluntly, even if the terminal website didn't give me any manuscript fee distribution, I wouldn't even have known about the channel manuscript fees. What could we do about it? Lin Chen shook his head. The terminal website is relatively fair. I've heard that some websites are even worse, giving authors only 10, and some even 1. Due to the lack of transparency in channel manuscript fees, it all depends on the website's conscience, whatever they choose to give. We have no way of knowing the details. In my previous life, there were countless instances of small websites cheating authors out of their fees. That's simply despicable. The capitalists should be punished, Lu Yulin said, shaking her fist in anger. Don't be too upset. We can't change the rules, so we can only adapt to them. Lin Chen consoled her, holding her fist gently. Xiaochen is right. As ordinary folks, we can only adapt to the rules. Lin Daqiang nodded approvingly at his son. Oh dear. I haven't bought groceries yet. I'll go do that, Qin Xiaoyan exclaimed suddenly, standing up as if coming to her senses. Yes. Let us buy some nice ingredients to celebrate, Lin Daqiang agreed, his face lighting up with joy. I should drink a couple more glasses. You old fool. All you think about is drinking. Come on, accompany me, Qin Xiaoyan teased, pulling him along with a knowing glance. Dad, let me transfer some money to you. Lin Chen offered, having previously sent his parents 10,000 yuan for living expenses when they had just moved in last month. No need to transfer right now. We still have some money. You keep it, and if I run out, I'll ask you for more, Lin Daqiang waved his hand. Feeling no shame in spending his son's money. I'll transfer you 100,000 yuan now. Spend it as you wish, no need to save, Lin Chen said. Ignoring his father's protest as he opened the online banking app, transferring the amount to his father's account. Not to mention the nearly 3 million manuscript fees expected to be credited in July, just from the high-yield grain trades with Changxi and Duan Lang. He had already earned over 1 million. Even with the 100 taels of gold that Changxi had since still stored in his spatial compartment without being exchanged for cash. He still had over 700,000 in hand. Transferring 100,000 yuan for his parents' living expenses was a trivial matter. You're really something, even after making money. You shouldn't spend it recklessly. You still need to save, his mother admonished lightly before finally leading his father away. Lin, let me transfer you 100,000 yuan as well. So you can buy whatever you want when you go out with your friends, Lin Chen insisted. Pulling Lu Yulin to sit down and transferring the money to her card before she could refuse. Since Lu Yulin was willing to be with him, Lin Chen was not one to be stingy. If his parents had something, his girlfriend should have as well, to keep her heart at ease. Equality in all things. No, I have my salary. I can't take your money, Lu Yulin protested, still processing what had just happened when she received a transfer notification from the bank. Brother Chen, do you think I am with you for your money? I, Lu Yulin, am not that kind of person. I love you for who you are. Not for your wealth. Whether you have money or not is of no consequence to me. All I care about is you. Do you understand? Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her face filled with hurt. I understand your feelings, Lin. Please don't cry. Let me explain, Lin Chen said gently, pulling her into an embrace. When you were with me, I was still broke, and you never looked down on me. I was truly touched. However, we can't only share in poverty without sharing in prosperity, can we? If I earn money, I should be able to spend it on my girlfriend. What kind of logic is it otherwise? 10,000 yuan is nothing. I can earn more in the future, enough to last a lifetime. It's precisely in this era, when everyone is still quite genuine, that I can find such a beautiful and sincere girlfriend. If it were in my previous life, amidst rampant materialism, I would have never found someone like you, even with a lantern. But there's no if, just listen to me, Lin Chen interrupted as Lu Yulin seemed about to say more. He then leaned in and kissed her, lifting her effortlessly into his arms and striding into the bedroom. Lin Chen's boldness made Lu Yulin melt. Sometimes, actions speak louder than words. Chapter 52. Su Damao repays debts in the world of the Sihiyuan. Hong Kong, April 28, 1959. Early that morning, crowds gathered outside newsstands and magazine offices throughout Hong Kong, all eagerly waiting in line. Boss, has today's reader arrived yet? Don't push from behind. Line up properly. You want to cut in line? What? You got a problem? Let us settle it one-on-one. On the inaugural day of Reader, a generous giveaway of 100,000 copies was made available to the citizens of Hong Kong. Since that day, Reader newspaper, along with the serialized novel Zhu Xian published within it, had created a sensation across Hong Kong. Priced at a mere 1 dime Hong Kong paper, it was affordable for the average citizen, leading to daily lines of eager buyers. The serialized novel Zhu Xian was so captivating that readers found it hard to stop, eagerly anticipating each new installment. Among the readers were not just ordinary citizens, but also students and white-collar workers. Discussions about the subsequent plot of Zhu Xian quickly became a popular topic of casual conversation among Hong Kong's residents. Did you read today's installment of Zhu Xian? Zhang Xiaofan secured a top 4 finish in the Seven Veins martial arts competition and is heading to Kongsang Mountain to investigate the demonic sect. I observed that Zhang Xiaofan made the acquaintance of the enchanting demon sect princess, Bai Yao, in the picturesque Shanghai garden at the foot of the mountain. Though I remain uncertain if she is the protagonist. Nonsense. My beloved Sweki is undoubtedly the true leading lady. Draw your sword. For it is Bai Yao who embodies the role of the heroine. The union of the righteous path and the demon sect presents a captivating narrative. Let us cease our quarrel. The author, Brother Mao, is exceptionally gifted, having crafted a cultivation novel that surpasses Jin Yong's martial arts tales in allure. Alas, the updates are too sparse, with a mere 6,000 words per day leaving me yearning for more. In martial arts novels, battles involve mere flesh and blood. Yet cultivators can vanquish foes from 1,000 miles away with their swords. How utterly splendid. No, the divine sword thunder control technique is truly magnificent. The 9 heaven Xiancha transforms into divine thunder. The resplendent celestial might wields the sword to command heavenly lightning. How stunning it is. I wonder if cultivation truly exists in this world. Were it so, I would eagerly join a cultivation sect at the earliest opportunity. Such dialogues reverberate throughout the bustling streets and corners of Xiangjiang, including various universities. In summary, Su Damao's novel, Zhu Xian, has surged in popularity, leading to the success of the Reader newspaper he co-founded with his father-in-law, Lu Banqing. The first day saw a giveaway of 100,000 copies, with sales having the following day, yet reaching 70,000 on the third and 80,000 on the fourth day. Within a mere 10 days, the daily sales of the Reader newspaper soared to an astonishing 1,002,000 copies, prompting the printing house to rush for additional prints thrice. Through Zhu Xian, Su Damao has emerged as a celebrated author in Xiangjiang. At the headquarters of the Reader newspaper in Central, a buoyant Lu Banqing greeted Su Damao with enthusiasm. Initially, Lu Banqing held a somewhat dismissive view of his son-in-law, Su Damao, but circumstances compelled him to marry his daughter to someone with favorable family background. To his surprise, Su Damao provided him with a remarkable revelation, forecasting future trends and advising him to leave the Central Plains for Xiangjiang, coupled with his talent for writing novels, leading to an explosive debut as a prominent author. Dad, I've brought the subsequent manuscript, totaling 100,000 words. Please have a look, Su Damao said, placing a stack of manuscripts on the desk. No rush. Here, have a cigar. This is a Cuban cigar. Let me know how it tastes, Lu Banqing replied, setting the manuscripts aside as he retrieved a box of exquisite cigars. The two lit their cigars and indulged in the fragrant smoke. Damao, I have an idea. I would like to propose an increase in your manuscript fee, Lu Banqing said, puffing on his cigar. Oh, why the increase? Su Damao inquired, puzzled. Given your current fame, $10 per 1,000 words is too low and does not reflect your stature, Lu Banqing remarked astutely. I intend to raise it to $100 per 1,000 and promote it widely, akin to spending gold to buy bones, he added. Ah, understood. That works for me. Dad, please proceed as you see fit, Su Damao acknowledged, recognizing the strategy to leverage his newfound fame to further elevate the Reader newspaper's reputation and attract more authors to submit their works. Glad to hear you have no objections. Let us consider this manuscript at $100 per 1,000 words, Lu Banqing nodded, gesturing toward the manuscripts on the desk. Agreed. Damao contemplated for a moment before stating, Dad, I would like to request an advance on a portion of the manuscript fee. With the novel now generating income, he felt it was time to settle the outstanding debt from his previous transaction with Lin Chen. How much do you need? Just inform the finance department. We are family. After all, Lu Banqing replied, waving his hand generously without further inquiry. Thank you, Dad. Damao nodded appreciatively. After exchanging pleasantries, he departed Lu Banqing's office and approached the finance department to withdraw 100,000 Hong Kong dollars. Subsequently, Damao exited the Reader newspaper headquarters and visited a gold shop, inquiring about the current gold price, which was reported to be 85 Hong Kong dollars per gram. A mere $5 per gram? How inexpensive. 100 taels, equating to 5,000 grams, amounts to just over 40,000 Hong Kong dollars. I shall purchase 100 taels, he decided. In the chat group of traversers from various realms, transactions were based on mutual consent without fixed pricing. In previous dealings, members willingly offered high prices, leading to mutual satisfaction. This time, Lin Chen provided Damao with the complete manuscript of Zhu Xian without stipulating a price. Trusting Damao's integrity, after careful consideration, Damao resolved to repay Lin Chen 100 taels of gold as compensation for the manuscript. With this decision, Damao confidently purchased 100 taels of gold from the shop, preparing to compensate Lin Chen. He also acquired gifts for his family, ensuring that everyone received something. After completing his shopping, Damao returned home, distributing the gifts to his parents, wife, sister, and father-in-law. Finally, he retreated to his study, closed the door, and opened the chat group. Lin Chen, old friend, I've sent over the repayment for the manuscript we previously transacted. Please accept it. He disliked being in debt, and once he owed someone, he felt a disquieting burden. Thus, upon earning from his writing, he promptly repaid Lin Chen, selecting Lin Chen as the transaction recipient. He placed 100 taels of gold in the transaction box and clicked Agree to Transaction. Oh, old Su, have you earned money so swiftly? Quite impressive. I shall not be courteous. 100 taels of gold. Your generosity is noted. Thank you. Lin Chen responded, having received Damao's message. After a round of pleasantries, Lin Chen accepted the transaction, completing it and receiving 100 taels of gold. Chapter 53, A book becomes divine since the tax-adjusted manuscript fees arrived in July. Lin Chen has been diligently typing. Apart from spending time with Lu Yulin, his parents, and daughter, the remainder of his hours has been devoted to writing and accumulating manuscripts. Through this period of adaptation, his typing speed has reached an astonishing 12,000 words per hour, a feat worthy of admiration. Motivated by financial rewards, Lin Chen's drive has surged, dedicating upwards of 12 hours daily to writing, with a minimum of 6 hours. On prolific days, he can compose as much as 180,000 words, even managing to produce 70 or 80,000 words on days when he must also attend to family. As he concluded his work, a sense of bittersweet fulfillment washed over him. With a gentle smile, Xiaoyan mused that perhaps this marked the beginning of a new chapter. Upon completing the final 3 words, Lin Chen felt a pang of nostalgia. Since the release of his book on May 16, 2008, over 100 days had elapsed. The saga of Dopa culminated with the completion of its final chapter, sealing it with a perfect period. Although he had updated around 150,000 words, the remaining 300,000 plus words are set for timed releases, ensuring a year of updates ahead. Currently, Lin Chen has received nearly 5 million yuan in manuscript payments, with more to come in the future. As long as Dopa continues to be serialized without censorship and readers subscribe, he will receive ongoing payments, automatically deposited into his bank account each month. This income could sustain him for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, or even longer. The exact duration remains uncertain and unpredictable. Lin Chen recalls that, in his previous life, even as late as 2025, Dopa continued to generate substantial monthly income for its publisher. Oh, the backend has finally updated my author rank. Haha. I have finally ascended to the status of a great author. After scheduling the final chapter for release, he beamed with joy at seeing the title of great author next to his name. Recently, editor Qing Wang approached him, informing him that discussions among the website's chief editor and editorial team had led to the decision to grant him an invitation to the Great Author Program. This program recognizes elite online literary writers, and the rankings on the platform consist of 2 tiers, 5-star writers and brand authors. The 5-tiered author ranking system is categorized from the lowest to the highest, corresponding to 15 stars. This ranking is updated automatically each month based on the points accrued over the past 12 months. Upon successful signing, an author is classified as a level 1 author. If their total income over the last year exceeds 10,000 yuan, they automatically ascend to level 2. Level 3 authors require an income of 20,000 yuan. Level 4 authors need 50,000 yuan, and level 5 authors must earn 150,000 yuan. Brand authors are further divided into 3 categories: long-term contracts, distinguished authors, and platinum authors. The official explanation characterizes brand authors as a distinguished group of writers who have established long-term collaborations with the website, representing the backbone of online original literature, a testament to both strength and popularity. Brand authors are selected through an invitation system, where the site invites writers with significant popularity and distinctive styles to join. In essence, only brand authors can be considered part of the website's core team. Recognized as exceptional in the industry, the best authors with outstanding subscription results and remarkable rights expansion can receive invitations for distinguished contracts. The pinnacle of authorship. Top-tier writers, those who lead in originality and whose subscription results are notable and whose rights expansion is evident, can obtain the highest-level platinum contract invitation. Lin Chen, having only entered the industry for a mere 4 months, is quite a novice. Even if he breaks the mold at the finish line, he can only be granted an invitation for a distinguished contract. To become a platinum author, he must further establish his credentials by proving his capability through 3 or more works. After receiving the distinguished contract invitation, Lin Chen promptly flew to the city of Shanghai to meet with the chief editor for a discussion. Following thorough negotiations, the detailed terms of the distinguished contract were finalized. The contract spans 8 years, during which Lin Chen is prohibited from transferring to another platform and must exclusively publish his works on this site. In addition to the time constraints, there are also limitations on the number of works and total word count. Over these 8 years, he is required to write more than 3 novels, totaling no less than 10 million words. However, even if he fails to meet the contract requirements, there are no penalties. Although aspirations for upgrading to a platinum contract would be thwarted, nevertheless, by fulfilling his obligations, he can enjoy corresponding benefits. On the second day after signing the contract, the website launched a promotional campaign for him, significantly boosting his traffic and readership. Subsequently, each time he published a new book, he would receive prominent recommendations, including guaranteed features on the homepage and strong pushes from the new book section. Most notably, after signing the distinguished contract, Lin Chen's royalty split with the website increased from 55 to 73, allowing him to retain the majority. Beyond these apparent advantages, the site is also obligated to promote the rights to his novels. At this juncture, Lin Chen has gained the privilege of accessing the upper echelons of the online literature realm. The reason the platform is regarded as a sacred ground for online literature, enduring through the ages, lies primarily in copyright adaptations or the development of derivative works. For distinguished authors, subscription royalties are merely a fraction of their total income. Take Lin Chen's version of Dopa, for instance. After months of arduous writing, he received 500,000 yuan in royalties, even if he continues to earn around 100 to 180,000 yuan monthly after completion. The total would only amount to a mere 1 or 2 million yuan. While this income is enviable for mid-tier authors, it constitutes but a drop in the ocean for distinguished and platinum authors. Copyright adaptations represent the bulk of their income. In addition to online serialization rights, there are also opportunities for physical publication, audio adaptations, animation adaptations, game adaptations, and film adaptations. Each of these rights can command a starting fee in the hundreds of thousands to millions. If he could successfully sell all these rights, he might garner upwards of 100 million yuan. However, selling rights is no simple feat. It is contingent upon the novel's popularity, the complexity of adaptation, and its audience reach. In sum, only by attaining the level of a distinguished author can one gain access to copyright adaptations, which is a primary reason the platform is revered as a sacred ground within the online literature community. Naturally, the website is not operating at a loss, providing services without remuneration. Should Lin Chen sell the copyright to his novel, the website will receive a 30% cut of the royalties. After finalizing the distinguished contract, the editor, Qing Guang, treated Lin Chen to a meal before he returned. As of today, Lin Chen's author rank has been updated from level 5 to distinguished. This is what it means to become a revered author. Lighting a cigarette, Lin Chen exhaled a plume of smoke with satisfaction. It was time to embark on a new writing endeavor. After finishing a cigarette, Lin Chen created a new document, titling it The Cover of Heaven. Chapter 54. Launching a new book, Dopa pioneered the trend of marriage annulment and the mobile grandfather narrative, marking a groundbreaking achievement in the online literature sphere of 2008. Since Lin Chen published his work, numerous imitators have emerged, with titles such as Sword Breaking the Firmament and Fist Breaking the Firmament attempting to ride the coattails of his success. Interestingly, some of these later works have indeed turned out to be quite commendable, achieving quality benchmarks, while attaining quality status is challenging. Earning over 10,000 yuan monthly is relatively straightforward, as long as the subsequent plot remains coherent and the novel is lengthy. He could easily earn between 1 to 200,000 yuan annually. It is foreseeable that many new works in the marriage annulment genre will continue to emerge for a considerable time. Lin Chen has thus paved a new path for his peers in online literature. After completing the remaining drafts of Do Pa, Lin Chen began to contemplate what to write next. After much deliberation, he set his sights on the cover of Heaven trilogy. According to the distinguished contract I signed, I'm required to write 3 books within 8 years, totaling no less than 10 million words. The trilogy conveniently comprises 3 books, each exceeding 600,000 words, amounting to over 1,900,000 words altogether. Completing the cover of Heaven trilogy will adequately fulfill my obligations. Lin Chen felt a sense of urgency. He needed to write down the future classics before the original author did. In the future, the cover of Heaven would debut in October 2010, Perfect World in August 2013, and Holy Ruins in November 2016. As it stands, it is already late August 2008, and time is of the essence. Chapter 1. The Bronze Coffin in the Starry Sky Life is the greatest miracle of the world. Upon making this decision, Lin Chen banished all distractions from his mind and focused solely on typing. He wrote continuously for 2 hours, producing over 20,000 words before pausing. After a brief respite, he lit another cigarette and opened a chat window with editor Qing Guang. Qing Guang, I'm preparing to launch a new book. Just wanted to give you a heads up. After notifying his editor, Lin Chen accessed the author backend to create a new book. After entering the title and synopsis, he uploaded the first 3 chapters. The new book was initiated and entered the review stage. Lin Chen ignored it and continued writing. Ding, ding, ding. He had barely written a few words when notifications flooded in. Upon checking, he found messages from editor Qing Guang. What does this mean? You've launched a new book? Did you just abandon Do Pa? Come on, don't play me like this. You just signed the distinguished contract. And you're already switching books? Are you there? Reply. I'm waiting, this is urgent. Chuckling, Lin Chen extinguished his cigarette and replied. No, I didn't abandon it. Do Pa is completely finished, 533,000 words. I've set it up for timed updates, and it will conclude by the end of September next year. Look. Here's a screenshot. He sent a screenshot of the author backend showing his drafts to the editor. Qing Guang. Wow, you're impressive. I'm in awe of your 300,000 words of stored drafts, terrifying. Thus, I'm justified in launching a new book, right? Qing Guang. Absolutely no problem. You're amazing. By the way, the new book has already been released with 6,000 words. You'll need to push it through review so we can finalize the contract today. Qing Guang. Don't rush on the contract. I need to inform the chief editor. According to the distinguished contract, the website will also help arrange promotional recommendations for you. Whatever you say, I'll update 6,000 words daily for the new book. Just handle the recommendations as you see fit. Qing Guang. Just focus on writing. I'll take care of the rest. After exchanging a few words with the editor, Lin Chen closed the dialog box and resumed his writing. After finishing dinner, he continued to type away. Today, Lu Yulin was at work, allowing him to concentrate fully on his writing. From 1 p.m. until 10 p.m., Lin Chen wrote nonstop, finally pausing to glance at his manuscript, which had accumulated a remarkable 100,000 words. Seeing the word count, Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief. He suffered from a mild case of manuscript anxiety. Without a buffer of completed work, he found it impossible to sleep at night, often dragging himself out of bed to write a few chapters before he could find peace. After washing up, Lin Chen called Lu Yulin, who was still at work, and they chatted for a while before he settled cross-legged on his bed to practice. Unbeknownst to him, his new book had caused quite a stir in the online literature community. Look quickly, Old Wang has released a new book. It's unbelievable. A devoted reader stumbled upon this news and discovered that beside the ongoing serialization of Do Pa, Old Wang had also published a new book of 6,000 words. He promptly shared this revelation in Lin Chen's reader group. Old Wang has a new book? Impossible. I hadn't heard anything. It's true. Take a look. Holy cow. There really is a new book titled Jatian. Old Wang, come out. What on earth are you doing? Are you abandoning Do Pa? Panic ensued among the readers in the group, unable to contain their excitement as they tagged Lin Chen in a frenzy. Unfortunately, Lin Chen was deeply engrossed in his meditation, oblivious to the commotion around him. First, turmoil erupted in Lin Chen's reader group, and then the news spread to other groups, swiftly traversing the entire online literature scene. Simultaneously, the discussion board on Longkong was overwhelmed with posts. Breaking news. Rising star Old Wang has a new book. Is Do Pa at an end? Is this the fall of a genius or a creative drought? This post quickly garnered hundreds of comments, attracting a multitude of online authors who, instead of sleeping, gathered to discuss Lin Chen's new release late into the night. Some speculated that old Wang was out of ideas after recently signing a major contract, forcing him to launch a new book. Others predicted an imminent conclusion for Dopa, fearing old Wang might become the biggest joke in the online literature scene. Defenders emerged, as did those reveling in the misfortune, while some expressed genuine concern and others simply sought entertainment amidst the chaos. The complexity of human nature was vividly on display at that moment. In the adjacent reading and recommendation section, the readers were in an uproar, particularly those loyal to Dopa, voicing their apprehension that Lin Chen might abandon the beloved series. The news soon reached editor Qing Wang, who received a message from one of his authors, alerting him to the situation. At 12:20 a.m., Qing Wang crawled out of bed, logging into Long Kong to post a clarifying message in his capacity as an editor. The essence of the post was that Lin Chen had completed Dopa, with over 3 million words in reserve, ensuring its smooth conclusion without any abandonment or unsatisfactory ending. He even attached screenshots from Lin Chen's backend for proof. Once this post went live, it swiftly restored Lin Chen's reputation and silenced the critics. The sheer volume of 3 million words was staggering. Old Wang can focus on his writing, while I, as the editor, have to consider so much more. After posting, Qing Wang let out a sigh. It wasn't until the next day that Lin Chen received a message from editor Qing Wang, finally becoming aware of the situation. He paid little heed to the actions of his fellow authors. After all, wouldn't it be more enjoyable to simply write more? Chapter 55. The daughter calls for daddy. On this day, Lin Chen sat on the balcony with his laptop, having typed continuously for several hours. The screen was filled with the fruits of his labor from the entire morning. At that moment, a sweet, innocent voice pierced through the air, striking Lin Chen like a bolt of lightning. He froze, trembling as he turned his head, hardly daring to believe his ears, doubting it was merely a figment of his imagination. His daughter, Lin Xiaoxiao, cautiously made her way over, babbling softly. Their mother was in the kitchen, preparing lunch for the family. Sweet daughter, say it again, Lin Chen urged, quickly setting aside his laptop to gently scoop up the little one, planting a joyful kiss on her rosy cheeks. At 9 months old, this was the first time she had called him daddy. That single utterance, which he had heard for over a decade in his past life, had never sounded so melodious and delightful. As memories of his previous life flooded back, Lin Chen felt his eyes well with emotion. His little one's eyes sparkled as if sensing her father's anticipation, and she sweetly called out again. Although her pronunciation was not entirely clear, Lin Chen comprehended every syllable. Ha, my sweet daughter can call me daddy now. He spun around in delight, showering her with kisses. At that moment, all his struggles and efforts felt worthwhile. Mom, did you hear that? Xiaoxiao called me daddy. He hurried into the kitchen to boast to their mother. I heard it. Xiaoxiao called you daddy. Xin Xiaoyan beamed with joy, nodding repeatedly. I am so incredibly happy today. After boasting to his mother, Lin Chen decided to take a break from writing, holding his daughter close. By the way, Mom, where's Dad? He looked around but didn't see his father. Your dad is downstairs watching someone play chess. He finds it too boring in the city and can't sit still. Their mother replied casually. Mom, I mentioned last time about opening a supermarket for you and Dad to consider. Lin Chen paused for a moment before continuing. Let us not aim for a large supermarket. A small convenience store will suffice. We're not looking to make a fortune. I just want you and Dad to have something to do so you don't get bored. He understood that his parents had worked tirelessly throughout their lives and found it hard to relax. Even though we don't lack money at home now, if they have nothing to occupy their time, it's easy for them to develop bad habits. All right, I'll discuss it with your father. This time, Xin Xiaoyan didn't immediately refuse. She sounded quite intrigued. Yes, once you and Dad have discussed it, I'll invest in it. Lin Chen replied. The money I earn is just sitting in the bank collecting interest. At that moment, he had over 260,000 yuan. Opening a small convenience store wouldn't require much. 100,000 would be more than enough. Besides, September was approaching, and by mid-September, he would receive another payment for his writing. All right, I will definitely discuss it with your father. Xin Xiaoyan nodded. Then, you can go back to your work, and I'll take care of Xiaoxiao. After chatting with his mother for a bit, Lin Chen took his daughter to the balcony, placing her on his lap as he opened his laptop. He entered the reader group and quickly sent out 10 lucky draw red envelopes of 200 yuan each. With 10 envelopes, each containing 200 yuan and a maximum of 10 participants per envelope, the total was 2,000 yuan. Old Wang. Everyone. My daughter has finally called me daddy. Here is a red envelope to share the joy. In the next moment, the readers in the group erupted with excitement over his words and the rain of red envelopes. Congratulations, Old Wang. May you have 108 sons with your next child. Wait, Old Wang is married. His daughter can call him daddy now? Some drifting through life, only regretting not meeting my father-in-law. If he doesn't mind, I'd love to be his son-in-law. Ha ha. I'm the lucky king. I grabbed over 30 yuan, which is equivalent to my daily wage. I snatched 7 out of 10 envelopes, making over 100 yuan. Haha, this is fantastic. Thank you, old Wang. I grabbed over 70 yuan. I can add an extra egg to my breakfast this month. Oh, great father-in-law. I pay my respects. Holy cow, you guys have no shame. Competing with me for the father-in-law title. Father-in-law, look at me. I can be the son-in-law. ID, let the child take your surname, Wang. As they scrambled for the red envelopes, they exchanged blessings, with some jokingly offering to be his son-in-law. The reader group was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Next door, old Wang exclaimed, "Get lost. My daughter is only 9 months old, and you all dare to have designs on her? How outrageous." Upon reading this, Lin Chen's expression darkened. However, he understood that the readers were merely jesting. He was not genuinely angry and responded with a light-hearted scolding. Father-in-law, I am merely 3 years and 228 months old. In terms of age, I am quite compatible with your esteemed daughter. 3 years and 228 months, wasn't that just 22? I am only 17. I can wait until she turns 18. You must ensure that she marries me. The readers, finding great amusement in Lin Chen's fluster, continued their playful banter. Old One concluded. Enough of this nonsense, it's time for lunch. Goodbye. Lin Chen disregarded the reader's antics, uttering a brief remark before shutting down his computer. He had no intention of writing more today. He wished to spend quality time with his daughter. Xiao Chen, go wake up Lin Lin. Tell her it's time to eat. After lunch, she can go back to sleep. Also, give your dad a call and ask him to come home for dinner. After playfully teasing his daughter for a while, he heard his mother's voice from the kitchen. All right, Lin Chen replied, dialing his father's number to invite him back for dinner. Lin Lin, it's time to eat. Don't sleep any longer. He then carried his daughter to the bedroom to wake the still sleeping Lu Yulin. She had worked over 10 hours yesterday, only returning home past 11 at night. The latter part of the night had been spent with Lin Chen, leaving her nearly sleepless. I don't want to eat. You all go ahead. Let me sleep a little longer, Lu Yulin mumbled drowsily. Don't sleep. This afternoon, we'll take Xiao Xiao to the park. Will you join us? Lin Chen leaned down, kissed Lu Yulin's lips, and whispered in her ear. To the park? Lu Yulin's eyes fluttered open. Xiao Xiao just called me dad. Isn't that worth celebrating? Lin Chen smiled. Xiao Xiao can call you dad now. Lu Yulin's eyes widened as she quickly sat up in bed. Xiao Xiao, call for mommy. She scooped Lin Xiao Xiao into her arms and planted a kiss on her cheek. Mommy, the little one said, tilting her head and calling out in a sweet voice. Haha, Xiao Xiao called me mommy. Lu Yulin laughed joyously. In the evening, Lin Chen drove his family out for a delightful day, returning home only at dusk. Xiao Xiao called out mom, and a delighted Lu Yulin bought her numerous clothes and toys. The family was cheerful and harmonious. This ordinary life brought warmth and peace to Lin Chen's heart. Later that night, after several rounds of poker, Lu Yulin fell into a deep sleep. Lin Chen rose from the bed and stepped out onto the balcony for a smoke. Exhaling a puff of smoke, he casually opened the chat group in his mind. Upon entering, he saw Changxi speaking. Everyone, after 6 months in this world, I have finally made a change. Just today, the sweet potatoes, and corn I planted have sprouted. In a few months, I will be able to harvest. I haven't told anyone about this. I personally planted them in the back garden of the Chang residence. When the harvest day arrives, I will invite the Zhu family to witness this historic moment together. The timeline in the Ming world was August of the 3rd year of Hanwu, an ideal season for planting autumn potatoes, summer sweet potatoes, and summer corn. Of course, Changxi was not well versed in planting seasons. Last time, she had traded Lin Chen for 1,500 pounds of seeds and used a portion for trial planting. In her mind, if it grew, that would be splendid. If not, she could always try again next spring. To her astonishment, the seeds of all 3 crops had sprouted. Duan Lang chimed in. What a coincidence. The sweet potatoes, and corn I planted have also sprouted. Unlike Changxi's discreet trial with a small portion, Duan Lang took a different approach. He directly ordered a group of the best farmers to come and commandeered an imperial farm, instructing them to plant all 1,500 pounds of the seeds he had purchased. He also dispatched a regiment of imperial guards to ensure no one could enter the area. Damao added, Haha, I finally bought a house and moved into a new place, no more living at my father-in-law's. Also, I'm almost done copying my first novel and preparing to trade another one with Old Lin. Lin Chen, Old Lin, are you there? The novel Zhu Xian only had about 1.2 million words, and Su Damao could copy over 30,000 words in 12 hours. In just over 40 days, he completed the task. Li Ku remarked, the 9 difficulties master has finally returned, bringing with her Qin Jinan, the leader of the Heavenly Society, and Zheng Kushwang, the second son of Zheng Jing. That little rascal had the audacity to propose to the 9 difficulties master, claiming he wanted to marry me. I slapped him to the ground. Truly, A toad wishing to eat swan meat. 9 Difficulties Master had been away for over a month, and upon her return, Li Ku was displeased with Zheng Kushuang. If not for the 9 Difficulties Master's gentle persuasion, she might have slain him on the spot. Lin Chen laughed. Haha, who could blame you, Sister Ku? With your beauty, what man wouldn't be enamored? Su Damao asked, Old Lin, have you finished copying Zhu Xian? If so, let's talk later. Changxi, Duan Lang, your seeds have sprouted? That's excellent. I was worried about buying bad seeds and wasting your time. Recently, Lin Chen made it a point to spend some time chatting with group members every night. In reality, he dared not disclose the secret of his rebirth to anyone, keeping it locked within. Only in the Interdimensional Chat Group could he speak freely without reservations. Changxi replied, as long as Brother Lin, you purchase seeds from a reputable company, there shouldn't be any issues, right? Duan Lang countered, well, that's hard to say. I once saw a news report where farmers worked hard for a year and ended up with nothing. Upon investigation, it turned out the seeds from the company were faulty. Lin Chen agreed. Old Duan is right. We cannot rule out that possibility. Changxi exclaimed, how terrifying. That seeds could be problematic too. It seems hopeless. Li Ku chuckled. And Su Damao added, Duan Lang, deleted. Fearing a reprimand, please be gentle with the review. Changxi asked, who is he? I don't quite understand what you are discussing. Li Ku replied, sister, if you don't understand, it's all right. It's a good thing. Lin Chen interjected, stop. Let's not discuss this topic. It's too dangerous. Watching the conversation veer into perilous territory, Lin Chen felt his heart race and hurried to intervene. No wonder, in his past life, officials disallowed older bachelors from forming mutual aid retirement groups. As the saying goes, 3 women can create a play, but 3 men together rarely lead to anything good. Much like the late Qin dynasty, where a few older bachelors from Peixian, Jiangsu, banded together to establish the Han dynasty, or during the end of the Yuan dynasty, when a few men from Fengyang, Anhui, came together to forge the Ming dynasty. Su Damao suggested, if we're not discussing this, let's talk about something else. Lin Chen, Old Lin, I've finished copying Zhu Xian. What should I copy next? This time, I have money and don't need to buy on credit. Seeing Lin Chen call for a halt, Su Damao reluctantly changed the subject. Duan Lang advised, I suggest you copy Life is Long and Regret is Long, so the kids from Xianjiang can see some real talent. Duan Lang, sensing the shift in topic, refrained from pursuing the previous conversation and made an insidious suggestion. Su Damao retorted, Old Duan, spare me. Do you know what it feels like to be scolded by tens of thousands? Coincidentally, I've experienced it. When I was copying Zhu Xian, just as it reached the death of Bai Yao, the doors of the reader's newspaper were splashed with paint, and all the windows were smashed. Thankfully, I lived in a relatively hidden place, and no one knew my true identity. Otherwise, I would have to keep one eye open while sleeping at night. If I followed your advice and copied Life is Long and Regret is Long, the newspaper would probably be set ablaze. Lin Chen added, Old Lin, don't listen to Old Duan's nonsense. I won't write tragedy. Let's stick to something more uplifting. Upon hearing Duan Lang's words, Su Damao was filled with indignation and began to recount his misfortunes with fervor. Duan Lang. Ha ha, the lads from Xianjiang are indeed bold, daring to smash glass. When Jin Baoyi serialized the return of the Condor heroes and reached the part where Xiao Long Nu was insulted by Yin Jiping, Ming Pao had its windows shattered as well. I had always thought this was merely a rumor, but it turns out to be true. The young men from Xianjiang are truly formidable. They break glass at the slightest disagreement. Upon hearing Su Damao's tale, Duan Lang could not help but laugh heartily. Su Damao, what is wrong with you, Old Duan? I'm in such a miserable state, and you seem to revel in my misfortune? Are we not good brothers anymore? Duan Lang. I fear for my brother's hardships, yet I also worry if he drives a Range Rover. What's wrong with that? Su Dama, Aish? With such words, our friendship is over. Chapter 57. Another transaction in the chat group. Lin Chen remarked, Old Su, I've done some research and found numerous classic online literature works. Let me compile a list for you to choose from. He listed the following. The pioneer of cultivation novels, Journey of the Floating Mysterious. The blend of fantasy and martial arts, Evil Wind Melody, the origin of the Hong Huang genre. Buddha was the way, the beginning of national martial arts, Dragon and Snake Tale. The cultivation genre, Star Change, the representative of Western fantasy, Beast Blood Boiling, the historical time travel narrative, Return to the Ming Dynasty as a Prince, the historical harem genre, The Ultimate Housekeeper. The mythological tale, Records of Searching for Gods, the war genre, Zichuan. The divorce genre, In Battle Through the Heavens. The tomb raiding genre, Ghost Blows Out the Light. The mortal cultivation genre, Mortal Cultivation Transmission. The passionate academy genre, Doloa Continent, and the historical power struggle genre, Celebrating the Remaining Year. In addition to these, there are countless other classic online novels. Su Damao. Take your time to choose, and let me know once you've made your selections. While Su Damao and Duan Lang were engaged in their banter, Lin Chen opened his computer and searched diligently, compiling a list of the works Su Damao required. Duan Lang. Wow, with so many works. There must be tens of millions of words. Old Su, take your time to jot them down. Strive to achieve the accomplishment of authorship. Bored. Duan Lang spent his days chatting with group members for enjoyment. Su Damao. Thank you, Brother Lang, for your kind words. I will strive to reach that achievement. Lin Chen. Most of the books you mentioned, I have yet to read as I began reading novels rather late. Old Lin, please help me choose a few. It's too troublesome to go through them one by one. Looking at the titles Lin Chen listed, Su Damao felt overwhelmed and decided to leave the selection to Lin Chen. Lin Chen. All right, I will consider it and help you choose a few. Ruffling his hair, Lin Chen did not decline. Changxi. Speaking of transactions, Brother Lin, the sanitary supplies you bought for me last time are nearly used up. Could you help me purchase some more? I will need them in a few days. Upon mentioning transactions, Changxi recalled an important matter. Li Ke, what is it? Little sister, are you asking Brother Lin to buy sanitary supplies for you? Is it sanitary napkins? How did I not think of that? You should have reminded me. I've been using sanitary pads for months. Lin Chen, Brother Lin, could you buy some for me too? Thank you. Li Ke's eyes widened in surprise. How could this be? Lin Chen, so you both need me to procure sanitary supplies? Very well, when I have time, I will go out and purchase a batch for you. Before finalizing the selection for Su Damao, Lin Chen was met with requests from Changxi and Li Ke. Embracing the philosophy that one sheep is herded and so is a flock, Lin Chen readily agreed. Su Damao, Old Su. I have selected 5 books for you. The Pioneer of Cultivation Novels, Journey of the Floating Mysterious, The National Martial Arts Tale, Dragon and Snake Tale, The Historical Harem Novel, The Ultimate Housekeeper, the war genre classic, Zichuan, and the representative of Western fantasy, Beast Blood Boiling. How do these 5 books sound? After careful consideration, Lin Chen had selected 5 novels for Su Damao. Su Damao, are all 5 books from different genres? This is quite good. Then it's settled. I have made my decision. These 5 will do. Among the 5 titles Lin Chen mentioned, Su Damao had only read Dragon and Snake and Housekeeper. The other 3 were unfamiliar to him. However, he believed in Lin Chen's discerning eye and trusted that he would not lead him astray. Lin Chen, great. These 5 books total 14.8 million words. It will take quite a while to print them, so bear with me. Noting that Su Damao had no objections, Lin Chen closely examined the word count of the 5 books, which totaled a little over 15 million words. Calculating based on 4 pages equaling 200 words. He would need over 500 sheets of paper. With a printer capable of producing 7.5 sheets per minute, it would take nearly 8 hours to complete printing all 5 novels. Su Damao, no worries, I'm not in a hurry. Take your time. While Lin Chen printed the novels, Su Damao needed to purchase gold to settle the payment. Li Ke, speaking of which, I just thought of something. Brother Lin, why don't you just copy the novel files for Su Damao? It would be much easier than using a printer. At that moment, Li Ke interjected curiously. Duan Lang. Old Su's time is 1959. Back then, even personal home computers did not exist, so giving him a disk would be useless. Changxi, is your brain malfunctioning? Could ya? Li Ke, oh, I see. But what about a mobile phone? Brother Lin could store the novel files on an old phone and just give it to Su Ge. Unwilling to give up, Li Ke continued to inquire. Lin Chen, in 2008, smartphones had not yet emerged. Although Nokia's Symbian 60 system was relatively advanced, it paled in comparison to the later Android system, let alone Apple's system. Su Damao, thank you for your kind suggestion, Kame. I have already considered this idea but did not mention it to Old Lin. Not only does Old Lin's era lack smartphones, but even if they did exist later, I would hesitate to use one as it would raise too many questions if discovered. It's far safer to stick with paper documents, even if they are a bit cumbersome. Lin Chen, Old Lin, let us proceed with the 5 books as you suggested. And I will begin printing. After thanking Li Ke for her thoughtful reminder, Su Damao spoke to Lin Chen. Li Ke, all right. Su Ge, you're right. After contemplating for a moment, Li Ke decided not to dwell on it further. Lin Chen, all right. I will start printing now. It's expected to take 8 hours to complete. Both parties confirmed the transaction, and glancing at the time, it was 11:30 p.m. Lin Chen no longer hesitated and rose to head to his study. He opened his laptop, turned on the printer, searched for the novels, downloaded the files locally, made some edits, and began printing. Click, click, click. Soon, the printer was in operation, emitting soft mechanical sounds. Lin Chen pulled out his phone, subscribed to all 5 novels as per usual, and rewarded the alliance leader for each one. After finishing printing each book, he organized them according to page numbers. After waiting all night, intermittently changing ink cartridges and adding paper. By 8 a.m., all 5 novels were finally printed. Excellent, it's finally done. That's a wrap. After checking for any errors, Lin Chen snapped his fingers. He reopened the chat group, accessed the transaction function, selected Damao as the trading partner, placed the organized manuscript of the 5 novels into the transaction box, and clicked Agree to Trade. After waiting for a while without any response, Lin Chen could not help but exclaim in surprise. Lin Chen, Damao, old Su, where are you? Agree to the trade. Opening the dialog box, Lin Chen addressed Damao. Damao, I'm in the process of buying gold. Old Lin, just a moment, I'll be right there. Meanwhile, Damao had risen early and rushed to the gold store to purchase 500 taels of gold. The reason he did not agree to Lin Chen's trade immediately was that he wanted to avoid multiple transactions, which would be too cumbersome. Only after completing the payment did Damao place the gold into the transaction box and agree to the trade. Lin Chen, all right, the transaction is complete. Watching the gold bars descend, Lin Chen subtly understood Damao's intentions. With a wry smile, he placed the gold bars into his personal space. With this latest addition of 500 taels, he now possessed a total of 625 taels of gold. Now that his literary career has taken off, Lin Chen no longer feels the need to sell gold for money, as he is financially secure. Despite having spent a sleepless night, he remains remarkably spirited, showing no signs of fatigue. After freshening up in the bathroom, he glanced into the bedroom to see Lu Yulin still asleep and chose not to disturb her. He then drove out of the community and called his parents to inform them of his departure. Subsequently, Lin Chen located a wholesale store and purchased 100 large bags of sanitary pads and 100 large bags of toilet paper. He also acquired 10 boxes of other intimate care products, such as cleansing liquids and rinsing devices, spending a total of over 60,000 yuan. Lin Chen led the way in his car, while the owner of the wholesale store personally delivered the goods to the warehouse he had previously rented. Once the owner had unloaded the items and left, Lin Chen stored the bags of sanitary products in his personal space before returning home. Chapter 58, The Treasure of Emperor Liang. After 2 days, Lin Chen completed transactions for the large batch of sanitary products with Changxi and Li Ku. As a result, he received 50 taels of gold from Changxi and 10 taels from Li Ku. Brother Lin, you bought so much for me this time. It's enough for a lifetime. Thank you, Changxi exclaimed. Lin Chen had indeed purchased 100 large bags of sanitary pads, 100 large bags of toilet paper, and 10 boxes of cleansing care products, which were then evenly divided between Changxi and Li Ku. Each large bag of sanitary pads contained 50 small bags, with each small bag holding 18 pieces, sufficient for a month. Thus, even 50 bags would last them a lifetime. The toilet paper was similar, with each large bag containing 10 small bags, each with 12 rolls, enough for at least a month per roll, ensuring they would never need to buy toilet paper again. As for the cleansing care products, they typically used them sparingly, each receiving 5 large boxes, which would last them many years. Li Ku added, I'm in the same boat. I won't need to buy any more. Thank you, Brother Lin. I'm sorry, but I don't have much money on hand, so I can't give you 50 taels of gold like Changxi. This 10 taels is all I have left from the activity with Brother Duan last time. I spent some before, and this is all that remains. While Changxi managed the entire Chang family and was financially stable, Li Ku was different. As a wandering martial artist, she rarely ventured out to seek justice, leaving her finances quite strained. If it weren't for the previous event hosted by Duan Lang, she wouldn't even have 10 taels of gold to spare. Lin Chen reassured her, it's no trouble, we don't need to fuss over such matters. As fellow citizens of the earth, it is only natural for us to help one another. 10 taels of gold was still a considerable sum, valued at over 57,000 yuan based on a calculation of 185 yuan per gram. He had spent over 60,000 yuan on the sanitary products, which meant Li Ku's share cost around 30,000 yuan, yielding him a profit of over 20,000 yuan. Although it was not as substantial as the profit from Changxi, Lin Chen did not mind. Duan Lang interjected, Li Ku, are you short on cash? Would you like me to lend you some? Don't worry, it's a simple gift with no ulterior motives. As the ruler of the realm, I have plenty of money. Li Ku responded, thank you for your kindness, Brother Duan, but there's no need. I have enough silver for my daily expenses. Living in seclusion on Mount Hua, she rarely spent money, growing her own vegetables and being self-sufficient, only occasionally purchasing necessities. Moved by Duan Lang's generosity, she declined his offer, not wishing to owe anyone a favor. Duan Lang replied, all right, Li Ku, if you ever need anything, feel free to reach out to me, as with anyone else. As Brother Lin said, we are fellow citizens of the earth, and it is only right that we help one another. Unfazed by Li Ku's refusal, Duan Lang continued. While Damao chimed in, Brother Lang, I could use 5 million taels of gold. I'm in dire need of funds. If you lend me 5 million, I'll repay you 50 million in my next life. What a profitable deal. Duan Lang rolled his eyes and jested, get lost. If it's such a great deal, then let us make it 5 million between us, and I'll give you 5 billion in my next life. The playful banter between them elicited laughter from the others. Lin Chen then spoke, speaking of making money, a thought has suddenly struck me, though it remains unverified and uncertain. Observing their jovial teasing, Lin Chen refrained from speaking until an idea formed in his mind. The more he pondered it, the more feasible it appeared, prompting him to open his computer and conduct some online research. After thorough inquiries, Lin Chen felt the likelihood of his idea was quite high, almost certain to succeed. Duan Lang asked, a money-making idea? Go ahead, Lin. Sudama added, yes, tell us. Changxi perked up her ears, and Li Ke urged, Brother Lin, please share. As Lin Chen's words hung in the air, the group became intrigued. Although none of them were particularly desperate for money, no one would ever say no to more wealth. Lin Chen cleared his throat. This idea pertains solely to you, Li Ke, and not to the rest. Have you heard of the treasure of Emperor Liang? Noticing their interest, Lin Chen hastened to explain. Duan Lang responded, the treasure of Emperor Liang? I have a vague recollection. Isn't it something from Jin Yong's novel, The Legend of the Condor Heroes? What does it have to do with Li Ke? Sudama chimed in. The Legend of the Condor Heroes? That's quite an obscure novel. I watched the drama adaptation many years ago. The plot revolved around the treasure, but everyone who found it ended up dead, with only the protagonist surviving. Changxi recalled, that foolish protagonist was named Diyun, wasn't he? Li Ke added. Now that you mention it, I remember. The entire narrative was rather dark and tragic. After Lin Chen elaborated, everyone expressed recognition, having either read the novel or watched the drama. Lin Chen continued, please don't rush me. Let me explain at my own pace. Here is my line of thought. As we all know, Jin Yong wrote 14 novels, and many of these works are interconnected. Thus, I had a sudden idea. Could the treasure of Emperor Liang from the Legend of the Condor Heroes appear in the world of the deer and the cauldron? The origin of the treasure of Emperor Liang dates back to the turbulent Wei, Jin, and southern and northern dynasties. The Emperor Liang, Shaoyi, concealed a trove of invaluable jewels along with a treasure map in anticipation of a future resurgence. I initially intended to check the timeline of the Legend of the Condor Heroes online, but I found it too chaotic to determine. The original text clearly states that the treasure was buried 800 years after its concealment, with Emperor Liang's reign spanning from 508 to 555 AD. This suggests that the story of the Legend of the Condor Heroes likely unfolded around 1308 to 1355 AD, during the late Yuan dynasty. However, it is also noted that after Emperor Liang, Shaoyi hid the precious jewels at Tianning Temple outside Jiangling. He eliminated all those who knew of the treasure, rendering its whereabouts a complete mystery. It was not until the Kangxi era of the Qing dynasty that the secret was inadvertently uncovered by a monk at Tianning Temple, who concealed the treasure's secret within a collection of Tang poems, entrusting it to the anti-Qing hero Wu Liuqi. Unfortunately, before the treasure could be found, Wu Liuqi met his demise, and the secret of the treasure was lost once more, ultimately falling into the hands of the renowned Jiangnan hero Tai Gu Mo Ao Main Yin Sheng, thus igniting the series of events depicted in the Legend of the Condor Heroes. One story unfolds in the late Yuan, while the other occurs during the Qing dynasty, separated by centuries. Therefore, I have decided to disregard the timeline of the novels and use Wu Liuqi as the temporal reference point. It is well known that Jin Yong's writings often distort historical facts. The historical Wu Liuqi was originally a Han trader who surrendered to the Manchus, yet in his novels, he is portrayed as a hero of the anti-Qing movement. Setting aside the debate over whether Wu Liuqi is a traitor or a hero, let us focus on his appearances in both works. In the Legend of the Condor Heroes, Wu Liuqi is already deceased, whereas in The Deer and the Cauldron, he is still alive. This indicates that the timeline of The Deer and the Cauldron precedes that of the Legend of the Condor Heroes. In summary, I believe that the treasure of Emperor Liang, which appears in the Legend of the Condor Heroes, will most likely also make an appearance in The Deer and the Cauldron. After much discussion, Lin Chen finally shared the idea that had suddenly emerged in his mind. Chapter 59, The Four Great Treasures, Journey to Jiangling in the Chat Group, Duan Lang remarked. I understand now, old Lin. Your suggestion is that the treasure of Emperor Liang from the Legend of the Condor Heroes has a high probability of appearing in The Deer and the Cauldron. Therefore, if Sister Ku is in need of funds, she can seek out the Tianning Temple in Jiangling to see if the treasure is hidden there. Upon hearing Lin Chen's analysis, Duan Lang experienced a moment of clarity, finally grasping Lin Chen's intent. Su Damao added, it's possible, absolutely possible. Given the interconnected nature of the 14 books by Jin Yong, Sister Ku's chances of uncovering the treasure are quite substantial. He slapped his thigh in admiration of Lin Chen's brilliant idea, realizing that Lin Chen's logic was indeed sound. Changxi exclaimed, "Incredible! Brother Lin's analysis is truly remarkable. Kujia, you must hurry to Jiangling and investigate whether the treasure of Emperor Liang lies beneath Tianning Temple. If you strike it rich, you'll surely share some of your fortune with us, right?" Changxi nodded in agreement, fully supporting Lin Chen's reasoning. Li Ke responded, "Ah, I see what Brother Lin means. It's as if he has placed the opportunity directly in my hands. Thank you, Brother Lin. I am immensely grateful for this chance at wealth." She reassured Changxi, "Yeah, don't worry. Once I find the treasure, I will definitely share it with everyone. However, if I recall correctly, the jewels within the treasure may be tainted with a peculiar poison. How will I handle that? If I accidentally come into contact with it, wouldn't that spell disaster?" After absorbing Lin Chen's analysis and the astonishment of other group members, Li Ke was overjoyed. Although she was overly concerned with accumulating wealth, who would refuse an opportunity for riches? A single trip to Jiangling could yield a treasure of immense value, and thus, without a moment's hesitation, she decided to share the treasure with all group members. Yet, she felt apprehensive about the potential poison within the treasure, leaving her uncertain about how to proceed. Lin Chen replied, "Sister Ke, there is no need for thanks. This idea merely struck me in a moment of inspiration. However, I cannot guarantee that my speculation will come to fruition. If I'm mistaken and the treasure is not found, it would be a disappointment. As for the poison within the treasure, I cannot assist you. Perhaps you should consult old Duan to see if he has any solutions. In fact, Jin Yong's works encompass 4 great treasures, in addition to the treasure of Emperor Liang. There are the treasure of the King of the Snowy Mountains from the Fox Volant of the Snowy Mountain, the treasure of Emperor Jiangwen from the Bloodsword, and the treasure of Deer Mountain inherent to the Deer and the Cauldron, since the timeline of the Deer and the Cauldron is later than that of the Bloodsword. And the Jiangwen treasure has already been given to the rebel leader Li Zicheng as military funds. Sister Ke should not hope for this treasure. However, the treasure of the King of the Snowy Mountains appeared during the reign of Qianlong, while Sister Ke is currently in the Kangxi era, suggesting that this treasure has likely not yet been discovered. Therefore, if Sister Ke can locate the treasure of Emperor Liang, she may also seek out the treasures of Deer Mountain and the King of the Snowy Mountains. Whether Lin Chen's sudden inspiration will prove true remains to be seen when Li Ke investigates in person. What if there is no Tianning Temple outside Jiangling in the world of the Deer and the Cauldron? Even if it exists, what if there is no treasure within? Wouldn't that be a fruitless endeavor? By connecting the treasure of Emperor Liang, Lin Chen further contemplated the 4 great treasures in Jin Yong's writings. Duan Lang said, "That makes sense. If we can find the treasure of Emperor Liang, then we should also be able to locate the other 2 treasures. As for the poison in the treasure, I cannot guarantee that I can eliminate it, but it is worth attempting." He addressed Li Ke, "If you find the treasure, please share it with me. I will see if I can neutralize the poison." After Lin Chen spoke, Duan Lang took over the conversation, tagging Li Ke in the discussion. Changxi interjected, "Generally speaking, most poisons can be eradicated through high temperatures. Hence, I believe we could try using fire to see if we can eliminate the poison. If 1,000 degrees fails, then we can try 2,000, or even 3,000 degrees. I refuse to believe there exists a poison that cannot be killed by high temperatures." As she pondered the removal of the treasure's poison, Changxi made a thoughtful suggestion. Sudama countered, "Sister Chang, do not be foolish. The ancient world does not possess the high temperatures of the modern era. Metallurgy and ceramic technology of that time can only reach approximately 1,300 degrees. If I am not mistaken, the temperature for smelting iron is around 1,000 to 1,200 degrees, while pottery is fired at around 1,200 to 1,300 degrees. Of course, perhaps just over 1,000 degrees could suffice to kill the poison. It might be worth trying that method. Having experience from working in a steel mill, Su Damao rebutted. Duan Lang remarked, "In the martial arts world, poison cannot be viewed through the lens of the past. Modern methods of heat sterilization may not apply. Nonetheless, regardless of whether this method is effective, it is still a potential solution worth exploring." After listening to the debate between Changxi and Su Damao, Duan Lang remained non-committal. Lin Chen concluded, "Regardless of the method, as long as it resolves the issue, it is a good approach. We should attempt various strategies. We cannot enter a treasure mountain and leave empty-handed." Lin Chen, unable to assist further, could only offer suggestions. Li Ke responded, "All right, I understand. Thank you, Brother Lin, for the treasure information, and thanks to everyone for your suggestions. For now, I will focus on finding the treasure of Emperor Liang outside Jiangling, and we can discuss the other 2 treasures later. I shall take my leave now, and you all can await my good news." After expressing her gratitude to the group, Li Ke logged off. In the world of the Deer and the Cauldron, Mount Huashan. A few days ago, the venerable Jiao Nan, after being away for over a month, returned, bringing with her Qin Jinan, the leader of the Heaven and Earth Society. In Zhongkushuang, the second son of the national hero Zheng Qinggong. Upon seeing Li Ke, Zheng Kechuan's eyes sparkled with interest, unable to look away. He then approached Jiao Nan, proposing to take Li Ke as his wife, only to be met with a swift slap from her. Had it not been for Jiao Nan's gentle persuasion, Li Ke would have undoubtedly dispatched this dandy with a single stroke. Since that incident, Zheng Kechuang dared not act impertinently before Li Ke, keeping a distance whenever she was near. Jiaoling Tianning Temple? The treasure of Emperor Liang? I have made my decision. After closing the chat group, Li Ke's thoughts returned to reality as she resolved to act. Quickly, she packed a few changes of clothing, shouldered her bundle, and left her room to find Jiao Nan. Master, I am preparing to go out for a while, for a month at least, or perhaps 2 to 3 months. Li Ke maintained a respectful demeanor towards her mentor. Before departing, she felt it necessary to inform her. Miss Li is preparing to leave. Please do as you wish. I, too, am about to depart from Mount Huashan. Jiao Nan replied without inquiring about her destination, allowing her to proceed without further questions. Very well, I shall take my leave now. Li Ke nodded, turning without hesitation to exit Mount Huashan, heading towards Jingzhou and Hubei. The bulk of sanitary supplies she had previously traded with Lin Chen remained in the trading box, thus she needed to carry minimal luggage, simply taking her sword with her. Master, this disciple after Li Ke departed, Qin Jinan glanced at Jiao Nan, hesitating to speak. Having been at Jiao Nan's secluded residence for merely 2 days, he sensed something amiss. Neither master nor disciple seems quite right. Everything feels off. Jiao Nan shook her head, unsure how to explain, so she refrained from further comment. Zheng Kechuang sat nearby, gazing in the direction Li Ke had left, his spirit evidently following her. Ah, what a predicament! Observing Zheng Kechuang's expression, both Jiao Nan and Qin Jinan sighed and shook their heads in unison. Chapter 60. 2 new members joined the group September 3rd, 10 a.m. In August 2008. The remuneration for all works amounted to 426, 513, 879 yuan. This sum reflects the total earnings from the platform and other channels for Dopa. Another work, Zhetian, successfully signed a contract yesterday, but there were no earnings last month. Due to a new agreement with the author, the revenue share increased from 55 to 73. Consequently, starting this month, with the same number of subscriptions, his earnings have surged by 20. Upon viewing the figures in the author's back end, Lin Chen remained calm, his heart devoid of any tumult. Even Lin Daqiang, Chen Xiaoyan, and Lu Yulin, who were beside him, seemed indifferent. I decided to check on old Lu and the others who were engrossed in a chess game. I took Xiao Xiao with me for some leisure time and to purchase groceries. Upon returning home, I resumed my slumber. After reviewing the earnings, the 3 of them gradually departed, leaving Lin Chen alone in the house. It appeared that even his parents and Lin Lin had grown accustomed to this. Lin Chen lit a cigarette, chuckling helplessly. A few days prior, he had visited the Oriental Grand Hotel to pay a visit to his mentor, Wang Fugue, and assist his cousin, Lin Hu, in completing his resignation procedures before driving him back to their rural hometown. As in his previous life, Lin Hu's uncle helped him find a school, allowing Lin Hu to resume his studies. At that moment, 2 notifications suddenly popped up in his mind's chat group. Ding. Mooney Yancy has joined the group. Ding. Wang Defa has joined the group. New members have arrived? What could this pattern be? Lin Chen was startled, if his memory served him correctly. The last new member had joined on June 1st. He had assumed that new members would join at the beginning of each month. But July and August had passed without any newcomers. To his surprise, 2 new individuals had appeared this time. The dynamics of the chat group were entirely perplexing to him. As he opened the chat, the established members joyfully welcomed the newcomers. After a brief search, Lin Chen noted that no new features had been added to the chat group, nor had the administrator privileges changed. Su Damao, new members have arrived? Welcome. I am Su Damao, who has traversed to the Sihiyuan, Duan Lang, Mooney Yancy, and Wang Defa. We have 2 newcomers this time. I am Duan Lang, who has crossed over to Fengyun. Welcome. Changxi, I am Changxi, who has journeyed to the Hanwu era of the Ming dynasty. Welcome to both of you. Li Ke, welcome. I am Li Ke, who has traversed to the martial arts novel The Deer and the Cauldron. Seeing the 2 new members join, the 4 established members were delighted and offered their greetings. Lin Chen, welcome newcomers. I am Lin Chen, who has traversed to a parallel world and am currently the sole administrator of our group. One of the newcomers, Mooney Yancy, was likely the character from the Eagle-Shooting Heroes trilogy, the mother of the charming Yonghua. The other newcomer, Wang Defa, had a rather obscure name, and Lin Chen could not recall his identity. Mooney Yancy, a chat group for traversers of the multiverse? I understand now. This is my golden finger. Hello everyone. I am Mooney Yancy, who has crossed into eagle shooting. Since we are all traversers from Earth, I assume I need not elaborate on my identity. In my previous life, My father was fond of martial arts novels, which led him to name me Mu. Alas, I have been ridiculed for it throughout my life. After absorbing the memories of the original self, I discovered that I truly crossed into the legend of the Condor heroes, becoming the namesake Mu Nianzi. The original self is only 20 years old. The plot of eagle shooting has concluded, and she is currently living in seclusion in Jiangxi, having just given birth to Yanghua and subsequently dying from excessive blood loss. Thus, my reincarnation occurred. I was born in 92 and met my demise in a car accident in 2025, living for 33 years in my previous life. Now, I have become the 20-year-old Mu Nianzi, which, by all accounts, is quite a stroke of fortune. After a while, Mu Nianzi, one of the newcomers, finally spoke up, recounting her experiences in a rambling manner. Changxi, hello Sister Mu. Our group is dominated by males, with only 2 female members among the 5 established members. With your arrival, our female representation has finally expanded. Changxi expressed sympathy for Mu Nianzi's plight, observing a moment of silence. Li Ku, welcome Sister Mu to our little team. I was born in 01. And Chang is from 05. Both of us are post-2000s, but I did not expect you to be a 90s kid. Sister Mu, having lived to 33 years. Must have been married, right? Any children? After 2 days of travel, Li Ku had reached the vicinity of Jingzhou and was searching for the whereabouts of Tianning Temple. Upon the arrival of the new members, she paused her search, inquiring curiously about Mu Nianzi. Mu Nianzi, yes, indeed. I married at a young age of 20 and had a son and a daughter. Though life post-marriage was ordinary, it was still filled with happiness. As the new year approached, my husband drove me and the children back to my family home. But tragically, we met with a car accident on the way, and our entire family perished. I can only imagine how heartbroken my parents and in-laws must be upon hearing the news. As Mu Nianzi spoke of her past life, her eyes grew misty, tears streaming down her cheeks. Changxi, oh dear, that is truly tragic. Please do not be saddened. Being able to traverse after death is a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Li Ku, yes, we have all faced death once. Sister, please take heart. Duan Lang, the past is but a memory. We are reborn in this life. Sudama, Sister Mu, think positively, who knows? Perhaps your husband and children may have traversed as well. Lin Chen, indeed, that is a possibility. It is quite possible you may meet again in this group in the future. After listening to Mu Nianzi's tale, the group members offered their words of comfort and encouragement. Mu Nianzi, thank you all for your concern. I am not so fragile. To live once more, I am grateful. Wiping away her tears, Mu Nianzi expressed her heartfelt gratitude upon hearing the supportive words from the group members. Li Ku, oh, Sister Mu. Since you have crossed into eagle shooting, isn't there a chance you might find the treasure of the Liang Emperor? Suddenly, an idea sparked in Li Ku's mind, her eyes widening in astonishment. Lin Chen, what Li Ku said is plausible. According to the timeline, while the other 3 treasures may not exist, the treasure of the Liang Emperor certainly does. Duan Lang, the eagle shooting trilogy indeed predates Deer and Cauldron, so it is quite possible. Sudama, oh? I am so envious. You all have traversed into the world of Jinshu, effortlessly discovering great treasures. Changxi, Sister Mu, why not take a look? If you happen to find it, wouldn't you become fabulously wealthy in an instant? The other established members nodded in agreement. Mu Nianzi, what treasure of the Liang Emperor? I do not quite comprehend what you are referring to, her expression one of confusion. Li Ku, Sister Mu, it is like this. A few days ago, Lin Gu suddenly thought of the 4 great treasures. I have just arrived in Jiabling, searching for Tianning Temple and looking for the Liang Emperor's treasure. Seeing Mu Nianzi's bewildered expression, Li Ku recounted Lin Chen's earlier speculation. Mu Nianzi, I see. Lin Gu's analysis does indeed hold substantial merit. I live in Jiangxi, which is not far from Hubei Jiangling, approximately 700 kilometers away. Even if I were to seek the Liang Emperor's treasure, I fear I cannot do so in the short term. The original self has not yet completed the month of confinement, and it would be inconvenient to travel with a newborn. Besides, her martial skills are rather limited. Perhaps it would be best to wait until Yanghua grows a little older before I take him along. After all, treasures do not grow legs and run away. Lin Chen, however, I must thank Lin Gu for the information. Like Li Ku, should I find the treasure in the future, everyone shall share in the spoils. Upon hearing Li Ku's account, Mu Nianzi's eyes brightened, and her heart was suddenly stirred. Yet, considering her current situation, she had to suppress this thought and remain patient. Lin Chen agreed, but do take heed. The treasure of the Liang Emperor possesses a peculiar poison, dear Mu. Exchanging 1 piece of information for 2 treasures is indeed a lucrative trade. Wang Defa. So, everyone has traversed into a fanfiction world. Yet I seem to be the only exception? At that moment, the other newcomer could no longer remain silent. Duan Lang, Oh, finally, the newcomer has decided to show themselves. I thought you were shy. Moreover, your name is rather amusing. Sudama, brother, how can you say that? What world have you traversed into? Please elaborate. Changxi, are you implying that the other newcomer has not crossed into a fanfiction world? Liku, how curious. Muniancy, are you a newcomer who joined the group with me? Greetings. Lin Chen, by the way, you all should take a look at his profile. He has traversed into a realm of Western magic and martial prowess. Upon noticing another new group member's appearance, Lin Chen casually opened his profile. Member, Wang Defa Edward Loxley. Race, human, strength level. Primary level 2 mage. Location information. Ori Magic Continent. Serial number 90087567 of the magic and martial world. Meanwhile, prompted by Lin Chen, other group members also opened the profile of the last newcomer. Duan Lang. Goodness, I must say, I never anticipated that the magic world would have a numbering system. Damao, truly a spectacle to behold. I glanced at the information of all the members in the group, and only old Lin, Sister Chang, and the 3 newcomers' worlds had numbers. Changxi, it is still different. At least my world is a historical parallel universe, similar to fanfiction, with a discernible context, whereas the newcomer's world seems to diverge from that. Liku, a pity. Regardless of Sister Chang's historical parallel world or Brother Lin's modern parallel world, they both possess the advantage of foresight. The unfortunate newcomer must navigate the information of the world he has traversed on his own. Lin Chen, that is not entirely certain. There are at least tens of millions of online novels from my previous life, and we certainly cannot claim to have read them all. What if the newcomer has crossed into a niche online novels world? After reviewing the last newcomer's profile, the other members began to discuss in astonishment. Wang Defa, what the administrator Lin Chen said is quite reasonable. Although I have soul transcended into this world and have been living here for 8 years since birth. This world is exceedingly vast, and I cannot ascertain whether it is a fanfiction world or a strange Western magical realm. Greetings, everyone. I am Wang Defa. You may call me Old Wang. In my previous life, I lived over 40 years, achieved nothing, possessed no house, no car, no wife, and certainly no children. Passing away suddenly while working overtime on an assembly line in a factory. After traversing into the Western magic world, my full name is Wang Defa Edward Loxley, and I am currently 8 years old, having just enrolled in the Sunluo Royal Magic Academy. After the group members chattered away, Wang Defa leisurely recounted his experiences. Lin Chen, goodness, Old Wang, your age in your previous life surpasses mine. I was only 36 years old, and you were over 40. However, your current age is quite young at merely 8 years, haha. After listening to Wang Defa's self-introduction, Lin Chen was greatly surprised. Duan Lang, per Old Wang. Toiling away on the assembly line, in a dark and lifeless workshop, life and death on a shift schedule, neglecting sleep and food, yet without a word. Working overtime with no increase in pay, destined to meet the king of hell tomorrow. Sudama, therefore, I would rather starve or beg than work in a factory. That labor is simply inhumane. Liku, workers, the spirit of laborers. Workers are the underclass. Changxi, enduring hardships to serve the elite. Oh yeah? Muniancy, my husband in my previous life was a chef. We ran a small restaurant together, waking up early and returning late, slightly better than being a worker. Upon hearing Wang Defa's account of his sudden death on the factory assembly line, the group members all felt a deep resonance. Before their traversal, all members were part of the societal underclass, with only Changxi having a somewhat better background. Naturally, everyone empathized with the tribulations of laborers. Wang Defa, haha, thank you all for your consolation. I have always been open-minded and clear-sighted. To be able to live again is already a significant gain for me. Having traversed to this strange place, surrounded by Westerners with various hair colors, I have long since had my fill of it. Now, having joined this chat group family, I finally feel a sense of familiarity and warmth akin to returning home, alone in a foreign land as a stranger. I felt incredibly lonely during the 8 years after my traversal. Although I have also transformed into a Caucasian, even after 8 years, I still find it difficult to acclimate. Born in the 80s, I possess a bit of youthful rebellion, feeling out of place in this world. Now, however, I have the opportunity to join this chat group, with all members being familiar yellow-skinned people from my previous life. Instantly, a sense of belonging akin to returning home blossomed within me. How wonderful! Lin Chen, welcome back home. Old Wang, Duan Lang, Damao, Changxi, Liku, Muniancy, welcome back home, Old Wang. Upon hearing Wang Defa's heartfelt words, the others also expressed their genuine feelings. Speaking in unison, Wang Defa, thank you. Thank you so much. Today marks the happiest day in the 8 years since my traversal. Even when I discovered my legendary level magical talent 6 months ago, I was not as elated as I am today. The warm atmosphere within the chat group brought a sheen of moisture to Wang Defa's eyes as he excitedly expressed his joy. Lin Chen, legendary level magical talent. What does that mean, Old Wang? Please elaborate. Duan Lang, Old Wang, do tell. Su Damao, Changxi, Li Ku, Munianci. We are curious. Hearing Wang Defa inadvertently mention the term legendary level magical talent, everyone was greatly intrigued. Wang Defa, are you also curious? There is actually nothing special about it. It's quite similar to the settings in the old Western magical novels I read in my previous life. This world is called the Ori Magic Continent, which comprises 3 empires, over 100 kingdoms, and thousands of principalities. The kingdom I inhabit is one of those 100-plus kingdoms, called the Sinluo Kingdom. Now, let me discuss the cultivation levels. Mages are divided into 9 ranks. First-level magic apprentices, second-level primary mages, third-level intermediate mages, fourth-level advanced mages, fifth-level magic scholars, sixth-level magic tutors, seventh-level grand magic tutors, eighth-level legendary magic saints, and ninth-level magic deities. The martial arts of swordsmen are similar to magic, divided into first-level novice swordsman, second-level primary swordsman, third-level intermediate swordsman, fourth-level advanced swordsman, fifth-level grand swordsman, sixth-level sword masters, seventh-level grand sword masters, eighth-level legendary sword saints, and ninth-level sword deities. Most individuals can cultivate martial energy, as it does not require exceptionally high talent. However, that being said, commoners typically never have the opportunity to come into contact with it, as only nobles are qualified to cultivate. The requirements for magical cultivation are even higher. Only those endowed with magical talent can learn magic. Magical talent is categorized into 6 levels. 99% of the population lacks talent, and even if they obtain magical tomes, they cannot cultivate. Aside from the talentless, there are 5 levels: ordinary, excellent, extraordinary, legendary, and divine. Generally speaking, among 100 individuals, only 1 possesses ordinary magical talent, making it a rare find. Those with ordinary talent exhibit mediocre affinity for magical elements and have a very slow cultivation speed, with a lifetime cap of third-level intermediate mage. Excellent talent is already a rare find, possessing a keen perception of magical elements and a stronger affinity, allowing for faster cultivation, with a ceiling of 5th-level magic scholar. Extraordinary talent can be considered 1 in a billion. Such talent is quite scarce, and both perception and mastery of magic greatly surpass those of lower-tier talents, with virtually no bottlenecks, capped at 7th-level Grand Magic Tutor. Following is legendary talent, which is the level I possess, an occurrence seldom seen in a millennium. Characterized by nearly maximum affinity with magical elements, encountering minimal obstacles in the pursuit of magic, with an astonishing growth rate. One is guaranteed to become a 7th-level Grand Magic Tutor, with a 1 chance of breaking through to 8th-level Legendary Magic Saint, and a 0.01 chance of transcending to 9th-level Magic Deity. The divine level of magical talent is regarded as the most formidable, a rarity that appears once in a millennium. It is a legendary gift, often deemed the favored child of the deity of magic, possessing the potential to rewrite the very rules of the magical realm. The birth of each individual with divine talent has the power to alter the landscape of the magical world. With a guaranteed ascent to the rank of an 8th-tier legendary mage and a slim chance of transcending into a 9th-tier mage god. Perhaps due to my 2 lifetimes and the strength of my soul, I was identified with a legendary level of magical talent during the aptitude test 6 months ago, which even astonished the king of the Sinluo Kingdom, who promptly bestowed upon me the title of Count of the Royal Purple Flower. Thus, the esteemed Count Wang Defa Edwin Loxley now stands before you, haha. Seeing the curiosity among the group members, Wang Defa smiled gently and began to enlighten them about the general situation of the Ori Magic Continent. Chapter 62, The Ori Magic Continent, Chat Group. Duan Lang. Wow. An 8-year-old count, Old Wang is impressive. Lin Chen, a legendary talent that appears once in a millennium. This is surely the treatment of a protagonist. Damao, protagonist? That is not necessarily a good term. Protagonists often come with disasters like the Celestial Lone Star. Changxi, Li Ku, Munianci. TSK, how enviable. The information shared by the new group member Wang Defa left everyone quite astonished and intrigued. Wang Defa, haha, I wouldn't call myself a protagonist. Besides, Old Su is right. Being a protagonist isn't a positive thing, so I'd rather not be one. I just wish to cultivate quietly and strive to break through to the 7th-tier Archmage as soon as possible, as that strength would already be at the pinnacle of the Ori Magic Continent. After all, I read in the library of the Sinluo Royal Academy that it has been several hundred years since a mage saint or a mage god has made an appearance. Strangely, a 7th-tier Archmage can live for 1,000 years, an 8th-tier legendary mage saint for 5,000 years, and a 9th-tier mage god for 10,000 years. Similarly, martial energy is akin to magic. A 7th-tier sword master can live for 1,000 years, an 8th-tier legendary sword saint for 5,000 years, and a 9th-tier sword god for 10,000 years. If we consider this, with the Ori magic continent having a history of over 500,000 years, it should have produced dozens of mage gods and sword gods, as well as thousands of mage saints and sword saints, right? With so many mage saints and sword saints having existed throughout history, they surely cannot have all passed away from old age. I pondered that they must either have ascended to a higher realm or chosen to live in seclusion. Thus, my modest talent is, in the grand scheme of the magical world, hardly noteworthy. Observing the envy in the voices of the group members, Wang Defa smiled with satisfaction. However, he quickly concealed his smile, adopting a more composed demeanor. Having lived over 40 years in my previous life, I am no longer youthful and understand the importance of humility. It's fine to boast in the chat group, but in reality, one must never be arrogant. Sudama, wow. So a mage god or sword god can live for 10,000 years. That is quite impressive. Lin Chen, it seems that both magic and martial energy are formidable paths of cultivation. Changxi, forget about living for 10,000 years. Even living for 1,000 years is quite remarkable. Li Ke, the Xuanwu true skill gifted to us by Brother Duan can cultivate to the celestial realm, allowing a lifespan of 500 years. I thought that was impressive, but it seems there is something even more extraordinary. Duan Lang. TSK, listening to you, old Wang. Magic and martial energy indeed seem wondrous, with a future that surpasses that of martial arts. Muniancy. Wow. Living for 10,000 years, it's hard to imagine. After hearing Wang Defa's account, the group members expressed their admiration. Lin Chen, there are myriad paths to greatness, each leading to the same destination. Every path of cultivation has its merits, and magic is indeed one of the extraordinary paths. Thus, it appears that magic is not inferior to the path of immortality. Wang Defa, the Xuanwu true skill from the world of wind and cloud? If I remember correctly, it was a technique created by Wu Wudi, and it is indeed remarkable, driving even the Emperor Shi Tian to flee in disarray. However, both magic and martial energy have their limitations. I do not particularly favor either, but I have no choice. Magic solely cultivates spiritual power, leaving the body frail, while martial energy focuses on the physical body, neglecting spiritual power. According to the records in the library, only by reaching the 7th tier can one rectify this deficiency. I feel it pales in comparison to our Eastern cultivation system, where essence, energy, and spirit are unified, without any flaws. It is a pity that I did not transmigrate to the realm of immortality, but instead to the world of magic. The group members were filled with envy, yet Wang Defa held little interest. If given a choice, he would prefer to have traversed to the realm of immortality. Lin Chen, listen to this. What a statement. Being unaware of one's fortune while in it. Sudama, old Wang is indeed flaunting his fortune. Throw him out. Terminate him. Duan Lang. Indeed, it is quite ostentatious. Eliminate him. Changxi, Li Ke, Muniancy. Hurry up and get rid of him. It's infuriating. Upon hearing Wang Defa's words, the group members felt a twinge of irritation. Wang Defa, I was just joking. With my magical talent, as long as I don't meet an untimely end, I can at least cultivate to the 7th tier archmage. Reaching this realm would ensure a lifespan of 1,000 years. And I am quite content with that. Wang Defa laughed heartily. Duan Lang, old Wang, I am curious. Just how vast is the so-called Ori magic continent that it accommodates 3 empires, over 100 kingdoms, and thousands of principalities? For a nation to be called an empire, its territory must be at least several million square kilometers, right? If I am not mistaken, the land area of Earth is about 1.5 billion square kilometers. Lin Chen, to be precise, the total area of Earth is 51 billion square kilometers, with ocean covering 361 billion, and land accounting for 149 billion. After researching online, Lin Chen interjected to correct Duan Lang's statement. Duan Lang, well, let us just say it's 149 billion for now. I am curious. How large is the Ori magic continent? With so many empires, kingdoms, and principalities, the population must be in the hundreds of billions, right? How do they coexist peacefully? Has no great emperor, akin to Qin Shi Huang, emerged in this world to unify the nations, languages, beliefs, scripts, and measurements? Due to Lin Chen's interjection, Duan Lang paused for a moment before curiously inquiring further. Damao, Brother Lang's focus is indeed different, likening it to Qin Shi Huang. Impressive. I, however, am more intrigued by whether this magical world has those exotic races depicted in novels. Are there beautiful female elves? Cat girls? Female angels? Female demons? Mermaids? Unlike Duan Lang's focus, Sudama was interested in the various exotic races from Western magical literature. Changxi, hey, old Su, how can you say that? Isn't Lu Shaoyi enough for you? Li Ku. Sister, you might not believe this, but I am also quite curious. Mu Niancy, I truly have gained insight. The other members were equally curious about the Ori magic continent and listened intently. Sudama, nonsense. How could you not be enough? What a ridiculous statement. My curiosity is purely innocent. Don't just point fingers at me. Aren't you all curious? Wang Defa, as for the total area of the Ori magic continent, I'm not entirely sure. There were no relevant records in the library. What I do know is that it is unlike Earth, which is a planetary universe world. The Ori magic continent is a flat expanse of land, stretching endlessly without visible boundaries. The library only documented the situation of the Saluo Kingdom, with scant information on other regions, merely skimming over them. The Saluo Kingdom has a history of 8,000 years, encompassing an area of approximately 9.7 million square kilometers, with a current population of around 4.2 billion. The entire structure of the kingdom is dominated by the royal family and nobility, overseeing countless commoners and slaves. Other regions are similar. In addition to the royal family, nobility, and commoners, slaves also exist. Regarding the unification of the entire continent, I am uncertain whether the people of this world lack a consciousness of unity or if there are other reasons. In any case, I have not encountered any records of such a phenomenon. For countless millennia, the social hierarchy of the world has become firmly entrenched. If one were to unify the continent, it would inevitably infringe upon the interests of other nations' royal families and aristocrats, who would never consent to such a notion. Unless one possesses the power of a divine mage or a sword deity, or even strength surpassing that of the gods, such ambitions are merely fanciful. As for the races mentioned by Old Sioux, elves, beastkin, dwarves, and dragons, there are scant records in the library. It is said they dwell in the beast forest on the other side of the continent, several million miles from the kingdom of Saluo. I have heard that some high-ranking nobles keep alien slaves, yet in my lifetime, I have never encountered any beings beyond the human race. In response to the curiosity and inquiries of the group members, Wang Defa patiently addressed each question. In the chat group, Lin Chen remarked, "A kingdom spans nearly 10 million square kilometers with a population exceeding 400 million, which seems quite reminiscent of modern China on Earth." Duan Lang then posed an intriguing question. What is the area and population of the empire? Why have over 100 kingdoms failed to coalesce into an empire? Is it a matter of population, land area, or perhaps the number of powerful individuals? Sudama interjected, "This situation resembles that of Europe, where no Qin Shi Huang has emerged, resulting in an inability to unify for thousands of years." Changxi suggested, "I believe it relates to the number of strong individuals. As this is a world of the extraordinary, land area and population may not be paramount." Li Ke concurred. It is possible that a certain number of individuals of a specific rank are required for a kingdom to elevate to an empire. The members of the group engaged in lively discussion regarding Wang Defa's assertions. Wang Defa admitted, "I am uncertain. My youth and weakness limit my understanding of this world. Perhaps when I reach the rank of a 7th-tier mage, I will be worthy of grasping the truths of this realm." Observing the speculations of his peers, Wang Defa shook his head. Mu Niancy suddenly announced, "Little Yonghua has awakened and is crying. I must attend to him. Farewell." Although she too was intrigued by the secrets of the magical world, her responsibilities as a caregiver compelled her to log off and return to reality. Duan Lang lamented, "Alone with a child, life is indeed hard." He contemplated his own opportunity as he sent a message to Mu Niancy. "I have sent you something. Please accept." Wang Defa, reflecting on his transition to the magical world, realized Duan Lang's opportunity had arrived. After a moment's contemplation, he activated the trading function, selecting Mu Niancy as his trading partner. He placed a blood bodhi and his memories of cultivating the Xuanwu true art into the trade box. Lin Chen interjected, "Yang Kong truly deserves death. He is unworthy of a fine lady like Mu Niancy." All of this is due to Qiu Chuji. Had he not passed through Nojia village, many subsequent events would not have unfolded. If Qiu Chuji had not traversed Nojia village, the secret pursuers would not have perished at the hands of Guo Xiaodian and Yang Tiexin. Consequently, the Guo and Yang families would not have faced the repercussions. And Wan Yin Honglai would not have encountered Bao Shirua, who he longed for. Had the Guo and Yang families been spared, Li Ping would not have wandered the desert. And Guo Jing and Yang Kong would have been born safely in Nojia village. Thus, Yang Kong would not have met Mu Niancy, and she would not have given birth to Yang Guo alone. Therefore, this misfortune should be borne by Qiu Chuji. Understanding Duan Lang's words, Lin Chen swiftly grasped his intentions. Duan Lang's martial prowess in the world of Fengdun had reached its zenith, and he could make no further progress. With the arrival of a new member from the magical world, his chance had come. This opportunity also presented itself to the other group members. Mu Niancy, taken aback, inquired, "Blood Bodhi? Xuanwu true art?" Duan Lang, such a grand gift upon our first meeting. Do you harbor ulterior motives? Let us speak plainly. I have already pledged myself to Yang Kong and am no longer an innocent maiden, so do not entertain any notions. As she fed Yanghua, an unexpected trading box appeared before her, and upon seeing its contents, her surprise was evident. Having lived over 30 years in her past life and been married for more than a decade, she was no longer shy, fully aware of men's subtle intentions. Duan Lang coughed. Munianzi, you are mistaken. I harbor no such thoughts towards you. I merely noticed your earlier admission of lacking martial prowess and self-defense capabilities. Hence I offered you a blood bodhi and the Xuanwu true art. The other senior members confirmed his words, stating, if you doubt it, simply ask the others. He continued. Moreover, as the supreme ruler of the Fengmen world, I am surrounded by countless women. What need have I for more? Amused by Munianzi's straightforward rejection, Duan Lang felt both exasperated and amused, attempting to clarify. Sudama chimed in. Haha, this is quite humorous. Lang Gu has been misunderstood. However, he is correct. All of us senior members have received Duan Lang's kindness and support. Each member attested to Duan Lang's generosity, reinforcing his reputation. Munianzi, albeit perplexed and uncertain of Duan Lang's motivations, ultimately decided not to refuse a gift. After expressing her gratitude, she accepted the trade. Receiving a blood bodhi and the Xuanwu true art, Wang Defa remarked, Old Duan, you are truly benevolent. I have an inkling of your intentions. Shall I voice them? Observing their exchange, Wang Defa's eyes brightened as he formed a hypothesis. Duan Lang replied, No need for that. Our mutual understanding suffices. I am curious about your thoughts. Could you assist me? Both were astute individuals, comprehending each other's intentions. Wang Defa responded, I have no objections. Acquiring the secrets of magic is not difficult. However, possessing the talent for magic is crucial. Without it, all is in vain. Should you wish to pursue combat techniques instead, I can assist you with that as well. I trust you understand my meaning. Duan Lang recognized Wang Defa's insight, realizing his assumptions were accurate. In his previous life, he had seen dramas and comics related to Feng Yun and possessed a certain understanding, although he was unaware of which version Duan Lang had traversed. He surmised that the power hierarchy was not particularly high. Otherwise, Duan Lang would not expend effort aiding all group members, scattering blood bodhi and martial arts manuals generously. What he sought was merely a cultivation technique surpassing those of the Fengyun world. In the chat group, Su Damao questioned, What is this riddle you are speaking in? I cannot comprehend. Changxi added, Why have we suddenly shifted to discussing the transition to magic? Li Ku echoed the sentiment. How curious that Duan Lang wishes to pursue magic. As Duan Lang and Wang Defa conversed like they were exchanging cryptic messages, the others were left baffled. Lin Chen's eyes gleamed with intrigue. It seemed that the newcomer, Wang Defa, was rather agreeable. He chose to remain silent, observing the unfolding events like a silent spectator. Munianzi remarked, I believe I understand Brother Duan's intentions. After feeding little Yanghua, the little fellow has fallen asleep again, she said with a gentle smile. Having run a small restaurant with her husband in her past life, she had encountered a myriad of personalities and possessed a keen understanding of human nature. When Duan Lang gifted her the blood bodhi and martial arts skills previously, she had not considered this aspect. However, after reflecting on the conversations between Duan Lang and Wang Defa, she quickly deduced Duan Lang's motives. Yet, how did this concern her? Having received Duan Lang's favor, she would not foolishly expose him. As for the others, it remained to be seen if they could discern the truth. With that thought, Munianzi placed the well-fed Yanghua onto the bed. Subsequently, she swallowed the blood bodhi and began to cultivate the Xuanwu true skill. In no time, her cultivation was successful, and the thin inner strength within her became rich and potent. With an additional 30 years of internal energy, she successfully opened the 12 meridians and a unique channel in the realm of the legend of the Condor heroes. Such prowess was already sufficient to be considered a top-tier master, on par with established experts like Qiu Chuji, only slightly inferior to the absolute masters like the Five Absolutes. Duan Lang said, Munianzi, it is enough for you to know, no need to voice it. He turned to Wang Defa, Old Wang. How shall I test my magical aptitude? I humbly request your assistance. I, Duan Lang, will surely repay you generously in the future. Ignoring the confusion of the other group members and halting Munianzi's further words, Duan Lang earnestly appealed to Wang Defa. For the sake of his future, he did not mind lowering himself to seek help. Wang Defa replied, helping you is a minor affair. Testing magical aptitude is quite simple. There exists a specialized magical detection crystal ball, which can be purchased for merely 10 gold coins. 10 gold coins were nothing to him, after all. He hailed from the illustrious Loxley family, known for their wealth. Having been granted the title of Earl by the king, he possessed a noble territory of considerable size, akin to a city from his past life, and received taxes exceeding 100,000 gold coins monthly. sums he could hardly spend. However, he continued, I must clarify that aptitude is innate and cannot be altered afterward. If no magical talent is detected, do not blame me for not assisting you. Moreover, he mused, it was only fair that he not assist Duan Lang without recompense. Shall we trade? I shall provide you the crystal ball, and in return, you can offer me your martial arts manuals. Duan Lang understood Wang Defa's implication. If I lack talent, it is merely my misfortune, and I cannot hold others accountable. As for the martial arts manuals, that is trivial. I can also offer you 3 blood bodhi, which can enhance internal energy by over 50 years. I am also curious whether martial arts and magic can be cultivated simultaneously. The exchange was straightforward, and Duan Lang readily agreed. Very well. I shall procure a magical detection crystal ball for you, in exchange for the martial arts manuals and blood bodhi. Wang Defa expressed his own curiosity regarding the simultaneous cultivation of martial arts and magic. Wait, why can't we trade? Wang Defa suddenly paused, attempting to initiate the trading function but found it inaccessible. Lin Chen interjected, currently, the chat group can only conduct 1 trade per day. Since you and Mooney Yancy just completed a trade, the opportunity will refresh tomorrow. Duan Lang affirmed, Lin is correct. We can only trade once a day. Wang Defa sighed. This chat group's functions are rather frustrating. Duan Lang reassured him, no matter, we can trade tomorrow. A day's delay is inconsequential. Wang Defa agreed, tomorrow works. I am still young and not in a rush. After settling the trading time, both felt relieved. Sudama chimed in, Brother Lang, I consider you a comrade. Yet you keep secrets from me. Are we still brothers? Will you not explain? Changxi added, indeed, I've been watching for some time. While I know you both are preparing for a trade, I still don't grasp the full situation. Li Ku remarked, I don't understand either. Once their discussion concluded, Sudama and the others spoke up. Mooney Yancy interjected, I consumed the blood bodhi given by Brother Duan and transitioned to the Xuan Wuchu skill, transforming into a top-tier master of the martial world. I am immensely grateful to Brother Duan for saving me 30 years of arduous cultivation. It must be said, Duan Lang was indeed generous, providing each person with a blood bodhi and even gifting martial arts manuals. His casual kindness had significantly aided Mooney Yancy, and she felt indebted. Duan Lang replied, it was nothing. No need for thanks. And you 3, he continued, after observing for so long, you still do not comprehend? I find your intelligence quite alarming. Perhaps it would be better for you to ponder it yourselves. Articulating it might not sound pleasant. Sudama retorted. I consulted my father and finally grasped it. Brother Lang, should I reveal it? After much contemplation, Sudama had sought advice from Su Fugue, who had patiently explained it to him. He finally understood that Duan Lang's relentless assistance to the group members was not purely altruistic. He harbored ulterior motives. Changxi stated, I too consulted the old steward in the manor and have finally grasped it. Like Su Damao, Changxi had sought guidance and ultimately comprehended the situation. Li Ku remarked, I had no one to consult, but it matters not. She shared some exciting news. I have finally located the Tianning Temple and the treasure of Emperor Liang. Upon estimation, the treasure includes several tons of gold, dozens of tons of silver, and countless precious gems. As the group engaged in lively conversation, Li Ku entered the Tianning Temple, swiftly incapacitating all the monks within. She then began her search and soon discovered the legendary treasure of Emperor Liang hidden in the main hall. The treasure exceeded her wildest imagination, as the entire statue was crafted from pure gold, revealing a secret chamber beneath filled with unimaginable wealth, rivaling that of entire nations. Chapter 65, 10 million tales of silver in the world of Deer and Cauldron. After departing from Mount Hua, Li Ku traveled for several days and finally reached Jingzhou in Hubei. Jingzhou, historically known as Jiangling, is situated in the central southern part of Hubei, along the Yangtze River, and is renowned for its rich resources. After inquiring with the locals, Li Ku discovered the Tianning Temple located 30 miles outside the city. From a distance, the ancient temple exuded an aura of antiquity, simplicity, yet profound significance. The number of worshippers was sparse, indicating a decline in its fortunes. Notably, it is worth mentioning that the Tianning Temple does not exist in reality. It is a fictional creation within martial arts novels. Li Ku disguised herself as a worshipper and followed the guidance of the welcoming monk into the main hall to offer incense and pray. After lighting an incense stick for the Buddha statue, she tossed a piece of silver into the merit box. Glancing around, she noticed only 2 young monks present. Employing her lightness skill, she swiftly incapacitated the 2 young monks. Then, she leapt before the Buddha statue, brandishing her sword to slice off a corner of the statue's foot. To her astonishment, the originally clay and wooden statue revealed a dazzling golden hue. Wow! Li Ku gasped, quickly turning her head. Seeing no one nearby, she felt relieved. She hurriedly replaced the chipped piece to avoid detection. Afterward, she explored the temple, noting that all 100 monks present were ordinary individuals with no martial skills. Feeling reassured, she swiftly navigated the temple, ensuring all monks were incapacitated. With her current strength, those subdued by her could remain unconscious for at least 6 hours. At this moment, it was approximately 4 p.m., with just 8 hours remaining until dawn. With my skills, I could maintain my hold on the acupoint for 6 hours, equivalent to 12 hours, which was ample time. Glancing outside at the sky, Li Ku estimated the time. Once tomorrow arrived, the trading opportunities in the chat group would refresh, allowing her to retrieve the entirety of the Liang Emperor's treasure. However, she thought, I must search more thoroughly. What if I overlooked something? With this concern in mind, Li Ku meticulously checked once more. Discovering that all the monks in the temple were immobilized, she finally felt reassured. Returning to the temple's main hall, Li Ku exerted tremendous effort to push aside a pure gold Buddha statue. Although this seemingly ordinary clay sculpture was crafted from solid gold and weighed several tons, her acquisition of the blood Bodhi from Duan Lang had endowed her with substantial inner strength, just enough to move the statue. Otherwise, she feared she would have entered a treasure trove only to leave empty-handed. After moving the statue, a dark opening was revealed, emanating a musty odor that was quite overpowering. Li Ku waited patiently until the smell dissipated before she brandished a torch and leaped into the hole. Holding her breath, she glanced around and was nearly blinded by the sight within. Below lay a spacious secret chamber, approximately 100 cubic meters in size, filled to the brim with various gold, silver, and jewels. After a rough count, Li Ku felt dizzy, overwhelmed by the mountain of treasures. Suddenly realizing the air was toxic, she muttered a silent curse and hastily exited the hole, distancing herself from the main hall. Despite her caution, she narrowly avoided succumbing to the peculiar toxins lingering amidst the gold and silver. Quickly, Li Ku sat down, channeling her inner strength to expel the toxins she had inhaled. She thought to herself, I almost perished in this dilapidated temple, but thankfully, my vigilance spared me from being dazzled by the heaps of gold and silver. After a quarter of an hour of cultivation, she successfully expelled all the toxins and stood up, her face pale with fear. First, I should inform the chat group and share this joyous news. Subsequently, Li Ku opened the chat group and relayed the good news about the treasure she had discovered. The moment her words fell, the group erupted in excitement. Duan Lang exclaimed, Goodness, several tons of gold, tens of tons of silver, and a dozen tons of precious gems? The annual tax revenue of our great Qian kingdom, when converted into silver, is just over 40 million taels. Given that 1 tael of gold equals 10 taels of silver, and 1 ton of gold amounts to 200,000 taels of silver, your few tons of gold must be worth over 1 million taels of silver. Coupled with the tens of tons of silver, it must total between 5 to 6 million taels. The additional dozen tons of precious gems could easily be worth several million taels. In total, the Liang Emperor's treasure must be worth at least 10 million taels, equivalent to a quarter of our great Qian's treasury tax revenue. Duan Lang pondered, astonished by the calculations. Damao remarked, 10 million taels of silver is simply unimaginable. Changxi added, Is it really only 10 million taels? It doesn't seem like much. During the late Ming period, Li Zicheng extorted over 60 million taels from the capital. Wang Defa interjected, That cannot be compared. During the Ming and Qing dynasties, silver influxes from overseas caused rapid devaluation. The purchasing power of the same tael of silver varies significantly across different periods. Duan Lang concurred, Old Wang is correct. Ancient silver cannot be assessed purely by quantity. Its purchasing power must be considered. Mu Nianzi stated, Regardless, 10 million taels of silver is still a substantial fortune. The group buzzed with discussion, astonished by the incredible wealth within the Liang Emperor's treasure. Lin Chen remarked, speaking of the purchasing power of silver, I searched online for historical data across the various dynasties of Huaxia to share with everyone. The online data was somewhat lacking in detail. I only found figures from 4 representative dynasties, Tang, Song, Ming, and Qing. During the Tang dynasty, in the Jingguan period under Emperor Taizong, a dough of rice sold for 5 won, and 1 tael of silver could buy 1,000 won, equating to 200 dough of rice. A shur in the Tang dynasty was approximately 59 kilograms, with 10 dough constituting 1 shur. Thus, 1 tael of silver could purchase 20 shur of rice, or about 180 kilograms. Based on modern prices of 2 jin per kilogram, 1 tael of silver from the Tang Taizong era is equivalent to approximately 720 yuan today. In the Qiwan period under Emperor Xuanzong, rice prices increased to 10 won per dough, allowing 1 tael of silver to buy 10 shur, or 590 kilograms. Thus, 1 tael of silver during the Tang Xuanzong era is equivalent to around 360 yuan today. The currency during the Song dynasty was rather chaotic, with rice prices during the peaceful periods fluctuating between 300 to 500 won per shur, enabling 1 tael of silver to buy 48 shur of rice. One share during the Song dynasty was approximately 66 kilograms. Using modern prices of 2 yuan per jin, one tael of silver from the Song dynasty equates to about 10,562 to 11,112 yuan today. During the Ming dynasty, in the Wanli era, one tael of silver could purchase 2 share of rice, with one share being approximately 944 kilograms. Again, based on modern prices of 2 yuan per jin, one tael of silver from the Ming dynasty is equivalent to around 7,555 yuan today. In the Qing dynasty, taking data from the Qianlong era in southern Jiangxi and Huguang, one share of rice was valued at 152 taels of silver, with one share approximately 145 jin. Using the same modern price of 2 yuan per jin, one tael of silver from the Qing dynasty equates to about 1,451 to 1,933 yuan today. In summary, the purchasing power of 10 million taels of silver varies greatly across different periods. During the Tang-Taizong era, it had a purchasing power equivalent to 472 billion yuan. In the Tang Xuanzong era, it was 236 billion yuan. During the Song dynasty, it was valued at 10,562 to 11,112 billion yuan. In the Ming Wanli era, it was 755 billion yuan. And in the Qing Qianlong era, it was worth 145 billion yuan. Of course, this information was sourced online and its reliability may be debatable, merely serving as a reference. After conducting his online research, Lin Chen shared the data with the group. Chapter 66. The difference between gold coins and gold in the chat group. Su Damao exclaimed, "Goodness! I never realized the purchasing power of one tael of silver could vary so drastically across different periods. One tael of silver during the Tang Taizong period was worth 4,720 yuan, while in the Xuanzong era it was only worth a little over 2,000, and it dropped to just over 1,000 in the Song dynasty. Merely 700 in the Ming, and a little over 100 in the Qing. The rapid devaluation of silver is astonishing." After reviewing Lin Chen's data, Su Dama was genuinely taken aback. Duan Lang remarked, "Thus, the treasure Li Ku discovered is valued at around 1.5 billion. While if Mu Nianzi were to find the Liang Emperor's treasure, its worth could exceed 10 billion. Quite astonishing how the same treasure can differ in value by nearly a factor of 10. Li Ku lived during the Kangxi era of the Qing dynasty, whereas Mu Nianzi lived in the southern Song dynasty. A gap of over 400 years reveals such a significant disparity." Wang Defa interjected, "You members who traversed into the world of martial arts are indeed fortunate, effortlessly acquiring great wealth. I, however, find myself in a magical realm, where only my talent and hard work barely earn me the rank of count. The disparities among people are truly exasperating." Upon hearing his words, all group members were left bewildered. Lin Chen quipped, "He certainly deserves a good thrashing. We should pay him a visit." Duan Lang enthusiastically supported, "I wholeheartedly agree." Su Damao, Changxi, Li Ku, and Mu Nianzi chimed in, "Count us in." Who would have thought that Wang Defa, with his prominent brows and large eyes, was such a pretentious character? Wang Defa laughed, "I was just joking. To be honest, ever since joining this chat group, I feel like I've come home. The camaraderie is delightful, and everyone here is exceptionally talented. I absolutely adore this place." Realizing he had ruffled some feathers, Wang Defa offered a sheepish smile. Li Ku expressed her gratitude to Lin Chen, saying, "Thanks to you, I now have a clearer understanding of the treasure's value. Even if it's merely worth around 1.5 billion, that's more than enough for me. It would last a lifetime." After some light-hearted banter, Li Ku sincerely thanked Lin Chen, demonstrating her optimistic outlook. After all, even 1,000,000 taels of silver is a fortune that she could never hope to amass in her lifetime. Changxi remarked with a half-smile, "Sister Ku, can't you spend it all? Just look at me, your impoverished sister. I could help you spend it." Hearing this, Mu Nianzi pondered, "Originally, I planned to wait until little Yang grew a bit older before seeking treasure in Jiangling. However, with the blood bodhi and martial arts gifted by Brother Duan, my strength has significantly increased, so I could very well set off now. Allow me to pack my belongings, and I shall embark on this treasure hunt in Jiangling with little Yang." The prospect of such immense wealth instantly stirred Mu Nianzi's heart. Li Ku interjected, "Sister Mu, are you also preparing to depart? Please take care on your journey." Changxi retorted, "Sister, you govern a vast duke's mansion and are about to become a consort, while lament about being poor." To which she replied, "Even the landlord's family has no surplus grain. Sister Ku has transformed into a wealthy lady. If only a little would trickle through her fingers, I could become rich." Li Ku responded, "You should limit your poverty to Zhu Yuanzhang or Zhu Biao. Complaining to me is futile." Changxi huffed, "How could you turn a blind eye so quickly, sister, when we were once such good friends?" Li Ku replied, "We are merely sisters. Where is the silver in that?" Mu Nianzi chuckled, "Haha, nothing is greater than money. even one's parents pale in comparison, observing their playful bickering. The other members of the group remained silent. Lin Chen inquired, Sister Ke, when you found the treasure, was there no poison inside? Recalling the accounts from novels. He asked curiously. Yes, indeed. Shortly after entering, I felt dizzy. Had I not fled quickly, I might have succumbed to poison. Thankfully, I managed to escape just in time and expelled the toxins from my body through internal cultivation, thus avoiding disaster. Speaking of this, she added, tomorrow morning, I will need to utilize the trading function to extract this astonishing wealth. Brother Duan, as we previously agreed, I will entrust the treasure to you to help me eliminate the peculiar poison. Lin Chen nodded, cautioning Mu Nianzi, Sister Mu, should you find the treasure, do take care. Li Ku expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Brother Lin. Mu Nianzi echoed, yes, thank you, Brother Lin. Both women, heeding the advice, nodded in acknowledgement. Duan Lang agreed. Clearing the poison from the treasure? Very well, just send it to me tomorrow, and I will handle it. Reflecting on their previous discussions, he consented. Wang Defa interjected. May I ask, old Duan, how do you plan to eliminate the toxins? Do you require my assistance? Our Roxley family excels in fire magic. With my current strength, I can conjure flames reaching 3,000 degrees. No poison could withstand that. Hearing their exchange, Wang Defa volunteered. 3,000 degrees? Su Damao exclaimed in disbelief. If it touches even a spark, wouldn't it turn to ashes? Lin Chen remarked, that's frightening. The sun's surface temperature is only around 5,000 degrees. Changxi aghast, how terrifying. Mu Nianzi added, indeed, it is quite alarming. The others were awed by the potency of Wang Defa's magic. Realizing that even iron could not endure such extreme heat, Duan Lang replied, I have no objections. Old Wang, your willingness to assist is most welcome. Li Ku concurred. That works for me. I have no objections, so I shall rely on you, Brother Wang. I previously promised everyone that upon discovering the treasure, all members of the group would share in the spoils. If you help clear the toxins, I shall reward you with an additional portion. Wang Defa shrugged. It's no trouble at all. I don't require your gold or silver. The coins of the magical world are not mere ordinary gold. They are special creations infused with magical elements. To me, common gold is no different from weeds by the roadside. Sudamo exclaimed, what is this? I had no idea such a distinction existed. I've gained new knowledge. The group collectively acknowledged this newfound understanding, marveling at the uniqueness of the magical world, where even currency differed fundamentally from that of other realms. As time passed, days flew by. September 3rd, 2008, marked the day Mu Nianzi and Wang Defa joined the group. Early on September 4th, the trading opportunities refreshed, and Li Ku swiftly retrieved the entire Liang Emperor's treasure, trading it with Wang Defa. Despite being merely 8 years old and a second-tier novice mage, Wang Defa possessed remarkable magical talent. With his legendary level aptitude in 6 magical attributes, he had mastered the fundamentals of all 6. His family's expertise in fire magic allowed him to delve even deeper into that realm. Upon receiving the Liang Emperor's treasure from Li Ku, he cast several fireball spells, the most basic of fire magic, capable of inflicting burns at temperatures of 3,000 degrees. In an instant, this extreme heat melted all the gold and silver into liquid form, simultaneously purging the toxic residues. After halting his spell, he allowed the molten metal to cool before shaping it into bricks of gold and silver. Precious gems could not be subjected to fire magic, lest they be incinerated. In addition to fire magic, Wang Defa was also proficient in the other 5 magical elements, though not to the same extent. For the remaining pearls and gems, he employed a basic poison magic called Poison Fog, which released a cloud of toxic mist, serving as both a ranged attack and a disruptive spell. It was a simple matter to expel the toxins from the jewels. In no time, all traces of poison were eradicated. On September 5th, Wang Defa returned the rejuvenated treasure to Li Ku. Upon reclaiming it, Li Ku promptly applied for a new quest, using it as an opportunity to distribute benefits to all group members. After explaining her intentions, Lin Chen readily agreed to her request. The members accepted the quest, traversing to the Deer Ding world, each receiving their rewards. Generously, Li Ku distributed a gold brick weighing 100 kilograms to each member. On September 6th, Wang Defa traded with Duan Lang, exchanging a magical detection crystal ball for 3 blood bodhi and the Xuan Wutru skill. Upon acquiring the blood bodhi and Xuan Wutru skill, he immediately attempted to combine magic with martial arts. Like the other members, he successfully unblocked all 12 meridians and 6 extraordinary veins, achieving an internal energy level equivalent to over 50 years of cultivation. Setting aside his internal energy, his physical strength surpassed that of an ordinary human at peak condition. With over 52 years of internal energy, he had not yet reached the innate realm of martial arts, akin to a first-tier apprentice swordsman. Innate martial artists can convert their internal energy into true chi for attacking foes, while second-tier apprentice swordsmen do the same with their fighting spirit, forming techniques like fighting spirit slashes or punches, and can even create protective shields. In this regard, first-tier fighting spirit aligns with the acquired realm of martial arts, while second-tier apprentice swordsmen correspond to the innate realm. His body had finally grown strong. He was no longer a frail mage. The method of combining magic and martial arts proved indeed viable. After assimilating the effects of the blood bodhi, Wang Defa quietly reflected and quickly reached this conclusion. Meanwhile, following the transaction, Duan Lang received a crystal ball the size of a fist. According to Wang Defa's instructions, he placed his hand on the crystal ball, his heart racing in anticipation as he awaited the results of its detection. Before long, the transparent crystal orb began to radiate light, a brilliant crimson glow shooting skyward. Dazzling and resplendent. The fiery hue indicated my innate talent for fire magic. The height of the crimson light, reaching 80 centimeters above the crystal orb, suggested that my aptitude had attained a legendary level. Observing the color and height of the light emitted by the orb, Duan Lang silently calculated and was instantly filled with overwhelming joy. According to Wang Defa, the crystal orb is used to detect magical talents, with the color of the light determining the attribute of the magic and the height indicating the level of talent. Red signifies fire, blue denotes water, yellow represents earth, and so forth. If the orb does not shine, it indicates a lack of magical talent. A faint glow suggests an ordinary level of talent. A light reaching 10 centimeters signifies an excellent talent. 50 centimeters indicates an outstanding talent. 80 centimeters denotes a legendary talent. And a height exceeding 1 meter represents a divine talent. Naturally, each individual possesses more than one elemental attribute, while Wang Defa has 6 elements. Duan Lang only possesses a singular talent in fire. A legendary fire magic talent is commendable, albeit I do not expect to attain a divine talent. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lang suppressed his smile, forcing himself to calm down. In the next moment, he focused his thoughts and opened the chat group. Duan Lang. Upon acquiring the crystal orb, I immediately tested my magical talent. Thankfully, I possess a legendary fire magic talent, which does not bring shame to my fellow transmigrators. Wang Defa, old Wang. Now that I've identified my talent, what should I do next? Lin Chen, old Lin, would you like to test your talent as well? Having discovered my magical aptitude, the next step is to commence formal magical training. Thus, Duan Lang eagerly sought out Wang Defa, while also inquiring about Lin Chen. Lin Chen, a legendary fire talent? Impressive, old Duan. You've brought glory to our Earth compatriots. Duan Lang, please trade the crystal orb to me tomorrow. I would like to give it a try. In recent days, Lin Chen diligently worked on his writing, occasionally engaging with group members or spending time with his parents, daughter, and girlfriend. He would sometimes drive to desolate outskirts at dusk to practice martial techniques. Sudama, wow, Brother Lang's talent, is that remarkable? Is it true? I find it hard to believe. Could this be an invisible benefit for us transmigrators, that whether in martial arts or magic, we possess extraordinary talents? Like Lin Chen. Sudama also endeavored to write, or copy, every day, unwilling to slack. Changxi, when it seems least likely, it becomes highly probable. Li Ku, speaking of which. Magic is far more impressive than martial arts. A single spell can shatter the heavens and earth, simply magnificent. Mooney Ansi, regardless of the method employed. As long as it can eliminate enemies, it is a good method. The other group members engaged in lively discussions. Wang Defa, old Duan, you also possess a legendary talent? When did legendary talents become so commonplace? However, this is a good thing. It seems my previous speculation was indeed correct. Transmigrators, having lived 2 lives, possess stronger souls and superior talents. Once the trading function in the chat group refreshes, I will provide you with the magical tome and fire magic spells. Wang Defa was initially taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. But he quickly regained composure and responded with enthusiasm. Chapter 68, All Attribute Magical Talent on Earth. Is it possible to detect magical talent merely by placing one's hand upon it? Gazing at the crystal orb on his desk, Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Upon receiving Wang Defa's magical tome and fire magic spells, his good friend Duan Lang promptly delivered the magical detection crystal orb into Lin Chen's hands. I must see if transmigrators truly possess invisible benefits. Casting a glance back, he noted the door was firmly shut. Lin Chen hurriedly drew the curtains to avoid being seen. With eager anticipation, he extended his right hand and gently placed it upon the transparent crystal orb. Buzz. In the next instant, the crystal orb erupted with a dazzling light, shooting upward directly toward the ceiling. The color of the light was black? Could it be that my magical talent is of the dark attribute? The light reached a height of 90 centimeters, indicating a legendary level of magical talent. Observing the color and height of the light, Lin Chen furrowed his brow. Legendary level was expected, as everyone said there are invisible benefits for transmigrators. However, the magical attribute being dark was rather disappointing. According to Wang Defa, there are 14 common magical attributes. The 8 fundamental magics: water, fire, earth, wood, wind, lightning, ice, and poison, opposing light and dark, and 4 special magics: time, space, spirit, and summoning. Additionally, there are other special magics, such as dragon language magic, elven magic, holy magic, and curse magic. Lin Chen never anticipated that he would possess a dark magic talent. Of all the 14 common attributes, why did it have to be dark? Wait, something feels off. The color of this light seems peculiar. Although it is black, it is not an ordinary black. It is a vibrant and colorful black, reminiscent of what the ancients referred to as mysterious black. Upon careful examination, Lin Chen's furrowed brow soon relaxed. This color does not resemble dark. What exactly is it? Perhaps I should consult Old Wang. After pondering for a moment, Lin Chen opened the chat group. Lin Chen, Wang Defa, Old Wang. I tested my magical talent immediately after acquiring Duan's crystal orb. The height is 90 centimeters, confirming it as a legendary level talent, but the color seems a bit off. Initially, I thought it was the black light of the dark attribute, but upon closer inspection, I found it is not pure black, but a vibrant, colorful, mysterious black. This phenomenon is somewhat perplexing. I seek your guidance, esteemed expert, on what attribute my talent actually possesses. After tagging Wang Defa, Lin Chen recounted the issues he encountered. Humbly seeking his counsel. Duan Lang, a vibrant and colorful mysterious black? Is there such an attribute talent? Sudama, haha. I feel like old Lin is subtly mocking my brother Kuan, but I have no evidence. Changxi, yeah. Is it truly possible for magical talent attributes to be so extraordinary? Even possessing vibrant mystery? Liku, wow, I truly have gained insight. Before Wang Defa could respond, Lin Chen's mention of vibrant mysterious black had the group members in fits of laughter. Wang Defa, Lin Chen, vibrant mysterious black? Are you certain you're not joking with me? In a short while attending class at the Royal Magic Academy, Wang Defa saw the message and felt a jolt of disbelief. A tempest of emotions surged within him, refusing to settle. Lin Chen, I am 100% certain. I am not joking. What is the matter, old Wang? Is there something wrong with this color? Noting Wang Defa's serious tone, Lin Chen also restrained his amusement and responded earnestly. Other group members seemed to sense the gravity of the atmosphere and fell silent. Wang Defa, wrong? What could possibly be wrong? It is profoundly wrong. Ancient texts in the library record that mysterious black signifies an all-attribute talent, which has been seen in the Ori magic continent for over 1,000 years. Old Lin, do you know how I feel right now? I am consumed with envy and jealousy, my eyes nearly turning red. Damn it. I am so envious I could split open right here. When I tested my magical talent, I only had a 6-element talent, far inferior to an all-attribute talent. Why do you, old Lin, possess an all-attribute talent? Is there any justice in this world? Lin Chen, feeling quite anxious after expressing himself, awaited Wang Defa's response as if awaiting the judgment of fate. To his surprise, the subsequent words from Wang Defa were filled with sour envy. But an all-attribute talent, encompassing all 14 common magical attributes? Lin Chen was left utterly bewildered. Duan Lang, no way, old Wang, you must be joking. Is Lin's magical talent truly all-attribute? Sudama, all-attribute? For some reason, tears of envy are streaming from the corners of my mouth. Changxi, may I inquire, is having all attributes truly formidable? Liku, I suspect Lin is the illegitimate child of the heavens. Muniancy, does that mean the more innate attributes one possesses, the more powerful they are? As soon as Wang Defa finished speaking, the group erupted in excitement. Lin Chen, I'm not sure. Does the colorful deep black signify all attributes? What makes it special? Seeing Wang Defa so agitated and flustered left Lin Chen utterly perplexed. Isn't it better for magical attributes to be fewer in number? Much like spiritual roots in the cultivation world, a singular root is superior, while multiple roots are deemed inferior. Wang Defa, do not envy or resent. Allow me to enlighten you novice mages. To state it plainly, having more magical attributes is undoubtedly better, there is no question about it. Why do I say this? Let me provide a simple analogy. If you possess only a single fire attribute and encounter a water mage, you are doomed. Water extinguishes fire. I need not elaborate further. Your power would be diminished by at least half. The same applies to the interactions between fire and wood, thunder and wood, earth and water, light and darkness, etc. They counter each other. However, with a greater number of magical attributes, one need not fear being countered. This is but one reason, there is another. Even more significant reason, the 4 special attributes: time, space, spirit, and summoning. These 4 attributes are not only exceptional but also incredibly rare. Even more so than divine-level magical talents. Time reigns supreme, and space holds dominion. I need not elaborate on the prowess of these 2 attributes. You must have encountered this phrase in cultivation novels, and the same principle applies in the realm of magic. A third reason is that as long as a mage with all attributes does not falter midway, they are guaranteed to become a 9th-tier archmage in the future. In summary, having all attributes is the most remarkable talent in the magical world. Wang Defa took a deep breath to calm his tumultuous emotions and continued to educate the group on the magnificence of all attribute talents. Chapter 69. Can we cross dimensions together? This vibrant deep black is not a dark attribute but rather an astounding all-attribute talent. After reading Wang Defa's explanation, Lin Chen finally comprehended. His magical talent is, in fact, among the most elite in the magical world. As long as he does not fall midway, he is destined to become a 9th-tier archmage. This was indeed beyond his expectations. Is it possible that the talent for practicing magic is entirely dependent on one's appearance? Is my remarkable talent a result of my good looks? Gazing at his handsome visage in the mirror, Lin Chen pondered thoughtfully. At that moment, the chat group was abuzz with excitement. Duan Lang, damn. I feel like I just bit into a lemon. Why do I only possess a singular fire attribute while that scoundrel Lin has all attributes? This is utterly unfair. Damao, a future 9th-tier archmage? Just thinking about Lin's bright future makes me incredibly envious. Changxi, yeah, I am feeling envious too. The heavens are truly unfair. Liku, brother Lin, do you still need attachments for your leg? Let's not forget each other if we attain wealth together. Muniancy, I will eagerly grasp the leg of the esteemed one in advance. Had Wang Defa not provided an explanation, the group would have remained oblivious to the true might of all attributes. They were all astounded. Such terror. Lin Chen, ahem, talent is merely talent. Who can predict the future? A genius who falters midway is worth nothing. Observing the group's tone of envy and jealousy, Lin Chen humbly replied. Wang Defa, the word envy has truly lost its meaning. Brother Lin, let me help you find the spells for the 14 magical attributes. Consider it a favor in advance. When you become formidable in the future, do not forget your impoverished brother. Wang Defa knew that at this point. Envy and jealousy were futile and decided it would be better to establish goodwill with a future powerhouse. Lin Chen, thank you, old Wang. I want to say much more. I will surely repay you handsomely in the future. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's eyes lit up with gratitude. Talent, if not realized, is worthless. Without methods for practicing magic and spells for each attribute, even the highest talent is of no use. Duan Lang, on another note, I suddenly have a guess. Though I'm uncertain if it's correct. Could it be that Lin's all-attribute magical talent is due to the chat group administrator? Perhaps this is a hidden benefit of being an administrator? Calming down, Duan Lang's mind began to wander, pondering thoughtfully. Sudama, excluding all impossibilities. What Brother Lang said is likely the only possibility. Changxi, is there such an advantage to becoming an administrator? I want to be an administrator too. Liku, there is no way to validate this unless another administrator appears. Muniancy, a curious thought indeed. After hearing Duan Lang's speculation, everyone nodded in agreement. Lin Chen, the hidden benefits of being an administrator? I have no idea. Lin Chen was also taken aback by Duan Lang's speculation and fell into contemplation. Truth be told, the possibility Duan Lang mentioned is quite significant. Wang Defa, regardless of whether it's an administrator perk or not. We can find out by having others test their talents. Brother Lin quickly passed the crystal ball to the next member. Previously, when Duan Lang and Wang Defa traded the crystal ball, the other members were eager to discover their own magical talents. Thus, after obtaining Wang Defa's consent, Duan Lang passed the crystal ball to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, testing in turns. It's really unnecessary to be so complicated. Someone apply for a task, and we can all cross over together to test our talents in person. If the members line up one by one to test their talents, it will take forever. It's a waste of time and trading opportunities in the chat group. Instead, let us hold an offline task where we can all go together and resolve it swiftly. Duan Lang, that works. I'll apply for the task. Everyone come to my place for testing. Lin Chen, you should come over too. I'll first give you the secret to practicing magic, which is essentially the meditation method. As for the spells for the 14 attributes, you will have to consult old Wang. I only have the fire attribute spells. Being well-versed in applying for tasks, Duan Lang volunteered to take on this mission. Wang Defa, Lin Chen, please wait a few days. It will take some time to gather the spells for the 14 attributes. Since he had decided to establish a connection with Lin Chen, Wang Defa was particularly attentive to gathering spells for various magical attributes. Lin Chen, all right, thank you, old Duan. I want to say much more. If anyone needs anything, feel free to reach out to me anytime. Seeing Duan Lang and Wang Defa's responses, Lin Chen felt greatly elated. The meditation method for practicing magic is akin to the internal martial arts secret in the martial arts world. It is also the key to enhancing magical levels. Meanwhile, magical spells are comparable to martial arts techniques. Having a high magical level is of no use unless it is utilized. To put it simply, one is the path, and the other is the technique. Duan Lang. All right, the task application is ready. Please review it. Old Lin. In no time, Duan Lang completed the task application. Lin Chen, I see it. It has been approved. Everyone can now cross over to the Famine world. Opening the task function, Lin Chen promptly approved Duan Lang's application. Duan Lang. Everyone, come over quickly. Old Wang, you should join us too. The task has been approved and appeared before all the group members, prompting Duan Lang to invite everyone. Damao, hold on a moment. I'll be there shortly. Changxi, I also need to wait a bit. I need to change my clothes, hehe. Liku, I can't be bothered to change. It's not like we're going on a blind date. Upon seeing the task, the three were all eager to participate. Muniancy, may I ask, can we bring someone along when crossing over? If I leave, what will happen to my dear son, Xiao Yanghua? Also, I found the Liang Emperor's treasure in the Shooting Eagle world. How can I move it? Wang Defa. Brother Wang, I will need to trouble you in a few days to help me eliminate the toxins in the treasure. When it was Muniancy's turn, she hesitated momentarily. Over the past few days, Muniancy had brought Xiao Yanghua to Jiangling and had located the Liang Emperor's treasure within Tianning Temple. However, without portable space and with no trading opportunities in the chat group, she had not been able to retrieve the treasure. Wang Defa, it's a simple task. Whenever there is an opportunity for a transaction, feel free to send it my way. Cleansing the treasure of toxins is a trivial matter, and naturally, Wang Defa would not decline, readily agreeing. Lin Chen, Muniancy, could you attempt to bring Xiao Yanghua along for the journey? If it's not possible to take someone with you, perhaps you could find someone to look after him. It shouldn't take long, at most half an hour. Regarding Muniancy's inquiry, Lin Chen was also uncertain, having never attempted it before. Muniancy, all right then, I will hold Xiao Yanghua and give it a try. Observing the peacefully sleeping Xiao Yanghua and realizing it would only be for half an hour, Muniancy finally accepted Lin Chen's suggestion. Chapter 70. Legendary levels of all participants in the world of storms and clouds. In the capital, Chang'an, within the Imperial Palace's garden, a surge of light flickered as Lin Chen arrived. The surroundings remained familiar, with little change since his last visit. However, while the previous encounter occurred in summer, this time it was autumn. The autumn breeze swept through, leaving the garden's exquisite flora somewhat bare and desolate. Old Lin, long time no see. Upon Lin Chen's arrival, Duan Lang greeted him with a cheerful smile. It's been a while, old Duan. You remain as handsome and dignified as ever. Lin Chen glanced around and chuckled. Are they not here yet? Am I the first to arrive? The ladies are busy with their makeup, and old Wang seems to be in a class. So we'll have to wait a bit, Duan Lang replied, shaking his head, noting that women in any world seem to delight in cosmetics. That's fine. We can wait. I'm currently a full-time writer, so I have plenty of time, Lin Chen said nonchalantly. As they conversed, 5 more flashes of light appeared in succession. 6 figures emerged: Damao, Changxi, Liku, Wang Defa, Muniancy, and Xiao Yanghua. All others had black hair, black eyes, and yellow skin, while only Wang Defa stood out with his golden hair and blue eyes, a child of merely 1.3 meters in height. Muniancy immediately looked at the Xiao Yanghua in her arms, who remained blissfully unaware of the world change, still fast asleep. She exclaimed in delight, "Oh, Xiao Yanghua has come along too. The chat group can transport individuals?" Observing the little one in Muniancy's embrace, the group members exchanged excited glances and began to speculate. What is the principle behind this? Is it permissible to bring someone along? Does it require physical contact? Or must one be unconscious? We will uncover the answers through experimentation next time. The ability of the chat group to permit travel with others was indeed a monumental revelation. Yet, the members were still baffled by the underlying principles and limitations. Don't look at me. I'm just a figurehead administrator, Lin Chen interjected as everyone turned to him. Hello everyone. I am Wang Defa. I am Damao. I am Changxi. I am Liku. I am Lin Chen. Hello. I am Duan Lang. I am Muniancy. Following the introductions among the old and new members, they became acquainted. Let us not dwell on pleasantries, let us commence testing our magical talents. Who shall go first? After a brief exchange, Lin Chen retrieved a crystal ball from his spatial pouch and turned his gaze to the group. Everyone exchanged glances, hesitant to move. Since no one is stepping up, allow me to take the initiative, Lin Chen said, preparing to demonstrate. Damao stepped forward without hesitation. Among the 7 members, excluding Lin Chen, Duan Lang, and Wang Defa, who had already tested their talents, only Damao remained among the 4. If he did not take his turn, the others might defer indefinitely, wasting precious time. All right, Sue, you go first. Just place your hand on it, Lin Chen instructed. Positioning the crystal ball on a table prepared by Duan Lang, Su Damao approached the table, glancing around as everyone focused on him, causing his heart to flutter. Steeling himself, he placed his right hand on the crystal ball. A dazzling purple light burst forth, soaring to a height of 80 centimeters. Legendary level, singular lightning affinity. Wang Defa's voice resonated in everyone's ears. My talent is that impressive? Sudama exclaimed, his face alight with joy. Could it be that every traveler possesses legendary magical talents? This is a delightful surprise, a hidden benefit of being a traveler. The three female members yet to be tested whispered among themselves, displaying expressions of anticipation. Next, Lin Chen called, shifting his gaze to the three women. I'll go first, Liku declared, stepping forward to place her hand on the crystal ball. In the next moment, a cyan light erupted, reaching 80 centimeters. Legendary level, singular wind affinity. With a satisfied smile, Liku stepped aside. Next, Changxi tested her affinity. Legendary level, singular water affinity. After her turn, Munianzi passed Xiao Yangwu to Liku and placed her hand on the crystal ball. Legendary level, singular wood affinity. Following the green glow, Wang Defa's voice echoed. Well done. Everyone possesses legendary magical talents, affirming the excellence of our members. Once Munianzi completed her test, Lin Chen smiled at everyone and proclaimed, let us all applaud. Each member possessed magical talents, all reaching legendary levels, a moment worthy of celebration. As Lin Chen initiated the applause, the others joined in, realizing that they, indeed, shared the hidden advantages of travelers. 6 months prior, upon discovering his legendary magical talent, Wang Defa believed himself unique and was elated. However, after joining the chat group and witnessing the talents of others, he was struck by the disparity, leaving him somewhat disheartened. By the way, Munianzi, shall we test Yanggua's talent? Lin Chen inquired, glancing at the child in Munianzi's arms. Oh, that could be interesting. Everyone agreed in chorus. Can you guess why I only tested out my legendary magical talent at the age of 8? Wang Defa interjected. Why? Is there a reason behind it? Munianzi asked, her heart racing with curiosity. Children under 8 years of age are not fully developed. Thus, one cannot test them accurately, and it may leave lasting repercussions. This is a lesson learned from the magical world over millennia, Wang Defa replied solemnly. Gasping, the group members were taken aback. My apologies, Munianzi. I nearly put Xiao Yangwu at risk. Lin Chen quickly offered his apologies. It's all right, Lin Gu. You had good intentions, Munianzi reassured, shaking her head dismissively. On a brighter note, she continued, since my martial arts have reached the celestial realm, practicing magic has become significantly easier. After everyone had tested their talents, Duan Lang put away the crystal ball and spoke. I have only been practicing for a few days. Yet my internal magical energy has already reached the level of a high-ranked 4th-tier mage. Seriously? No way. Langu, please don't jest with me. Can practicing magic alongside martial arts yield such benefits? The group gasped in astonishment. Does this mean that simultaneously cultivating different systems can enhance one another? Lin Chen's eyes lit up with intrigue. Indeed, after studying old Duan's martial arts manual, I quickly reached the innate realm, Wang Defa affirmed, validating Duan Lang's claims. Fantastic. The group erupted in joyful cheers. However, I do not intend to boast, Duan Lang continued. It is well known that warriors in the celestial realm are no longer mere mortals. While they may not attain immortality, they can significantly prolong their lives. Those in the celestial realm can utilize spiritual power transmission methods to impart knowledge to others. Since we all possess legendary magical talents, to save everyone time, I intend to use the method of spiritual transmission to share the meditation techniques of the magical world with you. What are your thoughts on this? During their initial offline gathering, Duan Lang had previously employed this method to impart the Xuanwu True technique to Liku. His explanation was deliberately directed towards Munianzi and Wang Defa. The attendees nodded in unison, for they had indeed received the Xuanwu True technique, which contained such accounts. The realm of celestial beings allows one to perpetually maintain a state of unity with heaven and earth, merging seamlessly into the cosmos. Each movement is imbued with the power of the universe, wielding an extraordinary force beyond mortal comprehension, capable of cleaving mountains and rivers with ease. Furthermore, upon ascending to the realm of celestial beings, a warrior's ethereal spirit coalesces into a tangible soul, endowed with a multitude of incredible abilities. The method of impartation that Duan Lang spoke of was merely one of the inconsequential abilities among many. I have no objections. I shall begin. Lin Chen said after a moment of contemplation, stepping forward. Very well, old Lin. Concentrate, Duan Lang instructed, placing a finger on Lin Chen's forehead. Suddenly, Lin Chen felt a sharp pain in his mind, accompanied by a surge of overwhelming information. Chapter 71. attempting magical meditation after testing their magical aptitude. The group collectively received the magical meditation technique imparted by Duan Lang. After some idle chatter, the hour-long gathering concluded, and everyone departed from the storm and cloud world, satisfied. After bidding farewell to his companions, Lin Chen returned to his home in Unit 302, Building 12 of the railway community. The house was eerily quiet with no one present. When he worked during the day, his family refrained from staying home to avoid disturbing him, which was convenient for Lin Chen. Securing the doors and windows, Lin Chen sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and commenced his first meditation. Soon, he sensed vibrant specks of light dancing in the air, jubilantly resembling playful sprites. These luminous points were red, green, blue, purple, black, white, and yellow, a veritable kaleidoscope of colors. Is this the essence of magical elements? Lin Chen pondered. Realizing the red represented fire, green signified wood, blue denoted water, and purple represented thunder. In addition to the 10 common elemental magics, Lin Chen sensed 4 special magical elements: time, space, spirit, and summoning. Only upon sensing these magical elements did he take the first step into the realm of magic. Magical cultivation is a protracted and tedious endeavor, necessitating years of accumulation. Meditation serves as the foundation and key to magical practice. Through meditation, a magician can achieve heightened mental concentration, dispelling distractions while training and enhancing their mental prowess. A formidable spirit not only aids the magician in perceiving and manipulating magical elements, but is also essential for casting spells. The meditative process is not only a means of strengthening the mind, but also a way to absorb external magical elements into oneself for storage. As meditation deepens and continues, a magician's reserves of magical power will steadily increase, akin to recharging a battery. This, however, merely represents the daily routine of a novice magic apprentice. As one's power escalates, magicians must also study various profound magical theories, encompassing the attributes of magical elements, the construction of magical incantations, the principles of drawing magical circles, and comprehending the essence of magic, among others. In summary, the journey of a magician is an ongoing process of research and interpretation of magic. For Lin Chen, who has just entered the magical realm, the further studies and intricate research are temporarily irrelevant. His immediate focus is on 2 tasks: to strengthen his mental power through meditation and to absorb the external magical elements to recharge himself. Come here quickly, young one. He recalled Duan Lang's teachings on imparting meditation through mental strength, clearing his mind as he communicated with the various magical elements in the surrounding air. An aura of tranquility radiated from him, enticing the unconscious magical elements with an irresistible allure. A red fire element, captivated by his invitation, leaped into Lin Chen's body, entering his mind. Other colored magical elements soon followed, converging in his consciousness, forming a brilliant spectrum of light. Once the magical elements entered his body, Lin Chen began to engage with them through his mental strength, refining them and marking them with his essence. Only by thoroughly refining these magical elements would they heed Lin Chen's commands, allowing him to cast spells seamlessly. After 4 hours, as dusk approached, Lin Chen came back to himself, a hint of fatigue flickering in his eyes. Although meditation can fortify mental strength, absorbing and refining magical elements had drained much of his mental energy. For hours of meditation had reached his limit. Continuing further would not yield benefits but rather harm his spirit. Rising to stretch, Lin Chen attempted to cast the basic fire magic, Fireball. After reciting an obscure, ancient, and convoluted incantation, he enthusiastically proclaimed, "Fireball, arise." As he chanted, he felt his consciousness involuntarily operate in a mysterious manner, automatically sketching a wondrous and arcane illusionary formation. Upon completing the incantation, the ethereal formation erupted with a burst of fiery red light, coalescing into a fireball the size of a peanut. The diminutive fireball hovered before Lin Chen, connected to his mental energy by an enigmatic bond. Lin Chen realized that this fireball was entirely obedient to him, able to fly to any location within a 5-meter radius at his behest. Is it really this small? Lin Chen was left speechless. The fireball was far too diminutive. Typically, a properly cast fireball measures around 20 centimeters in diameter, yet his was a mere 5 millimeters, a veritable youth-sized version. Even its temperature was lacking. A standard fireball should burn at 3,000 degrees, yet this tiny orb barely reached 300. This spell might serve well for lighting a cigarette. No longer would he need to borrow a lighter from others. After igniting a cigarette with the fireball, Lin Chen took a deep puff. With a thought, he dissipated the fireball, allowing it to return to the ether. He attempted the fireball spell several more times, but his already limited magical energy was exhausted. With a full reservoir of magical power, he could cast 10 spells, which was commendable. However, with his energy depleted, Lin Chen's complexion paled slightly, and his spirit felt somewhat diminished. Yet, it was of little concern. Although devoid of magical energy, the robust inner strength within him remained intact. His strong and vigorous physique had not waned. He could still exuberantly declare, "I can take on 100." At dinner, Chen Xiaoyan continually served Lin Chen food, softly advising, "Xiao Chen, you're both still young. You must exercise some restraint." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen and Lu Yulin turned crimson. "Mom, I understand." Lin Chen opened his mouth to explain, but ultimately refrained. How could he confess to his parents that his pallor was not due to excess but rather the consequence of exhausting his magical energy? He had yet to determine whether to disclose such matters to his family. Once a secret is known to a second party, it ceases to be a secret. Unless he possessed the strength to disregard nuclear weapons, such matters would be trivial. Yet, it was evident that Lin Chen was still quite weak, lacking the qualification to assert that he did not consume beef. "Very well, let them misunderstand," he concluded. Later that night, Lin Chen's companion remarked, "Brother Chun, Auntie is right. Perhaps we should take a break for a few days. You've turned pale after 3 or 4 times a day." As they lay in bed, Lin Chen instinctively turned to his side, while Lu Yulin hesitated before declining. "I know my own body, don't worry. Even if it were 6 or 7 times. It would be no issue," Lin Chen chuckled, suggesting, "Besides, don't you desire it too? Brother Chen, be gentle." Lu Yulin, no longer resistant, closed her eyes. Chapter 72. Acquiring all attribute magic spells early in the morning, Lin Chen received a notification on his phone regarding a substantial payment of 378,744,324 yuan, leaving him with a balance of 633,739,433 yuan. Upon reading the message, his expression remained utterly impassive. This was not an act of ostentation, rather. He had become accustomed to earning several million each month since 2008, even after a hefty tax deduction of 4,770,000 yuan from his original earnings of 42,650,000 yuan, leaving him with a net amount of 37,874,000 yuan. Moreover, he possessed a staggering 215 kilograms of gold in his personal space, a unit of measure that should not be mistaken for grams or taels. Through previous transactions, he had amassed a total of 685 taels of gold. When converted using the modern metric system, this amounted to approximately 215 kilograms. Earlier, Li Ku had discovered the treasure of the young emperor and distributed large gold bricks among the group members as a reward. Lin Chen received a gold brick weighing 100 kilograms. Following suit, Mu Nianxi also found a treasure and similarly rewarded everyone with another gold brick of the same weight. In the following days, Li Ku unearthed treasures from the Fox of Snowy Mountain and the treasure from Mount Deer in this world. Both treasures were comparable in quantity to the young emperor's treasure, each valued at over 10 million taels of silver. After the discoveries, Li Ku enlisted Wang Defa's assistance to mold the gold and silver into large bricks, facilitating their transport through the chat group's trading system. In a spirit of generosity, Li Ku again distributed large gold bricks as rewards, and Lin Chen received yet another 100-kilogram gold brick. Consequently, his total gold reserves soared to an astonishing 215 kilograms. Based on the current gold price of 190 yuan per gram, this wealth amounted to an incredible 610,850,000 yuan. Naturally, Lin Chen had no intention of selling this gold, as he was not in need of money. With currency depreciating yearly and gold continuously appreciating, it would be foolish to sell gold in 2008, especially when the price had already surged to over 600 yuan per gram. He planned to save this wealth until he amassed tens of millions, at which point he would invest in properties in major cities, ensuring a profitable return. Lin Chen, unversed in stock trading or investments, chose to focus solely on his craft of writing novels, earning tens of millions annually from his writing. He felt no urge to engage in risky investments. As long as he continued to write for a few more years, he would achieve financial freedom. After completing his morning hygiene routine and while waiting for breakfast, Lin Chen opened his author backend on his phone. The performance of his old novel Dope was steadily improving, with daily updates of 10,000 words that required minimal oversight. His new work Zhetian was also faring well, having been released on August 27th, and in just half a month, it had received multiple recommendations, resulting in a significant surge in popularity, far surpassing the performance of his first book at launch. As of now, he had updated 90,000 words, with total collections exceeding 50,000 and genuine readership surpassing 30,000. The total number of recommendation votes exceeded 100,000, with over 3,000 monthly votes and a total of over 500,000 in rewards, maintaining the top position on the new book rankings for a week. Qing Guang suggested a release date of October 1st, with more than half a month remaining, allowing for daily updates of 6,000 words, leading to approximately 200,000 words of free chapters, a reasonable amount. He hoped this initial subscription would break the record set by Dopa. After browsing the review sections for both books and finding them free of negative comments, Lin Chen closed his phone with satisfaction. Following breakfast with his parents, daughter, and girlfriend, he bid them farewell and returned to his study to write. Having completed Dopa, he had over 1 million words stored for Zhetian. The total for Zhetian was around 36 million words, and he expected to finish it by November. After completing Zhetian, he would then turn his attention to Perfect World, aiming to earn money sooner and enjoy the fruits of his labor. Currently, he could write 815,000 words daily, occasionally taking breaks to spend time with his family, allowing him to produce 2 to 3 million words each month. A book of over 6 million words could be completed in just over 2 months. As Lin Chen contemplated the subsequent plot lines and reflected on the current situations of his group members, he remained absorbed in writing, his thoughts flowing effortlessly. After practicing magic, he discovered that his mind had become more agile, his thoughts processing at an accelerated rate, allowing him to multitask effortlessly. It had been about a week since all the group members collectively tested their magical talents, during which time they had devoted themselves to mastering magic. With decades of internal martial arts experience, Lin Chen found his own journey in magic to be relatively smooth. After a week of daily meditation, his magical prowess had reached a level comparable to his martial arts skills. It was undeniable that the legendary level magical talent was remarkable, as he encountered no obstacles during his magical training. His magical energy had become exceedingly dense, enabling him to cast several hundred spells in one breath without breaking a sweat. Although still merely a first-tier magic apprentice with limited spell power, he exuded an undeniable charm as a wizard. Standing at a distance, elegantly waving his hands to cast hundreds of spells, he was undeniably more graceful than a close combat warrior. After all, strength may be fleeting, but elegance is eternal. Other group members shared similar experiences with equal talent and martial arts levels, making their journey into magic quite seamless. Notably, just yesterday, Wang Defa finally delivered the remaining attribute spells he had collected. In addition to the fire spells previously gifted by Duan Lang, Lin Chen had now acquired a full set of water, wood, earth, space, and time magic spells. However, these spells were not comprehensive, consisting only of basic, beginner, and intermediate spells, lacking advanced and forbidden spells. According to Wang Defa, spells beyond the intermediate level were considered top secrets of various kingdoms, inaccessible to the general populace. Furthermore, the unique attributes of time, space, spirit, and summoning were limited to basic and beginner spells, with no intermediate spells available. In total, there were 14 common magical attributes, each having 12 basic spells and 12 beginner spells, while the other 10 attributes included 23 intermediate spells, totaling over 50 different magical incantations. After an all-night study and experimentation session, Lin Chen had initially mastered all the spells and could successfully cast the basic spells of all 14 attributes. In the realm of magic, a first-tier magic apprentice begins their journey into magic, while a second-tier beginner mage can adeptly wield beginner spells. A third-tier intermediate mage possesses enhanced understanding and control over magic, and a fourth-tier advanced mage can cast advanced spells with greater power. Fifth-tier magi can instantaneously cast basic spells, eliminating preparation time, demonstrating deeper magical mastery, and skillfully executing combination spells to amplify their potency. At the sixth tier, a magic mentor can instantaneously cast beginner spells, achieving a profound understanding of magic, allowing for proficient use of advanced and combination spells, as well as modifications to existing spells. The seventh tier Grand Magic Mentor can instantaneously cast intermediate spells, reaching the pinnacle of magical mastery, understanding magic on a new level, and even creating original spells. The 8th tier Legendary Magic Saint can instantaneously cast advanced spells and adeptly utilize forbidden spells, wielding power akin to deities, capable of altering the very fabric of reality. Finally, the 9th tier Magic Deity has achieved the utmost pinnacle of magic, able to instantaneously cast all spells below forbidden tiers, even creating forbidden spells with devastating efficacy, embodying the ultimate authority in the magical realm. Although the collection of magical spells currently at hand is incomplete, Lin Chen does not press the matter. Once he ascends to the realm of a 7th-rank archmage, he can simply create his own spells, with his legendary magical talent. As long as he does not meet an untimely demise, he is guaranteed to become a 7th-rank archmage, possessing an all-encompassing legendary aptitude. He is confident that he will undoubtedly ascend to the 9th-rank god of magic. That evening, as Lin Chen immersed himself in his writing, A sudden notification from a chat group interrupted him. Chapter 73. The plea for help from Changxi in the Ming dynasty, within the imperial palace at Yingdianfu. The flickering lights illuminated the stern and solemn visage of Zhu Yuanzhang. Piles of memorials cluttered the imperial desk, which he carelessly pushed aside, his gaze fixed ahead. Father. It is late, and you have finished reviewing the memorials. It is time to rest, Zhu Biao softly reminded, having concluded all affairs of the day. Zhu Yuanzhang had kept his eldest son by his side while reviewing the documents, also taking the opportunity to teach him about governance. My dear son. I have been pondering lately whether to eliminate the Chang family, Zhu Yuanzhang suddenly remarked, stretching his limbs. Father, do you intend to kill Sister Chang? Zhu Biao gasped, his eyes widening in shock as he knelt, stammering his inquiry. Changxi was born in the same year as Zhu Biao, but she was 2 months his elder. And he had always addressed her as Sister Chang. I have been contemplating this for some time. The Chang family knows too many secrets that our Ming dynasty cannot tolerate. Zhu Yuanzhang declared, standing with hands clasped behind his back, his eyes flashing with determination. But Sister Chang is about to marry your son and is devoted to our Zhu family. There is no need to eliminate her, is there? Zhu Biao hesitated, voicing his concerns. Moreover, to unjustly execute the daughter of a meritorious minister would be difficult to justify. I beseech you, father, to reconsider. I understand your feelings. She claims to have joined some chat group that connects her with powerful beings from other worlds, Zhu Yuanzhang retorted, turning to his son. What is it, Biao? Are you frightened by her words? I have been contemplating and have begun to suspect that this is merely a ruse. She is likely fabricating tales to avoid being silenced. Zhu Yuanzhang continued. Biao, you have read extensively. Have you ever encountered records in any ancient text of worlds existing beyond our own? At this, Zhu Biao lowered his head, lost in thought. It must be said, Zhu Yuanzhang's reasoning was quite compelling, though Changxi claimed to have joined a chat group. Neither father nor son had seen any evidence of it. All they had were her words. The adage seeing is believing held true, as without first-hand experience. It was indeed challenging to accept. I still oppose taking action. If we strike the snake but do not kill it, we may invite disaster upon ourselves, Zhu Biao argued, recalling Changxi's formidable martial prowess. Given her strength, she could easily withstand 1,000 fully armed elite soldiers of our Ming dynasty. If we act against her, and she escapes, the consequences would be dire. Fear not. Since we have resolved to eliminate her, we shall ensure that our strategy is foolproof, Zhu Yuanzhang replied, dismissively waving a hand. Though her martial skills are impressive, she remains but a mortal, requiring sustenance daily. Do you think I would be foolish enough to act overtly? Zhu Yuanzhang added, plotting to dispatch spies from the Ilwan guard to secretly poison her. His mind was already made up regarding Changxi's fate. Poisoning? That seems rather underhanded. Zhu Biao exclaimed, taken aback. Foolish. The means are inconsequential as long as the objective is achieved. Zhu Yuanzhang scoffed, reprimanding him. I shall heed your counsel and grant Sister Chang a swift end. Zhu Biao nodded, bowing deeply, his voice resolute. Ah, this is my good son, Zhu Yuanzhang exclaimed, lifting him up with a hearty laugh. Bring forth a servant. He then commanded, adopting a serious demeanor. Your servant is here. How may your majesty command? A figure emerged, kneeling at the feet of the father and son. Relay my orders to the Ilwan guard to discreetly poison the Chang family, ensuring it is done cleanly and without a trace, Zhu Yuanzhang instructed, a glint of ruthlessness in his eyes. Your command shall be executed, the servant affirmed, departing swiftly into the night. In recent times, Changxi had secluded herself, diligently honing her martial and magical skills. Little did she realize that danger was drawing near. That evening, after finishing dinner, a maidservant brought her a steaming cup of tea. Miss, please enjoy your tea, the maid said. Thank you for your hard work, Xiaohe. Changxi replied absent-mindedly, taking the tea and drinking it all in one gulp. After finishing, she stretched and prepared to return to her room to continue her training. Suddenly, an intense wave of dizziness washed over her, and her brow furrowed in distress. Clutching her stomach, she crouched down, cold sweat soaking her garments. Is there poison in the tea? Changxi's voice trembled with shock and fear, laced with weakness. She immediately sat cross-legged, attempting to expel the toxin from her body using her internal cultivation technique. Miss, what is happening? The maid cried, her face going pale upon witnessing Changxi's plight. Changxi wished to speak, but her throat felt constricted, rendering her voiceless. The poison was exceedingly potent, and her strength was insufficient to purge it. Her vision began to blur, and her body succumbed to paralysis, collapsing onto the ground. Someone! The miss is in trouble. Quickly, fetch a doctor. The maid shouted in desperation, anxiously supporting Changxi. Simultaneously, an undercover agent from the Ilwan guard who had poisoned her slipped away unnoticed. Within the palace, Zhu Yuanzhang awaited news from the Ilwan guard, feeling both exhilarated at the prospect of removing a threat and an inexplicable sense of unease. Your Majesty, the task is complete, and I have not failed. Soon. Mao Chang entered the hall, reporting, according to the spy, he witnessed the Chang family drink tea laced with the deadliest poison in the world. She shall perish within the hour. Well done. Ensure he has a swift end, and take care of his family. Zhu Yuanzhang nodded, signaling his approval. Understood. Mao Chang promptly acknowledged, realizing that to prevent any leaks, he must silence the operative who had executed the task. Once Mao Chang departed, Zhu Yuanzhang rose. Gazing out beyond the palace walls, as if he could see the events unfolding at the Chang residence, yet his heart remained restless. The execution had been swift. He had issued his command only 2 or 3 days prior, and the poison was successfully administered. However, without confirmation of Changxi's demise, he could not afford to relax his vigilance. I hope all goes smoothly, Zhu Yuanzhang murmured to himself. Meanwhile, chaos erupted within the Chang residence as the 3 brothers rushed to the scene. Servants hastily summoned a doctor to examine Changxi. Upon taking her pulse, the doctor's expression turned grave. Doctor, how's my elder sister? Chang Mao asked anxiously, his heart sinking at the sight. Miss Chang has been poisoned, I fear. The doctor began, shaking his head, struggling to find the words. What? My sister? Chang Mao froze in shock. Though Changxi's consciousness was fading, she grasped the doctor's words. In her heart, she understood that she had been schemed against, and the mastermind was most likely the Zhu family. No, I do not wish to die. Changxi cried internally, summoning her last reserves of strength. With a determined thought, she opened the chat group, seeking help from the members. Chapter 74. The chat group automatically generates a mission, ding. Rescue mission triggered. The crisis of Changxi. Click this link to view mission details. Simultaneously, all members of the chat group heard a sharp alarm. Changxi's crisis? Is this an automatically generated mission from the chat group? Lin Chen's eye sharpened as he immediately opened the chat group and clicked on the mission details. Task name, The Crisis of Changxi. Task description, due to the misguided trust of group member Changxi towards Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang. Her revelation of her true identity incited a strong wariness in Zhu Yuanzhang. After conferring with Crown Prince Zhu Biao, Zhu Yuanzhang dispatched secret agents from the Ilwan Guard to poison her. At this moment, Changxi has been gravely poisoned and is in imminent danger. Task requirements. No restrictions, task duration, no limits, task rewards, unknown, dependent on task completion. Task location. The Ming world. Upon accepting this task, click this link to enter the Ming world. This implies that the chat group possesses hidden functionalities to ensure the safety of its members. Lin Chen is certain he did not receive a task review, indicating that this task was not autonomously requested by Changxi to safeguard the lives of its members. The chat group even monitors their conditions, thereby automatically generating rescue missions. Closing the task details, he opened the dialog box. Changxi, help. I just finished dinner and drank the tea brought by the maid, and immediately collapsed, suffering unbearable abdominal pain, dizziness, and a heart-wrenching agony. The doctor said it was a severe poisoning, fearing I may not survive much longer. I do not wish to die. I suspect it was Zhu Yuanzhang's orders to eliminate me as an unstable factor. I was too naive and immature. Truly, I regret not heeding everyone's advice. If I had known this would happen, I would not have foolishly confronted Zhu Yuanzhang. I do not want to die, while still conscious. Changxi opened the chat group to seek help from the members. It is evident that, afflicted by the poison, she has begun to regret her previous decisions. Sudama, what the hell, has Sister Chang been poisoned? Did Zhu Yuanzhang send someone to do this? Is he so desperate for life that he would stoop to such a low? Does he have no regard for us members? How dare he poison Sister Chang? Has he eaten the heart of a bear or the gall of a leopard? This is intolerable. We must let Shu know our power. Seeing Changxi's plea for help in the rescue task generated by the chat group, Damao was momentarily stunned. Is this truly the Zhu Yuanzhang he remembers? Resorting to poisoning a weak woman? Does he not realize that Changxi's arrival is a rare opportunity for him? To jeopardize her life for the sake of maintaining his rule is to disregard the existence of the members. Duan Lang. I had anticipated Zhu Yuanzhang would take action against Sister Chang. I am not at all surprised. I originally thought he would act immediately upon learning of her identity. Yet, I did not expect him to endure for so long before striking. After all, this is the same Zhu Yuanzhang who seized the throne after trailing behind figures like Chan Yuyang and Zhang Shicheng, demonstrating remarkable patience. Perhaps, having received the 2 volumes of Ming history from Sister Chang, he feels he has a clear understanding of the future and no longer sees her as an asset. To eliminate any factors that threaten his reign, he bided his time until fully prepared before striking decisively against Changxi. Unlike the furious Damao, Duan Lang displayed an expression of as I expected. Since Changxi firmly declared her intention to confront Zhu Yuanzhang, he had already foreseen her current predicament. However, he did not dissuade her repeatedly. Each person has their own aspirations. If Changxi does not endure hardship, how could she understand the treachery of human nature? Though Duan Lang is a time traveler from Earth, having spent over 30 years in this tumultuous world and later serving as an emperor for several years, he is acutely aware of the nature of emperors. If he were in Zhu Yuanzhang's position, discovering a potential disruptor to his rule, his first instinct would also be to eliminate that threat. This is not about the morality of good and evil. It is the consistent behavior of rulers and the most prudent choice for those in power. Thus, recalling Changxi's bold confrontation in the web novels he has read, Duan Lang could not help but scoff. Testing an emperor's mercy with one's own life and that of one's family is an act of foolishness and self-destruction. Li Ku, given the circumstances, let us refrain from second-guessing and hurry to rescue Sister Chang. If we delay further, we may only be left to collect her remains. Changxi, hang in there. We will come to save you immediately. Rest assured, we will not stand idly by as you perish. Li Ku felt a deep sense of regret, blaming herself for supporting Changxi's decision, which may have led to the current crisis. However, she would not play the role of an armchair strategist. It is futile to lament the past. It is better to accept the task and focus on rescuing Changxi. Munianci, I am duty-bound to rescue Sister Chang. Count me in. Though I have known Changxi for a short time and our relationship is merely average. Munianci has her own motives, eyeing the unknown rewards of the task. With her current abilities, she is among the weakest in the group. If she does not strive to improve, she risks remaining at the bottom indefinitely. It is better to take a chance and actively participate in the rescue mission. If she could obtain the unknown rewards, she could swiftly enhance her strength. Wang Defa, I suppose I will join as well. Wang Defa, currently attending a class at the Royal Magic Academy, brightened at the prospect. The theoretical magic classes are exceedingly dull, and he has longed for an opportunity to escape and play. A rescue mission provides the perfect excuse to explore another realm. How could he miss it? Lin Chen, Sister Ku is right. Let us not dwell on the past. If we delay any further, we may only be left to collect Sister Chang's remains. If there are no objections, let us hasten to accept the task and regroup in the Ming world. At this point, further discussion is futile. It is wiser to act swiftly and rescue Changxi, who may have already lost consciousness, as time is of the essence. Damao, agreed. Let us proceed to regroup and rescue Sister Chang first, then we can deal with the aftermath. Duan Lang, fear not, as long as I am here. Zhu Yuanzhang will not prevail. The two ceased their discussions and concurred with Lin Chen's proposal to rescue Changxi first, leaving other matters for later. Lin Chen, all right. Let us go together. He then accepted the task and traversed to the Ming world. Chapter 75, The Rescue of Changxi, the Ming world. Chang's residence. The night was deep, yet the Chang residence was ablaze with light, suffused with an oppressive sorrow and a sense of impending doom. In the rear courtyard, within Changxi's chamber, Sister, please wake up. Seeing Changxi lying unconscious on the bed, Changsheng and Changsen, the second and third sons of the Chang family, knelt beside her, weeping profusely. Speak, who poisoned her? Who commanded you to do so? Several elderly women restrained Changxi's maid, Xiaohe, demanding to know the identity of the poisoner. Chang Mao, the eldest son, who has been granted the title of Duke of Zhang, felt compelled to shoulder the responsibility of the family in light of his sister's poisoning. His face was pale, and his eyes were bloodshot as he fixed his gaze on the tortured Xiaohe, awaiting her confession. Young master, I swear to heaven, it was not I who poisoned her. How could I harm the young lady? Please, young master, discern the truth. Xiaohe's eyes were swollen from crying. Yet she too felt wronged. She did not know who the poisoner was. Eldest brother, sister has been unconscious for a quarter of an hour. Her face is beginning to turn blue. Changsheng suddenly stood up, nearly ready to devour someone in his rage, and shouted, Has His Majesty sent anyone? Sister is to be the future bride of the Zhu family. Will they not intervene? Chang Mao was flustered, his mind racing as he speculated the identity of the assailant. Logically, as the future crown princess, who would dare harm her? Could it be the group of Jiang and gentry from the East? Recently, His Majesty had taken severe measures against the Jiang and aristocracy, resulting in significant bloodshed, which might have provoked retaliation. It is inconceivable that Liu Bowen and his companions would be so deranged as to harm the crown princess. Perhaps they simply found the number of their clan members excessive. Yet, aside from the faction from eastern Zhejiang, who else would dare to commit such a grave transgression? Could it be remnants of the northern Yuan? Enough. What nonsense are you spouting? Are you trying to bring calamity upon your family? Upon hearing the nonsensical ramblings of his younger brother, Chang Mao snapped back to reality and rebuked him sternly. Just then, a flash of white light suddenly illuminated the dim room. As the glow subsided, a figure emerged. It was Lin Chen. Who goes there? Chang Mao exclaimed, widening his eyes as he drew the dagger at his waist and pointed it at Lin Chen, shouting loudly. Hearing his thunderous shout, The door burst open, and several armed servants rushed in. However, before they could react, a series of white flashes surged through the room, and several figures emerged from the light. With a whoosh, Lin Chen, Duan Lang, Damao, Li Ke, Munianzi, and Wang Defa found themselves transported into the world of the Ming dynasty. More specifically, they had arrived in the boudoir of Changxi. Yet, instead of being greeted by the smiling face of Changxi, they were met with a blade swung by Changmao. With a subtle movement, Lin Chen swiftly evaded and promptly immobilized all present by sealing their acupoints. Suddenly unable to move, Changmao's eyes widened, and his mind was thrown into turmoil. Who were these outsiders, and what strange sorcery were they employing? Why was it that with a mere flick of their fingers, they rendered him powerless? Come quickly. Sister Chang is in dire condition. Li Ku rushed to the bedside and, upon seeing Changxi's condition, cried out in alarm. As the others gathered around, they found Changxi's complexion was ashen, her lips blackened, and her breath faint. Old Lin, you possess the gift of universal magic. Try using the fundamental wood-based healing spell on Sister Chang to see if it can dispel the poison, someone suggested. Among the group, only Lin Chen and Munianzi had the talent for wood magic, but since Munianzi's skills were limited, Duan Lang urged Lin Chen to take action. Rest assured, I will successfully dispel the poison with magic, Wang Defa declared confidently. This is merely a parallel historical world. The poisons here are nothing extraordinary. Using wood magic to dispel poison is akin to a decisive strike from a higher dimension. It is bound to succeed. Had he possessed the talent for wood magic, Wang Defa would not have needed Lin Chen's intervention. He could have cast the spell himself to cure Changxi. The others remained silent, their expressions a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Very well, I shall give it a try, Lin Chen replied. The fundamental wood magic consists of two spells, the healing spell and the wooden spike. The healing spell can be employed to dispel poison and heal wounds, making it a highly practical support skill. After giving his agreement, Lin Chen began to chant the incantation for the healing spell, which was obscure and difficult to comprehend. As the incantation flowed from his lips, energy from the surroundings converged, forming a radiant green light in his palm. He swiftly approached Changxi's bedside and waved his hand, sending the green light into her body. Is it truly capable of emitting green light? Who are they? The onlookers were utterly astonished by this miraculous sight. Simultaneously, a glimmer of hope surged within the hearts of Changmao, Changxing, and Chang Senator. After a moment of observation, they finally grasped that the newcomers were allies, not foes. Perhaps their arrival could save their elder sister. As the green light entered her body, Changxi's condition began to improve rapidly. First, a wisp of black smoke escaped from her face, dissipating into the air. The dark hue of her lips swiftly faded, returning to a normal shade. The pallor of her complexion gradually diminished, and soon she regained her rosy hue. In no time, Changxi let out a soft moan and slowly opened her eyes. Have I arrived in the realm of the dead? The dimness of the room led Changxi to mistakenly murmur to herself, her memory halting at the moment she lost consciousness, her gaze clouded with confusion. Ever since being afflicted with the deadly poison, she had suffered greatly. It was only after seeking help in the chat group that she lost her final sense of awareness. Her consciousness had plunged into darkness, devoid of any perception, as if nothing existed at all. Upon regaining consciousness, her first thought was that she had died and arrived in the legendary realm of the dead. At last, you have been saved. Seeing Changxi awaken, everyone exhaled in relief. Duan Lang recited another incantation, casting a fireball spell to illuminate the darkness in the room. As the darkness lifted and light flooded in, Changxi, lying on the bed, finally beheld her surroundings and the familiar faces of her companions. Did you all save me? Thank you so much. My recklessness and immaturity have caused you all worry and distress. I am truly sorry. Recognizing her companions, Changxi understood what had transpired. She struggled to rise from the bed and bowed deeply to all of them. This harrowing experience, which nearly cost her life, unveiled the malevolence and terror of human nature, as well as the strength of the chat group and the goodwill of its members. Chapter 76. The rescue mission escalates in the Chang estate. Changxi nodded slightly, her gaze resolute as she addressed her companions. You have saved my life. It is akin to being reborn. The debt of gratitude I owe is immense. I, Changxi, am not one to forget kindness. In the future, in any way I can, I shall repay this debt without hesitation. As the saying goes, one cannot truly mature without experiencing hardship. It is through trials that innocence is lost, whether in her past life or this one. Changxi is merely a young woman of around 20, with limited experience and naive thoughts. It is no wonder that she entertained the foolish notion of confronting Zhu Yuanzhang and acted upon it, ultimately leading to her current predicament. Had she not joined the chat group of interdimensional travelers, she might have met her demise. After this ordeal, having witnessed the darkness of human nature, Changxi's character may not have matured instantaneously, but it certainly has developed significantly. This could be seen as a lesson learned through hardship. Sister Chang, do not mention it. We are all family, one reassured her. Indeed, the essence of our chat group lies in mutual assistance, which is its very purpose of existence. Today you helped me. Tomorrow I shall help you. Who among us hasn't faced adversity at some point? The group members reflected on Changxi's expressions of guilt and gratitude. As the old saying goes, one cannot teach skills. Only through experience can one truly learn. After this bloody lesson, one can only hope that Changxi will grow wiser. After some light conversation, the group decided not to dwell on the matter any further. Wait, the rescue mission is still incomplete? What does that mean? Muniancy, clutching the small Yonggua, had been a mere bystander throughout. Seizing the moment while the others chatted, she quietly opened the mission feature. To her astonishment, she discovered that the rescue mission had not yet been completed. Oh, upon hearing this, the group members opened the chat group to examine the mission details. Indeed, as Muniancy had stated, the mission details had not changed with Changxi's recovery of consciousness. Could it be that we must take revenge for Sister Chang in order to complete the mission? Sudama mused, stroking his mustache thoughtfully. Indeed, what old Su said holds some truth. Reviving Sister Chang is only one part of the mission. Avenging her is essential for closure. This led to discussions among the group about confronting Zhu Yuanzhang. Old Lin, as the administrator, what do you think? Duan Lang turned to Lin Chen, seeking his opinion. The others followed suit, casting curious glances at Lin Chen. Well, I share the same opinion as old Su. One must repay life with life. And debts must be settled. This is only right. Meeting their gazes, Lin Chen nodded slightly in agreement, stating, the mission description has clearly indicated that it was Zhu Yuanzhang who poisoned Sister Chang. This grudge must be avenged. However, how to exact this revenge? And to what extent? Whether to kill Zhu Yuanzhang or to eradicate his entire family remains to be deliberated. Let me first share my thoughts. Since matters have escalated to this point, we might as well take decisive action and eliminate the entire Zhu clan, seizing their dominion and enthroning Sister Chang as empress. Yet, we must remember that we are but guests. Sister Chang is the rightful host, and it is her prerogative to decide. She must live in this world thereafter. And we cannot overshadow her authority by making unilateral decisions. Revenge is undoubtedly essential, but the method and extent of our vengeance deserve careful deliberation. According to Lin Chen's perspective, since Zhu Yuanzhang has taken the initiative, there is no room for negotiation. We should directly eliminate the entire Zhu family. An eye for an eye is just and fair. Given that Zhu has acted ungratefully, we should not hesitate to respond in kind. Su Damao, maintaining a serious demeanor, nodded in agreement. Then, we shall support Sister Chang in ascending the throne. I have no objections and support Lin's proposal, Duan Lang concurred. I too back Brother Lin. Let's proceed without hesitation. Li Ku expressed his unwavering support. I am in agreement as well. Muniancy raised her hand in affirmation. Let us proceed, regardless of the title of Emperor Hongwu. For Sister Chang's vengeance, we shall strike him down. The youngest among them, Wang Defa, clenched his fists, being the last to voice his stance. With unanimous agreement, Lin Chen turned to Changxi and asked, what do you say? Changxi hesitated, contemplating the gravity of the decision. It was not a lack of resolve that held her back, but rather the implications of eliminating the Zhu family and subsequently claiming the throne. She questioned whether she could be an effective empress, whether she could stabilize her reign, and how a woman could command respect as an emperor while governing the realm. As she pondered, her gaze inadvertently swept around the room, noticing not only her companions, but also her 3 younger brothers and a host of servants, all standing still as if they were mere wooden stakes. Brother Lin, regarding my 3 brothers. Changxi looked at Lin Chen with an inquiring expression. Unbeknownst to her, Chang Mao and Chang Xing were overwhelmed with shock, their minds inundated with revelations from her conversation with the unfamiliar group. They realized that Changxi was acquainted with these individuals and appeared quite close to them. Moreover, it seemed they had come with a specific mission. Could there be a mastermind behind them? Then, the realization struck that the one responsible for Changxi's poisoning was none other than Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang himself. Lastly, the discussion of vengeance against the emperor was unfolding openly before them. Upon hearing this, the 3 brothers of the Chang family were filled with righteous indignation, their hatred for the emperor burning deep within. It was known that Chang Yuchen had once been a bandit before siding with Zhu Yuanzhang, engaging in plundering and robbery. The Chang brothers had been raised under Chang Yuchen's guidance, instilled with the principle of repaying kindness with kindness and vengeance with vengeance. The emperor dared to poison their elder sister. Thus, Zhu Chongba had become their family's enemy. As enemies, it did not matter whether he was an emperor or a commoner. He deserved to die. As for the Confucian loyalty to the monarch, what was that nonsense? The servants of the Chang household were no exception, their eyes filled with rage. The principle of loyalty and honor had become irrelevant. In stark contrast, the maidservants were terrified by the implications of such secrets, trembling in fear, worried they might be silenced. Upon our arrival, they mistook us for villains, so to prevent any misunderstandings, I had to restrain them, Lin Chen explained. Moving to release Chang Mao and the others from their paralysis. He then reiterated to Changxi, sister, if we possess the capability to slay the emperor, you could ascend to the throne yourself. Why hesitate? Let us act decisively. Once Chang Mao realized he could move and speak again, he immediately urged, yes, elder sister. We must exact this vengeance. Since Zhu Chengba has acted without mercy, we cannot be seen as unjust. Changsheng and Changsen echoed fiercely. Do you all agree? Changxia hesitated, yet upon seeing her brothers fervently nodding, she resolved, then let us proceed. With everyone in agreement, Changxia no longer hesitated. Notification. The rescue mission for Changxia has escalated, unlocking a hidden task, vengeance for Changxia. Click this link for task details. As Changxia made her decision, a notification popped up for all group members. Chapter 77. Task Reward. National Fortune. The task has been upgraded. All members displayed expressions of surprise, eagerly clicking the link to explore the changes brought by the task upgrade. Task name. Vengeance for Changxia. Task description. Following prior events, Changxia has resolved to seek revenge against Zhu Yuanzhang. Task requirements. Overthrow the Ming dynasty's rule and support Changxia in ascending the throne. Task duration. No time limit. Task reward. Based on contribution, all members will share the Ming dynasty's remaining 273 years of national fortune. Click here for details. Upon viewing the task requirements and rewards, the group members' eyes lit up, each clicking on the last link. The screen transitioned to a secondary page explaining the origin and significance of national fortune within the chat group. The Ming dynasty boasted a total of 276 years of sovereignty. However, as the current timeline was the third year of Hongwu, only 273 years of national fortune remained. National fortune embodies a nation's vitality, serving various purposes akin to merit, functioning as a universal resource. Yet, for the members at present, the sole utility of national fortune is the enhancement of cultivation. Regardless of whether members practice martial arts, magic, or immortality, 1 year of national fortune elevates 1 year of strength. For instance, since Lin Chen began his martial journey, he had consumed 3 blood bodhi, attaining a level of internal strength equivalent to 525 years. After several months of diligent practice, he had accumulated nearly half a year's worth of internal power, currently standing at approximately 53 years. Should he complete the hidden task, he could utilize the national fortune to elevate his prowess. 1 year of national fortune boosts 1 year of strength. With just 7 years of national fortune, he could enhance his internal strength to 60 years. Sufficient to challenge the innate realm. According to the chat group, his magical energy equates to 80 years of strength if he reaches 150 years. He could transcend to the intermediate tier of a third-level mage. Wang Defa pondered aloud. So, I need just 70 more years of national fortune to achieve that breakthrough? My martial arts level is at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, equivalent to 499 years of strength. Once I surpass the 500-year threshold, I can ascend to the next realm? Duan Lang also contemplated silently, as the absence of further martial arts teachings in the tumultuous world had prevented him from breaking through for several years. However, with national fortune at his disposal, he could force a breakthrough and ascend to the next level. Moreover, with the magical secrets provided by Wang Defa, he could advance in the realm of magic as well. 3,000 paths lead to the same destination. As long as one breaks through the magical realm, transcending the martial realm would naturally follow. I currently possess only 30 years of strength, so I need 30 years of national fortune to break through to the innate realm, Mu Nianxi mused, her heart brimming with excitement. Thankfully, she had opted to participate in the task. Otherwise, she would have missed out on the national fortune. The task's rewards were indeed substantial. As everyone could see, Lin Chen surveyed the room, noticing the joy and excitement etched on everyone's faces, and declared, "This marks our chat group's first legitimate task. We must execute it splendidly. While avenging Sister Chang, we must also establish our reputation so that no one dares to disrespect us." With 7 members in the group and a reward of 273 years of national fortune, even if divided evenly, each would receive nearly 40 years. Indeed, we must perform remarkably. Let us strike decisively, preventing any further challenges. Lin, just tell us how we should proceed. The members eagerly prepared for action, ready to embark on this grand endeavor. Old Duan, among all of us, your strength is unrivaled. What do you think? Lin Chen inquired, directing his gaze towards Duan Lang amidst the crowd. It's quite simple. We shall charge through directly, Duan Lang replied casually, stroking his chin. With his celestial strength, there was no need for cunning strategies. Fine, Brother Lang, you lead the way. and we shall storm the imperial palace to capture Zhu Yuanzhang alive. Damao, brimming with excitement at the thought of capturing an emperor, especially the legendary founder of the Ming dynasty, felt a thrill. Although he had a favorable impression of Zhu Yuanzhang in his previous life, now that they were adversaries, there was nothing more to discuss. Indeed, let's invade the palace and capture the entire Zhu family. The people from Yingtian Prefecture awoke the next day to find that the heavens had collapsed. A dynasty had been overthrown overnight. Laughter and cheers erupted among the group. Brother Lin, Brother Duan, Brother Su, Sister Ku, Sister Mu, I beseech you all, Changxi said, bowing respectfully to the group after reviewing the task rewards. Are we truly going to foolishly assault the imperial palace? Won't we be shot to pieces by the imperial guards? Changmao interjected anxiously, his expression bewildered. Little brother, I understand your urgency, but do not fret, Damao reassured him, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. Just watch as I unleash my might. I am invincible. What are mere guards to us? Little brother, you lack experience. Indeed, with Brother Duan leading us, what are the palace guards to be feared? The other members dismissed Changmao's concerns, showing no regard for the imperial guards. Rest assured, Mao brother, now that we have decided on this course of action, we possess the necessary strength. Changxi patted Changmao's shoulder with a look that promised he would soon witness grand events. However, Changmao remained uneasy, still unaware of his companion's capabilities. Regardless, go to the armory and fetch some suits of armor and weapons for me, Changxi commanded, interrupting him with a wave of her hand. Very well, since you have made the decision, I shall accompany you at the cost of my life, Changmao conceded, realizing he had no choice. This was a command from his sister, a natural authority he could not refuse. He personally led a group to the armory to retrieve the armor and weapons. Everyone, for our safety, let us don the armor and weapons, Changxi announced as she accepted the gear from Changmao. You all can change. With my strength, I require none of these. Duan Lang waved his hand dismissively. All right. We will wear the armor for added defense and wield swords for increased lethality, Lin Chen nodded, calling to the others as he donned a suit of armor and selected a sharp sword. The remaining members readily followed suit, including Changxi and the three brothers of the Chang family. Brothers and sisters, let us set forth, Duan Lang declared, raising his hand as he levitated into the air. Charge. Let us storm the palace and capture Zhu Chongba alive. The others brandished their weapons and rushed out of the Chang residence, led by Changxi towards the imperial palace. What the heck? He can fly? The three brothers of the Chang family and the household servants were left dumbfounded, gazing at Duan Lang soaring into the sky. Yet, simultaneously, a surge of excitement and ambition welled up within them. With such a mysterious and powerful ally, how could they possibly fail in their grand endeavor? Chapter 78, The Rise and Fall of Kings, Facing Death with Equanimity. The imperial palace. Night had fallen deeply, yet the Feng Tian Hall remained brightly lit. Zhu Yuanzhang paced restlessly within the grand hall, sensing that calamity was imminent. Do not worry, father. Since Mao Chang has dispatched the most elite dark agents of the Ilwan Guard, there should be no unexpected developments, the Crown Prince Zhu Biao reassured, discerning the anxiety etched on his father's face. For some reason, I suddenly feel a wave of unease. Let us hope for a smooth outcome, Zhu Yuanzhang halted, his brow furrowed as he explained. No, we must prepare for the worst. Fixing a determined gaze upon his son, he gritted his teeth and said, Biao, if something goes awry, you must take your mother and siblings and seek refuge in a secluded place, living under false identities. Father, this decision was made jointly by us. How can I be a coward? Zhu Biao shook his head in defiance. If misfortune befalls us, I cannot abandon my family. We shall face it together. Biao, I am already old. You are the future of the Zhu clan, and you must not falter. Zhu Yuanzhang approached his son, his tone earnest and heavy with concern. No, father, if true misfortune strikes, do you believe we can escape? Are you not listening to me? The two engaged in a heated argument. Just then, the door of Feng Tian Hall was kicked open with a resounding crash, followed by a round of applause. What a heartwarming scene of fatherly love and filial piety. Lin Chen, Duan Lang, Changxi, and the other 7 members of the group entered in succession, their path littered with the corpses of the imperial guards. After departing from the Chang residence, they had stormed into the palace, slaying any who opposed them. Along the way, every soldier from the 5 cities patrol encountered was mercilessly dispatched to prevent any leak of information. Upon reaching the palace gates, the guards had already readied themselves, bows drawn and arrows nocked. Without hesitation, Duan Lang unleashed a mid-tier fire magic spell, conjuring a barrage of fireballs. Hundreds of basketball-sized orange fireballs rained down, reaching temperatures of 3,000 degrees, instantly reducing the sturdy palace gates to ashes. After breaching the palace's defenses, waves of imperial guards charged forth, only to be crushed like insects beneath a wheel. The 7 members, along with the household servants of the Chang family, advanced as if traversing a realm unchallenged, heading directly toward Feng Tian Hall. Inside the hall, upon seeing Changxi clad in armor, her demeanor fierce and resolute, alongside her menacing companions, Zhu Yuanzhang's expression darkened. His premonition had proven accurate, the worst outcome had indeed materialized, and his heart sank to the depths. The chats disclosed by the Chang family were not mere tales. The so-called otherworldly members truly existed. His carefully laid plans had utterly failed. The deadliest poison in the world had not claimed Chang's life, likely due to those extraordinary beings from another realm providing her with an antidote. Yet Zhu Yuanzhang felt no regret. If given the chance to start anew, he would still make the same choices. It was not a matter of right or wrong, merely interests at stake. Defeat was simply the fate of kings and their vanquished foes. Sister Chang, I am sorry. Observing this scene, Zhu Biao understood that the tide had turned against them and quietly apologized to Changxi. I am not your sister Chang. Your sister Chang has perished. Do not call me that, Changxi replied, her lips curling in disappointment as she glanced at Zhu Biao. Initially, she had held a favorable impression of Zhu Biao, the most stable crown prince in history, even contemplating the prospect of marrying him and raising a family. Her decision to confront Zhu Yuanzhang had also been influenced by her regard for him. However, after this life-threatening ordeal, she realized how naive and immature she had truly been. Her perception of Zhu Biao had been clouded by historical biases. She had never truly seen his genuine character. In Zhu Biao's eyes, she, his childhood companion, was no match for the power of the Zhu dynasty. I presume you are the otherworldly members mentioned by the Chang family? I wonder how you intend to deal with me? Zhu Biao attempted to clarify, but Zhu Yuanzhang pulled him aside, stepping forward to face the group. Gazing upon Lin Chen and the other members, Zhu Yuanzhang neither begged for mercy nor lost his composure. He retained the final dignity and authority of an emperor. He spoke in a tone as casual as inquiring whether one had eaten today. I am Duan Lang, the emperor of the great Qin dynasty. As fellow sovereigns, I grant you the courtesy to choose your manner of death. Duan Lang stepped forward, his expression indifferent as he spoke. I have heard of you. The fortunate one who traversed to the world of Fengyan, ascending to the pinnacle of life through foresight, Zhu Yuanzhang recalled. Memories flooding back as Changxi had previously introduced the group to him. However, previously, due to a lack of first-hand experience, Zhu Yuanzhang was not entirely convinced of the existence of the group members, believing it to be a fabrication of Changxi. Now, he finally had the opportunity to witness the otherworldly members she spoke of, but alas, it was too late. Luck, at times, is indeed a component of strength. The power and position I hold today, aside from fortune, are also a testament to my relentless efforts. Duan Lang nodded noncommittally and remarked, indeed, our ascent to the throne, claiming the title of emperor, is significantly attributed to luck. Zhu Yuanzhang concurred, stating, had it not been for such fortune, the throne would belong to Qin Yuliang or Zhang Shiqing, not to me, Zhu Chongba. You are a competent sovereign, and your decisions are not misguided. It is merely unfortunate timing. Observing Zhu Yuanzhang's acknowledgement of his fortuitous acquisition of the throne, Duan Lang cast a deep glance at him and sighed. It is merely the fate of victors and vanquished. Our journey from humble beginnings to this day has been worthwhile. Zhu Yuanzhang forced a smile and responded with nonchalance. Come now, strike me down, and you shall claim all that belongs to me. He had previously contemplated allowing his son to escape discreetly, preserving a remnant of their lineage. But he did not anticipate the adversary's swift approach. Now, the entire family was destined to face Yama together. And I too. Chongba. Let us traverse the path to the underworld together, a pair of doomed lovers, thus honoring our bond as husband and wife. At that moment, Empress Ma, accompanied by numerous princes and princesses, entered the grand hall, her countenance adorned with a serene smile, facing death with composure. She was previously unaware of the decision made by the elder Zhu and his son, and by the time she learned of it, it was too late. At this juncture, her words bore no weight. Sister Chang, what say you? Duan Lang turned to Changxi. Changxi bit her lip, hesitating. Ahem, Sister Chang, hesitation leads to defeat. Remember the feeling of impending death. Lin Chen coughed lightly, reminding her, eradicating the roots of the problem is crucial, otherwise, it will resurface with the spring breeze. Indeed. Dear sister, do not indulge in feminine mercy. Be decisive and do not disappoint us. Maintain your spirit, do not lose face. Consider the fate of Yuchime. The group members urged her in unison. We implore Brother Duan to act swiftly and grant them a merciful end. Changxi exhaled deeply and solemnly addressed Duan Lang. Very well. Duan Lang nodded. Chapter 79. Duan Lang's insights in the 4 pillars of power with the strength of the group members. Any one of them could single-handedly contend with 1,000 men. With a mere gesture, they could send the entire Zhu family to their demise. Yet, Changxi implored Duan Lang to take action, providing the late Emperor Zhu with the dignity he deserved. Duan Lang understood this rationale, as did the other group members. In no time, by Duan Lang's hand, the entire Zhu family lay together in silence. Simultaneously, Lin Chen faintly perceived a sorrowful and unwilling dragon's roar. Yet, the sound faded as quickly as it came, almost like an auditory illusion. "Did you hear that?" Lin Chen inquired, perplexed. The others responded with confusion. "What?" "When the Zhu family perished, I heard a dragon's roar filled with sorrow and resentment. Did none of you hear it?" Lin Chen's bewilderment deepened. They were all present in the same hall, yet only he had detected the sound. "Really? I didn't hear anything. Perhaps you misheard, old Lin?" "Indeed. It must be a mistake." The group members exchanged glances, shaking their heads in denial. "Well, it could be that I was mistaken." Noting the group's response, Lin Chen ceased to insist, shaking his head in resignation. "Look, everyone, the completion of the hidden task has reached halfway. Surely, if we support Sister Chang in ascending to the throne, we shall complete the task and return home." Muniancy glanced at the taskbar's update and spoke. Upon hearing this, all group members opened the taskbar, confirming Muniancy's assertion that the task progress had indeed reached 50%. "Old Duan, how do we proceed with the latter half of supporting Sister Chang's ascension?" Lin Chen withdrew his gaze and looked at Duan Lang, asking, "None of us have been emperors. You are the only one with experience." The other members also closed the chat group's task function, turning their attention to Duan Lang. Ascending the throne is quite a cumbersome and intricate process. First, one must determine the new dynasty's name, the era title, the location of the capital, and the policies of the new regime, among other matters. Duan Lang stroked his chin and spoke slowly. Next, a favorable date must be chosen, typically determined by the Bureau of Astronomy, considering astrological signs, the 5 elements, and other factors to select an auspicious day. Once the auspicious date is set, preparations for the new emperor must commence, including the dragon robe, crown, jade seal, and sacrificial offerings such as ritual texts, ceremonial vessels, and various livestock. Alongside the ceremonial procession and imperial palanquin for the coronation day, which is quite a hassle. Simultaneously, a proclamation must be made to the realm, summoning officials from across the country, regional kings, and other significant figures to attend the coronation ceremony, while also generating public sentiment that extols the new emperor's virtues, talents, and accomplishments to gain the people's recognition and support for his rule. On the day of the coronation, a series of rituals must be conducted, including sacrifices to heaven and ancestors, receiving the homage of officials, proclaiming the Edict of Ascension, and hosting a banquet for the officials, culminating in the formal completion of the ceremony. If this entire process is to be executed, it would take at least 3 to 6 months. Upon hearing this, the group members' expressions shifted. If they were to adhere to Duan Lang's plan, it would indeed delay them for several months. Of course, when I ascended, I did not follow such a tedious protocol. I took the simplest route. Duan Lang continued, I simply convened a court session, announced the dynasty name and era title, and accepted the officials' homage, and that was that. As for the sacrifices to heaven and ancestors, we can save time where possible. My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. The policies of the new regime can be established gradually after ascension, once they have been thoroughly considered. Upon hearing this, the group members' expressions brightened considerably. In this manner, the process could be completed in a day or 2 without wasting any time. Then let us act decisively, simplifying the coronation ceremony, and focus on completing the task first. Changxi concluded swiftly. However, she paused, pondering, what dynasty name, era title, and system should I adopt? After a moment's hesitation, she inquired further. Sister Chang, having been an emperor for several years, I offer you this piece of advice before your ascension. Remember it well. Duan Lang turned to Changxi, speaking earnestly. Please do share, Brother Duan. I shall remember it, Changxi replied, nodding seriously, all ears. As an emperor, or rather, a competent ruler, the specific system employed is of little consequence. What truly matters is learning to wield power. Duan Lang spoke slowly. An emperor possesses numerous powers, such as military authority, legislative power, personnel appointment and dismissal, decision-making power, supervisory authority, and judicial power, among others. However, an emperor is but a single individual, not a relentless machine. Fatigue is inevitable and rest is required. We cannot hold all power tightly in our grasp. It is essential to delegate authority to the officials beneath us. This is the very purpose of officials. They are your servants, or rather, your long-term workers. The emperor sets the rules, the officials execute them, and the common folk abide by them. Do you understand what I mean? Upon reaching this point, Duan Lang paused, gazing at Changxi. Brother Duan, I comprehend. Please continue. Changxi nodded, responding respectfully. She grasped the essence of Duan Lang's words. Systems are but a facade. Power is the essence. Good. While some authority can be delegated, certain powers must remain firmly in your grasp. Duan Lang continued. The sword, the pen, the purse, and the seal, these four must be tightly held in your hands. The sword represents military power. I need not elaborate. For it is understood that political power emerges from the barrel of a gun. Only by firmly grasping military authority can one ensure the stability of their rule. The authority of public opinion, akin to the power of the pen, is crucial. You, dear sister, hail from Earth and must surely comprehend the significance of this influence. The high ground of public sentiment, if left unclaimed, will inevitably be seized by others. The purse, representing economic and fiscal power, is of even greater importance. Without funds, even one who reigns as emperor cannot command loyalty. The seal, signifying the emperor's prerogative to appoint and dismiss officials, generals, and nobles, embodies the essence of governance, management, and decision-making power. These four monumental powers must be firmly grasped and never relinquished, lest one becomes a puppet emperor. Other powers may be deemed less significant. Even if delegated to others, as long as you maintain control over these four, they can be reclaimed at any moment. The saying from our previous life, that the emperors of the Ming dynasty were as fragile as water, stems from the fact that the emperors in the later periods lost these vital powers. Following the incident at the Tumu Fort, the emperor forfeited military and decision-making authority, never to recover, leading to successive Ming emperors being manipulated by the civil officials. Tragically, emperors met their demise through illness, poisoning, drowning, or even at the hands of palace mates. To reach such a state as the Zhou family emperors is indeed remarkable. At this point, Duan Lang scoffed, his face betraying disdain. Thank you for your guidance, brother Duan. I now understand the necessity of firmly holding on to these four powers. Changxi took a deep breath and nodded emphatically. With the cautionary tale of the Ming emperors in mind, her vigilance surged to new heights. Chapter 80. Ascending the throne in the third year of Hongwu, on the 5th day of September, under the hazy night, the eastern horizon revealed a hint of dawn. The bloodstains within the Hall of Heavenly Purity had long dried, and the bodies of the Zhou family lay orderly outside the hall. Boom. As the sun rose at the hour of the rabbit, the palace bells resonated throughout Yingtian City. The court officials entered the palace one after another, preparing for the morning assembly. Yet, an atmosphere of solemnity and foreboding pervaded the palace. The destroyed gates of the imperial city remained unrepaired, and traces of battle lingered, with bloodstains marking many places. The officials, shaken, lowered their heads cautiously, proceeding towards the Hall of Heavenly Purity with measured steps. The recent shadow of the emperor's massacre of thousands had yet to dissipate, compelling them to exercise utmost caution. Upon reaching the entrance of the hall and seeing the rows of corpses laid out, their hearts sank. From the emperor and empress to the crown prince, various princes and princesses, the entire Ming royal family was present, without exception. The officials gasped, their minds swirling with tumultuous thoughts. In a single night, the emperor's clan was annihilated. Who could have committed such an act? What had the 5 city military supervisors been doing? Were the palace guards merely idle? Furthermore, the audacity of the assailants to hold a court meeting after slaying the emperor. Were they indeed plotting a usurpation? Naturally, the astute officials resolved to align themselves closely with the new emperor. As for Zhu Chongba, he was merely a remnant of the previous dynasty. His demise was inconsequential. Yet, loyalists among them, with eyes aflame, simmered with hatred and fury. With a myriad of thoughts, the officials entered the palace and approached the hall, where they found a young woman clad in armor seated upon the dragon throne, flanked by 6 individuals. The officials remained silent, standing in their designated positions, divided between civil and military ranks, heads bowed. Moon Girl, how did you come to sit upon the dragon throne? Blue Jade had entered the hall in anger, intent on avenging the emperor. Yet upon seeing Changxi on the throne, he was left dumbfounded. Uncle, please remain calm. Changmao, standing below the imperial steps, stepped forward to gently intervene. The former pseudo-emperor Zhu Yuanzhang, having usurped the divine artifact, has committed egregious sins. His nature was suspicious and tyrannical, treating his ministers with disdain. Any dissent was met with slaughter. Now, I, by the mandate of heaven, restore order, eradicate the Zhu clan, and establish myself as empress, inheriting the great Hua dynasty, and changing the era to Shinfeng. Changxi stood from the dragon throne, her cold voice echoing throughout the Hall of Heavenly Purity, demanding, noble ministers, who among you supports me, and who opposes? At her words, the hall erupted into chaos. Was it truly the Chang family girl who had wiped out the Zhu clan? Was she to ascend as empress? After Wu Zetian of the show, would China witness another female emperor? Awakening to a world turned upside down, with a new emperor in place? Seeing the neatly arranged corpses of the pseudo-emperor Zhu Changba as family, I had my suspicions. Your Majesty, while women have ruled in the past, how can one of your gender stabilize the nation and command loyalty? Whispers of dissent arose among the officials, some supporting her, others opposing. Minister Lan Yu, pay my respects to your Majesty, long live the Emperor. Ignoring the sentiments of others, Lan Yu knelt down in reverence. Minister Tang He, pay my respects to your Majesty, long live the Emperor. Minister Su De, pay my respects to your Majesty, long live the Emperor. The nobles of Huaishi exchanged glances, then knelt in acknowledgement of Changxi as authority. Chang girl, you treacherous usurper, may you meet a wretched end. Usurper. You deserve 1,000 deaths. Most military ministers had submitted, yet Li Wenzhong and Mu Ying remained exceptions. Li Wenzhong was Zhu Yuanzhang's maternal nephew, while Mu Ying was his adopted son. Indeed, the crowing of a hen signifies chaos, a harbinger of disorder in the realm. How can a woman ascend as emperor? With Li Wenzhong and Mu Ying leading the charge, several other officials stood forth in opposition. Since you oppose, then go join Zhu Changba in death. Lin Chen, beside the dragon throne, flicked his fingers, unleashing fireballs upon Li Wenzhong and Mu Ying. The nearly 1,000-degree flames engulfed Li Wenzhong and the other dissenting officials, resulting in their anguished cries. In mere moments, all who opposed were reduced to ashes. Gasp. The remaining individuals in the hall collectively inhaled sharply, casting fearful glances at Lin Chen and his companions, who appeared as demons. This was merely one individual's intervention, and the methods employed were beyond ordinary comprehension. Minister of Rights Shang Cao, pay my respects to your Majesty, long live the Emperor. The Minister of Rights was the first to kneel, bowing his head. Minister of Punishments Jiang Side, pay my respects to your Majesty, long live the Emperor. Minister of Revenue Wang Xingfu, pay my respects to your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. All officials within the hall knelt, performing the traditional 3 kneels and 9 bows, formally establishing the hierarchy of sovereign and subjects. Ding. Hidden task for Changxi's revenge completed. Click to view details. In that moment, as Empress Changxi received the recognition of her ministers, all members of the group simultaneously received a notification. This task was remarkably easy, akin to a gift bestowed upon us. Sudama remarked, savoring the moment. From the assignment received, arriving in this realm, to completing the task, merely a single night had passed. Most group members dealt with minor adversaries, expending little effort, merely participating as bystanders. The individuals who exerted the most effort were Lin Chen and Duan Lang. Lin Chen had intervened to save Changxi, fulfilling the initial part of the task, while Duan Lang had broken the palace gates, avenging Zhu Yuanzhang, and ensuring the safety of all. Together, the group assisted Changxi in her ascension, collectively accomplishing the latter part of the task. As expected, upon opening the link to view task contributions and rewards, it was evident that Lin Chen and Duan Lang received the most accolades. Administrator Lin Chen contribution, 26, reward, 71 years of national fortune. Group member Duan Lang contribution, 24, reward, 655 years of national fortune. Group member Changxi contribution, 10, reward, 273 years of national fortune. Group member Su Dama contribution, 10, reward, 273 years of national fortune. Group member Wang Defa contribution, 10, reward, 273 years of national fortune. Group member Li Ku contribution, 10, reward, 273 years of national fortune. Group member Mu Nianci contribution, 10, reward, 273 years of national fortune. As they observed the contribution rankings and rewards, the group members began to contemplate their standings. Given the efforts of Lin Chen and Duan Lang, their majority contributions and rewards were widely acknowledged. However, the member Changxi, who had received assistance from others, unexpectedly garnered a reward, which drew the attention of the crowd. Nevertheless, they refrained from voicing any objections, tacitly acknowledging the contribution statistics and reward distribution of the chat group. One by one, they clicked the link to claim their respective task rewards.